Xia Wuji, who was blown up by his computer and transmigrated into the world of Minecraft, successfully took on the appearance of Steve from his own legitimate account. Gaisai. That was his username, and now it was also his name. As everyone knows, prolonged solitude can drive a person insane. Just like Gaisai at this very moment, he no longer knew how many days and nights he had survived alone in this world. All over the land lay traces and ruins of the life he had once led. Yet now Gaisai was walking down a passageway lined on both sides with rows of iron golems moving rhythmically back and forth. It all seemed like a twisted product of some bizarre reproductive worship. Gaisai walked all the way to the end of the corridor, stepped into an obsidian chamber, and placed the command block he held in his hand at the very center of the room. Then he went over to a lever at the side. At this moment, each of the 6 faces surrounding the command block was aimed at by an end rod mounted on a sticky piston. Hee, a command block. How strange, why am I even doing this? Maybe I've gone mad. He burst into wild laughter. Still laughing, Gaisai pulled the lever. The sticky pistons extended in perfect unison by 1 block. The pitiful command block was about to be squeezed by 6 end rods at once. Wait, the end rods weren't popping off. Gaisai suddenly stared in disbelief at that command block he had once hauled up while fishing. Hold on, what have I done? A command block. How could you possibly fish up a command block? And I'm in survival mode. How can a command block even work in survival? Just as Gaisai was doubting his own sanity, the command block crushed between 6 end rods began to flicker continuously. White radiance leaked out in torrents, and a terrifying wave of annihilation began to spread. Yet Gaisai actually grew excited. He knew something was wrong with his mind, but he could no longer save himself. Ha ha ha, He. Blocky tears streamed from his square eyes as Gaisai crawled crying and laughing between the end rods to the side of the command block that was about to explode. Can I finally end all of this? Remembering how excited he had been when he first entered the world of Minecraft, Gaisai wanted nothing more than to rush back and strangle that former self. Then he wanted to mount his own severed head on a scarecrow. He already had an entire field of scarecrows made from copies of his own head. Come on, darling. Let me stop thinking and end this endless loneliness. In this world where only the profiteering villagers seem to have any brains at all, I can finally be freed. Gaisai wrapped his arms around the command block. In an instant, boundless white light engulfed him, and his life flashed before his eyes. Yet all the scenes were only of him turning into a blocky person. Damn it. Why am I still alive? In the endless darkness, Gaisai realized he could still move, as though he had fallen into an infinite void. Then suddenly another him appeared beside him, a version of himself that looked normal. Who are you? BM. The instant these counterparts from 2 different worlds met, they were irresistibly drawn together, overlapped, and annihilated. Yet after only a moment, the blocky Gaisai revived once more. Immediately afterward, yet another counterpart of his appeared. Another annihilating collision erupted, and Gaisai calmly accepted it all, though after all this was still much better than being alone in his own solitude, wasn't it? After countless cycles of annihilation, Gaisai felt that he somehow seemed to have become stronger. Did I hallucinate my way out of death? Oh, another one. Hello there. Hello, may I ask where this, BM? That terrified expression just now wasn't bad. A solid 7 out of 10. After enduring innumerable rounds of annihilation with his other selves, Gaisai finally discovered a faint glimmer of light within the endless darkness. But long before that, his 2 eyes had already begun to glow. What is this? Reaching out to touch the seam of light, Gaisai was seized by a horrifying suction and dragged into a narrow tunnel, then squeezed out the other end, as if he were toothpaste. I was just born in a Badlands. Damn it, but the environment here was truly something. No wait, is this still Minecraft? These dead trees, and this sand. Gaisai grabbed a handful of sand and flung it into the air, a rain of grains showering down over his head. This sand even gets into my mouth. Is this some ultra-realistic Minecraft survival? Interesting. Very interesting, But why does the sun look so huge? He waved the thought away. Forget it, survive first. Fresh virgin land. Waiting for daddy's precious treasure to develop it. Oh. He scooped up 2 more handfuls of sandy soil and flung them skyward, then turned his head, searching for the shadow of a tree around him. Right behind him stood a dead, withered tree. Gaisai ran all the way to its base and instinctively grabbed the trunk to start punching it. As bits of blocky particles flew off, there was a dull thud, and a cube of wood finally dropped. But then the middle of the withered trunk, broken through, fell under its own weight and crashed straight down onto Gaisai. That hurts. I just lost 5 hearts. With the trunk toppled, Gaisai had no choice but to methodically dig out the remaining wood piece by piece. After all, hoisting a whole log as a weapon just to dig it out would have been a bit too inhuman. Opening his clean and tidy inventory, Gaisai scratched his head. Something felt off. Why were his eyes glowing? He closed the inventory, opened it again, closed it, opened it over and over. Finally, he lifted his hand and slapped himself. Smack. Nope, I'm not seeing things. So, Gaisai opened the chat window and typed a command for creative mode. Since he had basically turned into him, wasn't turning on creative, only reasonable. The system replied, command incomplete. Fine, then what are these eyes of mine? Special effects. He tried again. Spectator, invalid command. No explosions, invalid command. Keep inventory, invalid command. Damn it. Gaisai simply typed kill E, and with a soft pop, he dropped dead on the spot. Then he respawned. Alright, at least I can just off myself directly. After reviving Gaisai vacuumed the scattered wood back into his inventory, then opened his backpack again. The white glow in his eyes had disappeared. Now that makes sense. He crafted a crafting table, then picked up a wooden pickaxe and started digging down. Suddenly something felt wrong. A netherwood pickaxe. Netherwood. Wait, am I in the nether? Gaisai looked around, then glanced up at the distant sun. What kind of nether was this supposed to be? Wasn't the nether supposed to be timeless and sunless? The sun was already rising here. What was this? Whatever. I'll kill a few spiders later, get some string, craft a bed, and see if it explodes or not, and that'll settle it. He dug down 6 blocks and finally hit stone. Tossing his wooden pickaxe into the lower slot of a furnace, Gaisai took up a stone sword, a stone pickaxe, and a stone shovel prepared specifically for digging dirt, and continued to dig deeper. Time flowed on for a long while. Where the hell is the iron? I asked you, where is the iron? I'm about to starve to death, and I haven't seen a single piece of iron. I've even found gold, but no iron. Climbing back up to the surface, Gaisai dumped his backpack full of dirt and stone into a chest, then elegantly rested his hands on the chest, and stood there with his hips cocked, waiting for death to arrive. With a soft pop, Gaisai successfully starved to death. As time went by, Gaisai felt as if he had truly come to life. In his own words, his arms finally felt like real arms and his legs like real legs. He bent and straightened his limbs, twisted his waist, shook his head, and then launched into a soaring flip. Gaisai landed in a perfect side split, steady as a rock. Next, he set 2 rows of stone blocks upright on the ground and squeezed himself between them, climbing up bit by bit. It was something utterly impossible in the original world, yet here it felt effortless. If only he were not so hungry. Gaisai then let himself fall freely to reset his hunger bar. He took a pickaxe from the chest, dug out the middle stone block, and looked up at the 2 blocks now floating alone in midair. Makes sense. He chuckled softly. Then let's build a little house first. After laying the foundation, Gaisai put up a 5-block-tall matchbox of a hut. It was not that he lacked skill, merely that he was lazy and had no attractive materials to work with. He crafted 2 doors and 6 trapdoors to serve as windows, then moved the chest and furnace inside. Gaisai's cozy little home was finally complete. Besides the chest and furnace, Gaisai tried lifting other items as well, and to his surprise, he could actually move them, just like an Enderman. It seems I too have transcended the old rules now. His eyes gleamed. Then, beside a dummy made of planks, logs, and fences, Gaisai grabbed 2 stone swords and swung them in a rapid flurry. Annoying villagers. Huh, I'm in love with this feeling of freedom. This is what real combat is. With a final cross-shaped heavy strike, he brought the swords crashing down. The dummy collapsed into scattered pieces all over the ground, leaving only a single lonely fence post standing at the bottom. After reassembling the dummy, Gaisai began experimenting with another style of play. Hoisting a stone block, Gaisai hurled a block of nether stone at the wooden dummy like a tank from a survival game with an iron golem mod installed. With a sharp crack, the dummy shattered under the impact, and the nether stone crumbled as well, both turning into scattered drops on the ground. Well, so much for my dream of building a house by throwing stones, he sighed. Glancing at the half-empty hunger bar, Gaisai began searching the surroundings for anything edible. Nether berries. He shrugged. Eat them. The sweetness carried a faint astringency, but it was acceptable. Wait, what is that? Under a nearby bush, he noticed several black specks crawling about. He reached out and grabbed them. An item prompt popped up: nether cockroaches. Those 2, he decided, and ate them. Crunch, crunch. They hardly have any taste, but my hunger did go up a bit. Might as well eat them all. Munching away, he wiped out the entire nest of roaches, and his hunger bar finally filled up. This meal gave him a rather intriguing idea. On a whim, he picked up a wooden block and began gnawing on it. What a pity nothing happens. Otherwise, this would really be a Bear Grylls simulator. Still, it made Gaisai discover another use for his mouth: destroying items. As he gathered dead bushes from the ground, he also harvested the surrounding trees, stripping the area around his home of wooden resources. Gaisai replanted some of the seeds and saplings he obtained. He stuffed the remaining wood into the furnace as fuel. Once charcoal was smelted, Gaisai crafted several torches and a campfire, filling his home with warm light. When night falls and monsters spawn, I can fight to my heart's content. Sitting cross-legged against the wall, Gaisai waited quietly for darkness to descend. Yet he could not stay idle for long. Before much time passed, he began tinkering with the crafting table. Just a little more. 1 more wooden block. Done. Tada! A wooden spear. The crafting grid was no longer as primitive as before. He could now craft according to his own ideas. Gaisai could even rely solely on his simple 4-slot grid to craft a wooden sword. However, the process became much more convoluted and materials were wasted. A wooden sword that originally required only 2 planks and 1 stick on a standard crafting table now cost him 3 planks and 1 stick. First, 2 planks formed the wooden blade. Then 1 plank and 1 stick became the hilt. Finally, blade and hilt were combined, and the wooden sword was complete. Of course, Gaisai could also forge a so-called divine sword with a wooden blade and a diamond hilt, boasting tremendous magical durability and the modest damage of a wooden sword. What serious person crafts something like that? He muttered under his breath. Hey, huh, yeah. On the open ground, Gaisai spun the long spear in flowing arcs, then vaulted into a pole jump, stepping onto the air for a thrust from above. With a dull bang, the wooden spear's durability gave out, and it shattered in Gaisai's hands. Deprived of support midair, he plummeted straight toward the dummy. Not good. He crashed groin first into the dummy's fence arm. A wave of unspeakable pain surged up from deep within, leaving him hollow with sorrow. Yo up. Gaisai slid off the dummy's arm, clutching his crotch and howling. Wait, come to think of it, I don't even have anything there. The poor block man would never have imagined that certain parts required an extra mod to exist at all. Then it's fine, he concluded. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Gaisai climbed back to his feet, glanced at his health now down by 1.5 hearts, and turned his head toward his wheat field. He was hopeless, truly hopeless. The wheat he had planted was nowhere near a water source. The tilled soil had dried back into plain dirt, and the wheat sprouts had withered into seeds scattered on the ground. Damn it. Without water, I can't even have bread. Using only intuition at the crafting table, Gaisai made a wooden bucket and started scouting the area for water, but this desolate place looked parched and lifeless. Water, 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 he shouted into the wasteland. Where's the water, damn it? He ground his teeth. No, without water, I can't even farm. I'm moving out. On his way back home, Gaisai gathered every edible resource he could find, berries, insects, weeds, stripping the surroundings bare. He stored the food in another chest and looked out the window. The sun had already sunk halfway below the horizon. Oh, by all logic, monsters would be spawning soon. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content tonight. Drawing 2 stone swords, Gaisai readied himself for battle. His inventory was empty, his hunger only a bit over half full. With a life this cheap, he had nothing to lose. He could resurrect anyway, so there was nothing to fear. Feeling the time was right, Gaisai gripped his swords and rushed out of the house into the vast clearing he had stripped bare. Wait, where are the monsters? Why isn't there a single one? Zombies. Skeletons. Creepers. He spun in place. Not even a spider. His heart went cold. In resignation, he simply killed himself to reset his hunger and returned home, curling up in the corner by the wall, trying to fall asleep. To his own surprise, he really did drift off. Zzz. In his dreams, Gaisai saw countless glowing rifts, as if all the parallel worlds that had once annihilated each other with him were now opening their doors to him. Yet at that moment, he wanted nothing more than a quiet sleep. Feels like I slept for a century, he yawned as he stepped outside. Today, no matter what, he had to move. Otherwise, once all the nearby food was gone, he would be doomed to starve over and over in this forsaken place. Soon, Gaisai pushed a little wooden boat, carrying 2 chests along. He mulled over many possibilities and finally surmised the reason monsters were not spawning this place too was a kind of hell. He sensed that he might have accidentally wandered into the hell of another world. A clash of the world laws had distorted the monster spawn mechanics. If only he could procure some genuine hell rock rather than a mere hell raw stone, perhaps zombies, pigmen, and similar creatures would begin to appear. A low grumble escaped him. He was hungry again. Gaisai came to the forward chest. One chest contained food, the other materials. He opened the front chest, took out several roasted sauce for its aid, and continued scouring the vicinity for more food resources. There's a little lizard. Gaisai produced his axe and delivered a leaping cleave. Lizard meat 1. It restored 3 hunger units raw. Roasted, it should be about 4.5. He placed the roughly 30-centimeter lizard into the chest, then picked up some broken stones nearby. The stones could be combined into raw stone or discarded. They dealt 3 points of damage. He also found some flint, useful later for crafting a striker. Weighing the sole usable ranged weapon in his hands, Gaisai tested it against a distant tree. The aim was fairly good. Although the shots scattered a little from the center, it was acceptable. After using stones to kill a few of the hell umbrella lizards, Gaisai pressed on his single objective was to find water. What's this? A road, a dirt track. A road suggested there had been people. He nearly forgot this was hell. A road did not guarantee human presence here. But it would surely lead to living creatures, perhaps some hell demon meat. The thought alone made his mouth water. Never mind, plunder. Damn, he had no horn to announce himself. Pushing his little boat with 2 chests, Gaisai strode toward the far end of the dirt road, failing to notice one telling detail in his excitement. A careful look at the path would have revealed wheel marks. Not from a carriage, but from an automobile. Mealy, are you doing all right? Mealy kissed Moshi, leaving a sudden blush on his cheek. She returned to the passenger seat, took off the cowboy hat her father had given her, inspected it, folded it twice, and put it back on. Moshi stole a glance at Mealy and pressed the music button. A western cowboy tune filled the cabin. They had driven a while when suddenly, Moshi removed his magic mirror and stared in disbelief at something down the road. A square-shaped creature was walking along, pushing 2 treasure chests. Mealy, what is that? Mealy leaned out of the window to study the distant figure, Gaisai, and then scratched her head and returned to the car. I don't know. I've never seen this creature in the Fun New Ring. Wow, then he must be rare. Also, Mealy, look at those 2 chests he's pushing. He looks loaded. So Xiao Emma, what are you thinking? Mealy laughed along with Moshi. This must be a very rare endangered species of the Fun New Ring. Let's give the boss a surprise. Maybe he'll grant us a month off. Yes, if he's valuable, I might personally give you both a long vacation. Belize's voice came from the rear of the vehicle as he revealed himself from behind the back seat. Belize, boss, weren't you at the pony exhibition? Damn it. Moshi, don't remind me. I got the date wrong. It already ended yesterday. Damn. The famously Hermes-adorned Belize leaned against the backrest, grabbed a handkerchief, and sniffled as he woke, blinking with exaggerated eyes. Stop the car. Moshi, do you want to run over the miraculous animal we just found? A gun pressed against Moshi's temple, jolting him out of his shock and redirecting his attention forward. Gaisai's face was now close at hand. Ow, ow, ow. Mashi screamed and stomped the brake. Belize was flung forward into the dashboard, slamming near the instrument panel. Mealy clutched the grab handle to steady herself, while Mashi was protected by his seatbelt. "Mashi, you useless little bastard," Belize complained as he and Mealy climbed out of the car. Gaisai stood before them utterly stunned. What kind of hell was this, he wondered. Cars here too. He inhaled deeply. The exhaust. This was real, a fuel-burning vehicle. There was no mistaking it. Who were these two things? Demons. Just as Gaisai prepared to greet Mealy, and Belize tossed a large burlap sack over him. Mealy hoisted Gaisai's two-chest boat and hurled it into the trunk. "I didn't expect today to be such a haul." Belize whistled, expertly tossing the sack containing Gaisai onto the rear seat, then yanked Mashi out of the driver's seat. "Go watch the cargo in the back." "Yes, boss." Mashi climbed in through the rear door, staring nervously at the burlap sack that held a bewildered Gaisai. Once Mealy returned to the passenger seat, Belize shifted into third gear and sped away in the van bearing the I.M.P. insignia, casually flipping through his playlist of Johnny Little songs. "You pierce my heart like a flying sword." Gaisai's questions tumbled out in a panic. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The barrage of questions left him dizzy with confusion. Damn, I think I've been kidnapped. Feeling as if he lay upon a car seat, Gaisai shifted to sit up, trying to make himself more comfortable. Mashi watched Gaisai struggling and panicked, fumbling about. In that flurry, the knot tying the burlap sack loosened, and Gaisai slipped out and revealed himself. Their eyes met, and the air froze. Even though Belize had cranked the music to full volume, it could not penetrate the sudden silence between Mashi and Gaisai. "Hello, I'm Gaisai." Gaisai broke the stillness with a hand extended. "Hello, I'm Mashi." Mashi reflexively shook his hand and raised a finger as he introduced himself. "Where are we going?" Gaisai poked his head out and asked Belize at the wheel. "Going where?" "Ha. Mashi, don't drink too much overnight lemonade or you'll hurt that not very clever brain of yours." Belize taunted. "We're heading back to the company to find my little Luna and have her contact the zoo." Belize suddenly sensed something amiss. That voice did not sound like Mashi's. He turned sharply and locked eyes with two square eyes across from him. "Hi." "Oh." Startled, Belize reached instinctively for his gun, his other hand sliding across the wheel. "Belize, watch the road." Mealy screamed, hands over her head, bracing for impact. Gaisai's own terrified cry pierced the cabin. The van slammed into a nearby utility pole. Only Mealy had buckled her seatbelt properly. As for the others. So, 3 of them were badly hurt. "So, is this the reason you all are like this?" Luna and Millie quietly observed Billy and Moses on the hospital bed. "Damn, Moses. It's all because of you." "I'm sorry, sir. What are you saying?" "I can't hear clearly." Sighing while holding her head, Luna looked at Millie. "So where's the guy who caused the accident?" Millie scratched her head, recalling that the square man came in with Billy and Moses, but now. "Let go of me. You bunch of fools. I'm not sick." Gaisai was wrapped up like a dumpling and thrown in while the assisting nurse immediately stepped back, leaving only the disheveled director of psychiatry, who then approached Luna and Millie. "I suggest executing this guy immediately. Give up on treatment. This guy is a complete lunatic." "You're the lunatic. Your whole family is. Didn't you just chew half of your office?" "Let go of me. I'll build you a new one." Gaisai, writhing on the ground, climbed up. "Besides, you have no money, no car, no wife, just a 244-year mortgage, a girlfriend weighing 600 pounds, and 2 kids who call you dad. What's that supposed to mean?" "Oh right, premature ejaculation and erectile dysfunction, Mediterranean. Look at me, I have nothing. I just eat. Oh, by the way, I also tasted the 2,000 yuan hidden under your table. It was quite good." Millie and Luna, I've had enough." The frenzied director of psychiatry jumped out the window, ending his haphazard life, crashing onto a sports car he could never afford, followed by the blaring alarm. "Fuck. Time to get up. Soft-headed fool. Boss, why are we running? Do you think we can afford the medical bills?" Everyone in the room exchanged glances. At that moment, the hospital was in a standoff with some wealthy scion. What an opportunity. "Hey, take me with you." Gaisai, wrapped up like a dumpling, bounced along. Soon the group returned to the company in a battered van. "By the way, why are we bringing him?" Luna pointed at Gaisai, who was chewing on a rubber band. "If we don't take this guy with us, our suffering on this journey would be in vain." "What the hell are you?" Billy, wearing a neck brace, picked up a knife and threw it at Gaisai, the flying knife cutting the rubber band. "Who? I'm finally free." Gaisai, now liberated, dashed toward the fridge and accidentally stepped on Moses' tail. Opening the fridge, Gaisai began to devour expired food, washing it down with milk nearby. Burp. Finally full. Watching his rapidly recovering health points, Gaisai felt immensely relieved. "Damn it, I just chewed half of the office and it only filled me 5 points. I might as well eat expired snacks directly." "Fuck. What did you do? That was our food for a week." Billy clutched his chest, feeling pain for 2 seconds. "A week? You only eat this little in a week." Below the fridge there were 8 boxes of compressed cereal for adults, 3 buckets of 1.5L milk, 2 large boxes of cream corn candy, and a big bag of Luna's hellhound dog food. "Oh my god, he eats more than the cows I keep at home." Millie was shocked by Gaisai's astonishing appetite, while Luna next to her directly took out her phone and left, too lazy to deal with this nonsense. "Sorry miss, but I can't eat much. I just keep getting hunger buffs when eating these things. Now you owe me a meal." "Here." Gaisai handed the 2,000 yuan he had swiped from the doctor to Billy. "Where did you get the money?" Billy took a glance at the note. It was real money. I swiped it from the doctor. Do you really think I would eat money? Eating wooden furniture is acceptable, but eating money would truly make me a fool. Damn it. If I hadn't been left with just 3 drops of blood, how could I have fallen to the point of eating wood? By the way, I still have those 2 boxes at your place, right? Gaisai glanced around at Billy, who had his right arm in a sling, then at Moses, covered in bruises and concussions, and finally, at Millie, who was taking care of Moses. How about we introduce ourselves? I'm Gaisai. As you can see, I'm a square man skilled in building combat and survival. Extending his right hand, he noticed that Billy's injured arm was the right one, so Gaisai silently switched hands. Alright buddy, you seem pretty humorous. Billy is pronounced, ow ow, I'm the boss of this little demon's lair company. The two shook hands. This is my best killer, Millie. Billy gestured to Millie with his left arm, then approached the sleeping Moses. And this is our mascot. I know Moses, we introduced ourselves on the way in the car. And her my daughter, Luna. Billy tightly embraced Luna, who grimaced in disgust. Wait. Gaisai stepped forward and scrutinized Luna. Are you sure you didn't misspeak? She's your daughter. Biological. You both don't look like the same species. Huh. Billy and Luna were momentarily stunned. Gaisai didn't even realize that Luna was adopted. No dude, did your head get caught in the door? Luna is a hellhound. And I'm a little demon. Billy said, closely observing Gaisai's expression. Hellhound. Do dogs here stand and talk? Saying this, Gaisai walked up to Billy. Without Billy's horns, he would be half a head shorter than Gaisai. I can tell you're indeed smaller. Billy and Luna exchanged glances. They realized this guy was coming to hell for the first time, which explained his bizarre behavior. Is this your first time in hell? Billy poked Gaisai's chest with his finger. No way. How could that be? I'm more familiar with hell than my own home. It's just, I only came here a couple of days ago. To this hell. You know what I mean? Billy rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, then honestly shook his head. I don't understand. This is my first time in hell. I get it, so why the hell are you in the wrath circle? Shouldn't sinner demons be born in the pride circle? What's a sinner demon? Looking at Gaisai, who was wide-eyed and eager to learn, Billy provided him with some knowledge about hell. So this world is like this. Gaisai's not-so-smart brain barely started to turn. Thanks, buddy. Billy, no problem, just pay me triple the fee. But I have no money right now. Then I'll sell you. Dude, did you forget what you just said? Who would want a sinner demon? You underestimate hell too much. Those sinner demons are bad. My clientele is sinner demons. I have plenty of strength and means. As long as you're happy, can you return my boxes? There are 2 buckets of gold or in there that are quite valuable. The rest is just junk you can't use. Also, I'm hungry. I want to grab something to eat. The gold or belongs to me. Take it as you wish. After a while, Millie brought over 2 boxes and Bylais peered inside. What the hell is this? A puzzle, eh? Gaisai came over and pushed Bylais aside, saying, step aside, let me handle this. Reaching into the box, Gaisai pulled out some raw stones and added them to his inventory, then handed the 2 buckets of gold ore to Bylais. Ignoring the pain of his severed arm, Bylais quickly grabbed both buckets of gold ore and ran downstairs. What is he up to? Gaisai opened another box and started munching on roasted berries. I don't know, maybe he wants to extract the gold. Millie adjusted Moses and sat beside him, gently rubbing his head. Thanks, Millie. What are we having for lunch? Luna asked from behind the counter. I still have some lizard meat, would you settle for that? Gaisai took out the lizard meat he had hunted earlier and went into the kitchen to prepare it. Ding ding ding. Roasted lizard meat feast. Wow. Millie grabbed a piece of mosaic meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch crunch. Moses propped himself up and took a piece to eat as well. This tastes really good. Moses said nothing and kept stuffing his face. Luna was also drawn over, picked up 2 pieces, sniffed them, and then popped them into her mouth, chewing happily. Is it really that delicious? This doesn't seem right. I remember it only having an ordinary meat flavor. Gaisai also took a piece and put it in his mouth. Oh my. Spicy. Oh, this sudden spiciness. Alright, this is very MC. Processed with kitchen tools, ingredients can take on different flavors. Note this down. Bang. The door was kicked open and Bylais rushed in with 2 stacks of cash, ignoring the square object hidden under his clothes. It was probably some kind of horse-drawn painting. We're rich now. Bylais, have you fixed the car? Millie's words pierced Bylais's heart. Damn it. I actually forgot about that. With the money in hand, Bylais angrily walked into the office, followed by the sound of tearing cardboard. Yes, this is truly beautiful. Mwah. Alright, given what happened today, everyone gets a 3-day holiday. With that, Bylais returned to the room. Ding ding ding. Seeing the ringing phone, Luna pointed and hung up. Wait, what about me? Gaisai slowly walked to Bylais's door and yanked it open. Damn it. What's going on? To make mischief, you need a ghost. What am I supposed to do now? Then why did you come to me? You brought me here. Who else would I find? Damn, that's actually a good point. Bylais pulled out his hidden hand, stroked his chin, and then took out a phone. How's your oral skills? What oral skills? Like this. Bylais stuck out his tongue and made gestures to Gaisai, curling it in circles. Damn it, I just realized my oral skills are that bad. Gaisai suddenly exclaimed, you can't be thinking of becoming my technician, right? Damn, I've been a virgin my whole life. My, ha ha ha. Hearing Gaisai's words, Bylais burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Moses, Millie, and Luna gathered around. Hey boss, what are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. Moses, guess what he is? He's still a virgin. Millie exclaimed, what? Luna asked, really? Moses slowly looked at Jizia side. It's okay, Jizia, everyone has their struggles. Ugh. Jizia grabbed Moses by the throat, not allowing any air in. Damn. If you dare say I'm incapable, I'll wipe you out. I don't even have a cow now. Do you think I want this say? Where's Jenny and 18 mod to save me? I won't say. Jizia released his grip and Moses collapsed fast asleep. Final think of a way myself. Taking out his stone pickaxe, Jizia closed the door and walked out. Did we hurt his feelings? A few of them first fell silent then. Ha ha ha. Stepping outside, Jizia surveyed this new world and raised his pickaxe, digging into the ground as passers-by looked on in confusion. 10 minutes later, Jizia dug himself out in a dark alley. Damn. Why didn't anyone tell me? There are sewers here. Almost falling into the sewer, Jizia swore never to dig randomly underground in the city again. Fortunately, he had stored some basic resources earlier. After eating a couple of roasted berries, Jizia began contemplating how to obtain iron, soon glancing over at a nearby streetlight. This thing should be worth quite a bit of iron, right? Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Jizia directly raised his stone pickaxe and without hesitation dug down the streetlight, yielding a pile of iron fragments. He tossed the iron fragments into the furnace, added some charcoal, and sifted through the trash can for a while. Bullets, 3, A unmentionable items, 7, A eggs, 2, paper 11. Damn, the trash can is so valuable. But where did these eggs come from? Jizia, new to society, was still an innocent child. Returning to the furnace, Iron Age. The original iron sword no longer satisfied Jizia's desires. He placed the iron sword on the workbench, added 2 iron ingots, and with his thoughts crafted an iron longsword. And a shield. Holding the iron longsword and iron shield, Jizia felt the combat genes within him awakening. The outfit can wait. He suddenly had a brainstorm. In the original Minecraft, scissors could shear sheep's wool and cut the pumpkin heads off snow golems, so, in this world, could he shear others directly? That day the rats in the alley met a tragic fate. All 22 in the family were left bald overnight. As for the culprit, he transformed the rat fur into ropes, made 2 fishing rods, and began attempting to become a failed man. Yeehaw. Ahee. So refreshing. Swinging in the air for a bit, Jizia began surveying this little demon city from the rooftop. Although this place is hell, it felt to Jizia like a New York with relatively outdated systems and regulatory capabilities. After jumping down perfectly, Jizia began his first day of survival in the city. First, I need to make some money. Touching his conscience at his chest, Jizia decided to be a law-abiding citizen. Hey, boss, are you hiring laborers here? After a while, Gaisai successfully signed the contract and followed the gloomy new boss to the warehouse behind the factory. What you need to do is move all these goods into the container on the other side and fill up a whole container for $420. The apathetic little demon boss pointed to the proud hellhound supervisor in the distance. They will check your work progress. Goodbye. After the boss left, Gaisai looked around and found that there were only sturdy little demons and hellhounds working here, making it seem like this task was particularly strenuous. But, what? There are no containers. The boss looked up at the supervisor behind Gaisai, only to see a Doberman-type hellhound shrugging and shaking its head as if to say no way. How many containers did he load? 44 containers, boss. Our 2 warehouses are empty. Kids, 10 hours for 44 containers, averaging 4 per hour. For containers with this ability, you could fly my factory ID, believe it. The boss silently opened the safe. Soon $2,000 were deposited, and Gaisai was asked to leave. We signed a daily payment contract, and it's already 6 a.m. on the second day you have been fired. Seeing Gaisai's eager expression, the boss quickly added, no hiring, thank you. After Gaisai left, both the boss and his hellhound supervisor breathed a sigh of relief. These days, anyone is coming out to work. After leaving, Gaisai went to a store and bought the latest Hell War Wolf 11 phone. Entering his new username, Grey Wolf, Gaisai entered the user interface. Before the phone even warmed up, Gaisai opened a Hell Bank card, as most transactions here were either cash or card payments. He then went to an internet cafe and rented an esports room. Once the screen lit up, Gaisai's gaze was momentarily distracted by the deep crevice of the internet cafe attendant. I'm starting to like it here. Although he was stunned when he first saw the little demons, after seeing more he just felt extremely good. It's not impossible. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Gaisai opened his computer and began absorbing a wealth of internet knowledge. As he browsed, adult websites, hi. I'm here. Hey kid, what are you watching? Uncle has something good here. At this moment, Gaisai slightly turned to reveal the hell dark web in front of him. Oh, I won't disturb you, will leave first. You can't go. Gaisai grabbed the adult website and instantly refined it. After selecting and banning, Gaisai began to browse. No way, dude. Do these sinner demons all look like blooming flowers? Every sinner demon feels like a strange XP. Driven by curiosity, Gaisai started searching for information about sinner demons. Wow, hell lord. Pass on the men, let's look at the women first. Velvet. Looks just like a cute loli with its Sundara attitude. Rosie. A friendly big sister, her figure is not bad. Sela, a dinosaur. Third brother would definitely like it. Clara and Odette, sisters, why is one black and one white? Wait, Mother Camila is the biggest arms dealer among the sinner demons. Wait a minute, these sinner lords seem quite wealthy. Each one is a rich woman. If I could get close to just one ID, never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Gaisai's attention sharpened. No, Gaisai, you have fallen. You are an all-powerful block person. However, this soft rice isn't impossible to eat. Let's focus on making money first. After browsing some inappropriate images, Gaisai began to look for job advertisements around him. Soon Gaisai lost his motivation. Why is it so hard to find a job? Just wilderness survival is more suitable for me. After playing a couple of games, Gaisai left the internet cafe, went to the mall, bought a bed, and used a pickaxe to break down the iron bed into blocks. He then rented a studio below Bylais, placing the bed inside, successfully refreshing his respawn point. This feeling of flying. After jumping off the building once, Gaisai respawned and took out his gear from the box beside the bed. There's still a bit too little iron. Soon the night in the little demon city became exceptionally dark. Gaisai quickly dismantled all the streetlights on one street. Actually, 2 streetlights would have been enough, but the collecting obsession kicked in. Dressed in iron armor, Gaisai began to unleash his not-so-smart brain. Let's see if there's a place selling pumpkins. Buy a pumpkin to build an iron brother to guard the house. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded, and Gaisai instinctively shouted, "Who is it?" "Listen, people inside. You have violated community safety laws. Surrender immediately." Sigmoda. Oh. Soon Gaisai was captured by 2 hellhounds in uniforms who broke down the door. "Based on your actions, you are fined 150000. Detained for 7 days. Do you have anything to say?" I have no money." "Then wait until you have money to come out." With a wave of the judge's hand, Gaisai was taken onto a police car and sent to a prison located at a volcanic crater. 9527, from now on this will be your name. Go in. Bang. The cell door slammed shut and Gaisai, dressed in 9527 prison clothes, was thrown into the cell. Is this hell's prison really a single room? It's just this 4-sided drafty. No cover for the toilet. Gaisai looked at the toilet that resembled an ice throne and asked. Thankfully, he didn't have to poop. After the guard left, a little demon prisoner opposite looked over at him. "Oi, little devil, how did you get in?" "I came in by digging up a streetlight." "Digging up a streetlight?" "Yeah, all the streetlights on one street." "What did you dig that thing up for?" "Streetlights aren't worth anything. Don't talk about me. How did you get in?" Haha. 9331 chuckled while rubbing his 2 curved little mustaches, recalling the past. "I stole a gemstone lava blood tear, but unfortunately, didn't get it. I got it, but who knew it was over 2 meters tall? It looked palm-sized in photos. The bag I brought couldn't hold it. So big brother, how long will you be locked up?" "About a lifetime, and you." "What a coincidence, so am I." "Wait, digging up a streetlight gets a life sentence. Did heaven come to judge me?" "No, I don't have money to pay the fine." "I see, then it's easy. There's a mine here. If you work hard inside, you might be able to get out." 9331 pointed at the prison cells around Gaisai. "Do you see the cell next to you? They all went to mine. Since it's your first time, let me explain the rules here, although you look quite sharp." Gaisai paused, then thought. "I'm a block person. Our side is to the west, where the less capable demons are generally confined. To the north is the Blackstone mine, where one can earn money. Here, everything costs except for the survival meals. To the south, well, it's the most chaotic place with everything you can imagine, and it's the most disorderly. In the center is the gladiatorial arena. If you think you are strong, you can go in and show off, but the east is the most dangerous. Besides serious criminals, the warden is there too. Never go there." "Okay, got it. Is there anything else?" 9331 scratched his head. "See those guards here? Generally, as long as you don't cause trouble, they won't bother you. What if you do cause trouble? You'll be dragged off to become the warden's food. Well, I certainly don't want to be eaten. Most importantly, you must return by night." Taking note of everything 9331 said, Gaisai began to survey his surroundings and soon realized that his cell seemed to be unlocked. Well, not just his, but everyone's was unlocked. Is this really a prison? Opening the cell door, Gaisai stepped out, observing his surroundings while distancing himself from the guards. Soon he arrived at a square, or rather a place for prisoners to stretch their legs. Goo goo. Rubbing his stomach, Gaisai glanced at the remaining hunger value, which was half. Opening his inventory, he took out some roasted lizard meat and began to savor it slowly. Yes, although they took his clothes, nothing was missing from his inventory. The issue of eating must be prioritized. Gaisai brainstormed and looked at his inventory, coming up with a brilliant idea. He stretched out his hands and began to pull out the grass from the ground. Pulling up a small patch of weeds, Gaisai obtained 3 wheat seeds. Returning to his cell with the wheat seeds, Gaisai moved aside the dried grass on the ground, dug up a patch of soil, and emptied his bucket of water. Next, he took out a workbench to craft a hoe, prepared 3 plots of farmland, and planted the wheat seeds. Under the nourishment of water, the land quickly became moist, and one patch of wheat immediately sprouted with green light, growing vigorously. He also crafted a compost bin and placed it aside, stuffing the dried grass into the bin, which produced bone meal that he sprinkled into the wheat field. Soon a cell emerged that looked completely different from its surroundings. Gaisai happily enjoyed the bread he had made. WTF? 9527, what did you do? I just blinked, and why is grass growing everywhere? 9331 looked at Gaisai's cell in disbelief. Want to give it a try? Gaisai tossed a piece of bread to 9331, who caught it in astonishment and took a bite. So delicious. The taste of home. Not bro. Don't do that. I'm scared. 9331 crawled over, as if possessed, causing Gaisai to retreat to a bed made of 2 blocks of soil. This is grass. Fresh grass. And water. You just poured water on the ground. No, wait. This water is amazing. Scooping up a handful 9331 gulped it down only to find that the water level hadn't dropped at all. Oh my god. You are the god of water in this hell. Soon Gaisai gave 9331 a whack. You're so bloated from drinking water. Don't die on me. In front of the guards, Gaisai dragged 9331 back to his cell. The guards on the second floor thought 9331 had been knocked out by Gaisai and looked at him a little longer. Then Gaisai visited the square again, pulled some grass back, and crafted a bit of bone meal in the compost bin, taking the bone meal to the square. Originally, he planned to gather some wood, but there are too many people here. Gaisai had to change his plan, climbing up a nearby tree to start collecting leaves. Luck was on his side. After knocking down 3 leaves, he found a sapling. Picking up the sapling, Gaisai hurried back to his cell, looking at the second floor, where the guard was listening to music with headphones, continuously swiping on his phone. A great opportunity. Seizing the chance, Gaisai directly planted the sapling in the corridor, quickly maturing it. Hurry up. Faster. The guard is coming over. As the 7th bone meal was sprinkled, the sapling instantly grew tall. Gaisai finished the entire tree at the fastest speed of his life. Yes. Success. At that moment, the guard in the surveillance room exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" Holding the wood, Gaisai began to renovate his little prison nest. First, he dismantled the useless toilet, then placed a trapdoor over the water against the wall, laid down wooden flooring, moved the furnace workbench and box to one side, and finally hung a lantern overhead to complete the setup. Lying on the dirt bed, Gaisai tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Soon he found himself surrounded by a group of long-haired hellhounds. Hey, bro, does anyone need a haircut? The hellhounds fiercely surrounded this square man, who seemed to be provoking them. Before long, Gaisai combined the threads he had collected to form wool and took the iron long sword from the neck of a hellhound. Wait, I feel much better. Not hot at all. Oh, me too. Gaisai simply held the scissors and made a single stroke across them, instantly reducing their long fur to a thin layer while leaving the fur above their neck untouched. Sorry, brothers, it seems we misjudged you. No worries, I might come back again later. With the crafted wool, Gaisai hurried back to his cell, crafted a bed, and dug out the 2 blocks of soil that replaced the bed. Oh, being the boss of this prison isn't so bad. 9331 woke up at this moment, saw Gaisai's luxurious suite, and fainted again in disbelief. I must be dreaming. Lying on the bed, Gaisai opened the trapdoor to retrieve a fishing rod and started fishing. Fishing rod, fishing for fishing rod. Reasonable. Damn pufferfish. Damn it. I've been fishing for ages and haven't caught a single fish. Looking at the 5 pufferfish in his inventory, Gaisai silently placed his remaining belongings into a box. Yo, can the furnace burn, eh? Taking out a roasted pufferfish, Gaisai sniffed it. I'm not eating the good stuff, just grabbing 2 crunchy ones. Minecraft eating sound. Oh wow, it smells so good. Soon Gaisai began to glow with red light, but perhaps due to the roasting, he didn't experience any nausea debuff. I can't take it, I feel so bad. I'd better manually kill myself. Every time I respawn feels great. Is this the benefit of the real world? The fainted 9331 woke up, looking at Gaisai in shock. What have you done? No, how did you even manage that? Guess. Looking at 9527 lying on the bed, 9331 had a bold idea. Hey, 9527, I have a great idea. How about we collaborate? 82 to you and 18 to me. 9331's little mustache perked up and a frenzy of capital appeared in his eyes. In this lava prison on the volcano, water is one of the most crucial resources. This money is simply being earned while lying down. Gaisai admired the worshipful gazes of those around him, while the person opposite him, 9331, began selling the water he had filled from Gaisai's bottle. A bottle of 450 milliliters costs $7. Compared to the outside world, Gaisai was practically a deity. Moreover, this was the West District filled with incompetent little demons who were not aggressive and even formed lines. Gaisai's water business seamlessly integrated into their daily work routine. Who would mind spending $7 to buy a bottle of clean water before entering the mine? Better than drinking the rum, which was just dirty water masked with alcohol, and dying in the mine. Wait a moment, no need to rush today, it's just a trial sale, there will be more tomorrow. The price is guaranteed to remain unchanged. Here, Mr. 9527, this is your money. Gaisai pulled out 100 and returned it to 9331. I should get a share of the bottle's cost too. 9331 happily accepted the money, his goal being purely to smuggle behind the scenes. With Gaisai's cooperation, he effectively bought the water at a 20% discount, and once he transported it to the East District, the price could multiply tenfold. And it was all his own. Though there was a tiny bit of risk, it was well worth it. Gaisai, however, was indifferent. After all, water was infinite for him. Instead of buying water, it would be faster to build a water park and sell tickets. Soon it was curfew time, and everyone returned to their cells. Then 2 guards entered to begin their inspections. After confirming that there were no escaping prisoners around, the 2 guards stopped in front of Gaisai's cell. Bro, what's going on here? I don't know. Isn't he new? Wasn't it the same as the surroundings yesterday? Why did it change today? The 2 guards exchanged glances and decided to report it. Soon a 2-meter tall, white-haired hellhound approached. What's going on? Report, officer. Look, this place was just like the surroundings yesterday, and now it's like this. The 2 guards stepped aside, and the white-haired guard examined Gaisai's luxurious single room, and the sight of Gaisai sleeping on the bed directly opening the door and walking in. Stepping on the smooth wooden steps and feeling the comfortable sensation underfoot, the white-haired hellhound abruptly yanked Gaisai up. Interrupted from his sleep, Gaisai instantly woke up and opened his eyes. A, B, C, D, F, U, G. This must be G. Madam, what can I do for you? What is going on here? Can you elaborate on what is going on? After kicking the floor twice, the white-haired hellhound suddenly sniffed and released Gaisai, moving towards the wheat field. What is this? It's wheat that I planted to make bread. Only now did Gaisai notice the nameplate squeezed to the side labeled Lakana. By instinct, Lakana lifted the hatch and saw a square piece of water below. Is this water? Are you using this water to grow crops and then waiting for the wheat to mature to make bread? Yes. Shaking her head, as if he were a fool, Lakana pointed at the surroundings. You still need to explain how this place transformed into this. It's like this. And then, like this. Gaisai approached the workbench to synthesize 2 billboards and 4 wooden stairs, creating a long sofa. The 3 guards collectively fell silent. What on earth is this? Soon Gaisai produced a small table made of wooden fences and white wool carpet, placing it in the corner of the sofa. Then he laid the excess carpet on the wooden step floor. Lakana stepped on the carpet to try it out. It felt great. Honestly, for a moment she considered throwing Gaisai out and moving her office here. How did he get in here? One guard flipped through the manual, charged with stealing a streetlight, sentenced to 7 days, fined 150000. Stealing a streetlight. You're the first person I've seen to get in for such a crime. Taking Gaisai out of the cell, Lakana put on gloves and personally searched Gaisai's room, but found nothing illegal. She waved her hand, signaling the 2 to let Gaisai go, and then left with the 2 guards. Gaisai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, all the contraband, sword, shield, armor, etc., was in his backpack and inventory. Watching the robust figures walk away, Gaisai scratched his head and lay back down on the bed. Click! With a heavy iron door slamming down and locking shut. All the little demons became excited, starting to stroll the streets. Everywhere the once quiet cell became lively again. However, none of this affected the sleeping Gaisai, and the considerate little demons did not dare to disturb him. In his dreams, Gaisai's soul seemed to float to a pitch-black place, but this time countless white lines appeared, each representing a world where his counterparts once existed. No, am I? Entering the menu. Can I change the save file? Suddenly a prompt appeared in front of Gaisai, asking if he wanted to create a new world. If I create it, I can still come back, right? No matter. Create it. As the familiar loading screen popped up, Gaisai waited quietly for a moment, then successfully entered. New world, 100 days until the college entrance exam. Please ensure you complete the college entrance examination. Failure will reset the world. What a... Looking at the block-style dormitory around him, Gaisai felt completely unwell. 100 days until the college entrance exam. Is this a way to relive the most torturous 100 days of high school life? Get me out of here. I want to exit. Gaisai, what are you going crazy about so early in the morning? The big genius Steve woke up from the upper bunk and looked at Gaisai. It's 100 days until the college entrance exam. Oh, come on, it's just the college entrance exam. If I fail, that's it. Cross-eyed Steve said, lifting his head, then laid back down to continue sleeping. Exactly, in our dormitory, the biggest genius can only pass. Gaisai, aren't you going to sleep a bit more? Glasses. Steve took out his glasses, put them on, and glanced at the time. It's only 8 o'clock. Let's keep sleeping. Well, get up at 10. Gaisai was confused. What do you mean it's only 8 o'clock? And what's this about getting up at 10? Is this still high school? Am I just messing around in college? Since they all said so, I might as well continue sleeping. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, Gaisai finally fell asleep, at which point the menu appeared before him. Oh, so I can only exit the world when I'm asleep. Exit. Back to the previous world. With the loading complete, Gaisai returned to the prison. This place is still comfortable. Getting up and looking out the window, the sun had already risen and the little demons around were busy preparing to go to work in the mine. Gaisai checked the 2 iron pickaxes on him. Fearing one wouldn't be enough, he took an extra. Today, down to the mine. Accompanied by the little demon miner, Gaisai arrived at the Blackstone mine, where 2 rows of lizard-like demons stood guard with long-handled axes beside them. In line, Gaisai received a backpack and a pickaxe, but he had to buy a safety helmet himself. Continuing forward, the 2 tunnels split the demons apart. The left was the surface area, and the right was the deeper area. For Gaisai, of course, it was time to mine in the deeper area. Sitting on the underground cable car, Gaisai soon arrived at a lava canyon where the magma river beside him constantly emitted toxic heat. Demons are truly resilient. If it were a normal person, they would probably be cooked in no time. Waving his hand to fan himself, Gaisai continued to follow a small group of experienced little demons forward. After crossing an iron chain bridge, the little demons began their work. Gaisai observed for a while as these little demons tirelessly chiseled the surrounding black stone. Whenever they spotted a glimmer, they would become excited and slowly extract unknown red gems to place into their backpacks. Brain, I've learned it. Hand, you already knew it. Throwing the broken iron pick that was handed to him into the backpack, Gaisai directly took out an iron pickaxe and began mining in an unoccupied spot. Given the abundance of magma here, Gaisai dared not use the brute force mining method and could only advance slowly, digging around based on instinct. Soon Gaisai disappeared among the black stones. Before long, Gaisai unearthed a gem. Taking it out to examine, he found it was lava crystal containing powerful lava energy. It was rumored that some ring master liked to grind it and sprinkle it into the lava for a bath. Well, It's for bathing, we'll have to try it sometime. Raising his pickaxe, he continued to dig, and before long Gaisai's iron pickaxe went bang, as it struck a piece of incredibly hard brown iron plate. What the heck is this? Reaching out to touch the strange hard plate in front of him, Gaisai discovered it felt remarkably like another thing he had seen. Ancient remains. All this. I don't have a diamond pickaxe. Wait, I think I have diamond. Gaisai took out a fist-sized lava crystal to take a look. Forget it. Let's try it out. Gaisai took out another iron pickaxe and activated his dual pick technique, slaughter aura modification. He began to dig frantically, and soon he unearthed 2 more lava crystals. After consuming 2 pieces, he took out a workbench and attempted to craft, placing the lava crystals on the workbench as if to create a diamond pickaxe. Next is the moment of witnessing a miracle. Synthesis. As the 3 lava crystals merged with a wooden stick, the lava crystal pickaxe appeared. Oh my god, I'm a genius. Holding the new pickaxe, Gaisai ran back to the place where he had discovered the suspected ancient remains to begin his attempts. Watching the particle effects above, Gaisai instantly became excited. As a square pit suddenly appeared in front of him, a small piece of brown object was sucked into his backpack. Nether alloy fragment 1. Nether alloy fragment. Does this pickaxe have a smelting effect? Picking up the lava crystal pickaxe, Gaisai examined it closely. It was inscribed with the words, "Lava energy wraps around the pick's blade." It seemed not only could it directly mine, but it might also have fire enhancements. What a great item. Forget it. Let's keep mining. There are more ancient remains here than just one. He excavated all the black-brown plate-like ores in front of him. Nether alloy fragment 7. Adding the previous one, there were a total of 8 fragments. At this moment, Gaisai suddenly remembered something. If I can synthesize lava crystal into a lava crystal pickaxe in reality, can I also make some obsidian gear? The thought was thrilling. After all, obsidian can resist explosions. Without hesitation, Gaisai went to the side of the magma river, dug a large pit, and then opened up the magma river, allowing the magma to flow into the pit. Estimating that it was about right, Gaisai blocked the magma river with black stones, and then poured a bucket of water into the pit. Sizzle. With a hissing sound, Gaisai did not retract the water, but jumped directly into it, and began digging the obsidian beneath his feet. Before long, Gaisai's backpack was filled with obsidian. During this time, he even tried 2 pieces and nearly chipped a tooth, but 1 piece of obsidian satisfied 3 hunger points and 3 saturation points. Thick gift crab. That little blockhead is so hungry, he started munching on stones. Wait a minute, he really seems to be eating. Gaisai demonstrated by taking a bite of obsidian. What the hell is his teeth made of? Run. He's looking over here. He's looking at us. He's going to eat us. Gaisai, utterly speechless, showed a silly smile to the not-so-smart little demons, but in the eyes of these little demons, Gaisai had become appetizing. Soon the dim deep mine area was left with only Gaisai. Perfect timing, I don't have to pretend anymore. He took out the workbench and threw it on the ground, taking out the obsidian to try it. Oh yeah? Good news. He can freely craft with obsidian. He can create obsidian swords, obsidian axes, and even obsidian blast-resistant shields. Bad news, Gaisai suddenly realized he didn't have much bread left and might have to rely on eating obsidian going forward. He had truly become like Old Man Bay. Damn it, forget it, let's start mining. First, let's gather a few sets of nether alloy fragments. Gaisai began to mine like crazy. For these days, he wore obsidian armor, wielded an obsidian pickaxe, and 8 obsidian blocks. Am I not turning into obsidian? With a water bucket in hand, the only limit for Gaisai now was the amount of what he had on him. Damn it, where is the gold? After digging for who knows how long, the absence of gold left Gaisai a bit baffled. When did gold become so rare? Soon 7 days passed. By now, outsiders had already assumed Gaisai was dead inside, and during this time legends of a demon-eating monster had arisen in the mine. In fact, it was just that the sound of Gaisai munching on obsidian was too loud, scaring them. During this time, Gaisai also discovered fluorite quartz and some ores he couldn't identify, but he also found the hidden effect of his lava crystal pickaxe. Mining coal would cause explosions. Coal blocks would explode upon contact. During his first experiment mining a coal block, he nearly got blown up on the spot. Fortunately, he was wearing obsidian armor that naturally resisted explosions, which also made him develop the habit of carrying a shield. He learned his lesson. Lava crystal pickaxe, coal block, instant explosive ender crystal. Looking at the 2.5 sets of lava crystals and 3 sets of nether alloy fragments in his backpack, Gaisai felt exceptionally pleased, placing the nearly broken lava crystal pickaxe portable furnace back into his backpack. Picking up the obsidian blast-resistant shield and swinging the obsidian pickaxe with his right hand, Gaisai began to dig upwards. He was ready to encounter lava. After all, he was lost. Who knows where he is now? The mine tunnels he had dug were messier than the folds of a brain's cortex. Digging 2 blocks above his head and 2 below his feet, Gaisai climbed up step by step. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to hear footsteps coming from above. Perking up his ears to listen. Haha, I knew I heard something. Gaisai quickened his pace. Soon a smooth block was dug open and white light shone down on Gaisai's face. I'm finally out. Wait, why is this room so small and so white? Feeling a scorching gaze, Gaisai slowly turned around, instinctively searching for the source of the threat. Warden Lacana. You can relax. I won't disturb you, will be on my way. Turning around, Gaisai began to dig down frantically, but an unyielding iron hand had gripped the nape of his neck. Then another hand tightened around Gaisai's head. Crushed skull. No problem, I'm wearing obsidian armor. If you can crush me, that would be a divine joke. Stop squeezing, you can't kill me like this. Gaisai being lifted spread his hands while Lakana noticed that Gaisai's peculiar helmet remained untouched. Thus she hugged Gaisai and started pulling at his helmet. It's in my equipment slot. If you can pull it off without my consent, you'll eat your warm little turd. After a brief stalemate, Gaisai was tossed aside with a smile. Hey, are you shocked? Soon after Lakana emerged from the restroom. You're not dead. Huh, dead. I'm alive and well. They all said you died in the mine. How is that possible? It was just the mines. I've seen more caves in my life than you've seen people. What about those missing little imps? Did you really eat them? Nonsense. I was just gnawing on rocks. Saying this, Gaisai picked up a piece of obsidian and started eating. The two exchanged banter as they arrived at a training ground where Lakana put on her tiger claws and stretched her body. The surrounding demons immediately scattered, gathering around to watch the commotion. Who is that? He looks familiar. What did he do to provoke the warden? Fight. 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 Let's place a bet. In 3 moves his head will be twisted off by the warden. I'm in. Looking at Lakana, whose muscles were taut and hair billowing with heat after warming up, Gaisai glanced at his obsidian explosion-proof shield, then equipped his right hand with another obsidian shield. Raising both shields, Gaisai revealed a confident smile. I refuse to believe you can kill me. Wait until you get tired, hee. Actually, Gaisai wanted to test if he could tame a hellhound with bones. He had a bunch of bone fragments in his backpack. With a few chops from his axe, he could break them down into bones. Watching Gaisai's mysterious confidence, Lakana suddenly sprang to action, her six-pack abs tensed as she lunged towards Gaisai with her right fist, the black golden tiger claw glinting with golden light in his eyes. Roar! Gaisai's left shield moved to block the attack. Lakana hesitated for a moment, but her actions did not stop as her left uppercut struck Gaisai's right shield. What's going on? Why does it feel like my fist is absorbing strength as it hits his shield? Throwing punch after punch, the powerful fists ineffectively landed on the shield as Lakana spun around to kick Gaisai with her right foot. Roar! The shield moved and Gaisai stepped back. Lakana jumped off the shield. How is this possible? Gaisai peeked out from between the shields. Huh? Are you dumbfounded? As long as it's not an area or penetrating damage, I can block anything. Come, try to kill me. Lakana's mind raced as she charged up her right fist and swung it towards Gaisai's face. I'll block. Unlike the collision Gaisai imagined, for claws appeared before him. Looking up, he saw Lakana transform her fist into claws, grabbing Gaisai's shield and flipping behind him. Not good. Immediately, Gaisai was lifted and slammed down onto the ground. Oh! Sound of injury upon hitting the floor. A red light flashed on Gaisai's body. Damn, the shield can't withstand being dropped. Feeling something was off, Gaisai rolled over, raising his shield to block Lakana's knee strike from above, but then Lakana leaped off the shield, revealing familiar 4 fingers before Gaisai once more. Grabbing the shield, Lakana took Gaisai flying up, spinning, and then slammed him back to the ground. Injured again and flashing red, Gaisai took out the long-preserved bread and ate it, then sheathed his right-hand shield and replaced it with the iron long sword he had crafted earlier. I really underestimated you. As the sword and shield clashed, a few sparks flew, and Gaisai raised his shield, charging towards Lakana. Though his aim was consistently off, Gaisai still managed to force Lakana back step by step. Every punch she threw was blocked by the shield, and whenever Lakana prepared to grab, Gaisai would land a precise strike with his sword on her hand. Seeing Gaisai still smiling, Lakana felt a bit confused as she was unable to grab him and didn't know how to deal with Gaisai. Observing Lakana, who had transitioned from active attack to passive defense, Gaisai shook his head. What I want is an exhilarating battle. Taking a few steps back, he deployed a workbench and crafted another iron long sword. Stowing away his shield, Gaisai held 2 iron long swords, spun around, and raised a hand towards Lakana. Let's have a speed contest. Taking a deep breath, Lakana adjusted her breathing and charged forward, clashing with Gaisai. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of tiger claws and iron long swords colliding began to accelerate, and the silhouettes of swords and winds from their punches completely merged. The watching prisoners and guards were wide-eyed as the sharp aura gently sliced through the skin of the surrounding demons. Refer to the Silver Chariot versus Platinum Star for comparison. Ultimately, Lakana was defeated by the blocky figure, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily and exhausted. Taking advantage of the moment, Gaisai took out the obsidian and began to gnaw on it, casually grabbing a nearby 20 kilograms dumbbell plate to satisfy his craving. Oh Satan! He's really something. After restoring his health, Gaisai approached the workbench, pulling out bone fragments and his obsidian axe. Bang! Bone 9. Holding the bones, Gaisai walked over to Lakana and fed them to her. There was no collar or black smoke. It seems I can only feed her, not train her. Chewing on the bones, Lakana sat up. What is this? It's bone. What kind of bone is this? Looking at Lakana, who was munching on a piece of bone, Gaisai handed her the remaining 4 bones. These are the bones I processed myself. Taking the last one, he began to gnaw on it. The taste is quite decent. It's crunchy, and a bit of salt and pepper would make it even better. Such a magical thing. Feeling his strength rapidly recovering, Lakana glanced at the mosaic-like bone. Then holding on to Gaisai, she walked aside. Oh. Upon witnessing this scene, the group of demons erupted into loud howls. What's going on? Why are you howling? Soon Gaisai found himself thrown onto a bed. Instinctively covering his body, he looked at Lakana in confusion. What are you going to do? What do you think, man? Heaven, grant me a candle of the end of the earth. This night marked the darkest day in Gaisai's life. Upon realizing there were no cows available for use, Na seemed to awaken some peculiar penchant. Life needs an audience and my audience is me. No, I don't want to watch. Na sat on a chair, one leg dangling off the side, the other resting on the chair, gazing at Gaisai with fiery eyes. Look at me. Having watched an entire evening of the mining performance, Gaisai had successfully passed away. I have escaped from the sea of suffering. Turning back is the vast path. Damn, when I get a cow, you're the first one I will deal with. What are you saying? I'm not wearing a single piece of clothing. XX woo. I have been insulted. Crouched in the corner, hugging his knees, Gaisai wept silently. The next morning, after washing up, Na looked at the disheveled Gaisai and took him to wash up together. Bang! Gaisai was thrown into the cell, the iron door tightly shut. Na looked at Gaisai and smiled. Your time is up, pay the required amount, and you can leave. After saying this, Na deliberately swayed her waist and flicked her tail as she left. Watching her retreating figure, Gaisai gradually perked up. Damn, this hellhound is a real dog. Hawk. Shaking his head to cast off the heavy shadows in his mind, Gaisai took out bones and an axe to start processing, and soon he created bone powder that he would never use up in his lifetime. With the bone powder in hand, Gaisai began to mass process wheat to make bread in the wheat field. Hey sir, are you still selling water? Gaisai instinctively turned to look at the other side, only to find the cell of 9331 was empty. Where is 9331? He was caught and eaten by those heavy criminals from the East District. The best outcome is to die directly. Not that good. I heard he was caught and eaten by those demons over a money issue. Listening to the little demons exchanging words, Gaisai could tell that 9331 was done for. After burning some stones in the furnace to make bricks, Gaisai picked up a bucket of water and walked out of the cell to set up a few infinite water fountains. He also casually took away 9331's little treasure chest, which seemed quite substantial at a glance. Here, you all can use the water here for now. I need to get some wood. Gaisai took the bone powder outside to the plaza and began to urge the trees to be cut down. Soon a large crowd gathered to watch, but when the other demons recognized who he was, they looked at him with a mix of envy and jealousy. This was the only male pet of the prison warden. As he worked, Gaisai found himself sweating profusely. Why is it so hot today? After eating 2 pieces of bread, Gaisai took out a bucket of water and, under the astonished gaze of a bunch of bumpkins, built himself a swimming pool. Splashed. With a leap from the platform, Gaisai jumped into the water, feeling as if he had transcended. Refreshing. Such a wasteful act of using water attracted a lot of attention from the prison guards. Soon Na came over. You built a swimming pool here. Yes, what's wrong? Such a waste of water, don't you feel bad? Waste. Water. Gaisai chuckled a couple of times and suddenly leaped from the water, landing at the edge of the pool, then demolished the entire pool wall. The cubic water floated in place, spreading out, yet the height of the water remained unchanged. Have you heard of infinite water? With a bucket of water in each hand, Gaisai stood before the little demons and other native demons, quickly constructing a 100-meter water tower using quartz, stone, bricks, lanterns, and fences. Following that, a water park was born, adding a touch of blue to this scorching red land. Come on, who wants to come in and play? Me. The demons erupted in excitement. Haha, come on together. Holding a swimming ring made of wool and wood, Gaisai joyfully sat on the slide and rolled down. At this moment, a merchant in the southern black market silently observed a large group of West District criminals trying on various swimsuits for adult use and fell into deep thought. What's going on? Is the West District exploding with heat? Soon Gaisai found himself lost among a crowd of beautiful women. At that moment, a massive figure awoke from the lava crystal bed, yawning with both heads in succession. Another boring day. Marshal, are there any newcomers in the arena? A small blue dragon with 2 short wings flew over. Sorry, Warden, there are still just a few contestants. Please raise your hand. The warden Fayer Mo raised his hand, and Marshall helped him get dressed. Entering the bathroom, he picked up 2 oversized toothbrushes, squeezed toothpaste on them, and began brushing with one in each hand. While brushing, Fayer Mo's left head saw a thin column of water reflected in the mirror from the window. Spitting out the toothpaste, Fayer Mo went to the window and looked out at the vast blue of the West District Plaza. Marshall, what is that? Please wait a moment, Warden, your breakfast is ready. The small blue dragon flew slowly over, looking out the window. Wow, that seems to be water. Fayer Mo covered his left head. I know that's water, but when did the West District have so much water? I'm sorry. Warden Na didn't tell me about this, I also don't know. Sighing, Fayer Mo sat down at the table. Let's eat first. Okay, please wait. Soon a large bowl of oatmeal was pushed over. Seeing it, Fayer Mo's eyelids twitched. Is there nothing else? You said you wanted to lose weight. Uck. The 2 heads exchanged a disdainful glance, but still reached for the oatmeal and began to drink it together. I'm done, you clean up. I'm going to lie down in the West District. Do you need me to inform Na? No need. Jumping off the balcony, Fayer Mo spread his wings and quickly flew towards the West District. What does it feel like to be surrounded by beautiful women yet feel powerless? Na, wearing a bikini, said beside Gaisai. Whoa, is this never-ending? Can't we change the topic? Gaisai turned and tried to sneak attack Na, but as he got close, he was caught in a crosslock by Na and was left bubbling in the water. Stop. I'm suffocating. Let me catch my breath. Ha, where's your previous skill? Suddenly a shadow rose and Fei Mo silently descended behind Lakana, his enormous shadow enveloping her and Gaisai. Instinctively releasing his grip, Gaisai lifted his head from the water and then saw the imposing warden. Lakana, what happened here? With this physique, this aura, and these two dragon heads, Gaisai believed the person before him was the legendary warden. The two-headed dragon man, Fei Mo. There's nothing much, I just made a water park. The two dragon heads looked down at Gaisai, their red eyes glancing at him before Fei Mo reached out and poked Gaisai's square head. You really have an eye-catching appearance, Did you get caught in an elevator? Or were you born into a mold? Gaisai, wow, what the hell is a mold? Do you think I'm a square watermelon? I was born this way. Born this way. Hell is truly full of wonders. Saying this, Fei Mo looked at Lakana. Lakana, you don't look like a warden at all right now. Has the administrator of the West District changed? Mr. Fei Mo de Gaisai is indeed stronger than me in combat. Oh, I see. Fei Mo reached out with his tangible hand and grabbed Gaisai. If you defeat Lakana, you will be qualified to transform the West District, but where did you get all this water? I made it myself, I guarantee. I didn't use a penny from the prison. Lakana nodded in agreement beside him. Fei Mo glanced at the water park and, like squeezing a small rubber duck, brought Gaisai into the water. Sitting in the deep water area, Fei Mo leaned back against the stone wall and released Gaisai. This feels quite nice. As long as you're happy. Gaisai floated up and built an island in the water. Can this water be swapped for magma? Yes. An offhand question received a very good response. Fei Mo stood up immediately. Did you just say? Yes. That's right. A big hand grabbed Gaisai again, letting him experience the sensation of flying. Soon Gaisai was thrown into a spacious black room. This was originally my old bathroom, but it has fallen into disrepair due to lack of maintenance. You go fix it. Off. Gaisai supported himself against the wall and touched a huge metal ring. With a turn, a stream of magma flowed from the adjacent pipeline. Seeing the sparks flying from the magma flowing towards him, Gaisai quickly took out an empty bucket and filled it with magma. Beside him, Fei Mo saw this scene and remarked, "It seems you do have some skill." Marshal. Fei Mo snapped his fingers and a blue fat dragon flew over carrying a chest of gold coins. Its small wings had endured too much and weakly landed, causing Marshal to topple onto the ground with the box. A pile of gold coins spilled out and Fei Mo lifted Marshal with his tail. Marshal, you need to lose some weight too. I think you're right, warden. Grabbing Marshal, Fei Mo walked outside, disdainfully stepping over the coins. This money is your motivation. If you can't fix it. Fei Mo kicked away a blocking coin, instantly incinerating the coin midair. This will be your fate. Watching Fei Mo turn to leave, Gaisai asked, "Can I remodel this place?" Sure. Simple. Pulling out a furnace, Gaisai tossed all the gold coins into it. Although the blast furnace burns faster, Gaisai couldn't bear to waste those 5 iron ingots. The iron on him was obtained from dismantling street lamps. He couldn't waste it. Taking a glance at the furnace, Gaisai picked up an obsidian pickaxe and started working. First, he agreed, and secondly, I'm a bit lazy, so I'm just going to take everything out for you. In no time, the room became square. Gaisai prepared the water bucket, making his own arrangements amidst the fire being burnt by the magma, and began to lay the magma. After finishing one bucket, he moved to the adjacent pipeline to collect another bucket. Before long, a magma bath was completed. 2 rows of magma flowed down the left and right sides, and 2 rows were also lined on the middle wall, forming chairs at the bottom for Fei Mo to enjoy a bath in the magma. For streams of magma illuminated the room with the help of iron railings, while lanterns were placed in the darker areas. A layer of obsidian slabs was laid in the middle, crafted by Gaisai himself. The floors on both sides were replaced with dirt, which would turn into grass blocks. Gaisai took out bone meal to hasten the growth and decorated the surroundings with some flowers. Then he planted some trees and brushed some wood. After finishing, he used wood and leaves cut with scissors to create greenery far from the magma, completing it. At this moment, Gaisai looked at the furnace, which was burning very quickly, so he quickly made a treasure chest to place below the furnace, and a large pile of gold nuggets surged forth. What the hell? How many groups is this? No wonder the smelting is so fast, it's about to explode. All the gold nuggets were synthesized into gold ingots. 520 gold ingots. What the heck? So many. Looking at the gold ingots and then at the nether alloy shards, Gaisai smirked. Come on, this is my last iron ingot. Synthesizing an iron anvil, the sound of hammering echoed in Fei Mo's bathroom. Soon Gaisai, now clad in a full set of nether alloy obsidian armor, let out an invincible laugh. 30 armor points, 22 armor toughness. Fire damage reduced by 20, explosion damage reduced by 80. Moreover, there will be no durability loss from fire and explosion. Who can defeat me? Not long after, Gaisai pulled out the nether alloy lava crystal great sword. 20 points of extremely high damage. It comes with fire enchantment, and striking coal will also cause explosions. As for the swinging speed, it's negligible. After all, in free combat, he swings as fast as he wants, and the attack speed matches. Oh yeah, there's a beauty in these stats. Feeling capable, Gaisai stepped outside to find Fei Mo. Warden, the bathroom you wanted is finished. Soon Fei Mo came to the bathroom, took a glance, and immediately took off his clothes to enter the magma bath. You did well. What do you want? I don't seem to want anything right now. I just want a cow. Can I leave now? 9527, you can leave now. Gaisai walked outside, but just as he stepped out the door, a large red magical hand grabbed him and pulled him back in front of Fei Armada. Oh no, this group of demons can use magic. Gaisai's invincible thoughts vanished in an instant. What do you want now, eh? I heard that you defeated Lakana. Yes. That's great, go to the duel arena, and as a newcomer kill all those champions. I'm tired of their clownish antics. I just want to see fierce battles. Not one side crushing the other. And certainly not a bunch of colluding actors. Even two little kids fighting would be more interesting than those useless fools. Fei Armada waved his hand, and a golden great sword appeared landing in front of Gaisai. Some of them are noble demons. This weapon has been blessed, you can use it to utterly kill them. Looking at the sword in confusion, Gaisai was sent flying directly by a wave of Fei Armada's hand. Then with a duong, he crashed into something soft and fell. Looking up, it was Marshall's big belly. Warden, don't forget your task. Those useless fools are up to you. Marshall helped Gaisai up and then grabbed Fei Armada's towel, scampering off to the bathroom. Returning to the prison cell in the West District, Gaisai discussed the matter with Lakana. There are 5 champions in total, one of whom performed quite poorly and has already been dealt with by the warden. The other 4 include one from the Greed Ring named Frankus, who enjoys using acidic liquid to corrode his opponents. Lakana took out a photograph and placed it in front of Gaisai, revealing a grotesque, deep green lanternfish spirit. I heard she is a woman. Are you interested? Lakana, you've changed. You used to be quite serious. What do you want to do now, eh? Huh, I want you to fuck me, but... Oh. Lakana unbuttoned her shirt, waving her hand to fan herself. BYD, are you fooling around in a brothel? Stop. Next. Lakana pulled out the next photograph and placed it before Gaisai, teasing him with her tail. Anger surged within him and malice brewed in his heart. Gaisai felt like jumping up and smashing Lakana with an anvil. Makaka from the Jealousy Ring excels in illusion magic and particularly enjoys manipulating the minds of others. In the photo, a demon resembling a speckled eel reached out, pulling a terrified little demon into a forced smile. Illusions? What the hell? I've never experienced that. Wait, if I summon a strong brother, what will happen? A bit tricky next. Banter, he is different from the previous demons. He is a little demon who escaped after being experimented on by a sinner demon. Glancing at the photograph, Gaisai froze. This was truly alarming news from the bodybuilding circle. Looking at the wounds on his shoulders where muscles had burst, oozing green pus, Gaisai felt nauseated. This guy, if he puts in some effort, isn't he just going to pop his head like a pimple? Ha ha ha. Hearing Gaisai's words, Lakana laughed uncontrollably, her assets swaying in front of him. The last one, ha ha ha. Lakana, unable to stop laughing, placed the final photograph in front of Gaisai. At first sight of the photo, Gaisai felt a rush of pressure. The picture showed a black crow-like demon clad in a cloak, its wings spread wide, emanating a swirling dark magical aura. Slatic Gaisha, a deposed noble demon. When he was imprisoned, there were 3 riots in the prison, each instigated by attempts on his life. However, the fate of those rioters was to become the warden's dinner, which led to the warden gaining some weight. He can use magic. How do we handle that? Lakana pondered. It seems he is bound by magic. Most of the time, he can only shoot feathers as weapons. According to his data, he is skilled in shadow magic, but for some reason he cannot use it. Lakana flipped over to a cabinet, bent down, and rummaged through it. Soon she pulled out a USB drive and plugged it into a nearby computer to play a video. This is footage from his previous battles. Gaisai watched seriously, but every time Slatic appeared, he would transform into a cloud of shadow and disappear, then suddenly reappear from the side, piercing his opponent's head with 3 feathers cloaked in dark energy, ending the battle. Yet Gaisai felt something was off. It seemed like something was not right, but none of that diminished Slatic's danger. Taking out the blessed weapon given by the warden, Gaisai felt a headache coming on. A gun would be better than a broken sword. Wait. Gun. Lakana, can I use a gun in the duel? Of course not. Hope dashed. I can just give him a super explosion. Wouldn't that finish Slatic off? Moreover, my obsidian head technique wouldn't be a disadvantage either. Have you figured out a way, oi? Lakana kicked Gaisai, who was excited, beside her while sitting on the table. Yes. When do we start? Lakana checked the time. The champion battle starts in 2 to 3 hours, but I suggest you go now. You need to achieve 3 consecutive wins to qualify for the matches. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. As she stretched her foot, Lakana pinched Gaisai with her toes, pulling him back. Do you know where the Colosseum is? No. Huh. Shaking her head, Lakana grabbed Gaisai and leaped out the window. Can't you just walk through the door like normal people? Let's talk. Grabbing Gaisai, she leaped up the wall to the opposite rooftop, and stepping on the lookout tower, Lakana led Gaisai to the Colosseum. Go sign up, we'll be waiting to see your performance. Alright, but let me walk by myself next time or I can keep up. My head is spinning. After munching on 2 loaves of bread to regain some energy, Gaisai entered the registration area and waited to be called. An hour later. 9527, please come to the arena immediately. Coming. Finally, it's my turn. Gaisai, who had played house with a group of kids, directly flipped the table and ran over, leaving a group of stunned little demon children behind. The game of house is over. Fully armed and wielding a large sword, he arrived at the entrance. As the host introduced him, the iron gate rose and Gaisai stepped out, locking eyes with his opponent. What the hell is this? Why is it a bull, eh? Congratulations to our contestant 9527, who has drawn a raging bull. At this moment his opponent is already eager. 666. This show effect is truly amazing. Looking at the excited audience, Gaisai realized that this coliseum was an open profit-making venue. With a tilt of her head, Lakana seemed to be saying something to him. Through their tacit communication, Gaisai managed to read her lips. What the hell? What do you mean if I lose I'll be ridden by a bull? Looking at the six-horned hell bull as it struggled and twisted, Gaisai also caught a glimpse of the indescribable. Damn it, am I going to end up as Peter? As the host waved his hand, the chains on the bull's body were released, and the Randy bull charged at Gaisai. Without delay, Gaisai quickly placed 2 obsidian stones at his feet. With a thud, the bull knocked itself dizzy. Gaisai jumped down first, slashing the bull to end its suffering, admiring the blood-soaked ballet for a moment, the eunuch bull version, and then he jumped down to finish the match. The whole arena fell silent. Many people shrank back in fear. Oh ho ho, 3 hides, 3 roasted bulls. Our meals just got better. Chewing on a steak, Gaisai returned to the stands, only for the announcer to call his name again moments later. So soon this time. Moments later, Gaisai stepped back onto the arena platform. His opponent this time was a goat-head demon clad in iron armor, apparently hailing from the Ring of Sloth. As the match began, Gaisai hefted his greatsword and charged forward with full force, slamming it heat into his opponent's shield, the goat-head demon brimming with arrogant confidence. Predictably, the demon was hurled backward like a ragdoll, his shield shattering into 3 jagged fragments. Gaisai glanced briefly at the fallen foe, then turned and strode toward the open iron gate. A blood-curdling shriek erupted behind him. Gaisai whirled around instantly. What in blazes just happened? SSSHH. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. One of the largest shield fragments had landed, precisely between the demon's legs. At that spot, and given the volume of blood, it was beyond catastrophic. Dude, are you seriously blessed, or cursed, by miracles? Gaisai felt a chill run down his spine. Without another word, he hurried off the platform. After a brief respite, his third bout commenced. He re-entered the arena to face a gothic succubus clad in black triangular attire. He glanced first at the host, then at the crowd. Did you deliberately assign me a female opponent? At the host's signal, the succubus darted swiftly toward the left edge of the arena. Confused at first, Gaisai quickly understood she was seizing positional advantage, forcing him to attack from only one angle. With her longer reach, she could wear him down relentlessly through Hitandran tactics. So she's not coming closer. As if sensing his thought, the succubus smiled faintly, and with a flick of her wrist, 6 throwing daggers sprang forth. Whoa shit. Tink tink tink. He raised his greatsword, blocking every blade. Yet with a whip-like motion of her thorn chain blade, she magnetically drew the daggers upward, then deftly caught them all midair. Impressive, truly a master of her craft. When she hurled the chain blade again, Gaisai seized the moment. He brought his sword down hard, pinning the weapon deep into the arena floor. Hey, now it's my turn. Planting his boot firmly atop the chain, he wrenched his greatsword upward, spinning the chain and dragging the succubus straight toward him. Contrary to expectation, she didn't panic. She released the chain entirely and drew a dagger, lunging at Gaisai with lethal precision. Disaster. His greatsword was useless at close range. The succubus leapt forward along the taut chain, while Gaisai's greatsword remained entangled, severely limiting his movement. Without hesitation, he let go, rolling sideways to evade the strike. As the dagger flashed green in the light, memory surged the roasted pufferfish he'd once devoured. Her first thrust missed. She reversed her grip and the two circled warily, neither now holding their primary weapon. Then she began to employ seduction, drawing nearer step by slow step, until finally she dropped the dagger altogether and approached him openly unguarded. Swoosh. Snap. Gaisai shot out his hand, seizing the succubus's tail just as it swept toward his face. Barbed spines coiled along its length, exuding a sharp, toxic fragrance. Surprised. I've been watching you very closely. After all, you're exactly the kind of woman who might hide poison anywhere. Just as Gaisai cocked his head back for a decisive headbutt, the succubus leaned in and kissed him full on the lips. Within seconds, a venomous debuff bloomed across his system. You're absolutely right. Though my lipstick is laced with toxin too. She retreated gracefully. Though puzzled by Gaisai's flickering aura, she knew, well, once poisoned by her venom, her prey would soon collapse, limbs slack awaiting her performance. Eat this. Crow takes flight. What a? She turned, just in time to see Gaisai's obsidian-alts black steel boot filling her vision. She was sent flying across the arena. Damn it. A 3-minute toxin. You're even deadlier than pufferfish. Croak. Thus ends the fate of every lustful fool. And, worse, I forgot the milk. No choice but to go Alan. Drawing 2 iron longswords, Gaisai activated his ultimate technique, the slaughter aura. Alas, the succubus's thigh-high stocking glinted silver as she lifted her leg, deflecting his blow. Using the impact as leverage, she vaulted backward, off the arena entirely. Gaisai won by default. When she rose, Gaisai saw clearly the silver gleam was not metal, but overlapping scales of silvery fish scale armor. No wonder she wore those high boots. What's your name, man? Gaisai? Wow, seriously impressive. I'm genuinely awestruck. You're the most cunning woman I've ever met. Flattery accepted. In this place, survival is the only law. With a playful wink, she turned and walked away. The host declared Gaisai victorious. Backstage, Larcano approached. Brilliant. I never imagined you'd get past the thorn rose. This has to be rigged. I'm only on my third match, and already facing her. Truthfully, your luck is extraordinarily rare. What does that mean? Larkana dropped the pretense, revealing bluntly that all three of Josiah's opponents had been top-tier champions. Unbelievable. So miracles truly sing for you. That bowl was meant solely to humiliate novices and amuse the crowd. No one expected you to defeat it. Larkana shook her head, sighing with regret. I'd have loved to witness you getting trampled by that beast. Yeah, maybe next lifetime. That succubus, I know her. But what about the goat-head one? How could he be so weak? He was formidable, yet his sloth magic never even manifested before you launched him skyward. He's likely undergoing surgery as we speak. Alright, what's next? Shortly, triple winners like you will be summoned back to the arena. The host will ask whether you wish to continue your winning streak, or challenge the reigning champion. Just say, I challenge the champion. Remember, one must leave no one standing. Right, no one standing. First bring me several buckets of milk. Larkana smiled faintly, and raised her hand, shaking it playfully. Care to sample some? Omega. Watching Josiah convulse, Larkana cheerfully set off to fetch the milk. I figured it out. You're definitely a white and black type. When Larkana returned, Josiah filled 3 buckets. It would suffice for now. Soon enough, Josiah stood once more upon the arena platform. As expected, yet when he declared his challenge to the champion, the surrounding demons gazed upon him with quiet, pitying sorrow. He challenges the champion. Friends, the main event begins now. Champions, prepare yourselves. As the black curtain behind the arena fell, the platform emptied, leaving Josiah alone beneath the lights. Then 4 beams of searing light pierced the gloom, projecting the towering silhouettes of the 4 reigning champions onto the curtain. Which one will you challenge? All of them, from left to right. What, eh? No more talk. Hurry up, I'm furious right now. In silence, a colossal figure dropped from above, Frankus. His immense bloated frame unfurled with a wet, heavy sigh, his milky white eyes locking onto Josiah. It's been far too long since a demon dared challenge me so boldly. I can hardly wait to swallow you whole. Thick green saliva dripped from his maw, sizzling as it ate craters into the stone floor. Big sister, him over here. Josiah looked at Frankus, who was gazing towards the host, feeling speechless. Hearing Josiah's voice, Frankus turned around, saying, So you are here? I thought you could fly. Spitting out a mouthful of acid, Frankus readied for battle, and the host announced the start of the fight. In an instant, a mass of acidic liquid shot towards Josiah. Quickly taking out obsidian, Josiah stacked 3 blocks upwards to evade the acidic attack. He glanced at the spot where the obsidian met the acid beneath his feet. There were no signs of corrosion. It seemed Frankus acid could not corrode obsidian. Don't blame me then. Taking out obsidian to recycle it, Josiah dragged his great sword in his right hand and prepared a block of obsidian in his left. Seeing Frankus ready to spray acid, he threw an obsidian block towards her direction to interrupt. Running and jumping, Josiah quickly placed blocks under his feet and soon arrived in front of Frankus. With a leap, he raised his great sword and swung it down at her. Frankus dodged to the left, raising her right arm to strike at Josiah with a claw. Although Josiah blocked with his great sword, he was still knocked back. This guy has quite a bit of strength. Before he could stabilize himself, Frankus leapt at him, unleashing a mouthful of acid and slashing down with her claws from above. Josiah quickly built an obsidian box around himself at lightning speed, using the hand speed he had cultivated over many years of single life. No good, the great sword can't hit anyone. Once or twice Josiah might have thought it was his problem, but now he was certain it was the great sword's fault. Now he had 2 thoughts in his mind. One was to change his strategy, abandoning the great sword to switch to a shield and a long sword. The other was to push through the damage and go for another great sword. Believing himself to be a tough guy, Josiah unhesitatingly chose the second option. With a series of clinks, a new underworld alloy lava crystal great sword was forged. As the crack behind the obsidian box expanded, Josiah put away his 2 pickaxes and switched to wielding 2 great swords, looking at Frankus. This time he was ready to tank the damage and take her down. Frankus quickly located Josiah's position, and 2 blasts of acid erupted upon him. Oh. With a sensual sound of being hit, Josiah slashed at Frankus, and then followed closely behind her, bringing down both great swords directly onto her head. With one strike, he left Frankus battered and bleeding, revealing white bone on the left side of her forehead, and even knocked off the lantern atop her head. Putting away his great sword, Josiah took out a steak to eat, restoring his health. Ah, my face. Your face is fine, but it's just your head that's a bit bald. They'll help you shave it later. After finishing the steak, Josiah saw Frankus charging at him and rolled to the left. However, at that moment his foot slipped in the previous acid pit. Josiah's forehead hit the ground as he awkwardly rolled aside. Suddenly he froze in place, as if the impact had jolted his mind awake. How did I not think of this? Damn it, it's all Raka's fault. Turning his head, Josiah looked at Frankus with a mischievous glint in his eyes, a sense of crisis crawling up Frankus' spine. Come on, hit me. Frankus tentatively sprayed a mouthful of acid. At this moment, Josiah no longer dodged, directly pulling out a bucket of water to pour it out, intercepting the acid. Stomach acid bucket 1. As expected, it works. Pouring out the acid, Gaisai charged at Frankus with the empty bucket. Come on, smile. Although the surrounding acid was spreading, Gaisai remained unscathed, pouring the stomach acid bucket over Frankus' head. Listening to her painful screams, Gaisai swiftly drew out his twin great swords and struck her. As Frankus retaliated, Gaisai immediately withdrew the great sword back into his inventory empty-handedly, holding obsidian to dodge, and if he couldn't dodge, he would block with the obsidian. Gradually, Frankus ran out of stomach acid. Losing her acidic projectiles, her attacks became insignificant to Gaisai. Moreover, Frankus, tormented by the wound on her head, had lost her sanity and was no longer thinking of using her claws. Without her claws, Gaisai felt completely fearless. He pulled out a great sword, gripped it with both hands, and began his full-on assault. Before long, Frankus was disemboweled, dying on the arena. Returning backstage without much rest, Gaisai was called again, perhaps due to his earlier performance having captivated the audience. The atmosphere on site began to heat up. Next, the third arena master appeared, the illusionist Makaka. Looking at Makaka, who was spinning a black-blue disemboweling knife, Gaisai felt an increasing pressure. After all, this was the first time he encountered an illusionist. Soon the match began. Gaisai switched out the great sword and took out a shield and an iron longsword, starting to circle around Makaka. Kid, you've become the new arena master. How about you admit defeat now, so we can work together later? How about you admit defeat instead? Admit defeat? Huh. Perhaps I've played the role for too long, making you candies dare to resist your master. Makaka looked at Gaisai, his black attire tightening, the fins on his back shimmering with a pink-purple glow. Under the magic mirror, two eyes spun around in circles of purple patterns starting from their pupils. Seeing Makaka remove the magic mirror, Gaisai hurriedly turned his head to avoid eye contact. Don't hide. I am the devil from which you cannot escape. Makaka charged at Gaisai, the sharp disemboweling knife cutting against Gaisai's shield, creating sparks. Pushing Makaka back with the shield, Gaisai looked at Makaka's lower body and raised his long sword to stab. The sword pierced through Makaka's chest as if it had entered cotton candy. Oh no! A flash of blue light appeared behind Gaisai as Makaka wrapped his left arm around him and his right hand with the blue disemboweling knife sliced across Gaisai's eyes. Since you don't want to see, then I'll take these eyes. Releasing Gaisai, Makaka performed a backflip, and at that moment Gaisai, with his back turned, clutched his eyes in pain and screamed. Just scream like that. Illusions don't necessarily need to deceive your eyes. With a wave of magic, Makaka's figure split into three, approaching Gaisai, who was wildly swinging his sword with his head down from three directions. When he got within a meter of Gaisai, he suddenly sprang to his feet, his shield and longsword disappearing, and two great swords appeared, enveloping the three Makakas like scissors. Are you stupid? Oh, damn it. Makaka roared, all his clones destroyed, while his left waist and right arm were also struck by Gaisai. His left waist exposed his intestines, and his right arm was severed 3 centimeters below the elbow. Red blood gushed out, and it wouldn't be long before Makaka would bleed out and die. Turning around, Makaka quickly ran toward the edge of the arena. As long as he left the arena, he could surrender to save his life. Seeing this, Gaisai immediately chased after him, but at that moment Makaka suddenly turned and threw a smoke bomb. Gaisai instantly lost sight of Makaka. The next second, a bloody hand grabbed him from behind, and with a gentle tug, Gaisai met Makaka's gaze. Your body is now mine. Makaka instantly possessed Gaisai. Are you ready to feel the fear within you? Makaka appeared before Gaisai unharmed, but at that moment Gaisai was bound in place by several iron chains, unable to move on the cross. Ready? It's not even started yet. Gaisai's calm demeanor puzzled Makaka. Did you expect me to be possessed by you? No, I just don't think there's anything to fear. Very good. Ha ha ha. Then let's see. A finger imbued with magic poked Gaisai's temple, and soon a large iron puppet appeared in the vast space before Gaisai. Am I supposed to be afraid of an iron puppet? At that moment the iron puppet turned around. What the hell? No, Taiga has something to say. Don't come closer. Gaisai struggled wildly on the cross. TMD, Makaka, your eyes are worse than maggots. Soon a large square hand pressed on Gaisai's shoulder, and as he stiffly raised his head, he met the emotionless gaze of the iron puppet. Brother, I have a request. Son. Before Gaisai could finish, the iron puppet circled around behind him, gently tugging at the cross, lifting Gaisai along with it. Gently placing Gaisai down, he looked at the creeper with a clearer understanding. But just then the iron puppet suddenly turned and walked aside, leaving Gaisai in a daze. Good opportunity. Huh. My life is in my hands, not in the heavens. With all his might, Gaisai attempted to break free from the chains, but at that moment the iron puppet began a mysterious ritual. Extending its arms, the iron puppet started an indescribable dance, and Gaisai felt a chill run down his back, as if something significant was about to happen. He. Gaisai lowered his head with all his strength, opened his mouth, and desperately stretched out his tongue, trying to bite through the chains. After several attempts, his tongue was still just a bit too short. Finally, with a fierce backward lean and a bend, Gaisai's tongue finally reached the chain, and with a crack, he bit through one of the chains. Following that, after a few more attempts, Gaisai felt a slight gap in the chains binding his body. He gathered his strength once more, and with a loud bang, Gaisai stood up, laughing like a donkey freed from its reins, but soon he smiled mischievously. Looking up, he felt the scorching gaze and turned to see 5. Exactly 5 iron blocks summoned iron puppets staring at him. Or rather looking at his backside, but now they were focused on him. He directly took out a golden apple and stuffed it into his mouth, puffing out his cheeks as he prepared for a desperate fight. But suddenly an iron hand stretched out and grabbed his sword instantly, making Gaisai's sword no longer his. Not like this, man. Are you just going to forcefully take it? Just as he turned to run, an iron hand reached out and grabbed Gaisai. Xiangyang knew the power of horses. Baigan understood the hearts of men. I, Gaisai, today, am likely going to have a table with Xiangyang. The 5 iron puppets gripping the armor on Gaisai's body began to exert force, and soon with a loud bang, the sound of armor shattering echoed. Cracks appeared in Gaisai's chest plate and pant legs, and then the boots and helmet met their demise first. After that, 2 more loud sounds followed, and the pant legs and chest armor were also ruined, leaving Gaisai in a thin prisoner's outfit on the ground. The 4 characters 9527 felt like a cold proclamation. Ha ha ha. I'm going to explode with you. Damn it. Gaisai opened his large mouth and ended the pain of the left iron puppet in one bite, then turned and spun to shake off the bindings, pouncing towards the injured iron puppet. Like a face-hugging bug, he crawled atop the iron puppet's head and began to bite. Soon an iron fist swung in and Gaisai was punched away. Upon landing, he swallowed the golden apple and iron block he had in his mouth, and soon all of Gaisai's depleted health was restored. The iron puppet he had bitten now lay on the ground with half its head missing. Surrounded by iron puppets, Gaisai instinctively began to stack blocks at his feet, stacking more than 20 blocks before realizing that these iron puppets seemed unable to stack blocks. Ha 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 ha. I. Ha ha ha. After mocking himself, Gaisai directly took out a pickaxe and began to dig down. Once only 3 blocks high remained, Gaisai took out an iron longsword and started to repair the iron puppet's scalp. After killing all 4 remaining iron puppets, Gaisai finally climbed down. But at that moment, the first iron puppet, which Gaisai had heavily injured, struggled to rise. Its 2 eyes shone, one bright and one dim, then it froze again, standing still. Gaisai leaned in to take a closer look. It seemed this iron puppet was broken. What would happen if I repaired it? Taking out an iron ingot dropped by its companion, Gaisai quickly repaired the iron puppet. At that moment, the iron puppet began to move again, only to slowly retract its creeper upon seeing Gaisai. Phew, it seems his target is no longer me. But at that moment, Gaisai felt dizzy and the surroundings reverted to the initial scene with him tightly bound to the cross again. Not bad. The fear from one instance did not make you yield. But what about from 1,000 times? Makaka slashed down with a knife on Gaisai's face, and a red light flashed on Gaisai's body. In an instant, he saw all kinds of creatures from his world, but they all had one thing in common. They all had cows. Except for him. Damn it. Bah. A sheep's bleat echoed, and Gaisai turned to look. By then Makaka's figure had vanished, and he fell back into fear. Before long, a white sheep approached. Gaisai recognized it. It was the culprit of his previous XXOO incident. It was also Gaisai's first sacrifice. Just as Gaisai was about to enjoy the moment, the sheep walked right in front of him. But another bleat sounded, and Gaisai seemed to return to that night when he first encountered the taboo. He had trapped a sheep on a ship, then set up a piston device behind it, and finally installed an ender candle activating the redstone. As the carousel disappeared, Gaisai looked down to meet the gaze of the sheep. In the next second, the sheep stood up. Yes, it stood up. Gaisai stared in shock at the sheep standing before him, watching as it reached back and pulled out a white ender candle. Then the sheep stuffed the ender candle into Gaisai's hand. With his eyes wide open, Gaisai crawled on all 4s and walked into the darkness. But Gaisai recognized it. It was saying, on that day, it was very happy. Suddenly the sheep dashed out again, snatching the ender candle from Gaisai's hand urgently. He emoji. Gaisai was stabbed off the cross by the sheep with the ender candle. As his body jerked on the cross, he opened his eyes to see Makaka's infuriating expression. How is it? This time compared to last time, isn't it more fun? Yes. You are right. But I think you should also have a taste of it. 2 iron arms grabbed Makaka from behind. It was the iron puppet that Gaisai had just repaired. What's going on? Breaking free from the cross, Gaisai approached the iron puppet and took out an ender candle to install it on the iron puppet. With a gentle wave of his hand, the iron puppet immediately understood and lifted Makaka aside. What are you doing? Looking at the strong scene before him, a white light flashed in Gaisai's eyes as he silently mourned for Makaka for 3 seconds. Then Gaisai took out 3 ender candles and joined the battle. Thank you for your help, hee. Now I have endless ender candles. Oh. Iron puppet, feel my baptism of fire. On the gladiatorial arena, Gaisai's body on the ground moved slightly, and Makaka was repelled aside. Gaisai shook his neck and got up, approached Makaka, and with one sword ended his suffering. Tsk tisk, just a small durian would be enough for that backside. Iron brother is indeed fierce. For some reason, a dark green figure flashed through Gaisai's mind. Well, this one would probably be even fiercer. Never mind, soon it will be that pointy-headed Bamut. I should go grab something to eat first. After resting for a while backstage, the arena was cleaned again, and Gaisai returned to the stage. At this moment, Bamuda stood before him, a terrifying muscular figure of 2.6 meters paired with a head smaller than Gaisai's, making Gaisai feel increasingly awkward. Fight begins. With the host quickly retreating, Bamuda roared, raising both arms, and then slamming them down, pulling up a giant rock from the ground and throwing it at Gaisai. Anyone can throw stones. Gaisai bent down to dodge, then picked up a raw stone and threw it back at Bamuda. Bang! The raw stone was shattered by Bamut, who seemed unsatisfied, and pounded the ground again, lifting an even larger stone to throw at Gaisai. Gaisai raised his shield to block and retaliated by throwing the giant stone back. As before, the giant stone was shattered by Bammute's swing, and he pounded the ground again. Soon Gaisai realized one thing: Bammuta seemed a bit off in the head. Truly, muscle has replaced brain. This guy must have a brain-dulling aura. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here playing stone throwing with him. Catching the giant stone again, Gaisai didn't throw it out, but instead walked over to Bamute, placing the stone down and gesturing for him to lift it. Sure enough, Bammuta really bent down to reach for the stone. Though the kid is silly, he's strong, right? You should be the second champion. Let me help you with your brainwashing. Gaisai directly wielded a water bucket in his left hand and a lava bucket in his right, unleashing a combo skill, the obsidian cap technique. Seeing Bammuta with an obsidian head, Gaisai suddenly felt his body proportions were much more normal. After feeling around for a moment, Bammuta discovered the obsidian on his head, grabbed it, and pulled it off, only to actually treat his head like a pimple and squeeze it. Soon Gaisai faced his final battle against Sila Duoku. Prepared to blast himself away, Gaisai raised his great sword, pointing it at Sila Duoku. However, looking at Sila Duoku, who wore a bird beak mask draped in a black robe and exuded magical energy, Gaisai felt even more awkward. Fight begins. The two stood still, locked in a stare. Gaisai waited for the other to make a move, and Sila Duoku had the same thought. Thus they remained frozen for over a minute. Is this a fashion show? Unable to hold back, Gaisai tossed a raw stone to test the waters, and Sila Duoku raised his hand, unleashing a black feather that shattered the stone. Immediately after, he launched an attack at Gaisai. Leaping into the air, a barrage of black feathers shot out like a shotgun, quickly diminishing the durability of Gaisai's shield. Are the feathers free? Initially thinking Sila Duoku would at least lose half his feathers, Gaisai peeked out and found the opponent unaffected. Noticing that his attacks were ineffective, Sila Duoku also observed the peculiarities of Gaisai's shield, thus adopting a kite-flying strategy. As they circled around each other, the enemy advances, I retreat. The enemy retreats, I advance. Are you playing guerrilla warfare with me? Aren't you a noble demon? Do noble demons act so sneaky like you? Gaisai directly pulled out the pumpkin head just as he was about to summon Iron Brother for help. Suddenly Gaisai had an idea and threw the pumpkin head along with 4 lumps of coal. In the air, the 5 blocks combined. A black coal puppet appeared. However, this puppet only had half the attributes of Iron Brother, but its movement speed was high. Little Black, hammer him. At Gaisai's command, the coal puppet charged towards Sila Duoku like a gorilla, raising its hand to slam down. Sila Duoku's figure blurred as a cloud of black mist rose, allowing the puppet's fist to pass through. Gaisai immediately rolled, turned, and raised his shield. Just as he guessed, Sila Duoku had teleported behind him. Several feathers entwined with black magic were deflected by the shield. Though wearing a mask, Gaisai could still sense Sila Duoku's displeasure. At this moment, the coal puppet leaped up from behind Gaisai and slammed down at Sila Duoku again. This time, Sila Duoku did not release magic in time, but raised his hand to flick the feathers back, using his wings to retreat a large step. However, the coal puppet wouldn't stop and continued to charge at him. Sila Duoku looked at the incoming coal puppet, black energy swirling around him, and his figure reappeared at the other end of the arena. He launched 4 black feathers, preparing to deal with the puppet before turning to Gaisai. The magic-infused feathers pierced into the coal puppet like arrows. As the coal puppet passed Gaisai, he took out a lump of coal to make a quick repair. Thanks to Gaisai's temporary fix, the coal puppet successfully charged back in front of Sila Duoku. At this moment, the coal puppet suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, looking down to see its left leg shattered. At this time, Sila Duoku was holding 3 feathers that clearly exuded a heavier magical aura. Then Sila Duoku shot the feathers at the coal puppet. The coal puppet, now with 1 leg missing, could only endure the hits, but its body gradually became damaged from the piercing. In the end, the coal puppet, left with only its right arm, crawled a couple of times on the ground before falling still. Having dealt with the puppet, Sila Duoku looked at Gaisai, who had also lowered his shield, his expression turning serious. It's said that when a person is doing something bad, they have the motivation. Gaisai charged at Sila Duoku, and as feathers flew, 2 long swords crossed to block. Huh, come on. Throwing 1 long sword, Sila Duoku teleported away in a cloud of black mist. Gaisai tugged on the fishing line in his hand, pulling the long sword back, and with 2 swords in hand, he turned and charged at Sila Duoku again. Sila Duoku, who was originally preparing to shoot feathers, immediately teleported again. Your teleport skill can only be used consecutively twice in a short time, though I don't know if it's a limitation or a subconscious action. You always prefer to teleport behind your opponent. Am I right? Gaisai turned his head, a triumphant grin on his face. Hee, you've fallen for my trap. Seeing the puzzled Sila Duoku, Gaisai glanced at the coal puppet's corpse beside him. Suddenly the coal puppet moved, and Sila Duoku's pupils contracted. Little Black, activate the backup hidden energy. The coal puppet extended its only hand and pulled out a lava crystal that Gaisai had given it earlier. Then it pressed it hard against its chest. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded. A cloud of black smoky figure was thrown in front of Gaisai. Jizia held a golden apple in her mouth as she gazed down at Sladok, whose garments were disheveled and torn. You haven't spoken a single word since the match began. Any final words? She seized his hood and yanked him upright, revealing in that instant 3 heads. Auto-targeting activated. A colossal bolt of lightning blazed overhead. Wait, weren't you supposed to be male? She ripped off the shattered birdbeak mask, exposing a twitching gothic dark face framed by lustrous black feathers. Gaisai turned toward Lakana, whose expression mirrored utter bewilderment. Clearly there was more to this tale than met the eye, and noble scandals were always the juiciest. With a decisive motion, she sheathed the blessed blade she had drawn, tossed Sladok unceremoniously beyond the arena's edge, raised her arm in triumph, and leapt down to carry Sladok backstage. High atop the Colosseum's observation gallery, Formode raised a hand before a crystal orb. The visage of Sladok bloomed across its surface, magnified and stark. It seems someone has mistaken my domain for a sanctuary. Marshal grant our champion her due reward, and proclaim the new rules. I demand spectacle, the most dazzling visceral combat imaginable. Strength is no longer the measure here. After all, no demon in this realm could rival Formode's might. Also suspend mining operations. Have the lesser demons construct additional arenas swiftly. Yes, Warden. Marshal scurried off eagerly. Formode flipped his palm, and a double-head dragon card materialized between his fingers. Lakana, what on earth is happening? Lakana studied Sladok, whose breaths grew fainter still. I suspect she's serving time in another's stead. That seems unlikely. No one endures imprisonment like this for another. Shall we ask her directly? She's barely clinging to life. What could you possibly extract from her? By the way, would you like to join me for gaming tonight? The latest release. The latest? Absolutely. I haven't touched an electronic game in ages. Ha ha ha. Don't be late. A mischievous grin, reminiscent of Jega, flickered across Lakana's face. Ahem. At that moment Sladok convulsed violently, a fresh spatter of crimson staining her lips, her shallow breaths devolving into ragged, arrhythmic gasps. We'd best tend to her first. Lakana stood nearby, arms crossed, observing with wry amusement, eager to witness how Gaisai would revive a noble demon teetering on the brink of death. Gaisai withdrew the golden apple from her mouth, examined it briefly, deemed it insufficiently refined, and swallowed it whole. Golden apples were plentiful, indulgence effortless. She produced another golden apple and thrust it deep into Sladok's avian beak. Eat, now. The oversized fruit lodged instantly, jamming the narrow beak wide open. Sladok stared up, eyes bulging in horrified disbelief. Damn it, swallow it. Gaisai pressed down hard, forcing the golden apple past her jaws and into her throat. Irk, irk, her slender neck swelled visibly. Air-trapped breath choked, as the golden apple wedged immovably suspended between jaw and gullet. Instinctively Gaisai drew back her fist. Watch this. A sharp crack echoed, then a resonant glug, as the blow to Sladok's skull sent the apple hurtling down her esophagus. A familiar trope. Tom and Jerry had not misled her. Almost immediately a shimmering medicinal aura bloomed, and Sladok shot upright, clutching her throat and coughing violently. You cough, are truly cough, a bastard. She hastily pulled her black robes tighter, concealing herself fully. Don't you know noble demons cannot be slain by mundane means? Huh, I think I did, but forgot just then. You imbecilic wretch. Lakana leaned against the wall, unable to suppress her laughter, rich, unrestrained, and utterly contagious. Let trivialities wait. Tell us your true identity, and why you came here. Sladok flicked 3 obsidian feathers toward Gaisai, only for Gaisai to draw her blessed weapon and cleave them cleanly apart midair. How do you possess a blessed weapon? Are you here to kill me too? Terror sent Sladok stumbling backward. Lakana gave Gaisai a silent, admiring thumbs up. He did intend to kill you. More precisely, every reigning champion. Unlike professional assassins, he knows nothing of you. What captivates him is your story. Why eliminate all champions? If you truly wish to know, asked the warden. This was his decree. He's grown weary of your monotonous duels, and your very presence obstructs the Colosseum's renovation. Frankly, the 4 of you combined hold less significance in the warden's eyes than the Crimson Rose ever did. A pause. Then Sladok fell silent, her lips parting to speak, when a voice chilling and unmistakable cut through the air. Gaisai, you performed admirably. Formode's towering form manifested without sound. His gaze swept over Sladok before settling upon Gaisai. Sladok recoiled inwardly, desperate to vanish, while a verdant metallic card arced from Formode's hand and landed neatly in Gaisai's waiting palm. Evil. Sin. Gaisai looked up, puzzled. The Sinful Slaughter Arena. That will be the new tournament's name. Should you wish to return, you're always welcome. Wait. This feels eerily familiar. Is it 100 demons dropped into a randomized arena with dwindling boundaries, until only the strongest remains? What in the abyss are you referencing? Formode's 2 heads exchanged a glance, then both nodded in unison. An excellent notion. Would you consider becoming a warden here? Lakana's eyes gleamed, and she subtly gestured toward the floor, indicating a square-patterned rug beneath Gaisai's feet. No thanks, I cherish freedom. And may I leave now? Of course, but your reward lies with Marshal. You'll forgo it. Yes, yes, yes. Formode smiled faintly at Gaisai's exuberance, then turned his gaze upon Sladok. Gathia Tashia Stort, you do not belong here. Yet you dared impersonate a prisoner. Are you prepared to endure my wrath? How precisely will you punish her? Gaisai asked curiously. It's been quite some time since I last punished a demon. Usually I simply consume them. But given her noble blood, I shall cast her into the corpse pit, to be torn asunder by rotting flesh for 10,000 years. Whoa, what a feast for those corpses. Feast. Ha ha ha. Lakana burst into laughter once more, delighted, irreverent, and wholly unrepentant. Now tell me, where is Sladok? Formode's smile vanished as he fixed his gaze upon the trembling Tashia. He is dead. When did he die, eh? I killed him before I entered here. Gaisai, oh. Lakanum. Formode. What in the world is going on? My brother and I were both heirs of the Stort family, a minor noble house among the Gaithian aristocracy. Our family was absorbed by a more powerful faction. After swallowing our house, they began purging the so-called heirs, namely my brother Sladok and myself. Sladok devised a plan. Tashia turned her eyes to Formode. To be imprisoned here. You were once the strongest assassin of the abyss. No hired killer could harm him within these walls. Suddenly Tashia let out a self-mocking laugh. But before entering he fell into an ambush, and was struck by a blessed bullet. With his dying breath he entrusted me with this plan. So I granted him mercy myself concealed his body and assumed his identity to be imprisoned in his stead. So Sladok died long ago. How clever of the Gaithian nobles. Your scheme was ingenious indeed. Since he perished well before your arrival, I shall not pursue your impersonation of a fugitive. Formode turned sharply toward Gaisai who stood nearby, savoring the spectacle with unbridled delight. But you have deceived me, and for that you forfeit your freedom forever. From this day forth you are bound to servitude for life. Gaisai, would you care for a noble demon as your slave? Huh. What a... Nanny. Sigmund. Huh. What just happened? Did I miss something? Huh. A noble demon slave. It's the perfect reward for your earlier advice. Formode chuckled triumphantly, thoroughly pleased with his own cunning. After a moment's reflection, Lakana grasped the situation and promptly shifted her attention to devouring the drama unfolding around Gaisai. Wait, let me process this. Gaisai clutched his head mentally, replaying the past moments before turning toward Tashia beside him. What? Ha ha ha. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Formode summoned crimson magic that coiled tightly around Tashia's throat. A piercing scream tore from her lips. Then a searing red brand materialized upon her skin. Instantly a streak of scarlet light shot forth from the mark and surged into Gaisai's body. As Gaisai looked upon Tashia once more, a profound sense of dominion welled up from deep within him. She is now your sole master, Tashia Stort. Having completed the binding, Formode turned and strode away, just as Marshall approached carrying a leather case. We meet again. This is the warden's gift to you. Welcome back anytime. Wait, does this prison actually welcome repeat visits? Oh, thanks. Gaisai accepted the case that felt suspiciously light. Too light. Whatever lay inside must be priceless. Following Marshall's gesture, Gaisai walked toward the prison gates. Hold on. I'll take him to get changed. Lakana reached out, swept Gaisai into a firm embrace, and led him westward. Tashia, quietly overlooked, followed silently behind. Inside the warden's chamber, Lakana glanced toward Gaisai's crotch, only to find a shifting mosaic obscuring her view. Stop staring, elder sister. Where's my clothes? You ripped off my prison uniform the second I walked in. What am I, some hairless monkey for you to gawk at? Seems you're right. The mosaic barely covers anything. If you truly had that, it wouldn't hide it anyway. Ah, what a shame. This modesty is only temporary. In time it will surely manifest. At worst I'll just implant another candle. Lakana watched Gaisai's unwavering confidence, then turned bent down and retrieved a box containing his confiscated belongings, clothes, phone, and more. By the way, I accidentally grabbed cotton candy instead of sanitary pads today. Want to try some? Shut up. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. Let me taste it. Ha ha ha. Outside the door, Tashia sat curled helplessly in the corner, listening in silence to the chaotic, nonsensical clamor spilling from within. Goodbye. Remember, come back soon if anything comes up. Lakana stood at the prison gate, waving Gaisai off. I'll drop by when I can. Goodbye. Goodbye. Gaisai departed the prison with Tashia in tow, boarding a bus bound for Little Demon City. Seated aboard, he opened the leather case Marshall had given him and peered inside. What's this? A land deed. And what's this card? Before him lay an extravagantly sleek black card and a magical scroll. Tashia glanced at the card. This is the Satan Black card. Unlimited spending in the greed ring, though in the pride ring it grants only the ring lord's exclusive privileges. This scroll is indeed a land deed, but judging by its craftsmanship, the territory it represents is ancient. Ancient land. I love exploring places untouched by mortal footprints. As Gaisai studied the scroll, Tashia tugged her black choker higher, concealing the brand upon her neck. Sladok had been formally stripped of his noble status by the Gaithian aristocracy, but Tashia had not. She had merely vanished. Should she reveal her true identity, those demons who devoured her family would swiftly dispatch assassins once more. Worse still, she was now Gaisai's slave. The Gaithian houses would never tolerate an unknown demon enslaving one of their own nobles. Exposure meant certain death for her. But Gaisai had Lakana and Formode. He could always return to the prison and live on. The bus swayed gently forward. Before long, Gaisai arrived at the pride ring. Damn it. Why is my suitcase tossed out? Was it really just because I missed a few days' rent? Fine. I won't stay here any longer. He picked up the suitcase abandoned on the ground, turned to Tashia, and placed it firmly into her arms. As a slave, you know your duty. With a flourish, Gaisai turned and led a stunned Tashia back onto the bus. This card works wonders. Free bus rides. You've got nerves of steel. Watching Gaisai's cheerful demeanor, Tashia fell speechless. Do you know anything about the Gaithian nobility? Gaithia? Never heard of it. I've been in hell less time than you've spent locked up in prison. No wonder you're so carefree. Tashia's last flicker of survival instinct flickered out and died. Along the road she walked silently, clutching the suitcase, following dutifully behind Gaisai. Left turn, right turn through a small grove. The silhouette of an ancient castle emerged before Gaisai. He pulled out the deed and compared it. Looks like we've arrived. He turned to Tashia, only to find her frozen in place, hollowed, as if her soul had been wrenched from her body. What's wrong? This is my former home. This, superscript 3. Correction, this is my home now. Arriving at the iron door entangled with thorny roses, Tashia gently caressed the door, memories of the past surging within her. Gaisai, however, kicked the door open and stepped inside. Keep up. Soon the two arrived at the castle, which now resembled a haunted house from a horror theme park. Even the crystal chandelier on the ceiling was gone. Was this your home? Can you find anything valuable? No. There's nothing left here but the walls. Tashia clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes, and seeing this, Gaisai chose not to mention the matter of slavery again. Do you have any friends in the arrogance ring? Perhaps Sladek's plan was implemented together with Vashik. He might be able to help. Alright, is there anything here worth remembering for you? No. Tashia took out a pendant and pressed it, projecting a family photo that included her and her parents. Isn't someone missing? My relationship with Sladek isn't good. My parents raised us as enemies, and we always knew that only one could inherit everything. But now, all of it has turned to nothing. Gaisai patted Tashia's shoulder to comfort her. Life. If you can't resist it, you can only accept it. If you don't know what to do now, go help me plant these saplings. Just drop 1 meter apart in the ground. Handing the saplings to Tashia, Gaisai picked up a box and went to the lower part of the castle, setting down the workbench, furnace, and anvil, making a few more boxes. Now, it's my turn to perform. Wielding 2 obsidian picks, Gaisai charged ahead, shattering the ancient castle before him with a killing aura. Digging from the bottom to the top, he carved circles like a caterpillar, munching on leaves, leaving it all turned upside down. Then he dug down randomly for over 10 blocks to ensure there were no basements or anything, placing the last piece of the castle into the box, then wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. The feeling of dismantling things is just exhilarating. Tashia, sensing the light brightening in the distance, looked up and turned back. A flat expanse of land appeared before her. Where's my home? Immediately, Gaisai began melting the castle blocks, and soon fresh stones were produced, combining them into stone bricks as he busied himself again. Iron nuggets, gold nuggets, silver nuggets. It seems those people didn't thoroughly loot everything. There are still some things embedded in the walls. Holding the blocks, Gaisai's smile gradually morphed into something maniacal. This is an MC. There's no need to stack blocks one by one. Gaisai stacked 5 blocks at a time, working far more efficiently than usual. Indeed, as long as it's within range, I can place as many blocks as I want. Such large volume buildings are the best to construct. Soon Gaisai built a shell. For him, the exterior just needed to look good, while the interior could be as convenient as possible. He placed 2 beds on the ground, lay down for a moment, and completed the respawn point. After putting his belongings in the nightstand, Gaisai climbed to the top of the castle. Leap of faith. Kaboom. The glowing Gaisai vanished before Tashia. Is he dead? Did he just commit suicide? As the 2 doors opened automatically under the pressure plate, Gaisai staggered out. The feeling of resurrection is so good. Why are you looking at me? What exactly are you? Following Tashia's gaze, Gaisai glanced back at his mansion. What's wrong? Are you shocked by my speed in stacking blocks? This is just a trivial matter. If I had redstone, I could perform a real masterpiece for you. What kind of demon are you? A noble demon or a sinner demon? No, a sinner demon cannot escape the arrogance ring of hell. Are you a noble demon? How about you guess something even more outrageous? Are you a freaking angel? Ha ha ha. An angel. An angel. Ha ha ha. If I were an angel, could there still be demons in this world? With a wry smile, Gaisai stepped in front of Tashia and took the saplings from her to plant them himself. I am Gaisai from a world made of blocks, but it seems I blew up my world and ended up in this hell. Throwing down a handful of saplings, Gaisai quickly finished planting them, then took out a bucket to create an infinite water source in a 4-block area, subsequently making a massive swimming pool before Tashia. This also completely exhausted the few quartz Gaisai had. Suddenly, Gaisai noticed that Tashia was still wearing her tattered robe. Shaking his head, Gaisai took out wool and began crafting at the workbench. It's my first time making clothes, or I hope it's simple enough. Half an hour later, Gaisai went completely insane. Ha ha ha. I'm a freaking genius. Ha ha. 3-legged pants, t-shirts with 2 holes, open crotch pants that expose the butt. Damn, this is like seeing a ghost. In the end, Gaisai found the only decent piece of white stocking, but just one. Taking out his phone, Gaisai decided it was better to utilize his cash ability and to leave a tip. He pried open the secret vault of 9331 330. Seems like quite a bit of smuggling. Is there anything you want? Tashia looked up and thought, I want a phone. Got it. Don't say anymore. With a burst of strength under the influence of his cash ability, the truck quickly arrived at his home. After shocking 3 little demons with electric shocks, his house was reconnected with electricity and internet. Is everything loaded? Look. A little demon stepped aside to reveal 2 luxurious gaming desks flashing with blue light, followed by the monitors lighting up. Compared to Gaisai's spacious living room, it was simply a shabby place, yet so grand. If it weren't for the echo in such a large room, Gaisai wouldn't even bother to build surrounding walls. Well done, you can leave now. Throwing out a stack of cash, Gaisai sat down at the table to play games. Watching the little demons leave, Tashiya stepped out from the side. The things you wanted are over there. Gaisai pointed and Tashiya looked at her gaming desk, where on the left were a phone, headphones, laptop, and tablet, while on the right was a large assortment of cosmetics. Behind them were 3 large boxes of unpacked clothes and bags. Watching Tashiya pick out clothes, Gaisai remembered the time he trained a dog when he was bored, but unfortunately it was killed by a zombie. However, Gaisai avenged it and buried an entire box of spicy strips rotten flesh with it. Cultivation. Play. Clearing his mind of strange thoughts, Gaisai browsed through the exquisite works of the experts again. Whoa. Another day of hating not being a cow. Closing the computer, seeing Tashiya searching for what had happened recently, Gaisai took out an ender candle and went to the workbench, attempting to create a cow. What is this? The great sword of Nyo opening the heavens. Gaisai drew the ender candle sword from the workbench and began to examine it. Ender candle sword, damage 1, a no durability. Property brings joy to the target being stabbed. Wait, let me modify it for you. With the ender candle sword in hand, Gaisai approached the anvil and took out an alloy ingot from the lower realm to begin his modifications. After replacing the wooden hilt with the alloy hilt, the true invincible sword was born. Hilt effect can swing the ender candle sword with full force to knock back the ender candle. Aha! With a quick swing, 2 ender candles flew out and directly embedded themselves into the wall. Gaisai glanced back at the sky outside, which had darkened nicely. He chuckled, a dark and windy night perfect for murder and arson. He'll step out for a bit, keep an eye on the house. After saying that, Gaisai dashed out. Soon he arrived at the Blitz company's building and went straight in, planning to greet Blitz and the others before making a move, but the door opened to reveal only Luna. Where are Blitz and the others? They're busy with something. What are you doing here? I just came to say hello and to kill some time, ha. Do you know where I've been lately? Caught by the cops. Yes, for stealing a streetlight. Damn, you really have a talent. Luna laughed as she continued to read the magazine in her hands. Is the work here good? It's crap. Huh. Just as Gaisai was about to lie on the sofa to take a nap, the phone in front of Luna rang. Luna, come pick us up. After hanging up, Luna fixed her gaze on Gaisai, stepping aside, and then a buzzing sound rang out as Blitz and the others approached. Sigh. How could an old man keep you waiting for so long? Moses is no good. Sorry, boss, but that old man. He has an 8-pack abs and his biceps are thicker than my waist. Then you're no good either. Haha, little Mo, it's fine. Melee combat has never been your strong suit. Thanks, Millie. Ahem. Gaisai coughed twice to signal that there were still people present. Stop the flirting. Gaisai, what brings you here? Blitz pulled Luna aside. Does he know about that book? I don't know. With a sigh of relief, Blitz returned to Gaisai. Is there a commission? No, I just wanted to greet you since you are among the first people I met in hell. Blitz picked up the teapot and took a sip, signaling Gaisai to continue. I've become quite successful now, just came to see how you all were doing. Uffed. A mouthful of water sprayed onto Moses' face, and Blitz looked at Gaisai with a ghostly expression. What the hell do you mean by successful? Blitz grabbed Gaisai by the collar, his 2 yellow eyes pressing closely against Gaisai. I now own a castle and have quite a bit of money, so I guess that counts as successful, right? A castle? Money? Didn't you go to jail, eh? Right? But I completed the warden's task, and he rewarded me. Gaisai flashed a black card in front of Blitz. Fuck. What warden? How come I've never met one? That's right. The Satan black card. Millie recognized the type of black card at a glance. Blitz looked at Millie, praying she would say that card was useless. You know, of course, that card can be used for any purchase in the anger circles. Every little demon that grew up in the anger circles has heard of that card. Blitz broke down again. Bang. The door opened and Gaisai was thrown outside by Blitz. Get the hell away from me. I don't want to see you. At least don't let me see you for this whole month. Bang. Blitz jealously closed the door. Don't you want it? Give it to me, eh? Blitz opened the door again, leaning out and rubbing his hands together. No. Bang. Gaisai stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, estimated the time was about right, and slyly made his way to the parking lot under Blitz's building. Gaisai took out a pickaxe and approached a car. With one swing, he smashed the alarm, and then bang, 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 banging. Having dealt with one car, Gaisai successfully contributed to the air quality of the little demon city. 2 contributions. 3 contributions. Before long, only 1 car belonging to Blitz remained in the parking lot. Damn it. There's no 24-hour bus service. Gaisai was walking home holding a box. Suddenly, bang. 2 bright lights drifted around the corner and charged straight at him. Immediately, Gaisai was sent flying. Don't eat the sour radish. A striking figure stepped out of the car, looked at the crumpled front end, and walked toward Gaisai. Are you alright? Gaisai, who slid 10 meters and lay on the ground, took out a golden apple and began to munch on it. With a burst of potion particle effects rising, Gaisai's health quickly restored. I'm so hungry. I almost got reborn from that hit. Where's my box? Did you see my box? Is what's in the box very valuable? Verosika, who was a head taller than Gaisai, quickly spotted the square box scattered with strange fragments not far behind Gaisai. It contains the iron fragments I just dug out. There's more iron in there than I could dig in the mine. Gaisai turned around and saw the box as well. Oh baby, there you are. Gaisai picked up the box and smiled again. Wow, how come I didn't notice that the one who hit me was a gorgeous beauty? What should I call you, beautiful? Verosika may die. Verosika may die? What a lovely name. I'm Gaisai. Extending his hand, he shook hands with Verosika. Although you hit me with your car, I'll let this slide since you're a beauty. Waving goodbye to Verosika, Gaisai took a few steps and noticed the crumpled front end of the car. It seems your car is broken. Don't worry, I can call my friend to pick me up. How about I give it a try? Gaisai set the box aside, took out a workbench, made a furnace, and put the iron fragments inside to smelt them into ingots. Then he used the ingots to make some repairs on the car's front end. Instantly, the crumpled front end regained some form, and Gaisai took out 2 more iron ingots. Done. Just like new. Even Iron Brother can fix it. A mere car. Simple. Why don't you try getting in? This is amazing. Sitting in the car, Verosika started the engine, pressed the gas pedal, and hearing the reassuring sound of the engine made her look at Gaisai with new admiration. How about it? Isn't it great? See you again if fate allows. Just as she was about to walk a few steps, Verosika turned the car around and stopped beside Gaisai. Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? That would be greatly appreciated. Without hesitation, Gaisai got in the car and directed Verosika to drive toward his home. By the way, please stop at the supermarket ahead. Oh, I still need to buy some things. Verosika halted in front of the supermarket and Gaisai got out and rushed inside. After finishing his shopping in a huff, Gaisai returned to Verosika's vehicle. A pumpkin costs $45. Why doesn't he just rob someone? Didn't you buy one? I didn't know, matter what, it's a necessity. But after this, I'd better grow my own. Gaisai took out a square pumpkin from behind to show Verosika, stuffing the pumpkin into the box and continuing to give commands. Although curious, Verosika restrained herself from asking. All right, we're home. Is this your house? A castle? In this day and age, are even the sinners and demons this formidable? Yes, I built it all by myself. But it's made from some shabby materials. You built it by yourself? How long did it take you to finish? A day, or rather an afternoon. Stepping out of the car, Gaisai approached the iron gate surrounded by thorny roses, twinkled twice in red, and opened the large door. Seeing this, Verosika drove the car straight in. After closing the door, Gaisai went to the workbench and prepared more furnaces to smelt the iron scraps into iron ingots. What do you plan to do with this iron? I'm making some iron golems. Unfortunately, I don't have redstone, so I can't make dancing iron golems. Soon the iron ingots were finished. Gaisai placed a pumpkin, which cost 45, on the iron block, and with a clang, an iron golem was completed. The iron golem approached Verosika, towering over her, and after confirming there was no hostility, it turned its head and began patrolling around the castle. Wow. Oh, this thing won't suddenly attack me, will it? As long as you don't provoke it, just like I wouldn't, it won't attack you first. Of course, if you do provoke it, you'd better run fast. Gaisai stared at the ingots in the furnace and then glanced at the pumpkin in his hand. He thought of one annoying villager, GMO, and recalled the coal golem from before. Oh, perhaps he could. Suddenly, a chilling thought crept into Gaisai's mind. Perhaps he could take the golem a step further. Here there were no regulatory restrictions, and since pumpkins could grant lifelike existence to blocks and create golems, then couldn't altering the composition of the blocks also create different kinds of life? A thought from Yonyo. Gaisai's expression twisted with excitement as he turned and placed the pumpkin on his head. What's wrong with you? Verosika noticed Gaisai's excited and twisted demeanor and sensed something was off. I'm perfectly fine. I've thought of a groundbreaking idea. I can change this world. Therefore, I can also alter the composition of life. It seemed that fate itself had taken notice of Gaisai's frantic thoughts. Boom. A thunderclap lit up the night sky, followed by a fierce wind. Gaisai stretched his arms wide like a descending demon, ready to embrace the coming storm. See, even the heavens have noticed me. Verosika watched this scene, unsure of what to do. At that moment, the wooden door of the castle opened, and Tahia stepped out. Aren't you coming inside? It's going to rain, and it's an extremely rare superstorm. What? Verosika gasped and turned to look at her beloved vehicle. Don't just stand there. Drive the car to the back. There's a shed where we can take shelter from the rain. Following Tahia's direction, Verosika drove over, and then against the hurricane blowing from the storm struggled to rush into the castle. Click. Tahia released the pressure plate, and the wooden door closed. He's still outside. He won't die. That's true. Sinners and demons cannot be killed except by angels. Verosika had heard this rumor before watching Gaisai, who was still at the workbench modifying the pumpkin head. Perhaps today she would witness the resurrection of a sinner. Yes, that's it. Even the heavens are on my side. Who else? Taking out some bones, Gaisai began assembling and modifying them at the workbench. Before long, a headless skeleton was completed, which he placed on the ground. At that moment, heavy rain began to fall. Breathing in the moist air, Gaisai placed the pumpkin head on the skeleton. Immediately, the pumpkin head lit up, and the skeleton transformed into a three-dimensional block shape. Click, click. In the gaze of Gaisai's anticipation, the skeleton began to move. Soon the pumpkin head turned to look at Gaisai. Gaisai raised his hand, and the pumpkin head skeleton followed suit. Dingling, dingling, da. The pumpkin head skeleton mimicked Gaisai's actions. Before long, Gaisai grew bored and began inspecting it. Judging by its appearance, this was a biologically engineered variant of Xiaobai. He fashioned a bow and placed it in the pumpkin head skeleton's hand. In front of Gaisai, the skeleton began to draw the bow, then released it, and an arrow flew out, hitting the lock of a distant wooden box. This accuracy, this posture, it's a direct inheritance from Xiaobai. Imagining a future where he would create a whole bunch of pumpkin head guardians to defend himself, Gaisai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh. The pouring rain mixed with the fierce wind hit Gaisai's face, pouring into his mouth. After tasting the raindrops, Gaisai opened his mouth wide, playfully catching the rainwater. Let it rain more. Just in time to fish a bit. He took out a fishing rod, approached the edge of the pool, and the pumpkin-head skeleton followed him. Before reaching the pool, Gaisai had already cast the fishing bobber. This cast, it's going to shock the entire fishing world. Spinning his body for momentum, he then swung his arm vigorously. The fishing bobber flew straight into the sky. Just then a flash of lightning struck down, hitting Gaisai, who was watching the surface of the pool. For some reason, this lightning was unprecedentedly powerful. It struck Gaisai for a full 7 seconds. Damn it, showing off, getting struck by lightning, serves me right. After saying this, Gaisai's vision darkened, and he fainted. This strike not only knocked Gaisai out, but also inadvertently killed the pumpkin-head skeleton beside him, reducing it to 2 bones, which Gaisai smoothly absorbed into his backpack. Accio. After sneezing, Gaisai woke up painfully from the raindrops hitting him. What happened to me? My head hurts. Rubbing his face, he looked around and tossed away the half-finished fishing rod in his hand, walking towards the castle as the rainwater streamed into his eyes, causing him great discomfort. Pushing open the door and entering the castle, Gaisai took out a piece of wool to wipe his face, placing a piece of soul torch on the nearby wall, and then sticking the wool on top. This is the exclusive towel for blocked people. Blocked people? Gaisai stretched out his hand, looking at his slender little white fingers. Oh, 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 oh. He began to shout excitedly, like Tarzan, drawing the attention of the 2 girls sitting at the computer desk. I have a cow. I have a cow now. Huh. Verashika and Tahia exchanged glances, unsure of what had happened to make Gaisai look human now, but he seemed to have become even more insane. Let me show you what the hell is called a surprise. Let's turn the tide. Open. Grabbing the waistband of his underwear, Gaisai gave it a light tug, and the cow gift pack opened. Let me see. Suddenly Gaisai felt 2 hot gazes upon him. He chuckled softly, stepped aside bit by bit, and hastily built a small latrine of obsidian. He locked himself inside and lit an end rod for light. Let me see. A very healthy ñoño. Now it's time to make an effort. 2 blocks of obsidian were pried away, and Gaisai slid back like a dancing revenant. Huh. At last, revenge. He never imagined that being struck by lightning would turn him into a living human again. It felt intoxicating. Creepers struck by lightning become charged creepers, pigs become zombie pigmen, villagers become witches, mushrooms change color. And when I was struck, I became human. How sensible. Then Gaisai suddenly felt mischievous. He typed the command kill E. No, wait. Not like this. My iron golems I made are still here. He changed the target to Gaisai. With a snap, Gaisai died where he stood, only to be reborn beside his bed seconds later. It actually reverted. It can, but not yet. He must be struck once more. After all, Lakana must revert again. Blocking Walawaxika and Taxia's view, Gaisai flew a kite in the storm. Another thunderbolt crashed down. Gaisai, numb all over from the strike, staggered back to his feet. So, one cannot die at will anymore. Lying in bed, Gaisai watched the 2 who were watching dramas on the computer. I'll sleep first. Call me if anything happens. They whispered. He seems to have turned human. Or perhaps he had been cursed before, which made him take that blocky form. Walawaxika glanced at Taxia. After a short time together, the pair's feelings deepened quickly. Affection level rising. I don't know for sure, but it doesn't strike me as a curse. Rather, he seems oddly interested in ñoño. Taxia and Walawaxika both looked toward the small tent on the bed under the white sheet. Interested only in ñoño. So adorable. Walawaxika reached out to poke. Taxia covered her face. Even her black feathers could not hide the flush on her cheeks. Between her fingers, she held 2 small blue candies. Did he drag that here and crawl over just now? Walawaxika burst into laughter. Walawaxika thought a moment and laughed, pulling Taxia close. Then, using Gaisai as a prop, she began to explain to her what only adults would know. You've grown to this age and never encountered such things. No. When I reached adulthood, my family was already gone. To survive, I lost almost all contact with the outside world. I saw things a few times, but never this close. Sorry, Taxia. Walawaxika embraced Taxia with an apologetic tenderness. Feeling Taxia trembling in her arms, Walawaxika soothed her like a mother. What is this? Accidentally, a corner of the black ring at Taxia's neck was tugged open. The slave brand revealed itself on Walawaxika's sight. That is a slave brand. What? You are his slave. Aren't you from Gaitia? Yes. I deceived the warden fire mode. As punishment, and as a reward for him completing his duty, the warden made me his slave. Huh. I had anticipated this day, but did not expect it to arrive so soon. Then what kind of person do you think he is? He is, well, a kind madman. Looking at the dazed human Gaisai, Taxia voiced her first impression. In that case, he has treated you rather well. Walawaxika rubbed Taxia's belly. How long has it been since you last released? What are you talking about? Huh. It seems you know nothing at all. What are you going to do? No. In an instant, Taxia's tail feathers fanned out wildly. Poor Gaisai once again became the object of 2 women's flirtations. It was a pity that the Great Orange could not breed. At the same time, Gaisai had logged out of the game. After lingering at the login screen for a while, he finally entered the world of 100 days to the college entrance exam. For the redstone, I'll give it my all. Gaisai of Nyo Mo, you dare skip class. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Datsongming Shidafu glaring at him outside the dormitory door. They forced the lock open and placed the key on the glass shelf above the door. Ditsongming Shidafu, Yenjing Shidafu, and Dejian Shidafu stepped inside. You picked the lock to get in just now, didn't you? The three Shidafus exchanged a look. Could it be that we accidentally locked you in the dorm? Gaisai remained silent and let them puzzle it out. Sorry brother, our mistake. It's all the fault of Rueiji Shidafu next door. He told us to go outside to see some beauties. Yes, it's his fault. Ditsongming Shidafu put a hand on Gaisai's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Really, it was him. Dejian Shidafu chimed in. He dug into his pocket and produced something. Here, Gaisai, you must be hungry after staying in the dorm so long. This is the bread I had left at noon. I even have a drumstick for you. Yenjing Shidafu produced his own stash. Starving Gaisai took the bread and chicken and began to eat. Burp. Now that you're fed up, there are beauties dancing across the way. Where? The three rushed to the balcony outside Gaisai's bed at the sound. Where are they? Under the tree across the way. Gaisai, who had spun around 2.5 times, instinctively leaned over to catch a glimpse. I see them. No, my eyes. Ah, ugh. 3 screams erupted. Gaisai froze, and then the entire dormitory began to wail. What happened? Calling them beauties. That idiot villager was eating filth. Ditsongming Shidafu recovered his composure and clapped both hands on Dejian and Yenjing Shidafu's shoulders. That shout about beauties had to be from Rueiji Shidafu. Let's find him. Let's go. Damn him, kill him. Curious Gaisai followed them to the corridor's end. Before the dormitory door, a dense crowd of various Shidafus had gathered, filling the space. Ditsongming and the others squeezed in as well. Gaisai stood on tiptoe and peered through the door's glass. Inside, he saw a figure being pummeled, repeatedly hurled upward and slammed against the ceiling. I beg you. Begging is on a first-come, first-served basis. Hurry. I just grabbed a plunger from the toilet. Today he will taste the consequences. Yes, hurry up. I even swiped some stew from the cafeteria only 2 days ago. That was the ultimate dish that makes you vomit for 10 hours. Each time the poor soul was killed, he would respawn on his bed beside them. Tonight, Rueiji Shidafu would inevitably pay for his deeds. Even Gaisai could not bear to watch the cruelty. Put the redstone aside for now. Tonight we'll watch the 100-man battle, 1 versus 100. An idea struck Gaisai like a bolt of genius. He sat down, set up a stall, and took endless end rods from his pack, selling them at 10 emeralds apiece. Buddy, are these end rods powerful? Of course. They can even trigger command blocks to explode. Give me 10. Tonight, I will teach Rueiji Shidafu what it means for a peacock to unfurl its tail. I never expected to have a day where I could become a billionaire. Over 17 sets of emeralds. It turns out that Steve in this school is indeed wealthy. After becoming the emerald billionaire in Gaisai, the wise Steve also became the most dazzling peacock. He reached out and pulled the bespectacled Steve out from the pile of Steves. What's wrong, Gaisai? Are you hungry again? No. Bespectacled Steve, where can we find some redstone around here? Redstone? What do you need that for? Ever since a little genius in our school enhanced the principal's special toilet with redstone suction power, it has caused quite a stir. The principal got stuck in the toilet for an entire afternoon, and now redstone is completely banned in our boys' dormitory. If you want some, you can try the girls' dormitory. Glancing around, the bespectacled Steve led Gaisai to a secluded spot beside the restroom. Actually, I have another method. But this method is a bit dangerous. You can get some from the school materials room as long as it's not too much. Our redstone professor definitely won't find out. After whispering, the bespectacled Steve gave Gaisai an encouraging look, clearly hoping he would go for it. All right, he'll give it a try. No problem. We're brothers. Just remember to call me when you set off, and we'll go together. Sure thing. With that, the bell rang, and the curfew began. They quickly returned to the dormitory, lying down neatly on their beds, and in an instant the entire dormitory building fell silent. As heavy footsteps approached, a huge guardian patrolled past. Oh ho ho, let the fun begin. Taking advantage of the darkness before dawn, Gaisai quietly slipped 2 pieces of wool over his feet and stealthily walked out. Materials room. Looks like this is it. Gaisai continued forward, passing the materials room and arriving at the girls' dormitory entrance, setting up a small stall beside it. He placed a sign that read, "High price for redstone, 5 redstones, 1 emerald. The early bird catches the worm. Now we just wait for a girl to come out." Lying on the grass dozing off, he soon heard footsteps. Originally thinking a girl was coming, he was surprised to see 2 villagers approach. Hey, what are you doing here? Aren't you Steve? Still in need of emeralds? No, wait. It's redstone for emeralds. Instantly, the villagers' eyes turned into emeralds. Looking at the villagers lost in their emerald fantasies, Gaisai pointed at the sign. 5 redstones for 1 emerald, first come, first served. Sorry, buddy. Villager A raised his ender candle and knocked Villager B unconscious with a swing, then carried Villager B back home. Watching Villager A's excited expression, Gaisai knocked down the sign and rewrote it. 10 redstones, 1 emerald. I have to let you taste the bitterness of being a shady dealer. Soon Villager A rushed back with a box of redstones, shouting, "Boss. Exchange for emeralds." The villager tossed the box into Gaisai's arms, and after confirming it was correct, Gaisai gave him 3 sets of emeralds. Is that all? The price seems off. What do you mean? Look, a girl already sold some to me, so the price for emeralds has gone up. 10 redstones for 1 emerald. Damn, how could someone snatch them quicker than I can? Forget it. I still have Villager B at home, let's just deal with him to ease my mood. Seeing the villager heading home with an ender candle, Gaisai had a flash of inspiration and called out to him, "Hold on, young hero. What do you want?" He walked straight up to the villager and then began to chant, still troubled by the inadequate size of your ender candle. Still worried that your ender candle is fragile? Come take a look at this medium-sized ender candle. It meets all your requirements. He combined 2 ender candles from his backpack, and a double-sized ender candle appeared in Gaisai's hands. Looking at the small one in his hand, and then at the big one in Gaisai's hand, villager A couldn't control his hands. How much? 25 emeralds. Deal. Holding the double-sized ender candle, villager A quickly ran home, eager to visit villager B. Just as Gaisai was about to leave, a hand stopped him. Hey, do you have more of that ender candle from earlier? I've got as many as you need. He also accepts custom orders. Soon Gaisai was overwhelmed by requests from female classmates, and he could only focus on crafting ender candles, enjoying a shower of emeralds. I came to class. Calling Gaisai to sit behind him, the clever Steve turned around. Where did you go so early this morning? Why do you look so exhausted? I spent all morning crafting ender candles. I'm dead tired. Young people should practice moderation and pay attention to their health. Soon the math teacher, Miss Milk Cow, walked in from outside and stood in front of the classroom. Class is starting, everyone. In less than 10 minutes, Gaisai successfully fell asleep. Math class is so hypnotic. He exited the college entrance exam and returned to his original world. Gaisai woke up with a sore back. So soft, so smooth, so fragrant. But my back hurt so much. Opening his eyes, he found himself sleeping between Wei Luoshika and Tahia, still in a slightly lower position. At this moment, Wei Luoshika and Tahia were holding hands, their heads touching, sleeping peacefully. A feeling akin to being a toy doll surged within Gaisai. Oh, suddenly Gaisai turned red. What the heck? Where's my hunger level? And what the hell is this magic affinity buff? With no food left, he could only grab a golden apple in a panic. Taking out his phone, Gaisai ordered 2 bags of carrots and potatoes. He also bought a set of kitchenware. Damn it, I already bought everything at once. I already have redstone. He'll just create it. After finishing the golden apple, Gaisai's back no longer hurt, and he felt fine watching Wei Luoshika and Tahia wake up with yawns. Little Gaisai couldn't help but lift his head. What the heck? How did I get so big? Though no one would mind him being big, this current state really affected his mobility. Hey man, how does it feel to go from a boy to a man? It's normal. I don't feel anything. Ha ha ha. Wei Luoshika brushed her hair back and reached out to Tahia. My lovely little crow, it's time to get up. You did great last night. And you too. Huh. Me. Gaisai lowered his head in contemplation, not understanding. Wait, what exactly happened last night? As you can see, Wei Luoshika smiled, hugged Tahia, and began to tease her. Alright, I get it. So should I leave? Suddenly Gaisai spotted an ender candle nearby, and a feeling of empathy arose. But next time, please be more straightforward. I can handle it. Oh, is that so? Wei Luoshika stood up, looking down at Gaisai. The dispute began. Hey, let go of me. I was wrong. This position is all wrong. Are you both not feeling anything? Ha ha ha, is this all you can handle? Damn, I'm impressed. I have truly run out of ideas. The second brother looks like he just ate chili. After biting into a golden apple, Gaisai also shared one with Verakika and Tasia. Try it, the taste is delightful and particularly crispy. Holding a cube-shaped apple, Verakika and Tasia took a bite, and an unprecedented sensation emerged within them. Like being immersed in the ocean of life, everything within their bodies was healed from the inside out. Watching the two groaning, Gaisai thought that what he held was not an apple, but something else. What happened to you two? Wow, what is this thing? I feel so much better. Me too. And Tasia extended her hand as a ball of shadow magic rose from her palm. I am more sensitive to magic now. Could it be that the golden apple has this effect? He used to eat golden apples like they were regular food. Never seen magic before, are you kidding me? What a miraculous thing. Verakika sighed as she looked at Gaisai, only to find no signs of sorrow for the golden apple on his face, but rather a look of skepticism. What's wrong with you? I'm wondering if I've been eating fake goods all these years. After putting on his clothes, Gaisai adjusted his trajectory and stepped on the pressure plate to open the door. Why is it still raining? But at least there are no more lightning. At the same time, a tall figure stood defiantly atop the castle. This was the iron puppet that had been struck by lightning all night, currently influenced by the thunder. Its body bore wounds, yet its intelligence had been enhanced. Like now, it constantly wanted to try out hip movements. Soon the delivery guy, drenched, hopped off the vehicle and began unloading goods with Gaisai in the rain. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to the little delivery demon, Gaisai opened the box containing various vegetables or seeds and headed to the vegetable garden. The days of bread are now over. Next comes the feast of vegetables. Following that, Gaisai planted the field and took out a redstone to install a harvesting device. Taking a pumpkin from his backpack, Gaisai seemed to sense something, but he couldn't recall what it was. He took out the pumpkin seeds and planted them nearby, admiring his handiwork. Nice. Clapping his hands, Gaisai returned to the poolside with a fishing rod. The fish are biting. Ladies, I think we can start eating. Now, what have you two done? This is my first time manually assembling these things. Gaisai stored the grilled fish, donned his alloy obsidian armor, and the heavy, imposing aura instantly radiated. Picking up the obsidian shield, Gaisai carefully lifted a dented gas canister. Logically, this thing shouldn't explode, but this is hell, and he was uncertain about the quality of items produced by those little demons. Building an explosion-proof well with obsidian, Gaisai tossed the gas canister inside. Boom. As expected, it was dangerous. Let me think. There will always come a day to face life's challenges. Gaisai directly crafted a shovel, braving the rain as he set out to find clay. Since the mod won't surpass me, I will surpass it. Swinging the shovel, Gaisai began digging, collecting clay to later start firing bricks in the castle. Soon 2 stoves, a cooking pot, a frying pan, and a cutting board were placed in the kitchen. Farmer's Delight mod. One successful attempt. I truly am a genius. Looking at the excess clay in his hands, Gaisai's astonishing wisdom sparked again. I love this goal-oriented thinking. But first let's eat. Using bone meal to hasten the growth of crops, he harvested a wave first, and then Gaisai began crafting delicious food. French fries, fish fillets, baked potatoes, pumpkin pie, apple pie, dried tomatoes, vegetable soup. Alright, I still need to gather some sugarcane and chicken, cows, pigs, and sheep. Slowly a table full of vegetarian feast was served, and Verikika and Tasia approached. Is this your diet meal? Currently the only meat we have is fish, so make do with that. Everyone began to eat. Soon Gaisai, holding a bag of eggs, came over and began tossing them. Damn, out of 18 eggs, only 1 hatched. Tossing the remaining 4 eggs into the enclosure, 2 chicks instantly sprang forth. Whoa, has the luck of the lucky emperor erupted? After picking up seeds to feed the 3 chickens, Gaisai pondered that clay, block, sand, gravel should be the way. This time Gaisai stepped out holding 2 shovels. He truly is a hard-working man. Verikika glanced at Tasia. You are not wrong, but sigh. Yet the Gaida family will one day discover that I am their slave. Soon Gaisai returned. The outskirts are indeed great. There are so many resources. Carrying a small deer on his shoulder, Gaisai placed it in the enclosure and then retaliated with an uppercut. What are you doing? You've dirted my clothes. Taking off his shirt, he soaked it in water and washed it, then put it on and approached the workbench using clay, sand, and gravel to make mud bricks, which he then burned into charred bricks. Before long, a transparent smelting furnace appeared. Tinker's Construct mod, he placed lava and iron inside, and watching the flowing molten iron, Gaisai felt a wave of comfort. This was the grand feeling he desired. He also made an infinite lava collection device on the side, utilizing the dripper's properties combined with the alchemy pot to produce infinite lava. As for where the dripper came from, of course, it was a fake made by Gaisai at the workbench. As long as it works. Taking out flint collected from gravel, Gaisai made a lighter. Returning to the castle, he greeted the 2 ladies and created a portal to hell. I hope the people of the human world won't exploit the obsidian door frame. In front of the 2 ladies, Gaisai stepped into the hell gate, his eyes opening and closing as he appeared in a forest. As expected, it is the human world. But since I'm here, I might as well enjoy it. Gaisai swung his axe and began chopping wood, hauling the collected logs back to the castle. Another crow was spotted catching a deer and placing it with the one he had previously caught. Alright, stop kicking the fence. Now you're not alone anymore. The hell deer sniffed the human deer and then rode it right in front of Gaisai. Gaisai held back the urge to leave as he watched the deer flick its antlers in disdain, and a cross appeared above his head. Do you want to compete? Come on. Dropping his pants, Gaisai immediately felt his aura dominate, twisting his waist and looking smugly at the hell deer, which was pretending to ignore him after losing. Pulling up his pants, he extended an international friendly gesture. Just as he was about to leave, Gaisai heard a series of jingling sounds. Where did that experience absorption sound come from? Turning around, he saw a cube-shaped fawn appearing in the enclosure. A pregnant doe eating cube grass gives birth to a cube deer. Reasonable. Separating the fawn, Gaisai once again looked down on the hell deer and walked through the hell gate. Alright, I've left everything at home, now I can have some fun. Oh wait, I still have my armor. After placing the armor on the armor rack and greeting Tasia, Gaisai passed through the gate of hell and arrived in the human realm. After checking his whole body and confirming everything was fine, Gaisai picked up the obsidian and started munching on it. The texture was still crispy. First, I need to think about what to do. Gaisai climbed a tree, sitting on a branch while gazing at the distant yellowing sky. Since there's hell in this world, there must be heaven as well, but finding heaven is probably difficult, otherwise there wouldn't be so many sinners in hell. People fear ghosts, and ghosts know the poison in people's hearts. Fearing being taken for experimental research, Gaisai remained vigilant towards strangers. This vigilance automatically failed when encountering beautiful ladies as he searched for the nearby rivers, walking with a demeanor that seemed to ignore his kin. Damn it, I forgot to bring something valuable on my first trip to the human realm. Forget it, I need to find a living person first. Gaisai searched around and only found a small stream which was so small that even his urine would flow faster. Following the trail of water downstream, Gaisai walked for half a day and arrived beside a small river. Looking up, he saw feather-like clouds turning orange under the last rays of the sun. There are so many fish here. Watching the fish swarm chaotically by the riverbank, Gaisai picked up a stone and threw it. With a splash, several mosaic fish surfaced, spinning gently. Gaisai walked over and picked up the live fish, shoving it directly into his mouth. Although eating it raw gave very little hunger value, the number of fish made up for it. Every time he threw a stone, he managed to hit a few fish, which felt like a miracle. It was puzzling why there were no fishermen here. With so many fish, why wasn't anyone fishing? Lifting some stones and throwing them a few more times, Gaisai continued downstream with about 20 fish, his eyes wide open as he carefully watched the path ahead. Although the clouds were sparse and the moonlight bright, Gaisai was still afraid of stepping on a snake and dying on the spot, wasting the opportunity to explore the human realm. As he walked, rain suddenly began to fall around him and the air became thinner. Suddenly, a howling wind erupted from the previously calm forest. Whoa, what the hell is happening? Why did the wind suddenly pick up? And now it's raining too. No way. I need to hurry. Gaisai's short legs began to move quickly. Running downstream along the riverbank, Gaisai jumped preparing to leap over a pile of stones, but just as he took off he was swept up by a gust of wind. 2 meters away from Gaisai a vortex formed, and he experienced the sensation of freely flying for the first time. It was 1,000 times more thrilling than using wings and rockets. The newly appeared tornado rapidly grew larger, and Gaisai was tightly wrapped in it, as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. Let's enjoy this. Bang! A branch caught Gaisai's face, causing him to lose 5 drops of blood. Damn it! Help! Help! Gaisai was tossed around in the tornado, finally watching helplessly as it headed towards a small town. Damn it! Am I going to get skewered like a hedgehog? Help! The tornado passed over a river, transforming into a water spout, and Gaisai was flung out. Just as Gaisai braced himself for a deadly fall, the tornado burst out of the riverbed and sucked him back in. No way, is this a domineering tornado forcing love? What the heck? Coughing, Gaisai spat out a small fish from his throat. A fish, Before he could think further, a large fish collided with his face, followed by several powerful tail whips. Hey, don't run. You hit me and still want to escape. You think you can get away after offending me, eh? I'll bite you to death. Come back. Quickly adapting to moving within the tornado, Gaisai swam like a shark in the vortex. He reached out to grab that large fish and opened his mouth directly, starting to munch on it. Raw hunger value 1. Floating freely within the tornado, Gaisai dodged various debris that threatened his life. He reached out to grab a wooden plank to shield himself just in time to receive a friendly blow from a half-broken telephone pole. Damn it. Does this count as being violated by the tornado? Hey, where are you going? Looking in the direction of the tornado, he saw a green portable toilet moving towards him, and the tornado was heading straight for it. Please don't go there. The moment he dreaded most had arrived. The tornado was about to destroy the old cafeteria, freely flying debris everywhere. While Gaisai couldn't change the tornado's path, he could save himself. Because at this moment Jesus reached out his hand to Gaisai. The huge crucifix of Jesus on the distant church became Gaisai's only hope for survival. It's not time for kill Gaisai yet. Taking a rope, he untied the other end that was attached to a dog house. Although he didn't know which sad dog's home it was, now was the time. Swinging the knot, Gaisai tossed the rope, which perfectly hooked onto Jesus' head. With a gentle shake, the rope fell, becoming the Yego brand noose, and Gaisai desperately pulled himself up. Soon he broke free from the tornado's grip and lay on the statue of Jesus on the crucifix. Thank you, Yego. But if it were Honggu, he would have smited that tornado long ago. Climbing down from the statue, Gaisai sat on the church roof, leaning against the crucifix while watching the distant mess of debris. Dude, is it really that hard to hold it in? Do you really need to go in this situation? Watching as the tornado swept away the toilet along with the smart guy, Gaisai realized how lucky he was. And quite strong. After all, he was probably the farthest person traveling alongside the tornado. I wonder if there's a Guinness World Record for this. As the tornado moved away, the heavy rain began to calm down, but it quickly ended. Survivors emerged from their homes in the night, checking on their neighbors. Of course, there were also those who took a chance at survival in their last moments and celebrated afterward, like the pilot and a couple. Truly, this is America, such a simple-hearted folk. No cover, just straight up wild. It's all you guys. Hey, everyone look. Jesus has appeared. Oh wow. A beam of light shone on Gaisai's face from below, followed by a series of lights illuminating the area. Stop shining. My eyes are about to go blind. Upon hearing this, the people below immediately turned off the lights. I'm not Jesus, I'm Gaisai, a poor guy who got swept here by a tornado from the mountains. God, how did you survive? Thanks to this. Gaisai shook the rope tied to the Jesus statue in his hand. In an instant, everyone began to make connections. Goddamn weather boy. Glancing at the news headlines, Gaisai adjusted his clothes and walked out of the church. Thank you, Father, but I think I should be going. After being warmly hosted by the priest, Gaisai stayed in the church for a few days, got his clothes sorted out, and it was time to set off to see other places. Standing by the roadside waiting for the bus, a lady wrapped in black gauze with an alluring figure approached Gaisai. She removed her sunglasses and looked at Gaisai with great interest, her gaze lingering as he boarded the bus. Watching Gaisai leave, the woman extended her scarlet tongue and licked her lips. While munching on a banana and listening to music, suddenly someone hijacked me. The bus was stopped by 2 black cars, and several men in black jumped out surrounding the bus before 2 of them boarded. A large black sack was placed over Gaisai. What? Before I could swallow the banana in my mouth, Gaisai was already in the enemy's car. Damn it. Stuffing the banana into his mouth, Gaisai held the banana peel and took out another banana from his backpack. Then there were watermelons, apples, oranges, avocados, which were terrible. Not tasty. When the car finally stopped, Gaisai was surrounded by various fruit scraps. With half a coconut shell on his head, Gaisai was dumped out of the sack. Soon the 2 groups of men were clearly divided. One group dealt with the traces while the other held guns and took Gaisai into the villa in front of them. Hello, my dear, we meet again. It's you, ma'am. Gaisai looked at the woman in black gauze who had been staring at him by the bus stop. I wonder what is the purpose of bringing me here, oh great lady. Upon hearing this, the woman opposite Gaisai removed her veil, revealing a pale, yet beautiful face. Before I express my intentions, please answer me a question, mister. Gaisai, what have you been eating lately? What to eat? Gaisai pondered while pinching his chin. Fruits, vegetables, fish. Seems like that's it. Is that all? Yes. There are also apples, pineapples, oranges, watermelons, coconuts. The more Gaisai spoke, the happier she became. Wow. Oh. Finally, the woman stood up and paced back and forth, venting her restless excitement. Sorry, darling. You need to sleep for a bit. What? A poison needle flew in, and Gaisai silently watched as a small dose of blue anesthetic was injected into his body. Zzz, quick. Get him to where he can be raised. If he loses, even a single hair will tear your faces off and stick them on a pig. Yes, Ms. Mary, we are willing to offer everything for that great one. Upon waking again, Gaisai found himself in a coffin. He knew it was a coffin because he had once idly covered himself with one. Waking up often leads to getting stuck in the wall. What kind of cushion is this so soft? What is this? Gaisai felt a black gas pipe on his right side, which smelled like oxygen. Pure oxygen. No, it seems like just a regular oxygen pipe ventilation. Are they afraid I might suffocate in there? As the center of gravity shifted, the lid in front of Gaisai was opened, and there stood the woman known as Mary. I sincerely apologize for bringing you here in this manner, but it is all worth it. Mary extended her hand, her slender arm possessing strength surpassing that of an adult man, lifting Gaisai and gently placing him on the ground. Out of the coffin, well, not a coffin, but something resembling a medical pod. As Gaisai emerged, he surveyed the area, finding himself in a bizarre room styled in pure white futuristic design. Where is this? A confinement area? You may also call it a human breeding ground. Ha, I hope it didn't scare you. Mary tossed her winered hair and laughed, covering her mouth, her gaze fixed intently on Gaisai. Human breeding ground. The name gave Gaisai a strange feeling, as if it were a metal puppet machine. However, he was inside, not a metal puppet. Speaking of metal puppets, Gaisai's own intelligent metal puppet at home approached the furnace, opened the pouring spout, tasted the iron water's salinity, repaired its injuries, and moved to the training dummy to begin training. Protecting the castle was Gaisai's command, and to fulfill that command he needed to grow stronger. With a strike of his iron elbow, a red critical damage of 44 floated above. Sounds pretty interesting, so why was I brought here? To raise you. Yes, darling, we need your body to complete a marvelous sacrifice. So to keep you safe, we brought you here. Well, good heavens, am I suddenly blessed? Am I being kept by a rich woman? So do I just need to stay put and wait to die? Mary paused. Yes. We will do our best to fulfill your requests, because maintaining happiness can make the meat taste better. Meat? Are you saying I'm going to be treated like a pig? All right. Today I'll show you just how much a pig can eat. Turning around, Gaisai sat down heavily in a chair, causing it to bend under him, and he tightly gripped the armrest to prevent his head from hitting the ground. Heavens! Be careful! Mary hurriedly helped Gaisai sit upright. The first thing Gaisai did upon standing was to bend a chair that was lighter than 2 rolls of paper. What the hell? It's so light and soft. After putting down the chair, Gaisai pounded the table, which was made of the same material as the chair, but had a different structure, offering more resilience. Turning his head, Gaisai stared at Mary. Miss, care to explain? This entire room is made of nanomaterial designed to ensure that it won't harm the human body in any way. Impressive. After expressing his admiration, Gaisai began to explore quickly, finding a remote control. Pressing a button, the ceiling projector displayed a massive screen. A home projector. He wasn't very interested in that, so he searched further and found a soft game controller. After trying to play a couple of rounds, Gaisai tossed the controller aside and lay back on the sofa. The controller was all soft, the feel was truly bizarre. Finding everything uninteresting, Gaisai looked at Mary. I'm hungry, I want to eat. No problem, please wait a moment. In no time, Gaisai was living the life of King Gigi in Bears Gone Wild. Don't you have any meat here? Only vegetarian. After eating, I could even go fight zombies. Plants versus zombies. Darling, we only have one type of meat here. I don't care where it comes from, bring out the meat. All right. Soon a grilled sausage was served on the table. Gaisai rubbed the knife and fork together, cutting a piece and spearing it with the fork before putting it in his mouth. Wait, did your chef put salt in the bag? The chef, how did you know? Seeing that Gaisai showed no curiosity about the ingredients, Mary became puzzled. Do you know what this is made of? What is it made of? Human flesh. Thud, thud, thud. Gaisai heard a little tune in his mind about being human. So it's not that you were going to feed me to monsters, you were preparing to use me as food. Hannibal. Yes. Bowing his head in acknowledgement, Mary grew proud, looking forward to Gaisai's fearful expression. Why are you looking at me? Do you know what the most meat I ever ate in my past life was? What? Spicy strips. I even ate the rotten flesh dropped by zombies. Human flesh would be considered fine dining. As he spoke, Gaisai approached the projector and found that little tune slowly playing it. Listening to the little tune about being human, Gaisai felt the movements within himself, every organ pulsating with stable vitality. Preview Crunchy Bone Syndrome Integration Package. I don't know why, but I feel a ticklish sensation in my heart, so eager to reach out and scratch it. With this thought, a brand new formula suddenly popped into Gaisai's mind. Chest opener, iron ingot, lever, wooden stick. Chest cavity mod, crispy bone syndrome integration package. Oh yes, replace useless organs with useful ones. Direct organ ascension. Suddenly feeling homesick, Gaisai looked at Mary. When do you start the sacrifices? In 2 days, but I still don't understand what spicy strips are. That's a nickname, no need to mind it. Gaisai punched the wall to test its hardness, then assumed a Wing Chun stance, starting to attack the wall continuously. Controlling his strength, he punched the 2 square walls, watching the excavation particles appear. Gaisai understood that he could not be trapped here, but with food and drink available, isn't it nice to enjoy 2 days? 2 days flew by. Gaisai examined Mary carefully, starting sacrifices tomorrow. Yes. Oh yeah, just when I got bored too. Stretching lazily, Gaisai sat up. Tonight let's skip the games you. Gaisai pointed his finger at Mary. Take off your clothes and dance for me. Mary's eyes widened, not expecting someone would dare to command her like this. Oh, is that not allowed? Then I'll cry, throw a fit, and hang myself. For that gentleman's mood, this little sacrifice is nothing. Slowly undressing, Mary began to dance, catching Gaisai's attention as he suddenly looked up. Damn, I didn't expect her figure to be so good. Cold mature woman, forced cannibal strong woman, cold white skin. After enjoying the view, just as Gaisai was about to go for a kiss, a hand stopped him. Sorry, but such things are not allowed before the sacrifice. What if I force it? Mary opened her mouth, sticking out a long crimson tongue, and a blue anesthetic needle was rolled out. Just as Gaisai reached for it, Mary retracted her tongue and bit his hand. Although not very forceful, Gaisai could feel her saliva secreting wildly. Fun fact, the taste of vegetarian meat is better. Ultimately, Mary released her bite. No rush for this moment. Grabbing Gaisai, Mary put on her clothes and walked out of the room. See you tomorrow morning. Mr. Gaisai. Goodbye. After cleaning his hands, Gaisai shook his head and went to bed with a click. Early the next morning, Gaisai was awakened. Why are you waking me up at 4:30 in the morning? It's time to shower. Shower. After 2 enjoyable days, Gaisai's bottom was itching, deserved it, and today he was even reluctant to get out of bed. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly stretched and got up. Where to shower? Here. Mary pressed a button and a crack opened in the wall beside them. Following the passage, Gaisai arrived in the bathroom. As Gaisai began to wash, Mary walked in. What are you doing? Her wild gaze scanned Gaisai from head to toe. Your body is really nice. Huh. And then, so delicate, like a child. What are you looking at? What the hell, kid? You don't understand anything if the big sword hasn't been drawn. Wow, your anus is also very beautiful. What the hell? Why do I need to spread my butt to check my body? A truly perfect work won't overlook any detail. Soon Gaisai was taken underground, lying on a stone platform marked with an inverted pentagram. Gaisai was wrapped in a tattered cloth, expressing that the bed was really hard. Dressed in formal attire, Mary approached with an ancient spellbook, placing an olive branch over Gaisai's eyes and slowly reciting a spell. The time was exactly 6 o'clock and 6 seconds on Saturday. A trembling blood-black portal slowly opened above Gaisai's head, and a seemingly kind big sister stepped out. Long time no see, Mary. What brings you to me this time? Great Lady Rosie, this is our offering to you. Rosie looked down just in time to meet Gaisai's gaze as he peeked at the olive branch. Rosie smiled happily, showing her signature grin at Gaisai. Her sharp teeth closely aligned, and her deep black hole-like eyes were captivating. Gaisai sat up and looked at Rosie. Is it really you? Hello, Lady Rosie. Do you know me? Of course. I found your information online before, to be exact, all the information about female hell lords. Stepping down from the stone platform, Gaisai stretched and pointed to the red-black portal beside him. Is the other side hell? Yes. Then I'm heading back to hell now. You continue chatting. In the confused eyes of Rosie and Mary, Gaisai walked straight into the portal and returned to hell. Huh, where's this? Crossing through the hell gate, Gaisai arrived in a luxurious room, opened the door, and instinctively walked to the railing to look down. Below, a horde of ogres shopping paused their actions, collectively looking up at Gaisai, who was wrapped in a cloth. I go. With a swoosh, the ogres uniformly revealed their white sharp teeth. Gaisai quickly ran back to the room, passing through the portal again to return to Rosie and Mary lying back on the stone platform. Gaisai clearly understands the difference between being eaten by one person and being shared by a group. Moreover, he was only wearing a piece of cloth. How can I face people like this? Not to mention it's all ogres down there. Isn't that just tempting fate? Why did you come back again? Mary asked, looking at Gaisai, who was covering his face with the olive branch. There are too many people over there. With me like this, how can I face them? Mary, does this mean you're a demon? Rosie smiled, looking at Gaisai, who hadn't even broken a sweat, and asked. Me? I am Gaisai. Gaisai is me. I'm neither a demon nor an angel, and definitely not human. To be precise, I am a block person, but now struck by lightning I have taken on a human form. Gaisai, I see. But why do you want to investigate female hell lords? Well, I want to befriend a rich woman and live a good life where I can stretch out my hands for clothes and open my mouth for food. Is that all? Rosie reached out, pinched Gaisai's face, and then scanned his whole body as if she had found some precious delicacy. Darling, do you know what I want to do the most right now? Gaisai glanced at Rosie's drooling mouth. Eat me. You got it right. Gaisai raised his hand to block Rosie's mouth. Wait a moment, you can't eat me like this. Is that so? Rosie opened her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth as she bit down on Gaisai's finger. A flash of red light flickered across Gaisai's body, and nothing happened. Holding Gaisai's finger, Rosie displayed a puzzled expression. Wow, 3 drops of blood. Lady Rashi has quite the bite. That's 3 drops just from a finger. How many drops would that be from a full mouthful? By the way, how many drops would I lose if I bit myself? Well, dear, what method should I use to eat you? Rashi released her bite and pulled in Gaisai. Perhaps we need some tools. Gaisai pointed to the portal, indicating he would return to hell to find tools. Then let's go. Next time we see Mary, remember to prepare more meat. The town's population has increased recently, and so has the demand for food. No problem, Lady Rashi. I promise to complete the task. And no, this isn't a task, just a small request. After saying goodbye to Mary, Rashi took Gaisai through the portal. What do you need? Wood, stone, iron, and could you get me some clothes? I can't go out like this, can I? Indeed, sit tight and wait for me. Rashi pressed Gaisai onto a chair and walked out. Seizing the opportunity, Gaisai pulled out some food he had secretly stashed in his backpack and showed it off. Phew. Seeing his health bar fill up, Gaisai let out a sigh of relief. The time to cozy up to a rich lady has come. Whether I can rise from a peasant to sing a song depends on today. Darling, I'm back. Did you move around? Do you believe me if I said no? Gaisai was currently pouring tea from a teapot into his mouth, lying back. Rashi walked over, took the teapot from Gaisai's hand, and placed it back on the table, then turned to shove a bag into Gaisai's arms. Cannibal Town. Upon seeing the symbol on the bag, Gaisai was pushed aside, and Rashi pulled down the curtain. Change, darling, do not question my judgment. I'm not questioning your judgment, but why are you still here? Because this piece of clothing is difficult for one person to wear. Really? Then I must see what kind of clothing this is. These shorts are so tight. Did I buy the wrong thing? Is this? Right. Gaisai pulled out a pair of white stockings and stared blankly at Rashi. Haha, they were originally designed for men. It seemed Gaisai had also heard the rumor that stockings were initially designed for men, but he hesitated to wear them. Forget it, better to wear it than not. After a while, he donned a pair of 7-point pants and placed a silk ring around his ankles to cover the junction between his shoes and feet, completing his lower outfit. The belt was the simplest item he had discovered so far. He then began to put on the upper part. Darling, you wore it inside out, the other side is the front. I thought something was off too, but the other side. Gaisai took off the shirt and reversed it. He had doubted he wore it wrong, but who ties a tight belt at the back? Yeah. Gaisai gave up, the straps behind him couldn't be tightened at all. Help me out. Rashi smiled and helped Gaisai tie the straps. Feeling the snug collar, Gaisai stood in front of the full-length mirror. Due to the tight straps behind, the entire outfit was tightly bound on him, showcasing his youthful and robust physique. This is purely designed for beauty. It completely disregards the wearer's feelings. Immediately, Rashi brought over a coat, and Gaisai got busy again. With the outfit change complete, Gaisai let out a sigh of relief. I've never seen such a difficult outfit to wear. However, he did look handsome. How do you feel? Like a little prince from the Middle Ages, but this outfit is really hard to wear. Just as he was about to leave, a delicate hand reached out and grabbed Gaisai by the collar. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to gather some materials to make tools. Rose's expression changed as she patted Gaisai's head and followed him out. Wow, he looks delicious. Yeah, I can't help but want to eat him right now. Don't mind them, you keep going. Rashi nudged Gaisai, unable to resist her own hunger. Eventually, the two walked out of Cannibal Town, and Gaisai began to survey the trees around. This one will do. He aimed at a crooked tree and started chopping, and soon a square piece of wood fell with the trunk also toppling down. Rashi looked surprised and confused, but continued to watch patiently until Gaisai began to dig at his feet. Where are you going? Digging for some stones. Bang! Gaisai's wooden pickaxe seemed to hit something. Please don't let it be a sewage pipe. Upon closer inspection, it was an iron barrel. Gaisai breathed a sigh of relief and continued digging. After making a stone pickaxe, Gaisai started to prop himself up and casually dug out the iron barrel. Iron fragments 3, rotten meat 5, bones 7. Looks like someone is peacefully resting here. Jumping up from underground, Rashi curiously scanned Gaisai, surprised to find that he hadn't gotten a speck of dirt on him. Lady Rashi, why don't you wait for me? I'm going to steal a car. Rashi silently watched as Gaisai stealthily approached a nearby bar, then raised his pickaxe and began to dig at a car. Got it. Let's go. Grabbing Rose's hand, Gaisai hurried back up to the second floor of the supermarket in Cannibal Town. The sinner demon who came out of the bar, who the hell stole my car? Damn beast. At this moment, Rashi, who was following Gaisai, was overcome by curiosity, and her appetite was overshadowed. She couldn't wait to see what amazing tricks Gaisai had in store. Then Gaisai began to perform magic in front of her. A new workstation. The old one was eaten. 2 furnaces. One for burning charcoal, and the other for smelting iron. First wooden sticks, raw stone combined to make a lever, then iron ingot, lever, wooden stick. The chest opener is here. Watching Gaisai happily hold up a claw-like tool, Rashi leaned closer. This is the tool you wanted? Yes. This is a chest opener. It can open the chest cavity of organisms to examine their organs. Holding the chest opener, Gaisai opened his chest cavity space, took out a heart to show Rashi, then quickly put it back. Was that your heart just now? Yes. Is there a bed? Rashi. Arriving in Rose's bedroom, Gaisai took a deep breath and the fragrance of a mature woman entered his nose. Lying on the bed for a moment, refreshing his respawn point, Gaisai stood up and immediately started working. Using the chest opener, he then ejected all his organs, directly collapsing dead in front of Rashi, his body dissipating on the ground. Immediately after, a square figure resurrected from the bed. Picking up the chest opener from the ground, Gaisai continued his work. Alright, is this enough to eat? Again holding the chest opener, Gaisai didn't open his chest, but instead plugged it into a nearby socket. Roar! A flash of electricity, and Gaisai transformed back into his human form. Indeed, as long as the electricity is applied long enough, I can transform without thunder. Picking up 2 hearts, Gaisai approached the furnace and began to roast them. Luo, she also picked up a pixel art style heart, took a look, and then popped it into her mouth. Chewing. After chewing a couple of times, Luo, she clasped her hands together and gasped. This heart was simply the best in terms of texture and everything else. Delicious. Tilting her head back, a puff of hot air escaped Luo's eyes mouth as she gazed at the organs scattered on the ground, drooling. Here, just out of the oven. Holding a box, Gaisai walked over and collected the scattered organs into his backpack, placing them in the box. After consuming the roasted heart luo, she instantly felt a surge of vitality rise within her. After a hearty meal, Gaisai sat to the side and picked up a kitchen knife to start cutting, making the pixel art style heart appear three-dimensional. Here I didn't expect it to really succeed. A plate of cut-open heart was placed in front of Luo Shi, and raising her fork, she began to taste it. It's truly exquisite. Wiping the corner of her mouth, Luo, she looked at Gaisai. "Ah, you really are quite delightful. As a reward, what do you wish for?" "Hee, I want." Not long after, a beautiful lady with white hair elegantly approached Gaisai. "Damn, why do you all like this position? Such a lively little one compared to my first husband. You're as strong as an ox." "If I'm an ox, then you, madam, must be the finest cowgirl in hell." Gaisai could only passively enjoy being grabbed by both legs. Having come to terms with it, since it's always like this, I might as well enjoy it. Gaisai chuckled helplessly. "Huh, sweet talk won't work. I almost forgot this feeling, how nostalgic. As long as you're happy." Gaisai tilted his head and fell asleep. The next morning, Gaisai woke up from his sleep. "I can't believe I fainted after eating so many roasted kidneys yesterday. Could it be that my kidneys are weak? No way. Absolutely no way. Time to get up. It's strange, should I treat you as a lover or as a mischievous child?" Taking a sip of tea, Luo, she set down her cup and walked over. Emergency rations." Gaisai instinctively blurted out, recalling his experience of being raised by Mary. "Huh. No, you're not just a cold corpse. Do you like me?" "I do." "Huh." Luo, she smiled and leaned down to kiss Gaisai's forehead. "Get some more sleep, little guy. You did well last night." Leaving the room, Luo, she took out the sausages she had prepared from the fridge and began to make breakfast. Soon Gaisai also got up and discovered a great way to put on clothes, simply placing them into the armor slot. This way even the most difficult clothes could fit. Yawning, Gaisai picked up a sandwich and started eating. "Is this made from my organs?" "Of course, with such high-quality ingredients you should enjoy it quickly. Actually, it's not necessary. If the organs I processed have no shelf life limits, they could last even 10,000 years like this." Finishing breakfast in no time, Gaisai went to Luo Shi and opened his arms to hug her. "What's wrong, dear?" "I want to go home. All my belongings are at home, and I also have a servant. I'm afraid she might starve herself." "Oh, have you acquired a territory?" "Sort of. That land used to be the domain of a noble demon, but now the warden has granted it to me." "Noble demon? Warden? Dear, could you tell me more about it?" Gaisai began recounting the events that occurred in the Fury Circle to Luo Shi. "You can go to other levels of hell." "Yes." Luo Shi expressed her deep envy and then hugged Gaisai tightly. "Remember to come visit me." Luo Shi released Gaisai, who was a blocky figure she could not restrain. "No, my territory is in the Pride Circle. You can come find me anytime." "Oh, so that's how it is. Wait for me a moment." Luo Shi stood up and began to tidy up. Before long, the two arrived at Gaisai's home. "She left." "Yes, she left after the rain stopped." Tasia looked at Luo Shi. "Who is she?" "Hello. Beautiful girl, I am his new lover." "What?" Tasia looked at Gaisai in disbelief, nodding at him, even more shocked. "It's okay, you're both my wings." Covering her head, Tasia pulled Gaisai aside. "Who is she?" "Luo Shi, a demon lord." "Huh, you. I've hitched a ride with a wealthy lady." Despairing, Tasia covered her face, her young heart unable to comprehend she could be your mother. "It's fine to look at her. She's really beautiful and quite sexy, isn't she?" "Whatever, he's the master, I'm his slave. You'll let it be." Tasia decided to give up. She really couldn't care less about Gaisai. At that moment, the iron puppet walked over, glanced at Luo Shi, and after completing its recording, moved towards the training dummy to continue training the Mamba power. "Did you build this castle yourself with your special ability?" "Yo, what's up? Could you leave a room for me?" "What kind of question is that? If you want, I can give you everything." Gaisai turned to Luo Shi, indicating, "Do you want that room? The second floor, the one facing the sunlight." "No problem." Gaisai rebuilt the castle stairway and then decorated the room with birch wood. "Materials are limited, so let's leave it at that for now." "How is it floating?" Luo Shi pointed at the wool mat floating beside them. "Well, there wasn't a guy named Newton in my original world, so gravity doesn't really matter." Gaisai walked over and knocked off the floating mat, shrugging his shoulders. After circling around Luo, she sat on the bed. "You just mentioned your previous world. Do you come from another world?" "Sort of." "Then why did you come here?" "Dear, I don't understand." "Well, I accidentally blew up my previous world, but fortunately I arrived in this complex world. It's simply thrilling here." Turning around and flopping onto the bed, Gaisai refreshed his resurrection point and handed a golden apple to Luo Shi. "Here's a golden apple, try this good thing." Luo Shi initially wanted to toss it away, but seeing Gaisai's serious expression, she opened her mouth and ate it. Soon she felt the magical effects of the golden apple. "Wow, I feel fantastic right now. Where did you get this thing?" "I made it myself. 8 gold ingots, 1 apple. You're truly amazing." Gaisai chuckled and raised his head to make eye contact with Luo Shi, exchanging glances. Gaisai pounced onto Luo Shi. "I was in poor condition before. This time I have the home advantage, hee hee." "Oh dear, have you forgotten the previous disaster?" Gaisai versus Luo Shi. Luo Shi wins. "Now, call me mommy." "Mommy." Once again, Gaisai was shamefully pinned to the ground, feeling like he was flying. "Huh, you really are like a baby. Remember, mommy is always waiting for you to challenge her." Luo Shi sat down hard, ending the match. "No, I'm not done yet." Gaisai stuffed a bunch of food into his mouth and quickly felt revitalized. "Oh yeah, this time it's my turn." There are only overworked oxen in this world. Where are the fields that are plowed to ruin? Jasaya with a shattered Dao heart lay on Luo Zai's body, gasping for breath. You are the strongest man I have ever seen. Luo she tightened her embrace around Jasaya, and with a twist pressed him down like a pillow. Let's go to sleep. After answering, Jasaya closed his eyes, gazing at the sunset outside the window, exiting the game. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Just a bit more. One could only say that women with charm far exceeded Jasaya's imagination. Create a new world. I must find a way to become stronger. World generating. Soon with the loading complete, Jasaya appeared in my world. World name Legend of the Blood Clan. Vampire module. This is a world where vampires and vampire hunters coexist. Use your abilities and find a way to survive. Tip: the lost beasts have also returned. Whoa. Survival module. No mission restrictions yet. Isn't this equivalent to a treasure that has no owner? Jasaya turned around and saw a village appear behind him. What the hell? Plunder. Grabbing an obsidian axe, Jasaya rushed forward, glancing at the territory stone pillar. It turned out to be an unclaimed village. After communicating with the villagers, not surprisingly, they were just a group of mutes who could only grunt. Looks like it's the original world, nothing special. Ooh, just right. Let's establish a base here. Surrounding the territory stone pillar with obsidian, Jasaya built a wall around the village. From then on, the villagers no longer had to worry about the threats of monsters and vampires. Even falling into Jasaya's hands wouldn't be a good thing. Soon the last villager was transported to the designated location by the mine, and Jasaya successfully completed the division of the villagers. Transactions of value. Farming for food, and all fools were to be recycled for their chests, only those useless ones left to breed. After organizing the automated warehouse and checking the iron generator again, Jasaya took the bread obtained from plundering the village and began to dig underground. Okay. Diamond secured. Holding the diamond, Jasaya crafted an enchantment table and placed it aside. Bookshelf. Sugarcane. Yes. He needed to grow some sugarcane at home. After a flurry of activity, night quickly fell, and the fully armed Jasaya charged out. Battle. Exciting. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, a black beast lunged at Jasaya, biting into him. A werewolf. So this is what the beast referred to. Watching the blood wolf plague buff in the status bar, Jasaya smirked. Wasn't this just right? Has he found a way to become stronger? What? Werewolves can't eat anything other than meat. Then can't I just switch it up? I remember that werewolves need a lot of werewolf materials to level up. Hahaha. Jasaya began to focus on recruiting werewolves. I'm back. Feeling Jasaya's movement, Luo, she woke up. What's wrong, my dear? Rolling over, Jasaya pinned Luo, she down, smiling slightly. How about we do it again? Sigh. Mom agreed, but don't be too quick. Surprise is coming. Jasaya transformed, a white-haired werewolf appearing in front of Luo. You turned into a hellhound. No wait. You're a werewolf. Initially thinking Luo she would be curious, Jasaya saw a look of disdain on her face. Don't you like werewolves? Jasaya silently transformed back. I just don't like being close to a wild beast. Alright. Jasaya once again held Luo and fell asleep. Damn. I never considered that someone might not like werewolves. How about switching to a vampire then? Just as Jasaya was about to reset his race, he suddenly had a bold idea. What if I create a hybrid of a werewolf and a vampire? Looking at the chest opener in hand, countless possibilities appeared in Jasaya's mind. The experiment has begun. The 60-second experiment finally succeeded. Picking up the mutated potion extracted from the hybrid, Jasaya injected it into himself. Soon a hybrid species was born. Directly killing the werewolf used for the experiment, Jasaya leveraged the power of flesh technology, flesh recasting module, to reconstruct his body with top-notch organs. Now I lack nothing. Gathering his aura, Jasaya transformed into a bat and went to the warehouse, taking the organs and flesh harvested from the villagers. He lay down by the bed. Yes, Luo. Jasaya looked up and saw Luo watching him with a look of a concerned parent, as if worried he wouldn't sleep well. Sleep easy, mom won't despise you. Lying there for a while, Jasaya suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute, it's not that I can't sleep, a Luo. What do you think of vampires? Jasaya's eyes turned blood red as he looked at Luo. Are you telling me that you transformed from a werewolf into a vampire just after a bit of sleep? Exactly. Luo pinched Jasaya's sensitive spot. Ow. I'm not lying. Jasaya, overwhelmed with emotion, transformed into a bat and flew away, then landed on the other side of the bed, frantically rubbing his chest. Huff. Huff. It hurts. Is it because I turned into a vampire, or is my body too sensitive? Why does it hurt so much? Wow. You really turned into a vampire. Sorry, mom misjudged you, now come here. Luo smiled, beckoning Jasaya with her finger as he crawled over. This is your last chance. If you lose, you'll only be lying under me for the rest of your life, got it? Nodding, the great battle commenced. Hey dear, it's time to get up. The next morning, Luo gently woke Jasaya, who obviously had overslept again. Ugh. From now on I'll have to lie below. What's that called, for ice? After hesitating for a while, Jasaya got up and saw Luo already tidied up. Are you leaving? To the cannibal town, can't lose their mayor, remember to come find me. Wait a minute, take this, the stuff inside is enough for you to eat for a month. Thanks to the villagers for their strong support. Villager, what the hell? Do you think I wanna? What can I do? Taking the box and getting on the car, Luo waved goodbye to Jasaya. Remember to challenge mom anytime. No problem. The car started and Luo left. You two, how many times did you do it last night? A fatigued Tahiya approached. Gaisai counted a total of 3 times 6 to 7 rounds each time, and the last time 12 rounds. After 25 rounds all night, and you're still so energetic. Unbelievable. As Tahiya turned her head, she looked at Gaisai under the sun. Fortunately, I cured the disadvantage of vampires burning in sunlight, but during the day, I'm just an ordinary Steve. Other than having a longer health bar and faster health recovery, there aren't many advantages. Oh, you should know that Gaisai now has 240 health points and a built-in 20 armor points. It's time to experience what true relaxation feels like. He fashioned a coffin bed and tried lying in it. It was soft and spacious, though shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, he possessed night vision. Transforming into a bat, Gaisai flew off into the distance, leaving Tahiya with a bewildered expression. Had Gaisai really turned into a bat? What's going on? Didn't he lack magical abilities? It's time for revenge. That despicable Rakana will soon cry for mercy. Quack. What's stuck? Hey, don't move. Are you stupid? Gaisai, now in werewolf form, found himself entangled with Rakana. Transform back. Following Rakana's suggestion, Gaisai reverted to human form, and they finally separated. Is this your first time? You don't even know this common knowledge. It would be a miracle if I did. This is my first time using werewolf form. Ha ha ha. Damn it, you little chick. Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Fuck, I need to take a shower. Rakana stood up with effort, adjusted herself, and walked into the bathroom with Gaisai following behind. He needed a wash too. The sound of rushing water gradually washed everything away. By the way, how's the construction of the evil killing arena in Fire mode going? Not yet completed. Oh, only the Fury arena is ready. Fury arena? Yes, it's a 5v5 team battle where one side must be completely incapacitated for the other to win. Want to check it out? Sounds quite exciting. Really? Then I must see it. Drying off, Rakana picked up a hairdryer to style her hair, while Gaisai adjusted his clothes and headed toward the central arena. Before long, Gaisai stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the distance. 2 colossal dragon statues flanked the arena, and the eternal flame atop the braziers burned fiercely. What the hell? Is this still the same arena from before? Approaching the front, Gaisai entered through the dragon's mouth on the left. Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling Fury arena is about to begin. Please take your seats and wait for the match to start. Gaisai arrived at the entrance, and without a second thought, swiped the Satan Black card. Ding! Welcome back, Master of Evil. An electronic voice echoed, and the blue door beside the entrance opened as Gaisai scratched his head. Is this the VIP passage? Entering through the blue door, he soon realized something was off. Wasn't this the backstage? After circling around, Gaisai was certain. This is the player's resting area. What the hell? Just then the player list fluttered, and an anonymous figure leaped to the top of the list with the title Master of Evil glaring next to the name. Oh no, I really signed up. Well, signing up is one thing, but can just be considered an entertainment event. Hey man, look over here. A familiar voice called out, and Gaisai turned to see the voluptuous Thorn Rose. I didn't expect you to come to compete. How did you recognize me? The scent. I know over 900 kinds of poisons, and I remember each one's scent distinctly. That apple fragrance on you is unforgettable too. Gaisai could only applaud, expressing how impressive that was. Impressive? You flatter me. By the way, what's the deal with the title after your name? Maybe it's this. Gaisai took out a 2-headed dragon evil card from his card pouch. This was issued to me by the warden, but this project isn't completed yet. Alright, what type of match are you looking to participate in? Just tell me so I can avoid you. Are we not sisters? Is this reasonable? To be honest, this is my first time here, so I'm not quite clear. Thorn Rose smiled, and then explained the rules of the place to Gaisai. Matches are divided into competitive and entertainment categories. Each category has 5v5, 3v3, and 1v1 types. However, rewards for consecutive wins and betting are only available in competitive matches. The lucky draw is exclusive to entertainment matches. Victors in the matches here can earn ample competition points, essentially a universal currency in the prison. Additionally, the chaotic market to the south has been rectified personally by the warden, and it's now quite orderly. Alright, goodbye. I'm off to sign up. Go ahead anyway, since you're signing up so late you won't be on my list. Arriving at the sign-up area, Gaisai, being a solo participant, signed up for 3 1v1 entertainment matches and 2 lucky draws. Since these were entertainment matches, the list of 5 matches was quickly generated. Gaisai began searching for his designated spot on the list. Before long, Gaisai found himself waiting in Zone D for the match to begin. Looking up at the massive screen showcasing the program, he understood that the purpose of the entertainment matches was to evoke audience emotions, significantly boosting viewership. Simply put, it's about making money. What he needed to do was simple: put on a show. When it comes to putting on a show, I am the best at it. While quietly waiting for the match to start, Gaisai noticed that the number of little demons in the entertainment matches far exceeded those in competitive matches. Perhaps these little demons lacked physical prowess. But soon Gaisai realized he was mistaken. The little demons weren't incapable, but preferred the freedom of the entertainment match rules. After all, competitive matches require winning, while entertainment matches rely on popularity, making victory or defeat inconsequential. Hence, many little demons came to sign up for challenges. 95-27. Please step onto the stage. The announcer called out Gaisai's former number as he walked up with a smile. Huh, is security still needed here? Yes, weapons are prohibited for any contestants in entertainment matches. After a quick search, Gaisai was allowed inside, walking down a corridor until he arrived at a venue resembling an amusement park. Clown Paradise 1v1 is about to start. Search for weapons, find armor, and defeat your opponent. Caution: beware of someone who looks just like you. At the starting line, waiting for the match to commence, Gaisai quickly began searching. Oranges. Oranges? What the hell oranges? What? Collect 7 oranges to summon a free dog to help. Finally, Gaisai stumbled upon a durian. Durian. Alright, this will do. Holding the durian, Gaisai reached the center stage and glanced at his opponent, almost bursting into laughter, as the other was completely wrapped in bananas, looking just like a banana spirit. Alright. Durian versus banana, is this a fruit battle? As the match began, being his first time here, Gaisai mimicked his opponent's actions, hiding behind a foam wall. The opponent started peeling bananas. Gaisai, unwilling to be outdone, began to peel his durian. The opponent threw banana peels on the ground to create traps. Gaisai finished all the durian flesh using the shell as a boxing glove. At that moment, the opponent threw bananas at Gaisai in a provocative manner, and Gaisai rushed forward ready to unleash an attack. The rule was to defeat the opponent using props, so the opponent wrapped in bananas couldn't stretch out and was easily caught and beaten by Gaisai. Victory. Like children fighting, ribbons shot out from both sides as Gaisai earned 100 points, equivalent to 25 yuan. Well, what a lackluster performance for just 100 points. Seeing the opponent also receive 100 points, Gaisai suddenly thought of a possibility. Is this a form of welfare for those demons with poor physical abilities? It seems the warden is truly a kind-hearted dragon. The other 2 competitions were undoubtedly just child's play. Gaisai arrived at the big wheel competition venue, where 5 contestants participated together, taking turns at the big wheel. The competition content appeared: the first round was Wild Cowboy, the second round was Fighter, the third round was Deep Sea Terror, the fourth round was Squid Adventure, and the 5th round was Ice Lake Challenge. In the first round, one had to hold on for 15 seconds on the back of the bull. Gaisai was number 4 in sequence, but soon the first 3 contestants exited in succession, leaving Gaisai bewildered. Isn't it just a bull? When it was Gaisai's turn, he realized that the spurs they prepared to provoke the bull were actually 2 knives. It's no wonder the bull would go crazy. However, this was still simple for Gaisai. Soon number 5 appeared. Seeing the slightly pale hair and the thick mustache beneath his nose, Gaisai knew he was safe. Because a useless old man wouldn't sign up for the big wheel, just like number 2, who had his leg broken. 15 seconds flew by, and number 5 rolled off the back of the bull and quickly climbed over the barrier. Next came the second round, where a machine appeared in front of the 2. They could win by defeating the robot or accumulating enough battle points. The robot would mimic their movements. Gaisai effortlessly knocked it away. Number 5 chose to accumulate points, tightly holding the robot's head with his left hand and delivering 5 heavy punches, earning enough points to win, though he also took 5 punches from the robot. Seeing number 5, whose right eyelid was swollen and who accidentally fell down, Gaisai reached out to pull him up. Thanks. You're welcome, but are you sure you're okay? Haha, it's just a small injury. The third round began, where both needed to find keys in a dark pool while avoiding shark attacks. Standing at the edge of the pool, number 5 frowned, but still mustered the courage to go in. Gaisai had night vision and could see very clearly underwater, quickly finding the key, while number 5 encountered some trouble. Fortunately, in the last 5 minutes, he also found the key and swam out. Phew, I did it. Huh, congratulations. You too. Huh. Finally enough for baby formula. Setting the key aside, number 5 walked to the side. What did he just say? Buying baby formula. Arriving at the 4th round, they needed to swim through an underwater tunnel to win. Beware, the underwater squids like to smear ink and will spray ink in large amounts when hit. Glancing at number 5, Gaisai jumped into the water, ready to take on any squid that came his way. Soon Gaisai completed it, but number 5 encountered trouble. The squid tangled him, making it hard to see the way. He could only swim to the breathing zone based on instinct. Fortunately, his large mustache prevented him from being blocked, allowing him to breathe normally. I've had enough, I concede. Now I have enough for 3 cans of baby formula. You came to compete just to buy baby formula. Yeah, I have a little girl in prison, and I have to earn money to support her. Then congratulations. I fell down, and Gaisai arrived at number 5's level, needing to withstand the icy water for 5 minutes without submerging his head. Gaisai found it easy, but for others, completing this would be tough. 1 minute would be a challenge. With the challenge completed, Gaisai earned 2,700 points. He calculated that the second round had a bonus, and each subsequent round tripled the points. Roughly calculating 2,700, 900, 300. So 1 can of baby formula costs 300 points. 75. It seems that even the lower tier little demons don't have an easy life. No wonder there are so many little demons around. Shaking his head, Gaisai participated in another big wheel competition. One could only say that he stood out among the short ones. However, the taller ones were all comparable to Charlie Chaplin in their prime. Backstage, Gaisai suddenly stopped, took a few steps back, and looked again. Luna. Hearing someone call her, the socially anxious Luna looked up at Gaisai. It's me, Gaisai. I've transformed into human form. It's been a long time. Indeed, how did you all end up here? Were you caught too? It was useless, mainly because of bylies. He said money comes quickly here, so. Luna pointed to the neatly arranged screens in the distance, showing the matches of bylies Moses and Millie. Poor Moses was fainted on the side with 2 flying knives stuck in his backside, while Millie was battling a pair of succubus twins wielding long staffs. And Bylais. He was about to be stabbed by Rose with 2 daggers, turning him into a spinning top. As expected, it didn't take long for Bylais' side to be completely defeated. Damn it. How could that crazy woman be so ruthless? Hang in there, little Mo, it'll take you to see a doctor? Millie, why do you have 2 heads again? Suddenly Bylais saw Gaisai and rushed over. Hey, you son of a BTCH, stay away from my daughter. Luna, are you okay? He is Gaisai. Gaisai, the square-headed, square-bottomed newbie. Gaisai, what the hell, square-bottom? I'm no longer a newbie. Oh, then who opened your bottom? Resisting the urge to punch Bylais. Is it possible I didn't sell my bottom? Wait, I have a bad feeling. You stay away from me. Bylais covered his ears and took 2 steps back from Gaisai. Stop playing around. Bylais, Moses is still poisoned. Oh, thanks. I almost forgot. Doctor, is there a doctor here? This isn't the same as the previous death matches. The poison I used isn't lethal. Rose approached with the twins. The twins imitated Millie and Moses, mocking Millie, making her roar in anger. Let me handle this. Gaisai picked up a bucket of milk and poured it down Moses' throat. Cough, cough, cough. What happened to me? Moses. The next second Moses woke up and Millie excitedly hugged him. Millie, although I don't know what happened, you must have saved me. Bid. Was I optimized out? Gaisai saved you, little Mo. Gaisai, you. Thanks, buddy, you look really beautiful now. Fine, I forgive you, but why beautiful? Shouldn't it be handsome? Hey, BTCH. You look dumbfounded. Ignoring the gloating Bylais beside him, Rose approached Gaisai. Hey, what do you want? I warn you, this flower-bottom bastard is under my protection. Do you want to make a move here? Just you. You can't even protect your own underlings, you piece of trash. What did you say? Say that again. If it weren't for the gunban, I'd have blown your head into 8 pieces. You. Luna saw the hellhounds of the guards looking over from a distance and quickly signaled to Millie and Moses. Millie and Moses immediately covered their mouths and hugged their waists, dragging Bylais away. What do you want? Rose placed her hand on Gaisai's chest. Want to try the taste of a carnivorous flower? The twins also came over, posing seductively. Bylais, what the hell? Be careful, it's a trap. Gaisai, don't agree. They will definitely blow your bottom, and then tie you up and use all sorts of props. A fierce exchange of words made the demons around stop in their tracks. Gaisai looked at Bylais in horror. Stop. Wait, how do you know so many methods? What methods? Isn't this just ordinary bedroom techniques? One sentence shocked Gaisai for an entire year. Stop, 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 right now. And today was clearly not the day to step outside. Bylais' words echoed like a curse in George's mind. I'll fight you, if that's what you want, but all 3 of you together. That's fine. As for bed, no thanks. In 1 versus 3, you're that confident in yourself. Don't do anything reckless. George's combat prowess doesn't follow simple arithmetic. 1113. Bylais interjected, urging caution. I know Bylais well enough, but I'm utterly certain of my current strength. Damn it. I'm terrifyingly powerful right now, and then bring it on. Let me see just how formidable the master of sin truly is. Sisters, stay sharp. Absolutely. 2. And the twins spoke in perfect unison before unfurling their long staves. Then, flanked by Thorn, Rose and her 2 sisters, Georgia strode forward. It's over. That fledgling's backside is about to be thoroughly filled. And what do we do, boss? And what can we do? He insisted on courting death himself. Let's go watch the spectacle. The sight of a lone fighter facing 3 adversaries instantly drew a crowd of demons. Georgia stepped onto the arena barehanded. Thorn, Rose readied herself for battle. Instinct screamed that something was deeply wrong with Georgia. When do we begin? Now. And no sooner had Thorn, Rose spoken than Georgia smiled faintly. His eyes bled crimson and fangs erupted from his jaws. A regal sanguine aura rippled outward. The twins exchanged a glance, then charged Georgia with staves raised while Thorn, Rose drew, throwing knives, preparing to suppress him from range. But Georgia summoned a swirling cloud of bats and vanished into thin air, cloaking himself from every demon's sight. A skill from the vampire module, and already lost track of him. Just like that, Georgia dispelled his invisibility and reappeared midair. Have none of you ever faced an invisible foe before? Is this magic or something else? Call it magic if you must. I've never even tested these vampire abilities. Perfect chance to try them out on you. Teleport. Georgia blinked behind the twins, then unleashed cryovaporization. Flash freeze. Watching the twins frozen solid, immobile and wide-eyed, Georgia let out a low, delighted chuckle. Now. It's your turn. Thorn, Rose reacted instantly, hurling a smoke grenade to shroud her form. Muda. Blood eyes. Through the smoke, Georgia's enhanced vision locked onto Thorn, Rose's glowing silhouette, and a bolt of dark blood energy sent her flying backward. Looks like the match is over. As the ice melted, the twins staggered free, shivering violently. Where did you learn so many spells? Huh, you've never heard of vampires? Vampires? Oh, I vaguely recall them. But are they really this strong? No, they aren't. This power is uniquely calibrated to my stats. Pure unadulterated charm. He lifted Thorn, Rose to her feet, then transformed into a bat and soared to Bylais' side. By the way, how much did you earn? Roughly 9,000 coins. Only 9,000. 3 unknown battles yield the lowest payout tier, Luna replied calmly. Divided evenly, each received a mere 3,000. Damn it. If there weren't any active contracts, I'd never have bothered coming here for money. And Luna could only sigh inwardly. After all, it had been someone who'd sworn emphatically to lead them here in the first place. By the way, Moses, why are you trembling? And Georgia, you won't drain me dry. Turn me into a shriveled little demon husk, will you? And seeing Moses cowering behind Millie, Georgia shrugged helplessly. And, unlike the vampires you've heard of, my feeding has only two outcomes: either nothing happens, or instant death. There's no drying out. Haha. He teleported beside Moses and murmured, voice low and eerie. In Moses, yeah. In with a shriek, he launched himself straight into Millie's arms. Onaji on Millie burst into laughter. All right, Moses, Georgia was just teasing, and truthfully, I've barely fed at all. Reverting to his natural form, Georgia pulled out a golden carrot and began crunching it thoughtfully. And still up for another round, and I'm done. That unhinged harpy strike to my kidneys still aches. Wait, could that also be some kind of poison? And possibly. And Georgia lifted Bailai's shirt, revealing a fresh wound across his lower back. Good news and bad news. Which do you want first? And the bad. And you were right. It is poisoned in SHD. And the good news, and it appears to be chili oil, and Bailai's, and chili oil. Seriously. And Georgia poked the wound lightly. Ow. Bailai's yelped sharply. FCK. OSHD. Moses, get off Millie and find me some ice-cold water. Now, and yes, boss. After a brief commotion, Bailai's wound was cleaned and dressed. And damn it, demons here are animals. And they dared coat it in chili oil. And after rinsing the wound repeatedly, Bailai's finally felt some relief. And ding-dong, and Luna's phone chimed. She glanced at the screen. Hey, new contract. What? Let me see. And Bailai snatched the phone and scanned the message. And oh, Millie, Moses, pack up. Ready to unleash chaos upon the human realm. Yes, boss. And finally, a new contract. Yes, and nearby Georgia perked up. Did you say the human realm? At those words, 4 pairs of eyes widened in unison. You don't remember what we do. We're assassins. We kill humans hired by sinful demons, right? Exactly. So then, I don't know. No, we eliminate humans. Those placed on our hit list by demonic clients. SHD. Our company's branding might need a serious overhaul. But boss, we're broke. Then we'll fix it when we're rich. He gave Moses a light shove, then led the group away. Georgia, why have you been following us? Why ask? Obviously, I'm hitching a ride. Georgia nudged Moses aside and climbed into Bailai's vehicle. Just as the engine roared to life, a towering figure blocked the path. Luna took one look and visibly deflated. Ma'am, may I ask what brings you here? Bailai's asked politely, well aware she radiated danger. Lakana stepped aside, wrenched open the door, and reached inside, yanking Georgia out by the collar. Hey, I never said you could leave. Utterly bewildered, Georgia found himself slung over Lakana's shoulder. So, how do I get to leave? When I'm thoroughly satisfied, then we'll talk. Hoisted over her shoulder, Georgia waved farewell to Bailai's with a helpless dangling hand. Inside the car, Bailai's and Luna exchanged glances, both utterly baffled. Moses and Millie stared blankly, equally clueless. Ultimately, after 300 grueling rounds against Lakana, Georgia endured, powered by an enchanted golden apple. My kidneys. Wait, why didn't I implant more kidneys? Nay, shut, just go. Georgia collapsed into deep sleep, his consciousness plunging into the Bloodline Legends world to hunt the Ender Dragon. Moments later, the Ender Dragon exploded midair, and Georgia bathed in radiant experience points mouth agape. This XP tastes bland. Just as my XP breached level 100, a cascade of code shimmered before me. Stop. That one I recognize. Keep inventory on death. Game rule, keep inventory true. A design new rule successfully modified. Instantly, a wave of unprecedented euphoria surged through Georgia's body. Hey, with death immunity secured, creative mode can't be far behind, can it? His gaze fell upon the dragon egg, and without hesitation he seized it. NAS, the rarest item in the game. Naturally, he had to test its flavor. He opened his mouth and swallowed the egg whole. Crunch, crispy, slightly salty, and oddly fragrant. Having devoured the egg, Georgia sensed the torrent of Ender energy flooding his being, yet his body rejected it, and the power bled away uncontrollably. Ender energy, let it fade. Purple shrub fruit contains traces too. I'll just farm more Endermen. Carrying the Ender Dragon's organs, Georgia returned home to begin his next cycle of organic augmentation. Does this count as flesh ascension? The dragon blood enhancement is complete. After reviving several Ender Dragons, Gaisai has completed the final organ enhancement. Now, compared to before, he possesses an ability akin to dragon transformation similar to werewolves, and he has also gained the ability to survive in the void. He transformed partially into a dragon, sprouting 2 wings and flying in the air, unleashing purple fireballs to bully the raiders below. Okay, the Undying Totem is secured. Gaisai intended to taste the essence of the Undying Totem, but it triggered an undying effect, causing him to spray yellow-green particles like a jetting soda can. Pa. After confirming it was inedible, Gaisai stuffed the Undying Totem into his pocket. It was of little use to him now, and death was not an option. He didn't even want to wear armor anymore. After dying so many times, he transformed back into a blocky figure, continuing to rummage through the ancient city alongside the wardens. Damn it, let's go. Skeleton Muscles Core. After giving the wardens a set of northern Myanmar-style treatment, Gaisai continued to upgrade himself with the loot. What a pity only the bones hold some value. This sonic attack is even inferior to my Dark Blood Bomb. Now Gaisai had 500 health and 34 defense, already earning the title of the strongest creature in the original version. Oh yeah, come on, just a bit more. After stuffing the last Ender core into his chest cavity, Gaisai felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Let's take a stroll with some materials. Lying in the coffin, Gaisai closed his eyes during the day. Exiting the world, he returned to the original realm. Waking up on Rakana's bed, Gaisai stretched his body and poked Rakana. I'm done. You can go now. What the hell? Unfeeling withdrawal. Shouldn't that be my job? Shaking his head, he washed in the bathroom, then directly touched the electric gate with his bare hands, transforming himself into a human form, fixing his hair as he sat on the windowsill. Goodbye. Throwing his head back, he tumbled out of the window, undergoing a transformation into a small ender dragon, flying towards the hell elevator. Should I first check out Bellies or the Sinner's demons? Forget it, let's test the strength of these Sinner's demons first. On the bus, Gaisai was heading towards the City of Pride. As for why he didn't fly there, he didn't know the way. With the sound of the bus braking, Gaisai stepped out of the bus, immediately followed by the bus shooting off like it had taken steroids. What are you running so fast for? Turning around, Gaisai couldn't even see the bus taillights anymore. What the hell? I won't watch without you in a Kinuma mountain. After taking a few steps, with a thump, a cylindrical object dropped in front of Gaisai. What is this? Noticing the four-tail wings on the cylindrical object, Gaisai's back suddenly felt a chill. Damn it, a missile. Boom. On the very first day Gaisai arrived in the City of Pride, he was blasted away. Crashing into a pile of ruins, Gaisai poked his head out from the rubble, witnessing the entire bustling City of Pride. What the hell is this Gotham City without Batman? Shortly after, a Sinner demon was blasted to pieces in front of Gaisai, and the handgun in his hand was thrown in front of Gaisai. What? Is this a newbie tutorial? A strange sense of deja vu washed over him as Gaisai stood up and picked up the handgun. Then, he inspected it. Self-made revolver, low lethality, high failure rate, uses reloaded ammunition. Even newbie guns are like this. So does this mean the next step is to fight two idiots with knives? Just after he said that, two Sinner demons charged out from a narrow alley, clearly high on something. Seeing the two drooling and clawing Sinner demons, Gaisai raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, double kill. Approaching, Gaisai began to search their corpses. What the hell is this, a fusion version of Fallout 4 and Vice City? Discarding the self-made handgun, Gaisai picked up the newly acquired gun and walked past a broken wall. Why is there still an airship in the skies? Wait, was it this thing that just exploded me? The newbie boss has appeared. But, I have it all equipped. Sigh, whatever. This place is in chaos anyway, I'm not missing out on anything. Let's look for some newbie perks nearby. After searching around, Gaisai successfully blended into a group of supermarket rats. Do you think these people can make money opening a store here? A group of Sinner demons were shamelessly taking food from the shelves in the supermarket. They used to make money, but not anymore. There are too many sinners and the chaos zone can't contain them. It's getting hard to survive here now. Hey, how do you know that? I'm the owner of this store. Gaisai, holding a bag of chips, quietly distanced himself from this unfortunate guy. He feared the owner would later spray him with ketchup. Soon the supermarket was cleared out and Gaisai walked out. What the hell, why is the adult store empty? The order has collapsed and people are still robbing this. Can they eat it, or what? As Gaisai walked, he saw a gold shop and upon entering found 26 guns aimed at him. Kid, we're not open today. Alright then. Gaisai stepped back and left safely. Who is the manager here? Why haven't they shown up yet? Boom, boom, boom. Another series of explosions echoed, and following the sound of the explosions, Gaisai looked towards the source, spotting a graceful figure in white and pink leaping from the airship onto a nearby building while the airship plummeted. Wow, this scene is incredible. Sitting on a broken building's open-air toilet, Gaisai admired the wasteland-like scenery. Gradually, he pondered a question: to be an unnamed nobody or to make a name for himself. If given the choice, he would choose to be an unnamed nobody who is famous. As the sun set, darkness descended. Two red eyes glowed in the darkness. Hey, race a joke. Three people walk into an alley, but only one comes out. Who is this person? With his fists raised, Gaisai began to physically solve the problem. However, he had heard that sinners could not be completely killed, so he merely knocked them all out. Just like a certain dark knight. Unbeknownst to him, Gaisai had already dealt with a large number of Sinner demons. Looking at the heap of fallen Sinner demons, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he felt quite happy. Why does this feel like playing Assassin's Creed? Haha, this is quite fun. Bang. A nearby wooden crate was kicked open and a Sinner demon with a Thompson began firing at Gaisai. You softy, you think knocking me out was enough? Die. Gaisai raised his arm to shield his face, bullets clanging against his obsidian armor as he approached and grabbed the Sinner demon. You out of bullets? Damn it. A headbutt sent the Sinner demon into a deep sleep. Tossing aside the unconscious Sinner demon, Gaisai looked up, sensing someone was watching him. Look what I found. A superhero, or just a fool wrapped in justice. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gaisai fell silent. Damn it, does every Batman have his own Joker? Looking at the little clown on the roof, Gaisai helplessly shrugged his shoulders, then teleported beside the clown, directly grabbing him to start realigning his neck. But the moment Gaisai grabbed him, he sensed something was off. A robot. With a forceful effort from both arms, a loud crack echoed as Gaisai decapitated the mechanical clown. This product quality is subpar. Ha ha ha, soon you will be just like them. With the last words spoken, the mechanical clown's eyes dimmed. You really take me for a superhero. No, my friend, I've been a gamer my whole life. Even a shampooer wouldn't need merchandise from concentration camps with me around just like them. You're overestimating me. You think too highly of me. With a casual toss, Gaisai turned invisible to look for his next target. Sigh. These sinners and demons really know how to cause trouble. I'm just puzzled. I've already taken all the money from them. Where did they get that gun? Dong. A pleasant sound is always a good omen. With an elbow strike, Gaisai stood atop the high building, gazing downwards. Now the sinners and demons were much more peaceful. Don't ask, just know they all wanted to take out Gaisai the bludgeon. Unified in their goal, the conflicts among these sinners and demons had eased considerably. Tisk, I guess this counts as doing a good deed, right? Hero retired. Gaisai took off his bat black obsidian armor and transformed back into that adorable baby. Let's head to the dock for some fries. And swing by Rosie's place. Hey, little baby, lift that cute, but for daddy to have some fun. Is that spiked club of yours meant for TMD? Silly. How did you know? Wow, this can actually hold shit. You're really impressive. Gaisai gestured, and the spiked club's tip was almost as large as his head. Oh, sinners and demons, oh. Death refreshes the durability of the back door, right? How about you take it off and let me play with it? At this moment, right here, as he spoke, the sinner demon holding the spiked club grasped his pants with both hands. Anani-kuno? Not. This. I understand. You dead gay, get lost. Gaisai sent a dark blood bullet to the sinner demon in front of him, sending him to accompany poetry and distance. I was wrong. This bunch of damn sinner demons are completely unreasonable. Gaisai's brain nearly crashed. I need to take a breather. Transforming into an ender dragon, a dimensional leap, Gaisai accelerated to the cannibal town. Look, a dragon. I want to taste its flavor. So do I. The white sharp teeth lined up before Gaisai, who immediately dove down, spun around to release the gravity, then transformed into human form, landing and rolling into the mall. That dragon turned into a person. Looks strangely familiar. I might have that feeling too. Gaisai, still invisible, teleported to Rosie's side and embraced her. Welcome back, dear. You just caused quite a stir. How did you know it was me? Ha, because this is Cannibal Town. Can you tell me what you just did? I just transformed into the shape of an ender dragon. Ender dragon. Just like this. Gaisai transformed into a small dragon with black-gray skin, his wingspan just 5 blocks long. How is it? Handsome, right? Very handsome, dear. Rosie walked over, stroking Gaisai's dragon, head drooling from the corner of her mouth. Did you bring me any gifts? Dragon meat. You should know what I like. Then wait a moment, I need to take a nap first. Gaisai transformed back into human form and ran to the bedside, exiting the bed to enter another dimension, arriving at his biotechnological laboratory, retrieving the unused experimental materials, and checking on the villagers. Not bad. The quantity is sufficient. Slaughterhouse activated. Arriving at the bottom of the well, Gaisai awaited villager after villager to fall, precisely controlling the distance to ensure they all retain the necessary health to fulfill the chest opener requirements. He opened the record player, inserted Bashu's record, and keeping in rhythm, Gaisai began to harvest manually. No wonder he's a schemer, he's got a lot of guts. In total, 17 boxes. Gaisai closed the slaughterhouse, walked out, picked up the boxes, placed them in the inventory, and packed them into his backpack, taking the supplies and exiting. Okay, now everyone in the town can eat for 2 to 3 months together. Stepping out, he saw Rosie introducing products to customers from above, and Gaisai waved his hand. Oh, sorry, I need to excuse myself for a moment. Rosie approached Gaisai, supporting her waist and smiling at him. Are you ready, dear? Here. This box contains vampires, werewolves, vampire hunters, ender dragons, and wardens. This box. Is there anything else? I have another 17 boxes of villagers and schemers. There isn't enough room here. That's all. Clapping his hands, Gaisai looked at the wall of boxes before him and puffed out his chest. Rosie walked over, opening each box to take a look. She had also learned how to use these boxes, reaching in to take as much as she wanted with a maximum of 64 per slot. Picking up a pixel-style heart, she began to eat it like a cookie, and Rosie nodded in satisfaction. Truly spectacular. Dear, how did you get these? I'm a bit curious. Rosie embraced Gaisai, her eyes showing no greed, only a desire for deliciousness. It's simple. Manage the villagers uniformly, keep the good merchants, and dispose of the bad ones. Look at this wall. All made by those schemers. Those villagers you mentioned, want they resist? Resist? I actually hope they would. But they in that world are just data, lacking any will or such things. But resources are infinite. Infinite. Exactly. As long as there is sufficient food and housing, those schemers will reproduce infinitely, and they will also summon white zombies. Magical. Returning home, Gaisai and Rosie began to busy themselves in the kitchen. Is it me, or is there something wrong? Why does this hunter's organ taste spicy? Eating too much still causes health loss. Wait, I'm still a vampire, right? Then it's fine. Dear, what do you think this can be made into? Rosie held up the warden's dark green lung, showing it to Gaisai. Warden, this thing feels like chewing on a bunch of dark green seaweed. How about using it as a side dish for presentation? Good idea. Soon Gaisai and Rosie were having a candlelight dinner with Gaisai, using a creeper's head as a lamp. Perfect to use this purified blood of 5 purity as wine. At this moment Rosie was chewing on a piece of Ender Dragon steak and couldn't speak. Gaisai quietly held up his wine glass watching Rosie chew and swallow. How is it? An unprecedented taste. But the meat is tough, though it's still better tasting compared to these beasts and vampires. How about you eat a bit more to see? What do you mean? A little surprise. Gaisai watched Rosie savoring the various organs of the Ender Dragon, then estimated it was about time, moving his chair back to enlarge his view. As expected, after Rosie swallowed her last piece of meat, her figure instantly vanished. With the sound of Enderman teleportation, Rosie descended from the sky. How is it? Eating too much will randomly teleport once. That's really interesting. Rosie patted Gaisai's little face from behind. Having undergone the purification of the cleansing milk, Gaisai curled up on the bed, and then suddenly leaned back sharply. Humph. After stretching lazily, Gaisai continued to doze beside Rosie. I never expected I would have a day of waking up early. You've never actually slept? You naughty child. He, holding Rosie tightly, Gaisai truly fell asleep this time. Switching realms. Rubbing his waist, Gaisai entered the lower world. Get some quartz. Just as he took a few steps, Gaisai suddenly noticed some soul sand nearby. With a shift of his gaze, an excellent idea struck him. Damn it. It has to be done this way. Transforming into a fully fledged werewolf, Gaisai grabbed a withered skeleton and began to remove its head with his bare hands. Snatching the sword from the third one, without dropping the withered skeleton's head, it seems your necks are really tight. TMD, if you don't want to give it, just snatch it. Get down here. Crack. The head of the withered skeleton was yanked off by Gaisai and placed onto the shaped soul sand beside him. With the final head placed, the strongest boss of hell, the withered one, appeared. Holding an obsidian blast shield to block the explosion, Gaisai, in werewolf form, pounced onto the withered one and began to tear and bite. In just a few moments, he bit off the left head of the withered one, crushed it, and swallowed it. Gaisai's blood-red eyes flashed with a purple glow. The taste is like coal, but for some reason, I still want to eat more after finishing it. Since that's the case, let's eat first. Charging at the withered one again, Gaisai ignored its attacks, relying on his robust physique, and began to savor the self-service offered by the withered one. Of course, he didn't forget to use the chest opener. This way he could eat a bit more. After consuming the last withered rib, Gaisai looked at the star of the lower world in his hand, and without a second thought, shoved it into his mouth. Then he became light. A burst of light shot out from Gaisai's mouth and eyes, followed by the command block data within his body, starting to glitch with lines of unknown code surfacing, causing Gaisai's permissions to collapse. Finally, a command was activated: Game Mode X. However, for Gaisai, it meant the whole world had turned delicious. With a sudden opening of his mouth, a purple light spewed forth, and everything illuminated was sucked into Gaisai's mouth. This, have I become the next Uncle Tom? Looking around, Gaisai arrived by the lava lake. Glub, 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 glub. I can drink lava now, how wonderful. With a mighty leap, Gaisai soared into the air, as if he could now fly freely like in creative mode. Ha ha ha, I'm so cool. Not only that, Gaisai also discovered he could throw the withered skeleton heads. Could it be that I've become the withered Stormy? No matter, let's give it a try. Summoning a withered skeleton head, Gaisai placed it on the soul sand, and indeed, he summoned the withered one. Oh yeah, screw the stupid drop rate. With a kick, he sent the nearby withered skeleton flying, and Gaisai started farming the star of the lower world in the lower realm. So refreshing. Climbing up from Rosie's embrace, Gaisai rummaged through his backpack, set down a crafting table, and began to clink and clank. What are you making? Ding. Done. Climbing back into bed, Gaisai went to Rosie and put the finished necklace around her neck. Star of the lower world necklace. Star of the lower world necklace. Rosie picked up the silver necklace with the pure star of the lower world and looked at it. Did you go to that world again? That's right. Thank you. I love it. Gaisai smiled slightly, and soon after he was called mommy by the car again. Is this some kind of magical causality? Gaisai, flying towards the castle in the sky, shook his head helplessly. He couldn't resist at all. Rosie's stamina seemed endless, as every time he went wild, he would be severely schooled. Passing by the arrogant city, Gaisai silently found a corner to change into his bad obsidian armor, and Bateman appeared again. Duong. Bang. Boom. Ding. What a stress reliever. Standing atop a tall building, Gaisai had his hands on his waist, his cape billowing behind him, looking as dashing and reliable as Bruce driving home. The bomb's here. With his right hand raised to catch the bomb, Gaisai maintained his posture and threw the bomb down in front of him. Boom. With a loud explosion, pink smoke rose, blocking Gaisai's view. As the smoke spread, Gaisai's figure vanished. Dang. Don't think just because you're a woman I will go easy on you. You're not a rich woman, humph. Back in the castle, Gaisai tossed out Tasha, who had become an internet addict. Picking up his obsidian pick, he began to renovate the entire castle. This time, Tasha truly witnessed the entire process of Gaisai rebuilding the castle. 6 slender light beams formed the magic circle with the tips shooting straight into the sky. Okay, last step. Gaisai arrived at the top of the castle, placing the last 4 beacons in his hands down, and a massive pillar of light rose from the center of the hexagonal magic array. The gigantic white magic tower castle was completed. Truly wonderful. Gaisai nodded in satisfaction, while below the castle Tasha stood with her mouth agape. What a joke. Even if 1,000 people lived here, it wouldn't be filled right. Speed. Jump. Urgency. Resistance. Strength. Life recovery. How does it feel, Tasha? I can't find a suitable adjective in my mind, but this is simply a miracle. And can the two of us really live in such a large place? That's true. But I only fixed the shelf. The inside is mostly the same as before. I only pulled you out because I was afraid it would crush you. Now let's go back to play. Tasha returned to her computer desk, continuing her 24-hour surfing. Gaisai strolled around the room, lying on the bed staring at the luminous stone. The gate to heaven. Luminous stone water. Should I go take a look? Shifting his head, Gaisai's body pressed against something small. What's this? Pressing a pink button, Tasha collapsed nearby. No way. Off. Covering his face and laughing speechlessly, Gaisai put down the button and walked over to pick Tasha up. Stop. After placing Tasha down, Gaisai helped her out directly. In the future, just call me for these things. For the first time, Gaisai felt the true aura of a man. But suddenly Tasha's body beneath him convulsed, and a dark magical aura surged forth. Ha ha ha. A pair of magical hands grasped Gaisai, instantly flipping the situation. Do you like this? My master. No way. Have you split personalities? No. I just thought it through. Rather than worrying about the geisha family, I might as well completely relax. And guess what I discovered? A geisha prince actually has an unspeakable relationship with a little demon. Me. Ha ha ha. What does this ordinary noble of geisha amount to? So, I can't be bothered to hide anymore. Yanking open the black strap that concealed the slave mark on her neck, Tasha resumed her former demeanor as a noble lady. Or rather, she was shameless after her secret was discovered. In any case, Gaisai was once again made to feel inferior. Ring ring ring. Hello. Hey. Congratulations, sir. You've won a prize. Just dial now. You are the one who won. Your whole family won. I see SNEM. A rude, early morning spam call. Glancing at Tasha beside him, Gaisai yawned and rose from bed. He then headed to the pasture. Hey, you beasts, grow up already. As if understanding his words, a sheep inside the pen instantly matured. Oh, so obedient. Then you're chosen for breakfast today. To prepare the sheep for slaughter, he first induced its reproduction. Then, with shears in hand, he clipped its fleece and washed it thoroughly by the water's edge, before finally placing it upon the pinnacle of ovine existence, the barbecue grill. Wake up. Time for roasted whole lamb. Gaisai roused Tasha, and together they sat before the crackling bonfire, savoring tender, steaming roast lamb. Though eaten so hastily, it remained slightly underdone. Where are you off to today? Hearing Tasha's question, Gaisai lifted his gaze. What do you mean? Honestly, I'm not sure where to go today. So you'll just stay home? What's wrong? I'm going to meet Vasek. He said he has an heirloom belonging to my mother. Gaisai opened his mouth wide. Violet light erupted forth, swallowing both the half-eaten roasted lamb and the entire barbecue grill in one gulp. Let's go. I'll come with you. I'm terrifyingly strong right now. Gaisai, or rather my master. The power of the Gidia clan far surpasses your imagination. Let me handle this alone, for both our sakes. Fine. Using 12 glowstone blocks and 4 gold blocks as ornamentation, he assembled a portal. Gaisai stood ready, holding a bucket of water. I hope. He placed the bucket atop the frame, and instantly 6 azure portal blocks shimmered into existence. It truly leads to heaven. Then does it reach the Twilight Forest too? No matter. I'll step through and see for myself. As always, he immediately shattered the portal behind him, leaving no chance for counterattack. After dismantling the glowstones, Gaisai surveyed his surroundings. Am I standing on someone else's rooftop? He drew out his pickaxe and began digging downward. As azure roof blocks crumbled away, he plummeted into the room below, surrounded instantly by misty vapor. This scene foretold something momentous. Sensing peril, Gaisai turned toward the calamity, and wow, what had seized his gaze? A statuesque dark-skinned beauty stared at him in utter shock, then swiftly shielded herself with her wings. Who are you? Sarah, what's wrong? Don't come closer, Emily. White light blazed from Sarah's body, and in an instant both she and Gaisai vanished from the bathroom. Before departing, Gaisai restored the roof blocks to their place. Sarah, Emily rushed in, but found only an empty bathroom, leaving her utterly bewildered. Now fully alert, Sarah dressed swiftly and entered combat stance, her brow crowned by a colossal white eye while intricate ocular patterns flared across her body. She fixed Gaisai with an unblinking, piercing stare. Stranger, how did you breach heaven? Through the heaven portal. Would you believe me if I said that? I'm sorry. With a soft apology, Sarah unleashed several beams of white light, striking Gaisai and reducing him instantly to ash. To die beneath peonies, to be a ghost, yet revel in passion. Worth it. Just kidding. I resurrect even after death. Embraced by radiant light, Gaisai sprang back onto his bed moments later. Episode 1: The Monkey King is born. What a pity. That was a genuine big rig. He gestured vaguely. Wow, her thigh already reached his height. Shaking his head, Gaisai gathered the water leaking from the shattered heaven portal back into his bucket. Following his earlier plan, he laid out a grander 33 Twilight Forest portal on the ground. He dropped a diamond into its center. Nothing happened. Well, useless. After several more failed attempts, he gave up. By now, surely I can traverse hell unimpeded. Though tinged with arrogance, Gaisai still resolved to explore other rings. Yet first he'd pay a visit to the Sin Demon's heads. After all, the moniker Batman had already begun to resonate. Time to cement it. And perhaps uncover the mastermind behind that mechanical jester. There he is again, the freak. In an instant, the chaotic Sin Demons all turned toward Gaisai's sudden appearance, raising their guns and firing rapid staccato bursts. Never imagined I'd hold such esteem in your eyes. Clapping slowly, Gaisai's voice echoed from behind them. Then, the Song of the Skull began to play. So entering hell really did regress your brains. Can't even tell a mirror from reality. With a helpless shrug, Gaisai gazed upon the battlefield's wreckage and let out a low, chilling chuckle. Suddenly, Gaisai's smile vanished. He dissolved into invisibility. He'd sensed the jester's presence. Sure enough, following the trail, he found a mechanical jester robot secretly observing everything. Excellent. I refuse to believe it never needs recharging. Stalking silently behind the automaton, Gaisai circled wide, until locking onto the distant VVV tower. Geometrically, it lay at the center of the jester's movement radius. Behaviorally, its antenna constantly twitched toward that direction. And Gaisai's sixth sense whispered unmistakably a secret, unspeakable profound. All right, playtime's over. Time to rest. Like a stern parent barging into a child's room, Gaisai ruthlessly confiscated the robot's control, then with a sharp twist severed its neck. Signal lost. WTF. What's going on? From that tone, Vox, you've been marked. I know. But that bot was expensive. Huh. Want to see what the net says? Sin Demons are already hailing him as a hero. Honestly, why must I indulge you in this childish charade? Vervich shook his head, shot a glance at Valentino and Vox, and walked away without another word. I've got a press conference this afternoon. Goodbye. Then I suppose I'll need new talent. Angel doesn't lack for replacements. Sour Radish bitched. Watching them all scatter to their duties, Vox tossed aside his controller, interlaced his fingers, and stretched luxuriously. It seems time to shatter your heroic fantasy with my own hands. Time too for all Sin Demons to learn the dread name of the television demon. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Meanwhile, Gaisai, dissecting the mechanical jester for clues, reached deep into its chassis and pulled forth a steel stamp bearing an emerald green jester insignia. What is this? A brand. Not custom-made. Mass-produced. He pulled out his phone, searched briefly, and found an identical product online. Mechanical Fizz the Jester, your life's best friend. Strongly endorsed by Mammon Lord of the Greed Ring. Fine, just a modified robot. Should have known my opponent wasn't that formidable. Gaisai shook his head, dispelling visions of mechanized apocalypse from his mind. At that very moment, two flashes erupted from the jester's head. Vox stepped forth in polished elegance, adjusting his tie. A sleek broadcast helicopter descended, its glamorous host and crew narrating live from above. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the valiant soul delivering justice in the city of pride. I dub him Batman. Huh. That name's clearly missing something. What's wrong? Do you want to try a jab yourself? Gaisai demonstrated his elbow wrapped in obsidian. Huh. A freak hiding his face really thinks he's something special. Vox shook his hand, blue electric sparks flaring up. Let's see what you've been up to these days. Those sinners wish they could squeeze you into juice. Guess what? When I take off your mask, how much will my viewership increase? 30% or 50%? I guess 100%. Because soon I will knock you down and turn you into an electric toilet. Huh. I really hope to see him defeat Vox. Valentino and Velvet returned to the room to watch the duel between Vox and Gaisai on the screen. At that moment, the two were confronting each other on a tall building, arrogantly delivering their pre-fight speeches. Then Vox snapped his fingers and a headset appeared on his head. How about listening to some music first? Two blue drones with loudspeakers flew in, unleashing terrifying ultrasonic attacks on Gaisai. As the drones overheated and stopped, Vox removed the headset and tossed it aside. How do you feel, little bat baby? Gaisai, kneeling on the ground to prevent himself from being blown away, raised his body and gently brushed the dust off him. Haven't you eaten? Do you want me to take you to a restaurant for a meal before we fight? Interesting. It seems your ears aren't very sharp. Turning around, Vox signaled the helicopter to come closer. Watch closely, everyone. This is Vox Technology's latest masterpiece, the Terminator Electric Baton. It's an essential self-defense tool for your home and travel. Showing off the electric baton, Vox stepped closer to Gaisai. Now let this gentleman demonstrate its power for you. Logically, it should be my turn to strike, right? Gaisai vanished and Vox chuckled, pulling out a gun the width of a soda can. Do you think I don't know where you are? A shot fired, and an electric net flew towards Gaisai, tightly binding him. How is this possible? Haha, someone's about to sleep now? Vox pressed the electric baton towards Gaisai, but halfway through a hand stretched out from the net, grabbing the hand, holding the baton, and pressing it against his body. Vox lifted into the air, felt his entire skeleton glowing. Damn it. Your head is like a television. Gaisai, seeing Vox's spine connected to the TV, was momentarily stunned. Soon the electric baton exploded, sending both Vox and Gaisai flying. Oh, did you add 2 more batteries yourself? Damn it. You've angered me. Vox stood up, charred all over. It seems like Vox is in trouble. He seems to be struggling against that freak. That guy's physical quality far exceeds Vox's. With the current popularity, if Vox loses, our popularity will surely be affected. Fuck. Vox. Standing upright, Vox grinned. You know what? You remind me of an old friend. You both like to pretend to be indifferent. Huh. but he has already disappeared. Next up is you. Leaping into the air, arcs of electricity danced around Vox, and the electricity from the nearby buildings surged towards him. Then Vox's figure began to flicker forward like an electric current. Gaisai immediately crossed his arms and Vox punched his arms, then flickered behind Gaisai. You don't think you're the only one who can teleport? Look behind you. Bam! A strong elbow struck Vox on the back of his head, causing his screen to flicker several times before returning to normal. What the hell? So hard. Other sinners would have shattered their skulls by now. Damn it. Turning around to face Gaisai, Vox accumulated the electric current in his body, shooting out a lightning bolt that struck Gaisai fiercely. Gaisai stood tall, taking the hit Hedon. His mouth under the mask moved as he consumed a golden apple. Oh yeah. With the power of the golden apple, Gaisai basked in the thunder and struck a muscular pose. Why haven't you died yet? Vox was shocked that a sinner could take this hit with pure flesh. This defies scientific reasoning. Invincible frame kid. Gaisai charged forward, knocking Vox down with a punch, then pressed down on him, starting to hammer away. Bang! 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 Bang bang bang. Enough. A blue light suddenly shot out from Vox's screen. Mental hypnosis. This was his hidden move, the secret behind why so many sinners and demons bought his products. This power can enhance the greed for goods in sinners' hearts and temporarily stun them. This time he exerted all his strength. Gaisai stood frozen in place, and Vox broke free from his bindings, standing up. Although it was a bit of a struggle, I still won. Reaching out to grab Gaisai's helmet, Valentino and Velvet, who were sitting in the helicopter nearby, breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. If Vox, as the top of the trio, was defeated, their reputations would surely follow suit. Vox yanked hard, pulling off the helmet, only to find another helmet. Fuck. Grabbing the helmet again and pulling still a helmet. Vox was stunned. Are you messing with me? No, I'm just joking. Gaisai stood up, brushed the dust off him, and walked past Vox to Velvet, pinning her against the helicopter. Hey, rich lady, no miss, would you like to go get a drink together? Valentino, Katie, Tom. Vox now. Of course. Velvet glanced at the disheveled Vox and burst into laughter. She had secured this wave of popularity. Let's go, handsome boy. As they got into the helicopter, Gaisai and she flew towards the tavern. Valentino, remember to comfort Vox. I know. Sigma. Valentino pinched Vox's face. Don't be sad, I'm still here. Only Vox was hurt, but all three gained popularity. Well, it seems not too bad. Wow. Amazing. I didn't expect you to be like this. If Vox knew, he would probably be furious. Seeing Gaisai's true appearance, Velvet couldn't help but admire her own charm. Come on, baby, let's take a picture together. Soon a photo was sent to Vox with Velvet looking proud, accompanied by the word mommy, while Gaisai was depicted in a scene reminiscent of Zhuge Liang borrowing the East Wind labeled baby. Moreover, Velvet specifically made Gaisai wear the armor he had on when fighting Vox. However, his face was buried too deep to be seen clearly. Awesome. Finally, it's my turn to turn the tables. What are you talking about? Good boy, squat down. Seeing Velvet standing up with a collar, Gaisai had a bad premonition. It's over. The city folks really know how to play. After that, she made me behave like a dog. Did you actually do that? Otherwise, what could I do? Moreover, wolf dogs share the same origin, and I just happen to be a free wolf. Gaisai switched to his wolf mode, transforming into a white wolf, but the sight of him standing up to drink always reminded him of a dog named Brian. Maybe I should change back. Leaving Velvet, Gaisai coincidentally ran into Angel. They exchanged glances, both recognizing that they were not ordinary individuals. Wow, can you only turn into a wolf? Or is there more? Of course, I'm not limited to just wolves, but generally it's humans, vampires, werewolves, and dragons. Those four. Really amazing. He raised his glass to clink with Angel and drank together. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks? Sure, but before that, do you want something first? Angel rubbed his hands together and began ordering at the bar. After finishing their drinks, the two quickly made their way to a room. Come on, don't be so reserved. I think it's better to have some boundaries. Alright, watch closely. Angel took out the popsicle he bought and handed it to Gaisai, then began teaching him. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Done. How's that? Gaisai pulled out the popsicle, which he licked into the shape of a square. Can you really lick it into a square? Gaisai demonstrated what it meant to have three magical tongues: the square tongue of a block person, the round tongue of humans and wolves, and the pointed tongue of a dragon. Oh, to be honest, I really want to try. Haha, don't even think about it. This isn't for you, bits for them. What a pity, haha. Soon Angel taught Gaisai some other little tricks. Though Angel was better at dealing with men, these little techniques were still very useful, as Gaisai rewarded Angel with 20,000 yuan. The transaction concluded. Are you still waiting for them here? Yes, what about you? I'm torn about where to sleep tonight. Aren't they going to pester you? Angel was somewhat worried about Gaisai, as he looked much like he did when Valentino had gradually taken control of him. But soon he realized what it meant to be at a disadvantage. No, this is all my own choice. They generally take a free-range approach with me, and they all know I have some skills, so I won't starve outside. Oh, that's really enviable. Perhaps this is the difference between daddy and mommy. While chatting, Gaisai's phone rang. Come back quickly. Little pup, I'm not done yet. Now I know where to sleep. Good luck. You too. Saying goodbye to Angel, Gaisai arrived at Velvet's room. Where do you want to start tonight? Baby, let's try the new tricks I just learned. 2 hours later. Who won? Speak up, little guy. Can't say it. Aren't you supposed to be confident? 3 hours later. Your technique is quite good. I'm satisfied, you can leave. Leave where? To my arms. The next morning, do you want to come back to the 3V tower with me? Can I still come out? Huh, what do you think? Velvet stood up, disdainfully kicking Gaisai's clothes away. Throw away these outdated clothes. Follow me. In no time, Gaisai transformed into a spirited young man. Ruffling his trendy hairstyle, Gaisai looked at himself in the mirror. Is this the leader of a Kill the Mate group? Isn't this wrong? This outfit doesn't suit me at all. Hakimi da. Seriously, this outfit. What's wrong? Is this outfit ugly? What are you questioning? Tell me. Velvet hated it most when someone questioned her taste. What I mean is this outfit reminds me of someone. Who? With a sweep of his hand, he cleared the table. Gaisai walked in front of Velvet and gently lifted her onto the table. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is for justice. Soy milk. Gaisai gently pulled at his clothes, letting them slide down. Hey, this is my studio. Is that not allowed? Holding Velvet, Gaisai became irresistibly alluring, but Velvet pushed him away with one hand, then pinned him on the table. So I should be on top. Goodbye. Tighten up your backside. I don't want to see you in some trash can later. Did you forget my skills? Gaisai elbowed the air, demonstrating. Alright, white-bottomed boy, when you want to cry, remember to come back to mommy. Here, mommy, we'll give you candy. With a snap of her fingers, Velvet returned to the 3V tower. Watching Velvet suppressing her laughter, Gaisai walked towards the dining area on the other end. Since I'm here, let's swipe Velvet's card. Full and satisfied, he began to make a ruckus. Hee, little rascals. Your Uncle Bateman is back here to feed you the chicken wings you love. Initiate the Mamba spirit. Let's bring peace back to this crazy city again. We must kill that kid. Otherwise, we'll have to live our lives in dreams. Let's do as he says. Gather the troops. Get out the new weapons. Let's all take him down. I want to see if that guy can handle us. Soon a chaotic power that shook the very depths of hell was gathered together. Almost all the Lords of Sinners were observing this scene, and they ultimately found the target of these people before an abandoned building in the City of Pride. You can't escape. Come down obediently and lick our boots. Just as all the sinners were preparing to attack, colorful beams of light suddenly erupted from the abandoned building. Then an infinite barrage of music poured out from the entire building, and a figure walked out from the door. It was none other than Gaisai, clad in bat armor 2-0. Hello. Such a surprise to see so many people. Well then, let me give you a gift. With a snap of his fingers, a massive figure fell from the sky and slowly stood up with a sound like twisting steel. This was the ever-strengthening Iron Golem from Gaisai's home. Watching the assembled Iron Golem, the green eyes of the Sinner Golems turned red automatically. They then raised their arms and crashed their fists together, creating a thunderous sound. The entire scene fell silent. Seeing the prepared Iron Golems and the eager sinners, Gaisai stepped forward again. Everyone, why so serious? Taking advantage of the sinners being caught off guard, Gaisai leaped straight up, his eyes turning purple, arms outstretched as he floated towards the sky. The mini version of the star system Devourer has arrived. The numerous sinners and demons looked at Gaisai, who appeared like a descended deity, and were engulfed in terror. They quickly pulled the trigger, hoping to seize this solitary source of hope. Countless bullets, shells, missiles, and rockets, along with a few grenades thrown by some fools, flew toward Gaisai. Yet immediately after Gaisai opened his mouth, a flash of purple light erupted, and the sky returned to its former appearance. As if nothing had ever happened. Slurp. Opening his mouth again, the sinners and demons suddenly found themselves empty-handed, their weapons devoured by Gaisai. Slurp. On his third mouthful, all the weapons and ammunition on the sinners and demons vanished completely, leaving all their ranged weapons gone. Reigning in his power, Gaisai descended from the air, backing up against the iron puppet, gazing at the encircling sinners and demons. Are you ready? No, I'm done fighting. I didn't say anything to you. The iron puppet nodded at Gaisai. Then let's begin. Gaisai and the iron puppet charged into the crowd of sinners and demons like arrows released from a bow. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Gaisai elbowed several enemies away, then proceeded to knock them out one by one. Many sinners and demons began to enter manual sleep. Meanwhile, the iron puppet remarked, "Can you handle this elbow strike honed over 30 years?" Each attack precisely capped at 19 points of health. The iron puppet went utterly berserk among the sinners and demons. Time to take down the fakes today. Finally, he could fight real people. Therefore, what awaited these sinners and demons was not merely elbow strikes. Additionally, there were headbutts, iron onan clashes, the overwhelming pressure of a steel heart, continuous iron fists pounding down, and one more, the grasp of the flying blades. In this regard, Gaisai seemed a bit monotonous. What the heck? Where did you learn all this? The iron puppet replied, at home. Damn it. Although the iron puppet couldn't speak, Gaisai's communication with him had transcended the lowly interest of language. To avoid being overshadowed, Gaisai also brought out his true skills. He unleashed a series of rapid punches, infinite elbow strikes combined with freezing healing techniques, and the Wrath of the Vampire. Activate. With his speed and power enhanced, Gaisai's efficiency instantly doubled, but soon after he executed his ultimate move, Mamba Slaughter Aura. Meanwhile, on the other side, the iron puppet engaged in heated combat against the sinners and demons. Glanced at Gaisai, raised his arms, and activated the Slaughter Aura akin to himself. Two masters of illusionary rotation techniques were born. Soon 2 whirlwinds swept across the entire battlefield. Is anyone still awake? The surroundings fell silent with only the background music still playing. Huh. Looks like it's all done. Since that's the case, the Betaman sleep service is at your service. Until next time. With an elegant bow, he celebrated with a high five with the iron puppet as Gaisai and the iron puppet vanished into the abandoned building filled with dancing lights. Wasn't it you who said where it was? Where are you? In the forest. Eh? On the other end of the call, Tahia looked at the speechless Vashik before covering her face. He might not be coming. What happened? He got lost. Originally hoping to meet Gaisai, Vashik sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, the iron puppet had already returned home after parting ways with Gaisai. Where am I? Gaisai was somewhat confused. He had clearly followed Tahia's directions. How could he still be lost? Oh, I'm such an idiot. I mixed up directions. Should I just die and go back? Forget it since I'm here. Gaisai took out his axe and began collecting wood, but for some reason, he felt as if countless eyes were watching him from behind. Not long after he had gathered enough wood and turned to walk down a small path behind him. Splash, water sounds. Is there a river here? Never mind. Just cast a few lines. This fishing rod will create an infinite loop of fishing rod fishing as long as there is one, and it might even catch an eternal fishing rod with experience repaired durability 3. Casting the line into the water, Gaisai turned his head, and as if sensing something, noticed a sign nearby. How strange, why didn't I see this just now? Don't fish. Oh, it's not prohibited to fish. Please don't. Fishy. What sin have the fish in this river committed? While reeling in the line, he continued to read. This will change the fish's habits, that's for sure. It will also harm the fish, no doubt about that. There will also be dangers. Which girl was born this time? If you really need a cup, there are plenty of squirrels in the forest. Squirrels. Fish. Squirrels. Isn't a squirrel's life worth anything? This is species discrimination. Suddenly Gaisai remembered this was hell. Could hell squirrels have some special traits? Hey, never mind the fish. Look dirty, let's find squirrels instead. I want to see what this is all about. Putting away the fishing rod, Gaisai walked deeper into the woods, and as he walked he found the environment quite pleasant. It was a great place to build a home. Should I let the squirrels fly or something? Let's find a squirrel first, and then talk. As he proceeded further, Gaisai followed the small path made by forest animals and arrived in front of several strange trees. Why is there a big hole in these trees? Approaching the tree hole, Gaisai noticed that it had been thoughtfully marked with various heights indicated on it. Curiosity piqued, Gaisai entered a tree hole that fit him. Is this a nut? Snap! A trap fell from above the tree hole, snagging Gaisai at the entrance. Wait, this isn't right. This plot. Ugh. Feeling the ground quake around him, Gaisai immediately broke into a cold sweat. Beautiful boy, imprisonment trap, no mercy, big tender. No way. My life belongs to me, not to fate. Drink. To prevent the scenes in his mind from materializing, Gaisai performed a mighty dragon flip, breaking free from the trap and shattering the tree hole. As he stepped back 2 paces, Gaisai fell to the ground, his back hitting what seemed to be a living leg. He shot up and wow. He was blinded by the darkness above. As the figure behind him lowered their head, Gaisai finally saw the person's face, and soon after more sinner demons resembling squirrels gathered around. Welcome to the Squirrel Gang. A gentle hand reached out and Gaisai grasped it, using the leverage to stand up. Hey sisters, line up, we finally have a visitor, be gentle. Before Gaisai could react, 2 large squirrels had already tackled him. What the hell? With a burst of strength, Gaisai shook one off, preparing for a bloody showdown. A voice interrupted his actions. What are you doing? Let him go. Yes, Your Majesty. Gaisai was released, and a woman adorned with golden ornaments approached holding a scepter. Oh no, it's a rich lady. I go first, you all line up. Yes, Your Highness. Man. A calm expression faced with life and death appeared on Gaisai's face. Your Majesty, it's been 3 months since I've touched a man. Can I go first? Fine, you may go first. We'll follow right behind you. What can I say? Gaisai, drained to the point of resembling an extraterrestrial husk, trembled as he raised the undying totem from the corner of his backpack. Boom. Amidst a roiling cloud of viridian yellow particles, Gaisai clutched himself and fled into the night. Don't ask why he didn't just kill them outright. Truth is, he'd planned only to indulge and escape, but was pinned down before he could act. His rebirth anchor had already been locked in place. And don't call them squirrels. They're tight as hell. Tight squirrel would be far more accurate. Where on earth did you wander off to? Tahia asked, watching Gaisai dive onto the bed, roll wildly, and instantly trigger self-rebirth. Don't ask. TMD, I've landed in the kingdom of women. As a golden kidney warrior, I nearly perished there. Tahia, though it may be impolite, I must ask. Did you retrieve your mother's heirloom? I did. With a flick of her wrist, Tahia summoned swirling shadows of obsidian mist. A book materialized in her palm. This is my mother's journal. Her research on shadow magic and notes on a spell capable of teleporting to the mortal realm. Alas, she never had the chance to cast it. Wait, wasn't your mother vastly stronger than you? What exactly befell her? She couldn't even mount a defense. It was a meticulously orchestrated assassination. They wielded a blessed weapon and hired a master marksman who struck her down from afar. Watching Tahia's body erupt in shimmering feather-like motes, Gaisai subtly shifted his position. He feared she might suddenly cry, "My master," and lunge at him. After all, being bound felt deeply uncomfortable. My condolences. A blessed weapon, from afar, shot down. Wait. What kind of weapon is that? A sniper rifle. A blessed sniper rifle. Yes. Holy hell. Times have truly changed. Geisha glanced at his greatsword, and suddenly felt ancient. No, not ancient. Weathered. No, I need a gun. He beckoned Shia onto the bed and settled in comfortably to reload his save file. Okay, the enchantment table has been moved in. Geisha surveyed the newly completed enchantment chamber, then placed his ender chest beside it, a marvel of his own meticulously engineered power generation system. In theory, this ender chest could now infinitely replenish 27 distinct items. Though hoppers normally couldn't insert items directly, all he needed was to let the chest KMOG, a subtle calibration, to gauge the hopper's depth. In plain terms, Geisha used an end rod size precisely to match the hopper's aperture, boring a perfectly fitted hole into the top of the ender chest. Let's see. Yes, it worked. The item replenishment is a bit sluggish, but no matter. I'll just adjust my habit of withdrawing everything at once. From now on, I must always leave one item behind. Time to begin. Setting the new crafting table aside, Geisha embarked upon his fated tumultuous affair with firearms. Is this much gunpowder enough for a single round? For Geisha, a man afflicted with obsessive precision, the powder charge within each shell casing had to be perfectly packed. Anything less left him uneasy, convinced the projectile's potency would suffer. In the end, after Herculean effort, he dismantled a quarter of a TNT block and carefully packed its contents inside. He tossed the heavy bullet back and forth in his palms, savoring its reassuring weight. He hastily assembled a crude test firearm to verify the round's performance. After all, bullet making was far harder than gunsmithing itself. Lifting the lever-action rifle, he loaded a round, chambered it, aimed at a distant target, and squeezed the trigger. Boom! Shia, asleep inside the house, jolted awake, only to see Geisha stride in, disheveled and half-dressed. What happened? Nothing serious, just a barrel explosion. Damn it, the barrel blew out into a literal megaphone. I'll ask Blitz tomorrow. He's a professional killer, he must know firearms inside out. Knock, knock, knock. Blitz, are you home? After 2 raps, Geisha pushed the door open. They're still on assignment. Luna drawled, legs propped atop the desk, scrolling idly on her phone. Right? So when will they return? Could be any moment, or perhaps all day. Luna set down her phone and slumped onto the desk, eyes drifting shut. Defeated, Geisha sank onto the sofa to wait, and pulled out his phone to search for firearm manufacturing knowledge. Damn it. Why does every search yield guns galore yet zero results on actual fabrication processes? After deeper digging, confirmed. Someone deliberately erased such knowledge, likely to suppress firearm proliferation across realms. A poised, elegant matron materialized in Geisha's mind, Camilla, the underworld's most formidable arms dealer, sovereign of Hell's sinister armory. Yet alas, her whereabouts remained shrouded. Geisha knew only one unassailable fact: she appeared exclusively within her own domain, and that frankly was about as useful as saying nothing at all. Luna, what is it? She lifted her drowsy head, blinking slowly around the room. Can you teleport me straight to Blitz, using your magic? Your portal? No, Blitz would never agree, though technically, it is his fuckbot privilege. Blitz fuckbot. Oh, so that's what he meant, prostitution. That explained everything. No wonder he'd once urged Geisha to sell his own body. Seeing Luna's unwavering refusal, Geisha abandoned the idea of using her to reach Blitz. Instead, he asked for Blitz's workplace address, and returned home to reactivate the Hellgate himself. This time he'd learned his lesson, aligning his smartphone's map with true direction. He turned invisible and flew straight there. Our android systems in Hell and the mortal realm literally siblings. Though GPS drift persisted, Geisha still located the site. How eerily silent. Have they not yet begun their operation? Huh, and why is that grove flickering? Glancing into the house, he spotted bullet holes peppering the opposite wall, and the front door wide open. Oh, someone failed their mission. Then, distant commotion erupted from the warehouse. Instantly, Geisha transformed into a bat, vanished, and glided soundlessly toward the source. Moses lay slumped against the window, helplessly bound. What was that before him? On the table sat a roasted bipedal sheep. No way. Is this territory claimed by Rosie's fanatical cult? Hesitating, Geisha watched Moses surge upward with sudden fury, overpowering and eliminating 2 lackeys in swift succession. As Moses bolted past, Geisha spun midair and landed squarely before him. Who are you? You're not Moses. You're... Geisha, what are you doing here? Sorry, I don't have time. I must aid my boss. Moses darted past Geisha and sprinted onward. Geisha followed close behind. What's happened to Blitz? I don't know, but I feel it. Something terrible is unfolding. No. Millie. Moses raised his gun, but Gaisai stepped forward and restrained him. Moses, let me ask them a few questions first. When I say fire, then you fire. Gaisai, this is dangerous. Trust me, you've seen what I can do. Fine. Moses exhaled sharply and crouched, leveling his rifle. Gaisai soared through the air and landed, shifting seamlessly into human form. Have any of you heard of Rosie? Gaisai, square butt baby. Who is Rosie? The man scratched his chin, puzzled. I have no idea, but I suspect our offering to Satan just grew by one more piece. Gaisai glanced at the woman's contorted, snarling face, then flicked his hand in silent command, before vanishing in a flash of spatial distortion and reappearing beside Billis and Millie. Boom! A single gunshot cracked the air. Moses rose from the ground. Moses, your pay doubles tonight. Moses, though 2 times 0 is still 0. Gaisai severed the smoldering ropes with a swift motion, and Millie lunged into Moses's waiting arms. Moses hurriedly helped Blitz to his feet, but as they embraced, Blitz whispered something that froze Moses utterly in place. By the way, how did you even get here? Through the Hellgate. What's the Hellgate? Or is that the name of the magic from that flamboyantly illustrated book? The Hellgate is a ritual altar enabling two-way transit between hell and the mortal realm, but its anchor points are fixed. Fixed, so I can use it to return to the surface, and humans could use it to descend into hell. Yes. Okay, shit. Remember, Blitz had ruled with impunity precisely because he believed no human could ever breach hell to confront him. Enough swearing. Tell me what's absolutely critical in firearm and ammunition production. And which firearms do you think would be most effective? Why would you assume I know anything about that? Aren't you a killer? Yes, I am. But we can barely feed ourselves right now. Why on earth would you think we have the funds, or the resources, to tinker with such things? It did make a grim kind of sense. Luna, after all, looked painfully gaunt as though starved. With a resigned shrug, Gaisai pulled out his phone and began scouring earthly websites for firearm manufacturing knowledge. Moses, are you done yet? Boss, I'm coming. Moments later, the group waited at a distance while Luna contacted their employer. Soon Moses approached. Having fun over there. Moses, you look much better, Moses. Yes, Millie. Hey, Gaisai, will you be returning to hell with us? No, I'm stuck here. This network's lagging like hell. Damn it, it'll die. And then, go back. What was that noise? Gaisai lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where a swarm of police vehicles encircled a distant villa. Then a helicopter loosed 2 missiles, reducing the estate to a roaring inferno. Watching the distant blaze, a fierce, unquenchable flame ignited deep within Gaisai's chest. Screw building guns. I'm a real man, I wield the big ones. Hey, Blitz, wait up. A dazed Moses was seized by a massive hand around his throat and dragged screaming into a shimmering portal. Blitz's crew celebrated their flawless mission success, while Moses's tender heart shattered, once again. Ding, ding, ding. Gaisai hammered rhythmically upon the forge, anvil ringing with each strike, until in short order a square quadruple-barreled rocket launcher emerged gleaming and lethal. Ha ha ha, 4-barrel done, now for a multifunctional variant. He soon sank deep into his own artistic obsession, while nearby Toshio winced inwardly, after all who could remain calm staring at several walls' thickness of TNT. Especially when Gaisai was a livewire player, no one knew when he might snap and take the entire server down with him. With the final hammer blow echoing across the chamber, the molten netherite alloy in the smelting tower stilled. Gaisai placed the last piece, the helmet, into the helmet slot of his armor inventory. Ha ha ha. At long last, the Hellfire heavy netherite armor set was complete. Gaisai opened his inventory and gazed upon his miniature avatar, encased head toto in thick obsidian black plating face shielded behind a reinforced netherite glass visor through which only 2 eyes gleamed, cold, sharp, and unervingly merciful. Properties: 1. Immune to fire and explosion damage. 2. Immune to knockback. 3. Reduces projectile damage by up to 90. 4. Reduces movement speed by 20. Doubles sinking speed underwater. Minor drawbacks. But trivial. If needed, I'll simply fly. Next, Gaisai drew forth a massive shield, the Hellfire Netherite Blast Shield, granting full immunity to projectiles and boosting all resistances by 2 while actively blocking. Finally came Gaisai's proudest masterworks, the End Rod Rocket, guaranteed 100 accuracy on target's posterior, the Magma Crystal Rocket. Its blast rivaling that of a tactical nuclear device, the Creeper Rocket, launching only a harmless toy-sized creeper that still detonates, and the Blaze Powder Cloud Burst Rocket, engineered specifically to annihilate enemies in confined spaces, the Wither Skeleton Rocket, the ultimate biological exterminator nicknamed Biokiller. Its 2.5-hour wither effect leaves survivors only if they endure beyond reason. Just as Gaisai reached for his weapons to begin testing, he froze mid-step and slowly turned his gaze toward the enchanting table. Gaisai, I require an enchanted book of infinity. Enchanting table? No, you don't. Gaisai, I said, I want an infinite, enchanted book. Enchanting table, even if I gave you one, you couldn't apply it. You do not want. Gaisai grinned, rising to his feet, and drew the long-lost End Rod sword, pressing its tip firmly against the enchanting table's base. If you don't want to be skewered, hand me that infinite enchanted book. Now. Or, haha, you'll end up eating dirt like a command block. Oomph. 3 freshly formed shards of blue dye struck the table's surface, and with a final surge of 32 levels of experience, an enchanted book materialized, dropping silently onto the table. Excellent. Durability 3 Infinity Eye. A truly magnificent tome. Clutching the book, Gaisai repeated the same coercive maneuver, this time confronting the anvil, and slammed the enchanted book onto the quadruple rocket launcher. At last, half of his crippling firepower anxiety dissolved. The other half remained under active development, though completion was imminent. Tell me, who invented the Closian weapon system? This thing, The prototype of his portable hybrid metal storm CIWS was already half forged. The remaining half, that would herald the dawn of a new technological age. Though the game grants invincibility frames, humans do not. Perhaps. I need a wrench. Mechanical power mod. Having stowed his tools, Gaisai smiled and climbed into bed, drifting off in peace. In that very moment upon the hellbed, a single breath from him reshaped the Shiwazu Chuan Shual world into a vast, sprawling factory. Huh. Technology transforms life, he laughed. This is the power of industry. No one can hold back the tide of an era. Let the block cleaner run. The automated behemoth would press forward without end, carving a level swathe of land for Gaisai. Soon the point defense cannon was finished. At the same time, Gaisai drove his moody Zhu Jian through 26 anvils to painfully force on an infinity enchantment. Why not do it this way from the start? 2 metal storm launchers and 4 45mm triple-barrel rotary guns. There, they'll call you carbon-based dead from now on. He picked up a wrench and unleashed a shard of cubical divinity, pocketing a point defense turret the size of a house, as if it were no larger than a trinket. The central steam energy conduit has driven deep through the Hell Gate and anchored itself in the endless magma seas. The world has already harnessed boundless power. Perhaps it is time to start a new save. Haha, perfect timing for the point defense to break ground. As Gaisai admired his masterpiece from the hilltop, a sudden pain in his side sent him flying. For God's sake, some dumb goat dares to butt me. Sitting down, he hauled the goat home, produced a quad rocket launcher loaded inland candle rockets, and aimed squarely at its rump. Say goodbye to your backside. Oh, you even took your horns off to beg. You'll still die? Boom. 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 The goat met a miserable fate, bleeding and wailing as it was obliterated. After sounding a horn, Gaisai felt an impulse to study the original creatures of this realm. After all, they were part of the world's natural order. Well, except for the sniffers, those ugly, useless things could be erased. Rather than bother with such fools, he would rather torment the obsidian until it wept. Soon he found himself in a swamp, drawn by the memory of a pseudo-divine legend. The strongest creature in his world was not the warden, but a frog. You? The strongest creature? Gaisai scoffed, hoisting a frog by its leg and shaking it. Come on then, show me what you've got. He held a salmon up to the frog's mouth. The amphibian bobbed and bulged its throat, but showed no real predatory intent, so Gaisai ate the fish himself. So the all-devouring frog is just rumor, he muttered, prying the creature's jaw open and stretching the frog over his head like a hat. Suddenly a chill crept over his scalp and darkness swallowed him. What's happening? The familiar login screen blinked into being. No, I've been kicked. What a joke. He reached for the Shiwazu Chuan Shual world, only to be met with an error. The save file had been corrupted by an unknown influence. He clicked an empty area and the dialogue closed. The Shiwazu Chuan Shual save vanished before his eyes. Silence, then a string of curses burst forth from him, outraged and incredulous. He ranted and laughed in equal measure. This game is outrageously fun, he cried, then let another expletive tumble out of him in frustration. After 3 minutes of manic fury, he calmed. Out with the old and in with the new. Fine, he'll start another save. Damn it all. My freshly built steam tower, he wailed. You frog, just wait, they'll be back. He pressed the button to create a new world. Gaisai materialized in a room of iron blocks. On the floor lay the half-mangled corpse of a researcher. The title blared, Escape Zombie Island. Due to unknown causes, the virus leaked in the lab, but you are by nature immune to the zombie pathogen. Objective: escape the island. Gaisai scanned his surroundings. A story-driven mod pack, is it? With a snort, he dropped dead in place and reverted to his blocky form. Now this has immersion. He took the revolver from the researcher's hand, and thus his peculiar little journey began. The game instructed, you need to find the key. Find the key, my ass. Eat my rocket. My damn save is gone, and I'm furious. He tore through the scenario in a frenzy of explosives and gunfire, savoring the unalloyed pleasure of firepower. A voice promised rescue is on the way. Hold on. Hold on. Me, eh? Gaisai retorted incredulously. He surveyed the wreckage, a scene like 10 years of warfare, and the half-destroyed comm tower he had accidentally blasted into. I've already wiped out every zombie here, hold on indeed. But this is glorious. Is this how bomb fiends feel? Not bad at all. Soon a plane appeared and touched down on the obsidian runway he had hastily repaired. Boarding the plane ended the scenario. Gaisai escaped, while he left Zombie Island, the living embodiment of infinite firepower. The countdown ended, the world closed, he was kicked from the save, and a reward was delivered. This is the reward. A pale seam. He prodded the white fissure, and it sucked him in before he could brace himself. I wasn't ready. All right, another real world, but why is the sky so dark? He brushed at the surroundings. The shapes, the textures. After days of playing a vampire, he recognized them immediately. That bastard sold me out. In short order, a gibberish chant rose from the crowd. Gaisai heaved off the coffin lid and stepped out. By chance, he lingered with his gaze on someone in the throng, and the hell eye of a ghost knight locked in battle with the Wuxinmo incinerated him on the spot. He was reborn and watched the spectacle anew, only to be burned again. On the third resurrection, he watched once more, this time, sharing a meaningful, almost tender look with the ghost knight, played by Ni Guo La Si Kaiki. All right then, my sins are all burned away. Or perhaps Gaisai was now purer than some purple yam. Then he remembered his lost, corrupted save. Dude, he has no soul. You can't burn him. Hit him straight on won't work. Shoot his balls, someone urged. Shut up. Wuxinmo snapped, turning toward Gaisai. Seizing the moment, the ghost knight leveled his shotgun at the witch's most private parts. A shotgun blast, a scream, and then raucous laughter as Wuxinmo doubled over, clutching himself. Just then warm sunlight broke through. Huh, your time is up. With one hand he throttled the proffered cage and hurled him aside, scooped up a scroll from the ground, glared at Gaisai, and intoned, "This is the Sheng Fengsa contract. All souls come to me." As souls swarmed, Wuxinmo grew immeasurably stronger, but in doing so he had also called a father to claim him. Now he has a soul. Burn him with your eye of judgment. That will finish him. Gaisai's remark stilled the air. "Who sent you?" as someone demanded. "In any case, it wasn't your father," came the blunt reply. After a brief manipulation, Ni Guala Si Kaiki transformed again, seized Wuxinmo, and in an instant consumed him. At that moment, Mo Fei Si Tua appeared. "Hey, old Mo. I know you hunger for souls. Want to make a deal? Who are you?" The ever-dealing Mo Fei Si Tua found himself for once being propositioned rather than the one proposing. A whirlwind swept through as Mephisto, having failed to summon the spirit of vengeance, brought Gaisai to the other side of the earth. "Where is this?" "South Pole." Gaisai asked the dumbfounded penguin beside him. "What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Mephisto straightened his cane, his demonic form faintly revealing itself, glaring fiercely at Gaisai, as if peering into his very soul. But soon Mephisto fell silent. This being before him, even if combined with 100,000 of himself, Gaisai was still more demonic in human form. "What's wrong with you?" Gaisai, noticing Mephisto deep in thought, like an ordinary old man, poked him with a stick. "You. Which hell did you come from? What the hell? Your soul is the cleanest I've ever seen. Yet, also the dirtiest. Hee, it seems we are of the same kind." The old man laughed in a truly disgusting way. As Mephisto read his mind, he asked, "What do you want to trade?" Gaisai flipped his hand, revealing a piece of soul sand. "Do you want a soul?" "Isn't that so?" In an instant, Mephisto was captivated by the countless wailing souls within the soul sand. Watching Mephisto instinctively reach for the soul sand, Gaisai brought it closer. "Hey, don't give it." Realizing his loss of composure, Mephisto hurriedly steadied himself. "What do you want? That ability of the fellow earlier was given to you, right?" After some thought, Mephisto pulled out a scroll from his pocket. "Are you sure you only want the spirit of vengeance? Otherwise, can you offer something else?" Throwing the soul sand to Mephisto, Gaisai took the scroll from his hand. "How do you use this?" "Open it, and then extend your hand." Sniffing the aroma of the soul sand, even this demon Mephisto was invigorated. "This is a soul of extremely high purity." Acknowledging the value, Mephisto turned and smiled at Gaisai. At this moment, Gaisai also opened the scroll, revealing an image of a skull entwined in iron chains before him. As he reached out to touch it, the chains and the image vanished, and a blue flame ignited from his hand. "Is this it, eh?" Gaisai looked at Mephisto with a face that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" "Yes, he is the spirit of vengeance, but I have already tortured him to death. We didn't specify the spirit of vengeance's survival during our trade." "Ha! What are you laughing at? Old man, you laugh like a fart." Disgusted by Gaisai, Mephisto turned and left while the surrounding weather grew dark as he prepared to freeze Gaisai and see what other tricks this strange little square fellow had up his sleeve. At this moment, Gaisai looked at the small remnant of the spirit of vengeance in his hand and began to work on the workbench. "Forget it. A dead horse is better than no horse at all. Let's try adding some soul sand, firefly stone, and star from the lower realms." The moment they made contact, Gaisai was suddenly lifted into the air. Roar, 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 roar. Gaisai, suddenly blasted away, fell to the ground, his body engulfed in blue flames, starting to twist madly, constantly shoveling snow onto himself, and then transformed into a pupae. However, the concealed Mephisto couldn't help but wonder why was he in the snow. After doing several rounds of Kegel exercises in the snow, Gaisai gradually slowed down. He then sat up straight. Instantly, Mephisto nearby felt an urge. No, it was a sadistic urge. Extending his hand, a flame of soul appeared in Gaisai's palm, burning and swirling. "Did I turn myself into the spirit of vengeance?" "No. The spirit of vengeance obeys the messenger of God. And I am wild. A wild seed. Forget it. As long as I look good." Extending his hand, the flame of soul in Gaisai's hand surged, attracting a few penguins to approach, and he reached out to touch one of them, activating the healing ability of the soul flame. The penguin that was touched raised its head and called out energetically, "Not bad. This healing ability is quite strong." Before he could finish his praise, Gaisai watched as the penguin he had touched knocked down another nearby penguin and started doing Kegel exercises on it. What the hell? After touching a few more penguins, Gaisai started watching penguin videos. Ha ha ha. This scene directly amused Mephisto, who was still invisible. A mutated spirit of vengeance turned lust spirit. Huh, how interesting. Mephisto felt that whatever spirit warrior was completely overshadowed. This was the true rare species. "Kid, how about coming to work for me? PFF, become a 78. I want to go home." Gaisai exited the game. Gaisai joined the game. Returning home, Gaisai touched the power switch and transformed back into human form, collapsing onto the couch. "What happened to you?" "My save file got corrupted." Hee. "No, I mean what happened to you that you turned out like this?" "What happened?" Tasia brought over a mirror. Gaisai took a look. Wow, a white-haired little loli. "No, wait. Whatever. I did." Heartbroken, Gaisai lay on the couch, bored, reaching out to burn Tasia's bird, but with the flame of soul. "Ow. Hee. Whoa. Using Gaisai's soul flame to light a cigarette, Tasia took a satisfying puff. PFF. Spitting out a mouthful of feathers, Gaisai peacefully closed his eyes. And then, The great Gaisai once again started a new save file. Magical hamburger shop. You opened a hamburger shop, and as the manager you must be responsible for every customer. Is this a simulation management integration pack? I remember this integration pack is quite free. Huh, I have an idea. Holding the hamburger shop, Gaisai found a great spot to set it up. Soon, Gaisai began his first day in this world. Kik. Isn't this better than the world of the Blood Clan legend? Every day a new batch of customers would refresh in front of the hamburger shop, and Gaisai seized this opportunity. The trapdoor opened and customers began to fall into the assembly line he had set up, followed by the automated slaughter machine starting up. An endless stream of hamburgers was produced automatically. Ding 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 ding. With the cheerful tune of being human, Gaisai's Kinda Ba hamburger shop opened. Okay, basic functions restored. It's a pity that there are no shady merchants around, so they'll have to rely on taming village zombies. Thus Gaisai with his new pride and joy came to visit Rosie. Oh, dear, you seem to have become even more delectable. You too, but how about trying this hamburger first? No problem. What is this? That's right. This is my new pride and joy. Rosie took a bite, and the familiar flavor instantly swept over her taste buds. Oh, so delicious. Baby, how do you want mommy to reward you? A ogre burger, extra cheese, no cabbage. Josiah began frying the patties. Rosie at the front desk was attending to clients while Josiah was busy like SpongeBob, one making a Krabby Patty and the other an ogre burger. Phew, is the whole town here today? Except for a few, everyone else is here. And everyone gave great reviews after finishing their meals. You're such a clever little darling. Just a little darling. What do you want me to call you then? Little cupcake. Rosie picked up Josiah and gave him a lick. An overwhelming scent of meat wafted from him. Purely natural, wild, exquisite meat. Even the divine version. That almost made me gnaw through the hive. After pulling out the soul fire to burn myself, the instant healing buff flashed twice, restoring Josiah to normal. Am I a bit too weak now? Looking at myself in the mirror, Josiah then asked Tahia to buy him some high-quality protein powder. He returned to the magical burger shop world to begin his journey of alchemy. Damn it, frogs must die. Huh. Now Josiah found a frog and began to gnaw on it in memory of that perfect save. How about adding some pufferfish? Alchemy table, you've already added it, you can't add any more. I don't care about that. Josiah picked up the ender candle sword and stabbed it into the alchemy table, forcibly cramming the pufferfish in him. Add another, one more, and soon Josiah made 3 bottles of dark green potions. Is this really a water-breathing potion? Why does it feel more toxic than the poison potion? Never mind, let's leave it for now and continue brewing. Healing potion in there. Poison potion in there. Damage potion in there. Josiah added all the potions he could, yet still wasn't satisfied. Add some toxic potatoes, coffee beans, 2 ink sacks, and 2 glowing ones too. Oh no, it's going to overflow. Josiah added a hellstone underneath the alchemy pot, ignited it, and let it evaporate. He soon added everything that looked like it could be effective, even finding a treasure map to get a tidal core. Even the dragon egg from this world was thrown in. Preparing himself mentally, Josiah looked at the indescribable alchemy pot before him. Memories of the creatures he had stuffed inside floated in his mind. Poor Yueling, poor Lihun, poor Withering, along with zombies, skeletons, creepers, drowned dolphins, ancient guardians. All creatures flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and walking on the ground from the main world hell, and the end were all added in. Damn it, why am I scared to drink this? This soup was painstakingly collected by me. Down it goes. Josiah picked up the alchemy pot, emitting indescribable substances, glanced at a bag of milk buckets, opened his mouth, and swallowed the pot whole. This isn't bad at all. Suddenly clutching his throat, Josiah screamed and fainted, followed by potential explosions from the ender crystals and creeper TNT he previously added. He exploded and tumbled a few times, then potion particles sprayed out of his mouth and throat. At the same time he started spinning. The crazy cocktail, and why it turned out like this. What happened to me? Why do I feel so top-heavy? Oh, I turned back into a block person. Alright, I drank the potion I brewed. Looking at the full bucket of milk in my inventory and bag, Josiah suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. Quickly he pulled out a bucket and drank from it. Is this a post-event potion? After drinking, Josiah stood up and then realized the world had gotten larger. No, I shrank. I turned into a small block person. Self-prescribed a remedy, rejuvenation. Not dead. Looks like I'm still pretty awesome. At this moment the mutated ender dragon liver inside Josiah, alive dad. Hiss hiss a woo roar, the 3 forms seemed to be fine. Then the devourer mode activated. With purple light in his eyes, Josiah flew up. A feeling of transcending life and death emerged, and soon blocks around him began to uncontrollably rise as they were devoured by Josiah. I didn't even devour anything. Is this becoming passive? It seemed that the wither and wither skeleton added to the potion completed the data of the wither storm within Josiah. Before long 2 wither skeleton heads appeared beside Josiah. He felt about them as if they were companions, able to launch them out at any time. Floating in the sky, Josiah looked down at the shadow below, 2 wither heads on either side, and a big head doll in the middle looking just like the real wither. This truly has turned into wither. Right? The soul fire spirit of revenge. I haven't fully utilized the stuff from old MO yet. In the sky, Josiah retracted the power of the wither storm, raised his head, and unleashed the soul fire with all his might. A feeling of separating from the body surfaced, and intensified. Finally Josiah's body detached and turned to white smoke dissipating. Yet he like Lihun grew 2 wings similar to Yueling. Josiah, beyond heaven. Human language became an angel, but without a halo and not fully transformed. Hey, can I now say am I with Hongo? And also, Josiah came to the ground, made a minecart, and sat down. The blue soul fire gradually spreading across the cart. As Josiah moved forward, 2 fiery trails tightly followed the cart. Huh, as expected it works. Get out of the way. Smack 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 smack. 2 sheep kings and cow kings died on the spot. Oh ho. Hey, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Gaisai returned home and looked at Tahia with a ghostly expression. Have you been summoned to heaven? Haha, guess how many people I just sat with? 100. Haha, I only did just over 240 today, because I didn't have the feel. Guess how many I did yesterday? 300. That's a bit low. When my machine starts it should at least be 3 to the power of 9. Alright, I bought what you wanted. I'm going out today. What are you going to do? Revenge. Take me with you. Let me cleanse them on behalf of Brother Hong. No, why not? With how you look right now people might think I'm a single mother taking you out. Mama. A large shadowy hand suddenly grabbed Gaisai and covered his mouth. My master, if you want to flirt, let's wait until tonight. Tahia said before turning into a shadow and rushing out. Hey, no, come back. The golden apple, the enchanted golden apple, did you take it? I took it. Then it's fine. Like a young old father, Gaisai broke free from his restraints and walked up to the protein powder. Bird muscle protein powder. What is this? After examining it closely and confirming it was a precious protein powder, Gaisai began his path as a deadly poison master. Is it for bodybuilding? You have to take it step by step. Double the strength potion in there. Add resistance potion too. Add some divine turtle potion. Gaisai then took out 2 fiery sticks and stirred them together, quickly producing a bag of strengthening health cookies. Why doesn't it work when I eat it? It's definitely because the cube person effect isn't obvious. You have to become a real person. Gaisai looked towards the electrical door. With a thunderous smash. A spark of electricity, and Gaisai successfully became human. He took 2 steps and silently lowered his head. The cube person has no. Didn't shrink. Then right now. Big Bird Shota or Big Bird Loli too. No, never mind. Let's taste it first. What the hell? Why isn't it working? It absolutely can't be my cooking skills. To prove it wasn't my problem, Gaisai took the cookies to Bylais. Bylais, are you home? He barged in, set the door down, and then he saw Bylais kissing Stolas. Sorry I interrupted. Hey, come back. This is just a transaction. Just as Gaisai was about to leave, Bylais bound him and threw him back. Who are you? Gaisai carefully examined Bylais' expression, then realized he truly did not recognize him. Luna. He is Gaisai. Gaisai, you? Did you let the bitch suck it dry? Damn it. Who is he? I'm Stolas, a client of Bylais. Oh, I understand now. Bylais. Forget it, none of that matters. Gaisai took out the cookies and placed them on the table. You all try the cookies I just made. I refuse to believe it's my cooking skills that are bad. Looking at the square cookies on the table, everyone in the room began to eat. Moses Millie. AXX Bylais Sigma, damn. Did you make these cookies out of used ones? That's too rude, Bylais dear. I think it tastes quite good. Much better than your disposable phone corpse. Luna also agreed. I understand now. What did you understand? Bylais suspected that Gaisai came today just to mess with them. This thing is picky. Then Gaisai took out that big bag of bird muscle protein powder. Bylais came over and snatched it. Did you really use protein powder to make cookies? Yeah, I'm preparing to gain muscle. What a damn. Wait a minute. Stolas took a look at the bag of bird muscle protein powder. This is custom-made muscle gain protein powder for our Gutaya family. Where did you get it? Custom-made for you guys. Damn, no wonder it didn't work when I ate it. Are you also Gutaya? Gaisai's question left everyone in the room stunned. Millie, you don't know him. Moses, he is Stolas, Prince of Gutaya. Responding with a single sound, Gaisai began the countdown. 5, 4. What are you counting down for? Bylais' current job made him very sensitive to countdowns. 3. Gaisai pointed at Stolas. 2. Stolas, what's wrong with me? 1. Damn. Stop counting. Just say. Before Bylais could finish, Gaisai announced the last number. 0. Stolas wrapped his arms around his chest, looking around cautiously, then. ZZZ. ZZZ. 2 sounds echoed out, and both Stolas and Luna became bigger, taller, stronger. Their bulging muscles tore through their shirts. What the hell is happening? Fuck. Luna hurriedly covered her chest and ran inside. Only the bewildered Stolas, now a big guy, remained with Bylais, who was staring blankly. Why did Luna transform too? Gaisai picked up a cookie and thought suddenly that hellhounds seemed to eat anything. Then Gaisai transformed into a werewolf and attempted to disguise himself as a hellhound to trick the cookies into working. The result was clearly ineffective. Damn it, can't I even bark like a dog? Will I always be like this? Stolas instinctively raised his arms, his massive biceps seemingly capable of crushing a bear. Heavy gift crab. Bylais seemed to see himself getting tossed around next month. What's wrong? Bylais dear, don't you like it? No, it's just. Next time. Damn it. In front of so many people, Bylais couldn't finish the latter part. Don't worry, you won't be like this forever, but maybe for a long time. Stolas didn't understand this bizarre language from Gaisai, Sorry, Bylais dear, I seem to be unsuitable for being in public like this. Could you take me home? No problem. The group arrived at the car, but found that Stolas could not get in at all. It seems we can only escort him back on foot. The instigator Gaisai shrugged, Bylais cursed, and the group walked along the road towards Stolas' castle. Oh Satan. Is that Prince Stolas? Hey, why did he hit the gym? So strong. As the snapping sounds of cameras filled the air, Stolas couldn't help but lower his head. No, don't lower your head. Lift it up, bro. Didn't you see they are all looking up at you? How can a real man shrink here? I can't. Nonsense. Are your muscles just for show? Haven't you heard that Confucius didn't speak of strange forces? Hey, what does that mean? Confucius doesn't speak, but uses strange power to render others senseless. Off. You've wasted all that muscle. Now follow what I say. Lift your head. Stick out your chest. Swing your arms and shoulders, walk slowly, stretch your legs, and tighten your muscles. Meanwhile, Bylais, Millie, and Moses looked on in awe. That's the prince. And so Stolas, bare-chested, draped in a cloak with a crown, stepped forward one step at a time, like the bodybuilding champion of 2005 Ronnie. Dad. In the castle, Vea spat out her drink, staring dumbfounded at the shocking scene on her phone. Meanwhile, at a tea house, Stella was drinking tea with her friends and also saw Stolas downstairs looking like a god of bodybuilding. Stolas, this is impossible. Has he been hiding the fact that he went to the gym from you? Wow, he really seems different compared to before. Ignoring her friend's chaotic chatter, Stella hurried to the window to look at Stolas below. Stolas. Stella. Who is she? My wife. Oh hey there, madam. Mr. Stolas has prepared a surprise for you tonight. Villas. Stolas, Odo. As for Moses and Millie, their minds are completely blank right now. A surprise? Fuck you, Stolas. You're already surprising me right now. Without looking back, Stella turned and went home. And no. Mr. Gaisai, you don't understand. My relationship with Stella is terrible. Then today could potentially be a good day to ease the tension between you two. What? Gaisai floated to Stolas' ear. You do this, then this, and then this. Villas, who was eavesdropping, gradually widened his eyes. Damn. Is it really possible? Absolutely. In the end, Stolas still felt it was worth a try. That night, Vea was unable to sleep, listening to the noises coming from her parents' room. Sorry, Stella, I have to go to the gym. Finding an excuse, Stolas ran out, giving Vea a quick hug as he passed by. However, Vea almost let 2 pieces of chicken breast be killed. Dad, what's wrong, Vea? After much hesitation, Vea swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue. Are you going to the gym? Yes. I've arranged to meet a few others. To be honest, last night was the most enthusiastic he had ever seen Stella. At this moment, on the other side of Arrogant City. Come on, you trash. Little Gaisai carried a 4-barrel rocket launcher, aiming it at the center demons below. Run. It's an evil little demon. He must have been born from Satan's PYZ. Damn it. Don't throw lace in my face. Say goodbye to your butts. Originally planning to test his purification abilities on a sinner, he was instead surrounded midway with the other party politely tossing him a trap to handle himself. Psi Delta today, with God arriving, even your butts won't be safe. I'm serious. Crazy. Daring to be crazy in front of me. As the trigger was pulled, countless end-of-the-world candle missiles flew out, bringing warmth to the rectums of the victim demons. Hakimi Hanyo demon. Hello. Gaisai, do you have any of those cookies left? Stolas might need some. Who needs that crap? Villas, just take Stolas to the gym more often. This thing significantly boosts workout efficiency while the drug is active. Generally, you can achieve the corresponding physique. You can think of it as exercising more will make the results permanent. Damn it. Don't you have a little demon version of this? No. Fine, Luna is temporarily closed for business today. I take it easy and don't overexert yourself, or you won't be able to turn back. Millie, Moses, you two come with me. By the way, who of you has gym experience? Hanging up the phone, Gaisai floated in the air, scanning the end-of-the-world candle's funeral around him. I really don't understand why these sinners are so crazy today. Are they daring to grope each other in the street, stained with blood and crosses? Checking the sinners' faces for any cross herpes, Gaisai scratched his head in confusion. Wait, why's your clock? What the hell, how did it advance 6 months? Putting away the rocket launcher, Gaisai flew toward the 3V tower. Knock, knock, knock. As the sound of knocking on the glass was noticed by Velvet, she looked up and instantly spotted Gaisai outside, resembling a humanoid spirit. Who are you? It's me. Gaisai, how did you get so small? Because I overate. Closing the window, Velvet raised the air conditioning by 1 degree, then picked up Gaisai for inspection. Hey, I just came to borrow some high-voltage electricity. Why are you showing me your butt? Why did only your body get smaller? With a smile at the corner of her mouth, the bored Velvet instantly felt playful. Burned out. I've really been sat on. Getting up and stretching, Velvet held Gaisai and walked into the bathroom to rinse off. Before long, Gaisai, dressed in a doll-like outfit, was born. Can I change? No. Damn it. I can only use this trick now. With a swift motion, all the clothes on Gaisai flew off. Transformed into a little white wolf, Gaisai leaped off the table, darting between Velvet's legs, running toward the electrical switch. Hey, come back. Where are you going? Velvet chased after him, rushing out the door, while Valentino quickly sidestepped to avoid the two. Hey, Velvet, is that your pet dog? You're the pet dog? Your whole family are pet dogs. Huh. Valentino, seeing the white dog standing on its hind legs, pointing and cursing at him, was momentarily confused. Don't run. Come here, mommy. There are hundreds of little skirts here, mommy. Hearing this, Gaisia's 4 little legs moved even faster. Hee hee, another great invention of mine. Hey, Velvet, don't run around in front of my lab. Wait, what is that? A dog or a cat? Your dad. Finding his target, Gaisia opened his mouth and bit down. This is easy. Boom. As a cloud of black smoke rose, Velvet stopped and looked toward the smoke. Valentino and Vox also gathered around. Before the three could react, a burst of blue flame erupted, dispersing the smoke. Amidst the flames, Gaisia, with a pair of blue flame wings, gradually stood up, his flowing white hair, slender body, muscular build, and that pristine. Hey, ouch, ouch, ouch. Ow, what are you doing? Unable to bear it, Gaisia, who had escaped, covered his finely tuned spiral with a look at Velvet. It's really you. To be honest, I'm a bit shocked. How did you become like this? It's a long story, but in short, I can change into anything I want. Taking advantage of Velvet, still being in doubt, Gaisia turned around, only to be grabbed by the wings of fate, dragged into a little black room. Stand still? Ah, shit. Ah. On the other side, Vox and Valentino exchanged glances, raised their eyebrows, linked arms, and walked aside. Snap. After Velvet finished taking a selfie in the photo, Velvet was making a peace sign, while behind her was the drained Gaisia. At that moment, the flame of the soul flickered and Gaisia was fully revived. Huh. Endless healing ability. Come. Today I will have a showdown with you. Soon the two were entangled once again. Huff. Huff. 2 cigarettes slowly burned. As Gaisia and Velvet fought, suddenly, they both seemed to be possessed by saints, losing all interest. Why? I still have plenty of strength, but just no interest. I don't know, maybe we should change the mood. I'm a bit hungry, how about you? Me too. Gaisai. Exchanging glances, the two instantly hit it off. Soon the elegantly dressed Velvet was escorted by the suit-clad Gaisia to a table. Gaisia then unbuttoned his jacket, tied on an apron, rolled up his sleeves, and approached the cutting board. Elegantly leaning on the table, he looked at Velvet. Dear Miss Velvet, do you have any food restrictions? Watching Gaisai diligently cooking way, Tay gradually became captivated, feeling the warmth of the moment. Slicing the tomatoes and placing them into the pot, soon the tomato sauce was ready. Next came the potatoes, sliced and fried, combined with the tomato sauce. A plate of fries rich in the style of my world was born. Are you kidding me? Putting down the fries, Gaisai smiled as he approached the oven. Yay. Reaching in directly, Gaisai brought out the cooked steak and then a whole roasted turkey. He returned to the stove. Phew. Not bad. Along with the vegetable medley and stuffed pumpkin served at the table, Gaisai untied his apron and sat across from Tay. Come give it a try. How is it? Really filling. How about you? I'm about the same, but this turkey. Did it come from the fitness circle? Gaisai questioned life while attempting to gnaw on a large clump of feathers that were stuck together. Ultimately, he had to exert the power of a blocky person to lift it, humming away. As they enjoyed their meal, a spark ignited between them. Boom. What the hell? With a loud bang, Gaisai jumped out of bed, looking out the window at a black mushroom cloud rising. Damn it, did that devil blow up the gas station? Haha. Let them go crazy, their time is running out anyway. What do you mean running out? The great cleansing. Don't you know? Seeing the dazed Gaisai, Tay sat up and laughed at the marks of her black lipstick all over him. TSK. Can this lipstick be washed off with water? How do you think I would use such cheap cosmetics? With a kiss blown, Gaisai understood what he needed to do. Kill. The blocky person reborn reached for the socket again. Oh yeah. I'm already used to the electricity. Alright, you should explain to me what the great cleansing is. You really don't know? I don't know. Fine, the great cleansing is when heaven periodically sends people to purge sinners. You should know that sinners can't truly die, but the angels of heaven have a way to kill them completely. And now, Tay pointed towards the distant bell tower. The time for the great cleansing has been moved up. Aren't you scared at all? Can I say I had angels kill me before? Gaisai recalled the moment he was raised. That 6-winged angel was truly huge. No wonder these sinners have been going crazy lately. Bidding farewell to Tay, Gaisai returned home. Yo, you're back. That should be my line. How was it? Killed a few. 3. Tasia unabashedly tossed out 3 demon heads. Hey, don't waste. The soul juice, pour it on. Tasia, aren't you going to taste it? No. Alright, you keep watching the house. I'm off to heaven. LKLK. Gaisai once again stood beside the portal to heaven. This time, he moved the fireflies to ensure he wouldn't run onto someone else's roof. Going to heaven? Hell no. With a sigh, Tasia returned to normal after all she had seen, enough to be unfazed. The air in heaven is definitely fresher than in hell. Turning around to dismantle the portal, Gaisai spread his fiery wings and soared freely over the city of heaven. As he flew, Gaisai noticed that the angels in heaven seemed to embody a joyful education that you simply put, as long as you were smiling, you could do anything. After all, no one knows me. The airspace here is still very open, and there's no one attacking proactively. Then let's pursue a thrill of speed and passion, while also taking a look at the entire angel city. Soon Gaisai arrived at the highest tower here, setting down his workstation. Do you believe in gravity? I greatly admire the first person who ate a mushroom. Because it might be poisonous, right? Gaisai began to chant, taking out a torch, gold ingots, and redstone powder. As Gaisai raised the golden clock, he'll say it one last time. The clock combined with the torch. Time must accelerate. A blue acceleration torch appeared in Gaisai's hand. Subsequently, it wrapped around him in the smallest range. 100, 200, 300, 400. This is still not enough. Soon, 9 blue torches combined into 1 purple torch, compressed acceleration torch. 3600. Looking at this purple torch in his hand, Gaisai's eyes turned purple, and then he swallowed it whole. Made in heaven, the time acceleration unique to Gaisai began. The fiery wings behind him dissipated, gradually turning into 2 blue flame vortices. Biological rocket acceleration activate. Gaisai swallowed the workstation, a smile appearing on his face as blue flames spouted from his back. Flying at a speed of 3,600 after the time acceleration. Ha! A blue meteor streaked through the city of angels, the piercing sound of wind echoing in his ears. What is that? It seems to be an angel. How is he flying so fast? Nearby in the barbecue restaurant, Lute also noticed this scene in the sky. Commander, what are you looking at? What's going on? Adam chewed on his barbecue rib as he looked outside, seeing a meteor dancing in the sky, occasionally drifting and turning. WTF? What the hell is that thing? Commander, that might be a new angel. An angel? Adam took out a telescope to observe Gaisai's dashing figure reflecting in his eyes. Wow, I think he's a great candidate to join the demon-slaying angels. I think so too. Soon Adam and Lute flew towards Gaisai together. Not enough. Landing straight down, Gaisai took out the workstation, and soon a black-handled torch appeared. Dual compressed acceleration torch. At this moment, Adam and Lute hurried over. This kid can really fly. Breathing heavily, Adam called out to Gaisai. Hey, little guy, what's your name? Gaisai, having just swallowed the dual compressed torch, turned to look. Damn. A cop. With a whoosh, Gaisai flew out at a speed of 32,400 after time acceleration. At this moment, Adam and Lute, dressed in demon-slaying armor, had question marks popping above their heads. What do you mean by a cop? Hey, no. You brat, come back. I have something to say to you. At that moment, Gaisai's speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. After breaking the sound barrier, Gaisai continued to soar through the city of angels. After all being a blocky person, he was still a blocky person that couldn't die. How could he go home without dying? As Gaisai flew quickly, the impact he brought began to show. For example, the noise from his flight filled someone's office. What's happening outside? We'll go take a look. A hand pressed on Emily, and Sarah walked to the window to have a look. OMG. Seeing the scene before her, white patterns appeared on Sarah's body, and her figure teleported into the sky. Stop. Kid, you've already affected others. But soon Sarah realized that Gaisai was flying too fast and couldn't hear her voice at all. Finding the right moment, Sarah teleported and appeared in front of Gaisai, grabbing him to stop him. Are you alright? Gaisai shook his head in confusion. Damn, how did I get caught? Are you a new angel? No. Listen, you've seriously affected others. Letting go of Gaisai, Sarah pointed below, and Gaisai followed her gaze. Oh. Amazing. Kid, you're flying so freaking fast. The male angels below collectively applauded for Gaisai. Sarah. Soon Gaisai was brought to the office. Hey, hello, I'm Emily. Gaisai, nice to meet you. Me too. Just as Gaisai was about to shake hands, Emily hugged him. Emily, I have something to discuss with him. Could you wait for a moment? See you later, Gaisai. Emily flapped her wings and flew outside. Looking at Emily, Sarah sighed. Gaisai, when did you arrive in heaven? Why do I have no memory of you? Well, it was when we met before. We met. That's right, but at that time, you were taking a bath. Sarah's face suddenly turned red as she recalled the incident. Is it you? Why are you still alive? Well, I can be reborn after I die. Gaisai slapped the bed beside him, resetting his rebirth point. Come kill me, and I'll show you how it works. Hesitating for a moment, Sarah ultimately did not strike. Where exactly did you come from to arrive in heaven? Emily, please call Peter over here. No problem, Sarah. Also, why do you have the power of God? Looking at Sarah, who was fully awakened, Gaisai put away the bed and summoned a ball of soul fire in his hand. Are you in this? Yes, this is the power of the Seraph. Are you sure you want to hear this? Looking at Gaisai's sincere eyes, Sarah had a bad feeling. Please go on. Once to protect the human realm, God sent a group of angels to the mortal world. However, these angels were deceived, captured, and eventually dragged into hell, where they were tortured and ravaged, turning their mission of protecting the innocent into a desire to punish evil. From then on, they became known as vengeful spirits. You know, up until death, until madness, they all believed that God would save them. Impossible. God has never sent a seraph-level archangel to descend. I haven't finished yet. Although this is the power of the seraph, it's not much. When I obtained it from Mephisto, he had long been tortured to death. Finally, I refined his residual power, and that's how I became like this. Dead. Impossible. Calm down, what I just told you is a story from another world. What do you mean? Parallel worlds, multiverse realms, different worlds have different gods and different heavens and hells. Sarah felt a headache from all this. What on earth was going on? Miss? Sarah, is there something you need from me? Peter knocked and entered, turning to see Gaisai nearby. Are you a new angel? Peter, haven't you seen him before? No, what's wrong with Sarah? Wait, why haven't I seen you? At this moment, Peter realized the seriousness of the issue. An angel arrived in heaven without passing through the gate of heaven. This is truly bizarre. Soon Gaisai underwent a thorough investigation. No clues at all. Soon Adam and Lute were also questioned by Sarah. What are you checking my identity? Let me introduce myself. I am Josiah who recently went mad from loneliness, blew up my own world, and ended up in your world's hell. I like chow pie, enjoy rich ladies, get up at 6 every day, cook and eat, and occasionally have a collecting hobby. After a long chant, Josiah sat back down. So what now? Do you want to eliminate me again? Everyone. What the heck are you? Adam's question echoed the thoughts of everyone. A true man. Forget it, I just came here to LKLK. I heard you were planning to slaughter. Hell, good luck. Those damned sinners and demons, I've been displeased with them for a long time. Peter, what? Slaughter? Sorry, Peter, this is not a place for you. Sarah teleported Peter away, and the three looked coldly at Josiah, while Lute approached Josiah with his spear. How do you know about this? Oh, want to fight. At this moment, the train's BGM began to play. Josiah's figure swayed, and Lute's spear appeared in Josiah's hand. Then in front of several people, Josiah committed suicide. Gripping the spear, Josiah pierced his own body with Lute's spear. WTF? What the hell are you doing? Committing suicide in heaven. The ancient bird's brain immediately crashed. He could never imagine someone committing suicide in heaven. No. Is there any way to save him? Sarah was also shocked. After all, a living person committed suicide in heaven. If this got out. She didn't dare to think about it. He's just a thief who sneaked into heaven. Lute didn't understand why Adam and Sarah were so tense. Damn it. Little Madman 13, he committed suicide. He can be judged, but he absolutely must not commit suicide here. Fuck. Why? Because this is suicide. It's an insult to heaven. Moreover, this is heaven. Oh, Adam felt for the first time that his future was doomed. No guys, I'm not dead yet. Josiah originally wanted to test how much damage he could take, but it seems he overdid it. After a moment of silence, Sarah and Adam heavenly curses. Soon Josiah was tied up. Damn, I became a chrysalis again. Adam, Lute, you two throw him back to the earth. Just as Sarah was about to have Josiah thrown back to hell, she suddenly recalled the story that Josiah told earlier. Tortured, ravaged, and ultimately turned into a vengeful spirit of punishment. Let him go for now. Although confused, Adam nodded, and Lute raised his spear to cut the ropes. What now? Not sending me back to hell. Sarah looked up at Josiah, or rather the soul fire on him. Can you tell me what those vengeful spirits you mentioned turned into? Well, let me think. I only know that the vengeful spirit on Johnny is called Zarathos. After falling into evil, the soul fire on him turned into hellfire tainted from hell, and every night he would seize Johnny's body, becoming a burning skeleton of hellfire. And then he punishes sinners. Punishes sinners. How does he punish them? Clearly Lute was more interested in this aspect. The sinners I'm referring to are those who have made mistakes, and lying also counts as making a mistake. In an instant, Adam, Lute, and Sarah all had a sense of foreboding. Every time he catches these people, he mercilessly burns their sins with hellfire, making those who have erred feel the same pain he endured from hellfire. Hee for human souls, just a little hellfire can turn them to ash. And he doesn't spare children either. You lied, right? Saying lies is wrong, so you must die? Unless you think lying is not wrong, and doing bad things is not wrong. And in the end, soy milk. Have you ever seen a body that is perfectly intact on the outside, but blacker than charcoal on the inside? Haha, that's his favorite thing to do. Watching Josiah play with the rocking chair made Selah feel a deep headache. What are we waiting for then? There's a mad seraph wreaking havoc on earth. Lute looked at Adam, who was still pondering, why have I never heard of this angel Zarathos? Because he is an angel from another world. Adam, Lute, you should leave first. No problem. I wanted to leave a long time ago. Goodbye. Grabbing Lute, Adam swiftly left Selah's place of turmoil. Hey, Commander, we should. There is no should. Obey the command, Lute. After Adam and the others left, Selah sat back in her chair, holding her head, her expression shifting between gloom and brightness. Zarathos has been causing chaos on Earth since when? Of course not. Selah suddenly looked up at Josiah. Then what happened to him? Johnny knew his desires, so he locked himself away in a desolate place. Later he received a mission. The reward was to eliminate the vengeful spirit within him. But soon he realized it was a wrong decision. Losing the vengeful spirit meant losing the power to combat the demon Mephisto. After killing all the Holy Land's people, Mephisto took his illegitimate son, and he needed this new vessel. In order to protect that kind-hearted demon's illegitimate son, Johnny fought his way to the ritual. Although he was captured, the demon's illegitimate son had the power of a demon, and taking advantage of the situation, he injected the vengeful spirit back into Johnny. In the end, to save others, Johnny awakened the righteous spirit within the vengeful spirit, using the power of heaven to rescue innocent souls, and the demon knight turned into his soul guardian. Josiah casually drew a skull in the air with blue flames. Is everything you said true? Of course it's true. I made a deal with Mephisto just to upgrade my vehicle. Although he still took advantage of me, it was a small loss compared to missing a meal. Selah leaned back with a sigh of relief. She thought the followers of the Master would be lost forever, just like when she ordered a cleansing of hell to protect heaven. Suddenly Selah realized the biggest problem now was how to deal with Josiah. You possess the same power as Zarathos. Will he use this power to protect others? What? No, this power of mine. Something's off. Josiah's mind flashed with the image of a robust penguin. Haha, I'm different from Johnny. He received all the angelic power while I only got a remnant body. In the end, it was I who figured out how to complete this power. You will use it to protect people, right? Listen, sister, I know what you're trying to say, but this power, it feels a bit abnormal in my hands. Or maybe it's me that's not normal. Not using it to create chaos on Earth is already very kind of me. Can you show me? The power of a seraph is very pure. If there's a problem, I should be able to see it. Josiah, it's really hard to be a good person. What you want, don't blame me. With hands clasped, Josiah conjured a ball of soul flame and placed it before Selah. Selah began to examine it closely. Inside this. Impossible. How can there be so much power of hope in this? Seeing Selah rise holding the soul fire, Josiah knew trouble was about to arise. Sure enough, Selah greedily stared at the ball of soul fire, but contrary to Josiah's expectations, she began to cry and knelt down. What the hell is going on? Are you okay? Just a couple of steps closer, Josiah was grabbed by Selah. I see. All the beauty. Huh. Then why are you crying? I don't want to lose. What? Can you be clearer? What exactly do you not want to lose? The star of the lower realm within the soul fire contained immense power of hope, which would allow people to see what they most wish to see, but an excess of beauty could cause the target to become addicted to fantasies, creating a significant disconnect with reality. But sometimes the target cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood. That's why that penguin directly dug it out. But Selah is an angel. She knows it's fake, yet it's just too beautiful. Fake. She also wanted it to be real, a healthy and growing Emily, calm and steady, not only capable of carrying the heavy responsibilities of heaven, but also maintaining a cheerful attitude. Emily. Huh. Emily. Gak. My oxygen bar is out. I'm Josiah, not Emily. Never mind. Dying from suffocation is still dying, but how long do I have to hold it in? Soon Josiah realized he seemed to not need to breathe. When the oxygen bar ran out, that was it. He was completely fine. Sigh. Taking out the chest opening device, Josiah removed his lung and put it back in, resetting the oxygen bar. Now he could breathe again. Inhale. Facing reality, Josiah was utterly absorbed in the top-tier immersion. After about half an hour, Selah gradually calmed down. At this point, Josiah's head, face, and her chest were all soaked with her tears. Sorry, I lost my composure. After venting, Selah looked much better. At least now she was rubbing her eyes and smiling. How long have you been holding it in? Josiah wiped his face with a tissue he had nearby. He understood what it meant to have tears like rain. Just like it was raining. Haha, I truly apologize. By the way, what was it that made you hold it in like this, a demon of sin? Selah smiled bitterly, weakly sitting down beside her. I am the leader of heaven. I must protect heaven and Emily. I don't want to do that either, but I have no choice. Is that all? You're a bit too kind. Let's put it this way, I've seen more sinners in hell than you've eaten salt. A question mark popped up on the head of an angel that seemed older than the history of human existence. Let's put it this way, a demon of sin is like a pot of soup with a few pieces of candy. You know there's sugar in it, but you can't drink the whole pot of mouse soup for those few pieces of candy. If you can't hold on trying to resist, then he is a truly irredeemable bastard. If you persist, then he is a deeply hidden villain. No. By the way, there's something I should mention. You are exposed. Looking down, Selah's face instantly turned red as her clothes glowed and changed. Huh, aren't you going to hit me? Josiah, who hadn't been hit, suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Thank you, Mr. Josiah. I sigh. You should handle your own matters. However, welcome to heaven, but please help me keep the cleansing a secret. Although I know this method is too selfish and ruthless, I will resolve this issue as soon as possible. No problem. But where can I get a meal? I'm hungry. Come on. If I don't make you both burst today, they'll take your surname. At this moment, Gaisai was competing in an eating contest with Adam and Root, while the surrounding angels eagerly watched as the 2 mountains of roasted meat steadily diminished, entering the mouths of the 3. In the end, a half-burst Root staggered out, supporting Adam, whose belly was almost 7 months pregnant. This guy. I don't recognize him as a human. Hang in there, Commander, we're almost at the hospital. Gaisai, are you okay? Emily flew over from Selah's desk to Gaisai's side. Burp, not bad. This meat tastes quite good. After saying that, Gaisai buried his head back into the food. Wow, you can really eat. Of course. How much I can eat depends on my hunger level. But how much I eat is up to me. Get to know the human-shaped black hole. Speaking of which, why am I here? Never mind, let's eat first. OMG. He can eat more than a blue whale. Soon Gaisai made headlines, gaining a bit of attention, but he was already used to it. Oh, so boring. Emily, is there any place to fight around here? No, this is heaven. Everyone loves peace. I love nuclear peace too. Soon Gaisai arrived at Selah's office, flew to her side, and whispered a few words to her. No, heaven can't have a place like that. Oh, then I'd rather go to hell. Why would you want to do that? Are you serious? A real man. Having these physiological needs is normal, right? Don't you angels have them? Gaisai's pupils shook. I don't know. Have you never? Damn. Been in love? Although he really wanted to say those 2 words, Gaisai refrained from doing so. Because Selah was slightly flushed at this moment. Hey, are you listening to me? Selah? Bang. Oh my ding ding duh. After getting hit on the head, Gaisai felt much better inside. Although he wasn't into SM, he lacked common sense. Selah, how about we have a fight? What are you talking about? Just a fight, you and me. Adam and Root are probably still in the hospital, so I can only find you now. Come on, let's battle. Looking at the excited Gaisai, Selah helplessly stood up. Emily, I have some things to attend to. Please help me take care of these matters. No problem, Selah. Leave it to me. Oh yeah. With my Hellfire heavy armor on, Gaisai followed Selah and flew out. What have I done? Is this right? Gaisai twisted his body, crawling out from under the blanket, having promised to fight. Instead, Selah took him home. And he still got to eat. Turning his head to look at Sayla, who was peacefully asleep, Gaisai found himself at a loss for words. Was I really this strong? Or is it that Rosie and the others are just too over the top? Sayla, are you okay? Thank you. I'm fine. I'm not feeling so bad now. In the bathroom, Gaisai stood with his back to Sayla, enjoying Sayla's hair washing service. After washing, Gaisai tied up his long white hair. Turning around and looking at Sayla, who was smiling, Gaisai also helped her sort out her thick hair. Do you want to do it again? Oh. A pair of large hands hugged Gaisai from behind, and then, well, luckily I can change size freely now, otherwise I would really be done for. Every day was a great victory. Gaisai was overjoyed inside. Okay, got it. Is this the teleportation portal that brought you here? Yes. Gaisai led a few people into the teleportation portal, while bringing angels back. Hell is going to be finished, right? Tasia put down her mother's diary and glanced at the few people coming out of the heavenly teleportation portal. Without a doubt, this is hell. Root instinctively tightened his long spear. Don't get excited, little crazy girl, we're still on someone else's territory. Adam, holding a bucket of fried chicken, took a bite and pointed at Gaisai. You. Hello, my name is Emily. Emily flew in front of Tasia and extended her hand. Tasia, aren't you afraid of me? No, I feel like you're very mysterious. Thanks for the compliment. Who are they? Tasia looked at Gaisai and asked. Adam, Root, and Sayla. Gaisai introduced them and then opened a box to search. Hello, welcome. By the way, my master, the warehouse you made earlier is full. It's fine, no problem. Is this your home? Sayla looked around and could only say it was quite unique. Simple yet fully functional. What is that thing? Adam pointed outside at a towering figure who was still hammering his body in front of the anvil. Seemingly sensing something, the iron puppet turned to look at the murderous Root. That is the guard here, the iron puppet. Curious, Emily flew to the window and the iron puppet slowly walked over, looking down at Emily. Do you need something, big guy? After staring for a while, the iron puppet took out a block flower and handed it to Emily. Is this for me? Thank you. Hugging the cold body of the iron puppet, Emily accepted the poppy. After delivering the flower, the iron puppet looked at Root and extended his hand. At this moment, Root was also feeling uncomfortable, putting on his helmet, gripping his spear, and flying out. Aren't you going to stop them? Adam looked at Gaisai with a smile. You should be more worried about Root. The iron guy can knock me out with one punch, and a mere angel. It would take 2 or 3 punches. Soon the sound of hammering iron echoed, and then Root was sent flying by the iron puppet's elbow. The iron lump hit the angel hard. Shit. Little crazy girl, hang in there. Now it was Adam's turn to panic. Catch this. What is this? A golden apple, just give it to her. After feeding the golden apple to Root, she soon coughed up blood and stood up. Cough, Commander, this thing is very helpful for our combat. Adam smiled at Gaisai and then rubbed his hands together. Stop. 1 golden apple costs 8 gold ingots. Damn. Why don't you go steal some? The sorrow of being broke. Taking out 2 shimmering golden apples, Gaisai placed them in Emily and Sayla's hands. Try it, enchanted golden apple. Looking at the apple, although Adam was a bit anxious, the powerful healing effect displayed by the golden apple earlier made him take a second look. Sayla and Emily, who took a bite, widened their eyes as a miraculous power enveloped their bodies. What is this? The magical effect of the enchanted golden apple: fire resistance, life recovery, resistance enhancement, and damage absorption. How much is this? 8 gold coins. The apple is free. To show his sincerity, Gaisai also made an enchanted golden apple in front of them using a workbench. Hell is a filthy place. I suggest you move to heaven. Gaisai glanced at Root. Little girl, do you know? Hell has 7 layers, and there are still many good places. Hell will always be hell. After lifting Emily and placing her in Tasia's arms, Gaisai waved his hand, signaling Adam and Root to come out together. Sayla glanced over and chose to stay beside Emily to protect her. Come on. If you can beat me, you'll go to heaven with you, and the golden apple will be free. Armor fusion. In an instant, Jesse donned the Hellfire heavy nether alloy armor. Clutching a heavy blast-resistant shield in his left hand, he stood before Adam and Rut. Adam smiled and nodded to Rut, then pointed both hands forward. Rut charged first. In clang, 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 in clang, 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 in. Is this even working? Should I strip off the armor and fight you barehanded? And shut up. Rut leapt high into the air and dove vertically downward, thrusting his spear toward Jessia. In clang. In with a twist of his shield, Jessia deflected the blow. Rut instantly felt powerless, flapped one wing backward, and retreated to create distance. Fuck. What the hell is going on? In stunned, aren't you? This is called mechanics. In shield, not axe. Invincibility. In sir, his shield is unnatural. I see. Stand down, little one. I'll show you how it's done. In Bayou, na golden beam shot from Adam's fingertip straight at Jessia. Muda. In swinging his massive shield upward, Jessia intercepted the golden light. It struck the surface and dissipated. In what? In Adam froze in disbelief. Then launched himself skyward, firing rapid golden bolts with both hands, baby. But still, no effect. In ha 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 ha, how delightful. I live for that look of utter impossibility on your faces, and go to hell. Adam gathered energy in both palms and unleashed a colossal beam of light. But just then a black thread streaked in from the side, trailing a square white-handed buoy that latched onto Adam. What the a? And before he could finish speaking, a sudden force disrupted his attack and yanked him violently toward Jessia's massive shield. Kakik, in no, in man, in shield slam. And what can I even say now? Shield slam. In slow pull. Out, in shield slam. In 3 consecutive slams left Adam dazed and staggering, twisting unsteadily toward Rut. Sir, are you alright? In, I'm fine, just a headache. In with that Adam collapsed. In, it seems your strikes cannot pierce my defense. Very well. Jessia removed his armor and set aside the blast-resistant shield. Then I'll remove the armor, and we'll begin again, and shit. Do you think we're beneath you? I am Adam, the first man. I'm not even human of this world. What use is any of that to me? In, damn it. Little Wild One, execute Plan C. Affirmative. In as they rose, Adam and Rut flanked Jessia on either side. A golden spear materialized in Adam's grip, and together they lunged forward to strike. A woo. In what? In Jessia, who had seemed delicate moments before, transformed instantly into a colossal white werewolf. With a single sweep of each arm, he seized their spears and hurled them both away. Damn it, what is this now? In my alternate form. Truth be told, I've never yet waged a truly passionate battle as a werewolf. Undeterred, Adam sprinted forward with spear raised. Yet before he could close the distance, Jessia vanished outright before his eyes. Vanished, just like that. A chilling sensation prickled Adam's spine, an unmistakable aura of imminent danger. In, ow. And he barely raised his guard, when a monstrous maw descended from above, clamping down on him and shaking him violently. Sir, I'm still standing. After several violent shakes, Jessia hurled Adam aside. Rut darted swiftly to his side as Adam tumbled to a stop. Sir, are you alright? Knee's helmet lay scattered nearby. Blood trickled from Adam's nose as he murmured weakly, I think I need a rabies shot. And what the? Who the hell are you calling a dog? And Jessia instantly shifted into a white wolf and seized Adam's arm in his jaws, galloping wildly across the field. Sir, and let go me, spit. And he ran. She chased. His wings availed him nothing. In dragging Adam through mud for 2 full laps, the filthy pair silently entered the teleportation gate. Beast, in monster, in each spat one curse, then strode without looking back toward heaven. In sayonara. After seeing them off, Jessia turned to Sarah and Emily. In what happened to them? In too much mud in the field. They slipped and fell. But they can fly, can't they? In Sarah, overhearing, couldn't help but laugh. In Emily, we must depart. Heaven cannot function without us. Yes, Sarah. In rising from Tashia's arms, Emily took Sarah's hand and bid farewell to both Tashia and Jessia. Until next time. In truly impressive. You've even charmed angels. In as shortly thereafter, Jessia received a message from Blitz. Help. In did you get captured mid-mission? In IHSAG. In location pinned. In Jessia tapped the coordinates and rocketed there in a spiraling burst. A gym. Up close, Blitz was pinned beneath Stolas, who cheerfully encouraged him. In, you've got this, Blitz, darling. Just 3 more sets to go. Blitz's face had flushed deep purple. Trembling, he tilted his head sideways, his bloodshot, swollen eyes catching Jessia's reflection. Then clang, clang. 2 dumbbells dropped from his grasp. His head lolled, foam bubbled from his lips. And it's over. Blitz had flatlined. In Blitz, darling. No. Milimosis. In no time to hesitate, Jessia flew forward and jammed a life anchor totem into Blitz's mouth. Boom, and cough, cough, cough. And as Blitz expelled a spray of greenish-yellow particles, his entire body jolted back to life. Where am I? In Blitz, darling. You're alive again. In overjoyed, Stolas embraced him tightly. Then crack. Blitz went rigid. In unbearable to watch. In turning away with Milimosis, Jessia pulled out another life anchor totem and shoved it into Blitz's mouth. Boom, and cough, cough, cough. And I think I saw Mom. Ha ha. Gasping for breath, Blitz glanced at Stolas, then gently patted his shoulder. In, I'm all right. Stolas, please, let me down. In, oh. Right away. Knots freed from Stolas's iron grip, Blitz dragged Jessia behind the equipment racks. In, listen, square butt, whatever it takes, change Stolas back. Please. In, what's wrong? In, one day here is harder than a whole month of work. In, Blitz ripped open his shirt, revealing 6 gleaming abdominal muscles. Looks like you're building nicely. In, no, it's not that. Stolas's furry rump is squeezing me to death. In, Titan. No, in, no worries. We'll fight back. In, Jessia strode to the other side, wiped his hands briskly with a damp towel, then locked eyes with Blitz. In, look at you, Blitz. This kind of training works for you. Arms crossed, Jessia flexed his lower body and hoisted a 150-kilogram barbell from the bench press rack with ease. In, Stolas Sigma on Moses, in Miley and Blitz. This is unnecessary. Billy looked at the few individuals who were heartless in disbelief. It's fine, go ahead and cut it. Even if you do, I can still help you patch it up. Josiah put on rubber gloves and approached Billy, ready to begin. Can that even be fixed? Billy quickly pulled back, carefully distancing himself from Josiah. It can. Just spray some healing potion on it. How do you know that? I guessed. But speaking of which, wait for me for a moment. It is well known that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Josiah went to the side to rest with the equipment next to the blood-engorged horse-shaped center demon. In the eyes of the opponent's exhausted resistance, Josiah's little hand reached down. Snap. Ah. Immediately Brother Ma's strong body collapsed, his robust member bending at a 90 angle. So fragile. Even I don't have half the hardness. At that moment the entire gym fell silent. Only Brother Ma was still convulsing and foaming at the mouth. What happened? Josiah scanned the surroundings, noticing that all the men were covering their private parts. Those with wives hid behind them, except for Moses, who was hiding in Millie's arms. This blow even made Billy feel a bit wet in his pants. Damn, I didn't offend him, did I? He suddenly lifted it up and Josiah disdainfully sprayed the healing potion. Twice the next second, Brother Ma rose again. Snap. The same experiment repeated 3 times to ensure accurate results. By the time Josiah finished the experiment, the gym was left with only him and the poor old Ma. Where did the demon go? Billy, damn it. They left without calling me. Looking at the healed old Ma beside him, Josiah. Snap. Achievement unlocked. Ruthless Iron Hand. Hidden achievement. Incompetent Tube. It's fine, the sinner demons can recover anyway. Dropping the gloves, Josiah walked out, an unnamed aura making the surrounding male demons' legs shiver. With nothing to do, Josiah arrived at the nearest tower of 3V. Just as he sat down, the long elevator that felt like a bowel movement reached the top floor, and a crystal cup flew by. Fuck. How dare he? Watching the mad Valentino, Josiah quietly approached. Wire White, what's wrong with him? He was dumped by that bitch Angel. Seeing Josiah, Wire White's mood improved greatly due to Valentino's influence, but when a plate flew over it changed back. Damn it. Vox, hurry and stop him. Josiah, what are you going to do? Let him sleep for a while. Watching Josiah approach Valentino from behind with a shield, Wire White couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Haha, you better hurry up and come over here. Watching Josiah obediently approach, Wire White twisted his ear and pulled him out just as Vox also flickered over. I'm leaving him to you. Don't let him smash anything else. What about you? I'm going to punish this little brat. Soon Josiah was thrown onto the bed ready for an online QA. Tell me, who is the most fashionable beauty in the world? Wire White. I meant for him to answer. Oh. Sigh. Can't you treat me better? Don't talk, keep eating. After enjoying Josiah's service, Wire White let go of his leg. Damn Valentino, isn't he just a bitch? Can't you just find another one? It's making me so mad. Is he like this because of Angel? Otherwise. Damn it. Pulling out his phone, Wire White made a video call. Hey, how's Vox doing? Don't tell me you still haven't dealt with him. It's done now, you can continue with your fashion show. Valentino's manic laughter came from the other end. That's good. After hanging up, Wire White sat up, looked at Josiah, hugged him tightly, took a deep breath, and then, "Mwah, see you next time. My free little puppy." Let Valentino be envious. Hey, wait, you're not wearing pants. Hearing this, Wire White glanced over and then sat on the side of the table waiting for Josiah's clothing service. To be honest, it's been a long time since I've seen Angel. I've already found mommy in heaven. I wonder if Angel has found a good daddy. Why is there another airship? The first boss revived. Just as he finished a big meal and walked out of the tower of 3V, he spotted a familiar airship in the distant sky. Josiah glanced at the near-defense cannon compression box in his backpack. Perfectly matched. Made in heaven. Utilizing the power of the accelerated torch, Josiah quickly flickered to the vicinity of the airship. Damn, there's an inn here. Helen, which fool built an inn in this remote place? Boom. The cannons on the airship began to attack the inn. Seeing this scene, Josiah made himself comfortable on a nearby lounge chair, then took out some cola and chips to watch the show. These cannonballs are of poor quality. They haven't shattered anything after so long. Josiah focused carefully. Damn it, why are they still using round cannonballs? What century is this from? Watching the airship bombard for a while, several figures walked out of the inn. Wait, what? Angel. After a brief mental struggle, Josiah pulled out a 4-barrel rocket launcher. No way. If there's only one person in the airship, then the remaining 3 shots would just end up in Angel and the others, but's right. Oh, I still have this. Taking out that special type of rocket launcher, Josiah loaded a withering rocket into it. Take this. In the scope, the airship was being whipped by a bunch of black tentacles. No way, man, did you just let the plot kill you? Sigh. What a pity. Glancing at the withering skull on the rocket launcher, Josiah put it away. Boom. A cloud of green smoke rose and a slippery figure flew out. Josiah also walked over at this moment. He flew really high. Angel, is that your new father? Josiah pointed at the retreating Alastair. Angel slowly walked up to a black and white demon. Hey, pretty face, what plans do you have later? Alright, it seems someone hasn't been active for a few days. Mockery from peers appeared on Josiah's face. Angel, are you? I'm doing great. Ever since Josiah arrived at this, and I've been fantastic. Come on. Taking out a wad of crumpled cash and tossing it to Angel, Josiah helplessly shrugged, pretending to show off. Take it, I usually just use my card, so I don't need cash. Thanks, Josiah. No problem, we're buddies. Excuse me, may I ask? Who are you? He is my buddy. Vicky, this is Josiah, this is Vicky, this is Shaylee, this is Nefety, and this is our bartender Hask. Angel introduced Josiah. Are you a bad boy? I think I'm a good person. Just as Nefety was about to go wild, she was grabbed by Angel. She's a bit feisty. She looks quite cute. Angel, it seems you're doing well here. Of course. You wouldn't believe the new things happening here every day. Angel wrapped her arm around Josiah's shoulder and walked into the inn. Vicky, why did you stop me just now? Listen, Sherry, I have a feeling that our new guest is quite extraordinary. Sherry turned her head for a glance. Cheers. Cheers. Bang. Gulp. Gulp. Vicky, are you being too sensitive? Sigh. I don't know. It's okay, Vicky, leave this to me. You should take a good rest. Sherry comforted Vicky for a moment before coming to Gasa's side. Excuse me, mister. Gasa, would you be interested in learning about my inn? Of course. Just as Gasa was about to respond, Sherry began to sing. What do you think? Can I say I only watched you perform and didn't understand a word? What's the specialty of your inn? Well, the theme of our inn is to redeem demons and send them to heaven. Sherry, he asked about the specialties. Angel interrupted Sherry, who was preparing to sing again. The specialty here is no charge. Yes. There's no salary here either. Hask rubbed the glass and added. Free stay. Yes. And free drinks. Yes. The goal is to redeem demons and send them to heaven. That's right. Then I've already been to heaven. Can I still get free food and lodging? Gasa, what did you just say? You've been to heaven. Angel grabbed Gasa's collar, incredulous. Since you've been to heaven, why are you still here? Hask, who was nearby, also stopped what he was doing. Heaven. How should I put it? It's indeed quite nice. At least the angels are quite lovely. But it's very boring. How can you prove you've been to heaven? Vicky approached with an unhappy expression, holding her spear. Your spear? Looks familiar. In an instant, Vicky shivered, putting the spear away. First, answer my question. All right. Gasa motioned for Angel to stand back then. A ball of blue flames enveloped Gasa. Is this okay? This is the power of a seraph. Shit. Fuck. Wow. Gasa, how do you have angelic powers? Can I say I just wanted to modify my vehicle back then? But later I found that flying is much faster than driving. So, you are a newly born seraph. Vicky looked skeptical. No. I'm a person with angelic power, not an angel, but I can enter heaven and can take you all in, but I promised someone else, so I can only go alone now. So you're half an angel. As expected of the landlady, you're right, I should count as half an angel. Then why are you here? Of course I came to find Angel. Huh. Gasa picked up his glass and clinked it with Angel's. Did you know? Valentino is almost going crazy without you. Ha, I know. The money I could make from the messages he sent me could buy this in. Looking at the cheerful group, Vicky's eyelids twitched a few times, then she pulled Sherry aside for a secret discussion. Sherry, we must quickly get him to leave. He's very dangerous. Just then the door opened, and a figure stretched long in the sunlight. Very long. Huh. Looks like a new guest arrived while I was changing clothes. Can you tell me your name, guest? Gasa, and you. I'm the broadcast demon Alastair. Oh, hello. Out of politeness, Gasa shook hands with Alastair. I just heard. You're half an angel. Oh no. Angel instantly realized something. No. Gasa, don't agree to him. Huh. What's wrong? You're right, I do count as half an angel. Ha. Alastair's body gradually enlarged. Then how about we exchange powers? Really? Whoever backs down is a little puppy. Suddenly Angel felt something was off, but since they were friends, she still pulled Gasa over. He's the broadcast demon. What's wrong? Looking at Gasa's pure eyes, Angel knew he hadn't heard the rumors about the broadcast demon. He's very dangerous. Huh. Angel, I won't die. Even if I die, I will be reborn. Why worry about that? Oh. Angel now casually let go of Gasa. What a waste of worry. Seeing Gasa following Alastair out, Angel suddenly remembered something. Those disappeared Sin Lords can also be resurrected. Damn it. Stepping outside, Gasa stood opposite Alastair. How do we fight? Casually. All right. Gasa looked at the tentacles on Alastair and got an idea. Then wait for me a minute. With a leap, Gasa dove into the ground. Did he run away? Sherry looked at Vicky, hoping Gasa would hurry up and leave, but Vicky stopped her, leaving her with no choice. No. And I can feel. It's getting dangerous here. Damn. What's going on? Vicky looked at the half-enlarged Alastair, but saw the playful smile on his face. It's not him. In the next second, a purple ray burst from the earth. Hissa! A huge roar came from underground, and after a tremor, a massive black tentacle burst forth. Then the fourth stage of the withering storm slowly rose from the ground. The roars left everyone stunned. Gasa at the top of the withering storm looked down and then leaped down. Come on. Gasa floated on the surface, his purple glow shining brightly at Alastair. Looks like I underestimated you. Looking at Gasa, whose white hair danced wildly and was enveloped in a decaying aura, Alastair felt he might have messed up. Don't worry, it's just the two of us fighting. The one behind me is just a music box. As soon as Gasa finished speaking, a series of oppressive music began to play around him. Huh. Alastair laughed loudly, stabbing his microphone staff into the ground, causing several black-green tentacles to spring up around Gasa. But the moment they touched Gasa, they were completely devoured. Physical means won't work on me. Putting away his smile, Alastair shot a barrage of green chains at Gasa, followed by a beam of light. But they were all swallowed by Gasa. The fact that you can touch me is also a physical means. Don't you have any other methods? What? You really don't have anything else? Then don't blame me. Gasa turned around, pulling out a refining pot and starting a fire. Let me see what I should add. This, and this. Looking at the bubbling green refining pot, Gasa raised an eyebrow at Alastair. If you don't defeat me soon, you're going to have to drink some soup. Alastair chuckled. Black hand. Suddenly a bottle of potion was thrown into Alastair's mouth at high speed, causing him to realize he was slowing down. Gasification freeze technique. Hee. Even if you don't want to drink, you have to drink. Who told you to remind me of that silly deer in the backyard? Watching Alastair helplessly drink a big gulp of the mysterious substance, he felt half of his heart freeze while on the other side. He had already gone mad. Bang. With a puff of smoke, Alastair turned into an abstract plush toy. Wow, this effect is awesome. Although I don't know what the effect is, it's still adorably silly. Here, Angel, it's a gift for you. Gaisai placed Mr. Strawberry Deer into Angel's arms and dispelled the withering storm. Exchanging glances, seeing the same look in his eyes as the brilliant Steve, Angel could hardly contain herself and burst out laughing. Strawberry Haji Deer snorting sound sorry. By the way, Angel, let me warn you, don't feed it milk. Watching the Strawberry Haji Lu Gaisai turn and stylishly bid farewell to the crowd, he then poofed out of existence. In the blink of an eye, Gaisai successfully revived on his bed. Wait, this isn't my home. This is the Velvet family. Good evening, Velvet. During the day, you can call me Velvet, but at night, what should you call me? Can you not call me Mom? I don't want such a cheesy title anymore. Now call me your Queen. All right, Your Majesty. Is it fun? Yay. After taking a deadly scissor kick, Gaisai really couldn't get up after a busy period, especially when his stamina was depleted. Actually, it wasn't even depletion, he was just trapped by the scissor kick, feeling the electrifying support stick, and he hadn't had a single dry bite all night. I want to eat. You're hungry already. Velvet looked at a bag of spicy chips. No, you can't eat this. Let me see if there's anything else. I have. Glancing over, Gaisai pulled out a golden carrot, which then found its way into Velvet's hands. He'll feed you. Come on, eat. Can't we change positions? If you want to eat, stop talking so much. Velvet stood up and pressed Gaisai's head down behind him. This woman is too ruthless. I'm out of here. Gaisai had zero thoughts left while making a box of golden carrots. This hunger value consumed was incredibly fast. Frustrated, Gaisai returned home and constructed a sheep shearing machine in the backyard. What is this contraption? Looking at Tahiya's twitching expression, Gaisai revealed a smile akin to Patrick Star, Redstone technology. Little girl. Speaking of Redstone technology, I seem to. Gaisai looked at the iron puppet beside him, who also looked at Gaisai with a shared desire for strength. Come on. Soon Gaisai began crafting the iron puppet himself. Pull rod. Too small, that won't do. Ender candle. That won't work either. Too long and thin, not suitable. Since the exterior won't do, let's modify the interior instead. Taking out a chest-opening device, Gaisai sped up, looking at the heavily injured iron puppet. The chest-opening device requires other creatures to be severely damaged to use besides oneself. Super pressure adhesive piston heart. Put it inside. The iron block wrapped around the ender candle's third leg. Added in. Armstrong acceleration cannon, also put it inside. Finally. The origin of Redstone technology. The endless power compression sheep shearing machine. With the last component installed, the iron puppet instantly puffed out its chest. Throwing its head back, it roared. Unfortunately, it had no vocal cords, yet it was still quite imposing. Want to try? Gaisai pointed to a training dummy, and the iron puppet began to thrust forward with both hands, rear and back. Charging. Still charging. Boom. With a thrust, the iron puppet lunged forward. 11:45. 14 with the support of its third leg, a single strike dealt over 1,000 damage. Clap, clap, clap. Gaisai applauded. 666. Now I can take down a warden in one go, no problem. I'm the best. By the way, take this and throw it to me. He handed the iron puppet an ender pearl, and as it tossed it over, Gaisai caught it with a bucket. Okay, the experiment begins. Since it was daytime, Gaisai lay in the nearby coffin and quickly logged off. Let me create a new save and give it a try. After some hesitation, Gaisai clicked on the Create New World button, skipping the loading. Distortion 100-day challenge. Players must survive for 100 days. Note: sleep is not allowed in this world. Whoa, a big one right off the bat. No worries. Just the right time to test if my close-range cannon is effective. Stepping out from beneath two trees, Gaisai pulled out the bucket containing the ender pearl and poured it out. Enderman teleport sound. The tall figure of the iron puppet appeared before him. Is that you, Iron Brother? In response, the iron puppet performed Kegel exercises. Okay, let's start surviving. The ideals are plentiful, but reality is cruel. Damn it, damage adaptation. This is the code that Dog wrote. Hiding in an abandoned skyscraper in the Lost City, Gaisai looked at the iron puppet beside him, almost losing this buddy forever. Lying on the bed, Gaisai, who tried to log out, was horrified to find he couldn't sleep. Damn, they'll have to resort to extreme measures. Zero appears. This time, Gaisai was not limited to original creatures and directly began to harshly create various parasites in the alchemy pot. The iron puppet, meanwhile, was hiding well as per his commands. This looks a bit ominous. Slurp. Taking a small sip, Gaisai closed his eyes to savor. Oh, sweet and sour. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the middle of summer, having this is just the right time. Feeling dizzy, Gaisai successfully fell asleep, quickly logged out, placed Iron Brother at home, comforted him a bit, and returned to the distorted world. Hehehe. Now that Iron Brother is safely away, I have no more worries. Take this. May heaven and earth live together. Standing atop a mountain peak, Gaisai threw back his head and howled. Although he had now returned to his former height, the aura he unleashed was such that even the gigantic ancient demon in the distance could not approach. Since you all can adapt to damage, then go tell my code. Looking at the parasitic beings that had been utterly ruined by the close-range cannon, Gaisai's eyes turned purple. Hamu. One by one, Gaisai began to feast. No matter if you are an ancestral species, an outstanding species, a pure species, an adaptive species, a frenzy species, a plunder species, a assimilating species, an innate species, a deterrent species, a linking species, a crude species, or a creation product, I will still eat you whole. Burp. As the 100-day period ended, Gaisai Yas buffet time came to an end. Damn it, end already. I could cosplay a panda with these dark circles. Taking a bite of the summoning pillar, the surrounding world descended into darkness. Another white crack appeared, and without thinking, Gaisai reached out to touch it. Accompanied by the overwhelming suction, Gaisai spun and rolled onto the ground. Welcome to the world of Junji Ito's horror. Damn, the world is doomed. Just after grabbing a heap of modern technological snacks, Gaisai turned to see the floating heads outside. Speaking of which, when using this thing as a fleshlight, can the person it's connected to feel it as well? Soon several sunny dolls floated past Gaisai, followed by a familiar voice that reached his ears. Hey, Gaisai, come help me, I'm stuck. Looking through the door, he saw the adorable creeper girl struggling in the fence. Looking up, he noticed that his balloon was indeed staring at him. To think of such a trick your family summoning is useless. With a rocket launcher, Gaisai blew up the balloon and met his demise. Little Gaisai died, but the blocky Gaisai was resurrected. Hee. Come at me again if you can. The Gaisai of the bull demon. It's time for the exam. Open the door. Wait, isn't that just saying Chow Chow appears? Again, pulling out the rocket launcher, Gaisai kicked the door open and aimed at the balloon. Boom. Ooh-huh. Why am I not dead? Looking at his health bar, which had lost 8 points, Gaisai was a bit confused. Bid. Where's my head? Although the perspective hadn't changed, both the feel and the mirror showed that his head had exploded. Damn. Stupid world, go to hell. You've angered a merciless bomb machine. With a moment of introspection, Gaisai began to dig underground, activating the withering storm mode. Oh, yes. Your planet's core is truly delicious. Just a few more bites. Soon a massive withering storm emerged from beneath the planet, bursting through the crust like a chick hatching, stepping into the universe, sprinkling the remaining fragments of Earth onto the sun like seasoning. Before long, 9 giant mouths began to absorb and devour the sun's surface. Just eat this, at least it's not a loss. Quickly, the withering storm consumed everything, and Gaisai set a bed atop the storm, dying and being reborn, then right-click to devour the star devourer withering storm. This is how the code is written. Burp. Am full again. Lying on the drifting bed in the universe, Gaisai exited the world and then deleted it with a single key press. Fortunately, I wasn't nauseated. Full victory. Wait. Gaisai glanced at the iron puppet that had been diligently training. Oh crap. Why did I destroy the world for him? If any sinner or demon annoys me in the future, I could just throw him in there, wouldn't that be better? Suddenly, Gaisai felt as if he had lost billions. T's learning materials. I can only wait until I encounter a fun world again. Feeling an endless power within him, Gaisai began doing Kegel exercises. Are you doing Kegels on the floor? This is called Kegel exercises. It's for training the lower body. Oh, with elegant steps, Tasia sat on Gaisai's back. I'm here to help you. Okay. With a zap, the reverse Kegel exercise commenced. Damn. How am I so strong today? With confidence, Gaisai directly opened the portal to heaven. Hey, Sayla. Gaisai, you're back in heaven again. Is there something you need? Hee. Understanding Gaisai's intentions, Sayla helplessly rubbed her head. Emily just went to the amusement park. Let's go. A large hand picked Gaisai up and held him close as Sayla laughed and entered the bedroom. Sayla. Looking at the sleeping Sayla, Gaisai crossed 2 mountains and kissed her cheek. Okay, next. Soon Gaisai arrived at the 3V tower. Slap. How about that? Do you admit defeat? Fuck. You. Slap. Another slap sent Velvet into a complete daze. Huh. Who else? Hey, mommy. Oh, my dear, long time no see. Gaisai done. 666. Hanging. Not even pretending. Next time remember to come find mommy. Rubbing Gaisai's head, Rosie kissed Gaisai's forehead, humming a tune as she walked into the bathroom. After taking a good look at Rosie's fair back, Gaisai felt a dark wave of dizziness. Whoa, this isn't what I imagined. Accepting Rosie's care, Gaisai enjoyed the ultimate pampering. Refreshing. No, I can't fall further. My life is mine, not dictated by heaven. Honey, I'm hungry. Oh, coming right up. Arriving at the stove, Gaisai skillfully tied on an apron and began cooking. Dinner's ready. After dinner, Gaisai took his phone, following its directions to a place that looked pretty good. Is this Camilla's territory? Hey, buddy, where can I buy bombs? Bombs. Over there. It seems a new type of bomb has come out recently. Very exciting. Great. Thanks. Without stopping, Gaisai flew into the mall and immediately spotted various bombs at the surrounding counters. Is this the latest model? Powerful enough to blow up 3 buildings. But this power isn't enough. Excuse me, sir, it seems you have some opinions. Turning to look, he saw Odette coming over with a notepad. Do you have any atomic bombs? Atomic bombs? I'm sorry, we don't have that. Then do you have materials for an atomic bomb? I'll make one myself. You can make an atomic bomb. Hydrogen bombs, neutron bombs, black hole bombs, antimatter bombs, and so on. As long as I have materials, I can make it. Hey, Mom, there's a scammer here. Delta, hey, who are you talking about? If you're capable, get me some uranium, or they'll show you how to make it. Do you know how the structure of an atomic bomb is conceived? Do you understand how to make a centrifuge? What do I need to understand that for? I just need the synthesis formula. Scammer. Hey, you. What? At that moment, Camilla walked over, interrupting the two's friendly exchange. While violence isn't the only solution to problems, I don't mind dealing with those who bring problems. Gaisai swiftly pulled out a lava crystal rocket, and Camilla immediately pulled Odette aside, delivering a kick towards Gaisai. Hey, what are you doing? Dodging to the side, but soon Camilla's other foot with its sharp shoe tip came slashing towards Gaisai's neck. Damn, not listening to reason, huh? Having dodged twice, Camilla realized something was off and gestured for Odette to take Clara and hide, while the customers in the store hurriedly fled. After the last customer escaped, the solid rolling shutter door fell with a loud bang, and the lights dimmed, plunging the room into darkness. Let it be. Gaisai grabbed a grenade from the cabinet and threw it out. Sizzle. Damn, a fake. With a sudden tilt of his head, a metallic streak flashed past Gaisai, and Camilla in the darkness, like a black panther hidden in the shadows, was deadly and graceful. But Gaisai's eyes turned red and his figure vanished. Sizzle. Madam, your blood is so fragrant. Camilla spun around sharply, but Gaisai had already disappeared, and the situation instantly reversed. A mere black panther cannot compare to a vampire who can gasify and freeze. After sucking a few mouthfuls of blood, Camilla soon began to feel dizzy from blood loss. Looking at the collapsed Camilla, Gaisai shook his head. I need to eat. Okay, the inspection is complete. Camilla was sealed inside the obsidian prison with only a barred vein exposed. Gaisai looked to the other side, and under the blood eye skill, a vampire ability that highlights nearby creatures, two slender figures were poised with weapons ready to launch an ambush. You two, are you done watching? Turning his head with a grin, Gaisai's crimson pupils and sharp fangs instilled fear. Hurry up. Too late. Ha ha ha. Instantly, the teleportation completed, and Gaisai lifted the two figures, gently setting Odette down. Come, let us continue our previous conversation. In the midst of confusion, Camilla began to awaken in the obsidian prison. Pull harder. Aren't you well, Reed? I don't know. Whoa. Crying is also time-consuming. Hearing Odette's sobs, Camilla instantly regained her senses, only to feel the coldness beneath her feet as all the weapons she had hidden were removed. Let her go. You're awake. Yes, let them go. If there's anything, come at me. Oh. Madam, you wouldn't want your daughter to be harmed, would you? What do you want? Camilla growled in a low voice. Nothing. Just listen to me obediently. Gaisai dismantled the obsidian barrier, and Camilla leaned out to see Clara bound to a chair and Odette crying at the table along with a lava crystal rocket. After struggling a bit, Camilla elegantly maneuvered through the high gap. Come, aren't you good with words? Tell me, how does this rocket work? Woo. I don't know. That's not scientific. Seeing Camilla unharmed, Odette's crying diminished significantly. Not scientific. That's laughable. I've never been scientific. Taking a deep breath, Camilla was somewhat bewildered by the situation. And you, Camilla, aren't you the biggest arms dealer among sinners? This is all you have. Not even a gun. Who are you? Gaisai, damn it. I just wanted to get some powerful bombs, and you all had to make trouble for me. If it weren't for the fact that you are all wealthy ladies, I would have blown you all away. I apologize for this incident. Let's talk about the cost of this misunderstanding. Camilla, with a calm expression, was already prepared to sacrifice everything. Well, let's put it this way. I want to eat soft rice hard. How about that? As you wish. But you can't harm my daughters. Oh, I never intended to touch them. What are you looking at? Go get me nuclear materials. After releasing Clara and Odette, Gaisai picked up a rose, leaned against the door, and smiled at Camilla, raising his eyebrows. Girl, am I beautiful? This isn't the right place. Come with me. No problem. Watching Gaisai teleport over, Camilla silently led him toward the bedroom. Why does it feel like something is off? Oh no, why are you laughing? Haha, I haven't felt this way in a long time. And you're quite nice. With a smile, Camilla hooked her finger and released the long hair behind her. Seeing Camilla with her hair flowing, Gaisai suddenly recalled an unfavorable pattern about himself. Oh no. Ha. No. Why this position again? No. From experience, one can discern a person's character, and you are stubborn. Wow. Damn. Raising her hand to pinch Gaisai's chin, Camilla smiled. You laugh again, you daughter. Well, thank you. Soon Camilla took the lead and began the second round. Mommy, are you alright? Clara, I'm fine. But someone doesn't seem to be doing well. With glasses, Odette and Clara exchanged glances, and they could now confirm they wouldn't have an extra father. Goodbye, my son. They might now have an extra brother. Gaisai, covered in lip prints, suddenly felt like a fool challenging windmills. The last time he did this was when he foolishly sought Rosie. With a lonely figure pulling a large box forward, Gaisai felt somewhat lost. Why do I feel like selling myself to buy nuclear bombs? And I'm even throwing in a bunch of gold carrots. Wait, am I not able to fly? Damn, doing too much really affects my IQ. No way. I can't build nuclear bombs here. There's nuclear radiation. Grabbing the box containing nuclear materials, Gaisai shoved it into his inner chest, kicked it, and nodded in satisfaction. Now he wouldn't have to worry about suddenly exploding. Then he turned to see someone just coming out the door. Knock, knock, knock. Open up. Why are you back? The one opening the door was Clara, who was cleaning up with Odette. I came to take a nap, and will leave tomorrow. Clara silently stepped aside, and Gaisai walked in, skillfully climbing onto the bed to sleep. After a while, a graceful figure walked out of the bathroom and joined him on the bed. Odette. Seeing the white-haired Gaisai on the bed, Camilla shook her head and then lay down. Before long, Gaisai was sprawled on Camilla. You really act like a child. Twisting Gaisa's head, Chimera picked up some tissue to wipe the drool dripping from him. Oh yeah, combining a fire stick, iron ingot, nuclear materials resulted in a uranium rod. I really am a genius. But just having a uranium rod isn't enough. Gaisai pondered. Don't I have a natural detonation device? Without hesitation, Gaisai grabbed the reins and summoned several creepers to conduct an experiment. Success. As long as enough uranium rods are fed to the creepers, they can mutate into nuclear explosion creepers. Oh, damn enchanted table. Lightning. I want to summon lightning. Grabbing the enchanted table, Gaisai performed Kegel exercises, but when 3 books of power enchantment fell out, Gaisai turned red. Damn it, this is too much. Pooh. Drawing out the end sword, Gaisai stabbed the enchanted table, replacing it with a new one. Yielding to Gaisai's tyrannical pressure, the lightning enchantment book appeared. A book cover struck the nuclear explosion creeper on the head, accompanied by a flash of lightning. The lightning nuclear explosion creeper appeared and automatically entered a countdown. Now, would big. A series of little fists pounded your chest to lower the bloodline. Gaisai picked up the chest opener and opened the lightning nuclear explosion creeper's chest cavity, taking out its internal organs. What the heck? You really stuffed a nuclear bomb inside your body. Storing what looked like a TNT-like yellow-green nuclear bomb, Gaisai began inspecting other organs. This, a biological atomic furnace. Looking at the pulsating, softly glowing blue secondary heart in his hand, Gaisai silently opened his chest and installed it. Huh, where the hell are my previous organs? Why did the interface turn black? After careful study, Gaisai could only come to one conclusion: he had consumed too many parasites and his body had evolved. The organs had fused into his body. Alright, let's just consider it an extra page in my chest cavity. After installing the biological atomic furnace, Gaisai felt a surge of power. Opening his eyes, a blue glow emerged from Gaisai's pupils. Cough, cough, cough. Why does my throat feel so itchy? Accompanied by a roar, an atomic breath erupted from Gaisai's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Am I turning into Godzilla? Let's try installing other things. Soon Gaisai started playing around. Boo. A radiating fart shot him into the sky. Damn, this way of going up is a bit too over the top. After glancing at the 6 cooling lungs in his chest, Gaisai slowly closed his eyes and began to consume fiery sticks, fiery powder mixed with TNT and hot magma blocks. After replenishing the atomic furnace, Gaisai suddenly opened his eyes. His bright blue pupils transformed into nuclear radiation symbols. Then a red glow ignited. Red Lotus mode, activate. Burn, this is my youth. Watching his maximum health gradually decrease, Gaisai spread his arms, spicy heavenly barrier. Boom. In an instant, the originally snow-covered mountains turned into a scene of lava overflowing with doom. Leaping from the lava block, Gaisai widened his eyes. Electric eyes are coming. Even my eyes can shoot heat rays now then. Huh. Crescent moon charge. No, it's solar eruption. Damn it. Why is my thing glowing too? Forget it. Damn it. The time is still too slow. Before he could launch, Gaisai exhausted all his health and died on the spot. Holding the lightning enchantment book tightly, Gaisai smiled at the sky then. He tightened his grip. Boom. It doesn't hurt. Oh creeper, ha ha ha, I also have lightning armor now. Laughing loudly as he tightened his grip. Boom. Damn it. Only able to block once. Puff. Exhaling a puff of black smoke, Gaisai stored the lightning enchantment book and looked at his smaller body, grabbing a nearby yellow elder. Going home. Riding the elder, Gaisai returned home and immediately saw the mutated creepers left from the previous experiments. Yayoi. Driven by curiosity, Gaisai hurried over with the elder. With the elder present, the creepers could only obediently retreat. Similarly, Gaisai's transformation into a vampire had this effect. After a series of hybrid breeding, finally, Gaisai gathered a chest full of organs. The atomic superhero form was unlocked. Okay, now I can enjoy the art of a nuclear explosion up close. Gaisai slowly opened his eyes in hell and saw a gentle face. Still hungry. In full, can we switch positions? Camilla looked at Gaisai with some confusion, then saw him slowly burrowing into the quilt. With a knowing smile, Camilla lay back and began to enjoy. MILF big, but long Hermo-Thurtol woman. Damn, even the quilt is glowing. In atomic mode, Gaisai silently watched his glowing backside in the mirror behind him. He would need to wear thicker underpants from now on, or else his backside would become a target when using atomic breath. Damn, my thing glows, and even my backside glows. Unbelievable. After tidying up his clothes, Gaisai walked out of the bathroom, and a large hand gently ruffled his hair. Following Camilla's gaze, Gaisai looked down and saw 2 bright blue spots on his chest. I need to wear more clothes. It's time to eat. Turning off atomic mode, Gaisai sat down at the dining table and began to eat. What are you looking at? You. Brother. Just call me by my name. Calling me brother feels a bit odd. Alright, Gaisai. After greeting Clara and Odette, Gaisai quickly started eating, just as Camilla came over with her portion. Why did you create an atomic bomb? Hehe. Of course it has big uses. So can you tell mommy where you plan to detonate it? Well, in another world, to bring a surprise to my group of bull demon roommates during their vacation. You're a good child. Ooh, I hope you won't trigger another Sinner's War. Can you promise me that? Seeing that Gaisai seemed still hungry, Camilla placed the bacon from her plate onto Gaisai's plate. What is a Sinner's War? A chaotic battle in hell triggered by a laster killing too many Sinner Lords. The current Sinner Lords are either survivors or winners of that war. Okay, I promise I won't trigger a hell war. Hehehe. They'll just make that bunch of damned sinners explode on the spot. After finishing breakfast, Gaisai returned home to heaven and entered the church to pray. Or rather to make a wish more appropriately. I want to get rich. I want to be handsome. I want my atomic backside to stop glowing. An angel nearby was a bit confused. Dude, this is a church. The wishing pool is over there. Oh, after repeating it, Gaisai lay on the bed. Zoom. Oh no. His hair stood on end, and Gaisai quickly raised his hand. Smack. He caught a blackboard eraser steadily, still trying to sneak attack. At this moment, the surrounding Steve looked at Gaisai with admiration. No way. I'm in a classroom. At this moment, the cow math teacher was so furious, he could moo loudly. Bull demon Gaisai. Get out and stand there. Wow. This familiar feeling. Soon it was evening. Ding. TMD, there's only one class a day, and one class lasts all day. Who told you that the livestock flu has been serious these days? All the teachers are on leave except for the cow teacher. Glasses Steve was squirming on the ground. Yeah, even the polar bear PE teacher ended up in the hospital. Smart Steve chimed in. Bull demon cross-eyed Steve, get off me. Don't be angry, Glasses Steve, you know my eyesight is poor. I mistook you for a vacuum cleaner. Glancing at his legs, Glasses Steve became furious. By the way, what happened to him? Gaisai asked, looking at George, who seemed paralyzed in the livestock home. Him. He didn't do his homework and squatted all day. What about you? Why is your head so flat? Well, I accidentally got it caught in a book while reading. Looking at Smart Steve's head, which had become two-dimensional, Gaisai felt like giving him a thumbs up. Returning to the dormitory, hearing the screams from the wise Steve, next door Gaisai brought the three of them over. Let me ask you a question. What if the school blew up? Would we not have to take the college entrance examination? Bull demon Gaisai, are you crazy? Don't say to blow up the school. If you can get TNT now, you'd be regarded as a true immortal. Gaisai silently took out the nuclear bomb. Bull demon, great immortal above. I bow down before my sons. Please quickly show your divine powers. Save all Steves from the fire and water. 3. Bull demon. You scare me. Come here, let's discuss when and where to blow up. Soon after a discussion among the crowd, the nuclear bomb was placed under the desk of wise Steve downstairs from the principal's office. Bull demon, who put a nuclear bomb under my desk? Why is this bull demon nuclear bomb flashing? As wise Steve finished speaking, a strong light arose. Oh, childhood dreams have been fulfilled. Who hasn't dreamed of blowing up a school? Watching the mushroom cloud rise before him, Gaisai took a deep breath of the overwhelming scent of radiation. Ding. At that moment, the game notification sounded. My mission is complete. Jumping up in a celebratory dance, crazy squats Gaisai awaited the world to shut down. You have angered the hidden world boss, the school principal. What? No way. A nuclear bomb went off, and the principal is still alive. Boom. A tremendous noise rang out from behind Gaisai, seemingly from some heavy object hitting the ground. Turning stiffly, he saw a middle-aged man with a pink bald head and a bushy beard slowly getting up. Bull demon Gaisai, how dare you blow up a school? Notch. It's over. In the next moment, a nasal descent. Smack. Alt. Gaisai quietly fell asleep. The college entrance examination has been modified. The examination mission has been cancelled. Please freely experience the world. The world has been renamed. ZZZZ. Electrical interference sound. Bull demon Gaisai, how dare you blow up a school? Reflect on your actions here. What happens when you offend the creator god? Well, just like this. Thrown to the bedrock layer above hell. Wait, why is my backpack sealed? Oh, Groundhog's battle roar side bedrock survival. Here we go. Good news, Gaisai's code is strong. There's still a way out. Bad news is in terms of code, only endless ender candles can be used. Damn. Pulling out an ender candle, Gaisai sat down and started eating. First, I need to find a strange forest environment. Then wait for Little Black to bring the strange mushroom rock. Then kill Little Black to get the strange mushroom rock to spawn Little White, obtain bones, and nurture the strange mushrooms. Finally, use the strange mushrooms to get strange wooden planks to build a mob tower, kill the zombie pigmen to get gold nuggets to craft gold ingots, trade with piglins to get obsidian, and blaze rods back to the main world. TSK. Gaisai looked down at the bedrock beneath his feet, then at the ender candle in his hand. But then again, I can use the ender candle to command the strong command blocks. Can't I just be strong with the bedrock? Bedrock, are you human or not? Whatever. Let's give it a try. Who knows what environment I'm standing on? What if it's a strange forest? With that, Gaisai picked up 2 ender candles and aimed them at the bedrock and started smashing. After a long time, bedrock ho. As a piece of bedrock suddenly flashed red and fell to the side, transforming into white smoke, Gaisai also stopped his actions. Bull demon. It takes 66 ender candles to blow up one piece. Let's see. There's still a piece below. Damn, keep going. After a long while. Bedrock, KMOG. Finally, Gaisai saw it. Why is it hell brick? Are you kidding me? That's just right to open a chest. Continuing to work hard with 2 ender candles, Gaisai smashed 3 pieces of hell brick, and suddenly the ground beneath him gave way. Oh yeah, freedom incoming. Landing on the ground as he turned his head, Gaisai saw Steve sleeping on a bed. Due to the torment of a stagnant brain, Gaisai with a stiff mind commanded an ender candle to poke at him without thinking. Yo, how dare you but face me? Taste an ender candle. He didn't even think about not being able to sleep in hell. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the monster school. All the monster students present tightened their rear ends. In the next second, a pair of white eyes glared at Gaisai. Sigma, not even bothering to pull out the ender candle, Gaisai desperately fled the room, but him reached out, and an invisible force pulled Gaisai back, slamming the door shut. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Boom! Wah! The following 3 days and nights were filled with the sounds of being beaten. Say it or not, don't hit me. You should ask. It's been 3 days. You should be calmed down by now. Looking at Gaisai hanging on the crooked-necked strange mushroom tree, him with his rear and wrapped in bandages, put down the reins. A sensible little zombie quickly brought a cup of tea. Bold demon, tell me who sent you here. No one sent me, I was just locked up on the bedrock. Then I escaped just in time. Smack. Bold demon, how dare you lie knowing there's bedrock. That bedrock was really smashed by me. Then how did you get to the bedrock layer above? It was not you threw me in. Why did he throw you? For reflection. I blew up the school. A series of question marks appeared above the heads of the monsters present. What do you mean you blew up the school? How did you blow up the school with him around? With a nuclear bomb. Him clapped his hands, and his figure instantly vanished, then reappeared. Ha ha ha. Bold demon, did not your school really get blown up? Someone let him down. Soon Gaisai completed the process, tried the villagers' knives, and joined the Monster Academy. Very good. The first time I laid eyes on you, I knew you were meant for our Monster Academy. Welcome to the Monster Academy. A large group of monsters applauded warmly, and soon Gaisai began his new campus life. At the same time, him also helped him lift the seal of Notch. Until this day. Here, the good stuff you wanted. Taking 2 sets of experience bottles from the zombie classmate, Gaisai handed him an ender candle rocket. Remember to play from a distance. The zombie nodded. Today is the day of his revenge against the corpse. But as Gaisai was eating in the cafeteria, a large ender candle flew past him, trailing smoke, heading straight for the corpse, then suddenly changed direction. Ultimately, it flew straight into the principal's office at the top of the teaching building. The familiar scream echoed again, accompanied by a teleportation sound. A large hand suddenly appeared, pressing down on Gaisai's head. Him with an ender candle stuck in his rear emitted a terrifying white light. Gaisai, ha, how many times has it been now? The 3rd time. Did I not say selling contraband is prohibited in school, eh? Yes. Ha. Him took out a large pile of various standard weapons confiscated from Gaisai and pulled out a shotgun from among them. Here, take this. I underestimated you before. I will count to 3. If you don't shoot, my life will be yours, and this school will also be yours. Come on, 3. 1. Smack. You had your chance, and you weren't useful. You had your chance, and you weren't useful. Pulling out the ender candle stuck in his rear, him started to bleed. Now I tell you, Bull Demon Gaisai, you are expelled. Get out of the lower realm. A portal to hell appeared beside him, and with a kick him sent Gaisai flying into it. Boom. My kidney. Geyser flew out from the gates of hell, landing and bouncing twice before burying his head in the sand nearby. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, he turned around and saw the gates of hell disappearing, clearly indicating that it no longer wished to see him in the lower realm. Once upon a time, I was the good baby in the mouths of mothers. But now why has the bull demon expelled me? Damn it. Hey young man, would you like to buy something good? At this moment, a traveling merchant spotted Geyser and approached. Show me what you have. Hee, all good stuff. Geyser glanced at the merchandise. Sigma Oda a loaf of bread for 500 emeralds. UTMD. Geyser grabbed the merchant. Calm down. You misread it. The good stuff is at the back. Geyser flipped to the last page. Oh bro, what a great merchant. I was wrong about you. How many do you want? I want them all. Holding an ancient artifact worth 15 emeralds, Geyser arrived at a desert well and began to wash it. 20 emeralds for 300 ancient artifacts, and this is what you offer me. No wonder you ran so fast, you're just a scammer. Holding a treasure map obtained from 300 ancient artifacts, Geyser began searching. Eventually, he found another ancient treasure map in a desert temple. Bull Demon, I have a bad feeling. Jungle Temple Treasure Map, 3. Snow House Treasure Map, 4. Underwater Ruins Treasure Map, 5. Swamp Hut Treasure Map, 6. TMD, I refuse to believe there's a 7th one. In the Jungle Mansion, Geyser dug out a box and opened it. Congratulations, you have received the ultimate reward. Emerald Medal. Villager trades will always be 9. 9 off for you. I knew it. Geyser turned to the side, looking at the bound marauders. Do you? No. Where the nearest village is. Soon Geyser led the marauders to a village. Kill them all. With Geyser's command, the terrifying axe men charged in. Thud, thud, thud. The iron axe struck the door repeatedly, causing the villagers inside to scream in fear. Johnny, here I come. Turning all these troublesome villagers into undead totems, Geyser felt much better. Indeed, only the dead villagers are the true good villagers. Holding a large number of undead totems, Geyser bid farewell to the fruitful marauders and then exited the world, returning home. Damn. Stupid merchant, if I trust you again, I'll eat shit. Hey Dashia, anything interesting lately? There's something you might find interesting. What is it? The women's boxing tournament. Oh, speaking of which, I'm all fired up. When does it start? Soon. After some communication, Geyser nodded in satisfaction. FAQ. FAQ. FAQQQ. Hello, Billy. It's me, Luna. Luna. Why are you holding Billy's phone? It's like this, Geyser. Hey, no. Geyser, it's me, Moses. The boss is terminally ill. He won't last much longer. Please come save him. X. What? Okay, I'll be right there. With a flick of his long hair, Geyser's soul fire erupted from behind, and he flew out. What happened? Arriving at the company, Geyser saw Billy lying on the bed, and under Luna's watery gaze, he pulled back the blanket covering Billy. Hiss. Damn, this guy. Has he shrunk his manhood? Geyser, is there still hope for the boss? Coincidentally, I know how to heal. Flipping Billy over, Geyser took out an ender candle and jabbed it into Billy's tailbone. Roar. See, doesn't that work? With Billy bouncing up to a height of 2 feet, Geyser pulled out the ender candle and had him bounce again, fully restoring Billy. Damn it. What did you do to my back door? What back door? I jabbed your tailbone. Billy felt around and confirmed it. Fuck. I've sacrificed everything for this company. By the way, Luna, my dear daughter, how are you preparing? Not bad. With her worries for Billy alleviated, Luna felt much better. As long as there are no problems, then Dad will take you to adapt a bit. Quickly putting on his pants, Billy patted Luna and confidently walked out. Where are you going? To the women's boxing gym. Billy went a bit crazy and signed Luna up for the women's boxing tournament. Millie shrugged helplessly. The women's boxing tournament? Then take me along, let me join in the fun. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Did you wet your pants? Hurry up and get in the car. Soon the group arrived at the boxing gym. Is Luna taking so long to change? Billy, she shouldn't be. Millie, go in and check. With Billy's order, Millie walked into the changing room, quickly pushing Luna, who was wearing a thick swimsuit, out. Is it necessary to dress like this for the match? Oh yeah. I'm even more excited for this match. This is for fairness. Millie explained, pushing Luna towards the nearby ring. Soon Luna adjusted her mindset and began the selection match. Go for it, my darling daughter. You are the best. Billy cheered for Luna around the ring, while Geyser watched from a distance, as only family members of the contestants were allowed in the ring. Before long, Millie and Moses also arrived, holding flower bouquets and cheering for Luna. Millie, why are you also dressed like this? Well, because Luna isn't used to it. I wore it too to help ease her psychological burden. Oh, suddenly Geyser caught sight of something and looked closely. Moses, what the hell are you doing? Why are you dressed like this too? I made him wear it. It was Millie's request. This little couple really knows how to have fun. Wearing it feels pretty good. Geyser, do you want to try it too? No, I would never do that. Soon Luna knocked down 3 opponents in a row to qualify for the match. Excuse me, are you her family? Yes, I am her father. Okay, we are here to inform you that the second half of this match will be 2v2. You need to prepare another teammate, or you can team up with others. No problem. Millie. Oh yeah. At this moment, Millie raised her hand and high-fived Luna, who was getting off the stage. Meanwhile, Moses, who was trying to join in the fun, was lowly growled at by Luna and kicked out. The eyesore Moses slid right in front of Geyser, wearing a proud smile. You are really something, wearing this and not even feeling restrained. Soon the competition began. Wow, watching women fight is really interesting. Luna on the arena seems to have found her rhythm, starting from cautious probing to taking the initiative. A confident smile began to appear on her face. Knock those bitches out. Luna, you are the best daughter of daddy. In the end, Luna secured the first half with 7 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw, earning a place for the second half. No. TMD, Billy, can you stop dancing like a fool in front of me? Sorry, Gaisai, this feeling is just too exhilarating. I TMD can't control myself, haha, Sai. Oh yes. No, damn. Moses, let's switch seats, this bee is crazy. I think we should head to the main competition venue now. Main competition venue. Luna just notified me that the second half will be held in that big event hall across the street. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Billy quickly grabbed Moses, who had just switched places with Gaisai, locking his arms around his neck and rushing outside. Boss, I can barely breathe. Millie, you'll be in charge of Luna later. No problem. After parting ways with everyone, Millie went to find Luna. Let's hurry. Find a front row seat. I want to see my precious daughter tear those bitches apart. Huh. Moses XWX, speaking of which. Moses, he seems a bit dead. Just as he finished speaking, a pink tail with black stripes appeared in front of Gaisai, wrapping around his neck and pulling him aside. Phew, almost got stuffed into my mouth. Huh, don't you want to give it a taste? Taste what? Who knows what you poisoned it with? The one who dragged Gaisai over was none other than the Thorn Rose from the volcanic prison. You've been released from your sentence. Huh, I finished my time there long ago. I just felt that place suited me better. Unreservedly showcasing her beautiful figure, Thorn Rose kept rubbing against Gaisai, which troubled someone greatly. Stop dodging, I didn't bring any poison today. Moi. In Gaisai's expression of "do you think I believe you?" Thorn Rose took off her coat, revealing her boxing uniform. Oh, you're a contestant. How did you end up here? Guess. Thorn Rose pressed herself against Gaisai, lifting one leg to hook around him, sniffing a bit before leaning close to his ear. Just to hint him, just someone's teammate. After saying that, Thorn Rose let go of Gaisai, blew him a kiss, and walked away. Teammate. Damn. Gaisai began to picture a certain big wolf in his mind. Moments later, Gaisai arrived beside Billy and Moses. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. After laying down the demon, sitting in his spot, Gaisai took his place. How's it going? Billy, has the match started? Not yet. Those fiery gals haven't taken the stage yet. Grabbing a handful of extra-large popcorn from Moses' arms and tossing it into his mouth, Billy comfortably rested his arms and waited for the pre-show cheerleaders to take the stage. But shortly after, as the cheerleaders took the stage, Billy's eyes widened. Oh yeah, it's Valorica Medity. Moses excitedly shouted as he looked at Valorica on stage. Then he saw Billy, who had a grim expression, and Gaisai, who looked completely bewildered. Do you hate pop music? I just don't want to see her. Billy quickly grabbed the popcorn and held it in front of himself. I don't listen to music much, but by your meaning, Moses, is she very famous? You don't know her. I know her, but not in full. I only know she drives a sports car and should be quite wealthy. Alright Gaisai, let's just say she's the newly appointed queen of pop music. Just as Moses started to introduce, he turned his head to see Valorica blowing a kiss to Gaisai from afar, and Gaisai responded with a smile. Then Valorica seemed to have spotted something dirty. Moses, what's wrong? Gaisai just seemed to have. With Valorica Medity. How to put it? I had a brief relationship with her before, and she just gave me a good fuck. What? You? Cough. Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Billy instantly started coughing, one hand clutching his neck, while the other dug into his mouth to pull out a piece of popcorn, coughing a few more times to recover. What's wrong with you two? I'm fine. You all continue. Billy snatched a drink from a passerby and took a sip, signaling not to mind him. Just as Moses was about to ask Gaisai about Valorica, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and the performance began. Ladies and gentlemen, Yaoi fans, and my non-binary friends, are you ready? Yes. With Valorica's voice, the crowd erupted. Let's watch the match first, we can talk later. No problem. Moses and Gaisai exchanged a word while covering their ears. I feel like my eardrums are a bit painful. It's okay, I have healing potions. Moses, do you want some? In the next second, the already deaf Billy tilted his body and poured 2 drops of healing potion into his ears, then stuffed the potion into Moses' arms. Damn, my ears, I've never had this level of injury before. It's fine, the performance is over, the match is starting, blood will flow like rivers. Then the huge and voluptuous figure of Lakarna appeared in front of Gaisai, while Thorn Rose kindly pointed out Gaisai's direction to her. No matter who her opponent was, they were doomed. With a hunting gaze, Lakarna glanced at Gaisai, and she and Thorn Rose prepared for battle. The match began. The match ended. 2 little demons flew up. One of them landed right in Gaisai's arms. Hey, handsome guy. Thud. Gaisai let go with both hands, and the little demon fell straight down. No rich woman's aura, straight up rejection. Go Luna. Tear her apart. Glancing at Billy, Gaisai suddenly realized he was quite kind. But as long as she looks good, that's all that matters. Millie, you're the best. The match then progressed to Luna and Millie versus Lakarna and Thorn Rose. The result was obvious. Lakarna directly used her size advantage to pin both of them down without allowing them to fight back. No weight class restrictions in this match. This is the next round. The match concluded smoothly. The result was also obvious. Luna and Millie only secured 3rd place. The 2nd place went to 2 hellhounds who had long dominated the ranking, and 1st place went to Lakarna and Thorn Rose. Luna baby. Seeing Billy rushing over, Luna unceremoniously punched him. Who told this bastard to shout so obnoxiously from the sidelines earlier? Millie. Moses. The young couple kissed once again. Truly everyone had a happy ending. As for Gaisai, he was currently cornered by 3 people. The helpful Valorica said, sisters, I have a great idea. How about we compete to see who is stronger? Eagerly Lakarna laughed. Ha ha. Bring it on. The clever Thorn Rose said, I just thought of a new position. Poor and helpless, but experienced Gaisai said, wait a moment, can I eat something first to replenish my hunger? Slurp slurp. Gaisai sat aside sipping scalding restorative tea. Hey man, do you only stay standing when you eat? While Oaxaca sipped her orange juice and glanced at Gaisai. More or less. You're incredible. Segway rubbed her belly. This was the first time she had seen a man fight through the night without a change of color. A pack of succubus hellhounds, their stamina limited. How could they compare to the sinner lords who seemed almost inexhaustible? As for Lakarna, she was snoring away. Wow, you actually survived. This is my secret for hooking wealthy women. Whatever, I need to catch up on sleep. No, Belize, you listened outside all night. No, I was about to rush in to save you, but some bastard ambushed me. Damn it, my backside still hurts. No, you, invincible kid. You damn. This is hell. Gaisai suddenly sensed something and spun around. A lecherous face loomed in the distance, watching him and Belize. Hey, Belize, I think I found the one who stole from you. Who? Where? There. You rotten fool, you're dead. With a gun in one hand and a bloodied wooden club in the other, Belize charged the demon. Before long, the alley was filled with gleeful screams of havoc. Wow, so savage. Soon Gaisai returned home and began tinkering with little gadgets. Why on earth did I craft an end candle that enchants lightning to strike it? Oh, perhaps I'm mad. Taxia, what is it? Hit me with this. Okay. A soft puff, a startled sound. You stabbed me. What are you doing? Boom. A bolt of thunder arced down around the beacon's beam as if the heavens had finally unleashed a decade's pent-up wrath upon Gaisai. Taxia yelped in fright. My goodness, that is the greatest lightning I've ever seen. Gaisai's voice, hoarse from the scorched remains, came out low. That was also the biggest I have ever taken. Then he laughed, and the sound felt strange and bright. My electricity is overflowing. Lightning Gaisai made his entrance. A roar filled the air. Hey my master, your backside is glowing. It seems to be yours. Stop. Gaisai, now wearing double-layered underpants, stepped out. Can you still see it, eh? No. I'm off to play. Go have fun. But your rear, so perky. Gaisai ran on without hearing the second half, only pushing forward. Hey Blitz, are you dividing the spoils? Damn it. Can't you see we're busy? Where did you get so much money? Blitz, Mashi, and Mealy all looked at Luna in unison. This is my bonus. Compared to your usual missions. About double. Do you want to share? No need. My mamas have given me 3 black cards already, more than enough to spend. I even gave my old Satan black card to Taxia. In an instant, Gaisai's air of unspoken grandeur swept the place. You have got to be joking. Blitz didn't even stand. He crawled forward on all fours, grabbed Gaisai's collar, and hissed, 3 cards. Yes. Bullshit. Does your mama need another son or something? I wouldn't know. Ugh, you should fucking die. Liza's good mood was gone a quick money from. Certain trades had spoiled him. No. Listen, Gaisai, you must learn to refuse. Otherwise, you'll only ever be a rich woman's plaything. I am quite willing to be that, thank you. Fuck. Why don't you just die? 3 black cards. Christ, that's enough to buy me a life. Stop. Gaisai forcibly pried Liza's hand away. I came to ask about fun places, not to haggle about this. Blitz, who had fallen, scrambled up. Fun places? Do I look like a circus clown to you? A little. Blitz hummed a little jester's tune. Fuck, let me think. He went to the window and pointed at the beggars below. Do you see them? I see them. Does it make you happy? Suddenly Gaisai felt like a clown himself. Oh, I've remembered another place. This is the place you call fun, eh? Lululuyuan. Exactly. It suits a kid like you perfectly. They opened the car door, Gaisai was kicked out, and Blitz drove off in a cloud of dust. Welcome to Lululuyuan. Oh thanks. A sudden bang. An uncanny rotten apple mascot appeared and startled Gaisai. He instinctively threw a punch. What the hell? Bro, don't pop up in front of me like that next time. Gaisai gave it a kick and turned away. A towering figure was being scolded nearby. Fuck you, Situlus. Are you insane? Weya hates this place. Sorry. You ought to use that protein-filled brain of yours. Sidila had one arm around Weya, and with the other plucked the bird-like feathers from Situla's head and hauled him away. Their relationship seems much better, doesn't it hurt? Situla's tears are coming, what do you think? Gaisai shook his head and left, passing Situla's, who was half out of his carriage, and waved a greeting. It seems fitness really gives one confidence. Though why does Situla's head look so pointy? Wandering about, Gaisai came near the Sanvi Tower. Well, since I'm here. Inside, Wirewhite was doing pull-ups to maintain his sculpted form. Suddenly, a tangible little hand reached up and grabbed Wirewhite's ankle. Damn you, Gaisai, let go of me. Not letting go, haha. Everyone knows that mischief brings a peculiar joy. Wirewhite's forehead twitched, then he hauled himself upward with a fierce pull, bringing Gaisai along. Without a word, Wirewhite leaned back and released his grip. There was a soft thud. Why aren't you laughing now? Weren't you laughing before? Wah, haha. Don't move, it's ticklish. While they spoke, Wirewhite snapped another photo. 969, 967, 968. Wait, why do I have to exercise too? When I tell you to exercise, you exercise. No more complaints. Wirewhite sat on Gaisai's back, flicked the base of his skull, then followed along with a yoga tutorial on his phone. Sighing, Gaisai grabbed a roasted potato and resumed his push-ups. Is there a reward for doing 1,000? A reward? No. If you want one, you must seize it yourself. Do you understand? Oh. Gaisai declared, eager as a starving tiger about to pounce. Smack. Mommy had to leave for a bit. After giving Gaisai a light smack on the bottom, velvet dressed and walked out. So early in the morning. Just a little more sleep. Humming a little tune, Gaisai strolled around, his flowing hair, making him appear exceptionally graceful. This fishing law enforcement is truly interesting. Pointing at the money given by the kind-hearted person, Gaisai suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It seemed that the other party sensed something and looked over at him. Is that you? The one who got shot in the head by Moses. So what if it is? Who's outside? Just a little brat. Melberly, did your baked apple pie burn? OMG. Gaisai watched this scene quietly. No, you two are getting along. Wait, she. Haha, so what? I'm happy to. Is the enemy my wife? Sort of. Shrugging his shoulders, Gaisai turned to leave. Hey, Moses. Kicking the door open, Gaisai arrived at Blitz's company. Did they all go to work again? Yes. Luna lazily replied and continued to sleep. All right then. I'll come back later. Tiptoeing quietly out, Gaisai waved goodbye to Luna and gently closed the door. Not home. Then let's go check out Cannibal Town. It's been a while since I saw Rosie. Hey, Rosie. Flying over, Gaisai landed next to the car, watching Rosie get ready to hop in. Darling Gaisai, it's been so long since we last met. Rosie picked Gaisai up and kissed his cheek. Where are you off to? Going to a meeting, and also to see an old friend who's been missing for a while. But darling, I think you should also go and see them. Even though you have no intention of becoming a lord, you should at least meet the Sinner Lords. All right. Following Rosie's lead, Gaisai got into the car. As the vehicle drove. We have arrived. Haha, we have arrived. Holding hands and following behind Rosie, Gaisai felt an ominous premonition. A very strong one. Not long after entering the door, Gaisai saw a bony frame with green flames. Soon another giant arrived, and in front was a black elderly failure of a man. Yo, Alastair, you've transformed back. Wait, what are you holding? Meeting Alastair's gaze with the strawberry hadger deer in his arms, Gaisai felt a rush of enlightenment. It seems Angel still didn't take care of feeding him milk, causing Alastair's soul to escape. With his eyes twitching, Alastair shoved the strawberry hadger deer into Gaisai's arms, having had enough of this wise cat. If it weren't for Shali's request, he would have long since fallen in love with this cat. Promise me, don't let it come back. Haha, alright. To be honest, seeing it too often made Gaisai find this cat quite intriguing. Rosie quietly watched this scene, gently rubbing the strawberry hadger deer, but almost got bitten. How did it come to be? Gaisai glanced at Alastair. Well, that's a long story. Ding, the elevator doors opened, and the group stepped out and sat down. Welcome the Supreme Lords of Hell. A voice came through, and Gaisai immediately spotted Camilla along with Clara and Odetta. Under Camilla's gaze, Gaisai was held in Rosie's embrace. Oh, it seems Rosie and Camilla have a decent relationship. As the meeting began, Gaisai summarized it, which was about the damages caused by the Great Extinction. Great Extinction? Damn, those bastards should die. However, those lovely ladies and the hard-working cattle can stay. Hearing Gaisai's mumblings, Rosie pinched Gaisai's cheek. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a familiar figure walked in. It was Velvet, who had been with him yesterday. Yes, I know they are all incompetent. Listening to Velvet's loud conversation, he followed her gaze to Camilla. Clearly, the relationship between Camilla and Velvet was a bit troublesome. Hanging up the phone and sitting in a chair, Velvet noticed Gaisai sitting in Rosie's arms holding a strange cat. Hey, you. Haha. This is when Velvet also noticed the gaze of Rosie and Camilla. An indescribable thought was born in his mind. Gaisai UTMD are dating me at the same time. Rosie and her. Suddenly the atmosphere became silent. Even the oldest and most competent big black spider froze in place. Except for Clara and Odetta, the other sinner lords looked at Gaisai in disbelief. Huh. The strawberry hadger deer being stared at let out a huff. Ha. Can I say? Is this a small problem? Haha, this is definitely not a small problem. How to handle the relationships between family members has been a major issue since ancient times. Seizing the opportunity, Alastair inserted a sharp comment. You bastard. Go all a cat bite him. Putting down the strawberry hadger deer, Alastair soon tightened his smile, looking down to see that the damned cat bit his leg again. I'm used to it. I think everyone besides me should have more important matters to attend to. Quickly the meeting continued. But someone was already targeted. Oh no, although I had anticipated this day, but seeing the passionate gazes of Velvet and Camilla, Gaisai felt a chill run down his spine. Soon the meeting was interrupted once again. A demon angel's head was thrown onto the table. Wow. While the lords were stiff, Gaisai picked up the head, and the lords didn't mind. They were only concerned about the cause of death of the angel. Darling, do you want to try it? No, I think this head might be useful. Opening the helmet to take a look, oh, a poor little beauty. Gaisai put away the angel's head, while also shelving the idea of alchemy. The master of deadly poisons was still silent. I should return it to Adam and the others. The dead take precedence. Then during the meeting, Velvet expressed her intention to take action against the angel, but was called over by Camilla, who dismissed it. As a result, Velvet and Camilla began to argue back and forth. Meeting adjourned. Finally, Camilla announced the end of the meeting, concluding this farce, but anyone with eyes could tell that Camilla had something to do with the angel's head. Gaisai, shouldn't you say something? Not having gained any benefits from Camilla, Velvet looked at Gaisai, causing all the lords to become excited and eager to hear. Rosie smiled and picked Gaisai up, placing him on the table. Oh, there's a feeling of impending doom. No way. Oh dear. Steve, first, I think we should talk about the angels. Why? What do you want to say? Do you dare to refute me? At the battle table, Wirewhite pointed directly at Gaisai, directing him towards Camilla. After exchanging a glance with Camilla, Wirewhite snorted coldly and turned away. You better come to my room tonight and give me an explanation. Damn, I'm going all out tonight. Sigh. I'm not trying to refute you, but it's just that the death of an ordinary exorcist angel. Why would the death of an ordinary angel make you think of declaring war on heaven? Can't angels be killed like sinners? After glancing at the expressions of the surrounding lords, Gaisai suddenly realized. Oh, so they can't die like sinners and demons. Fuck, you're acting like the star of a circus right now. Wirewhite couldn't bear to look, covering his face in disbelief at Gaisai's intelligence. Then should I go ask heaven? Holding the angel's head, Gaisai pointed upwards. As his thoughts raced, Gaisai snapped his fingers, igniting the flame of the soul and placing it beneath the head of the angel, roasting it. Suddenly the head twitched. Huh, it actually works. Well, oi exorcist angel, how did you die? Soon the angel's head began to suffer, but its eyes were fixated on Camilla behind Gaisai, clearly indicating that Camilla was the one who killed her. Camilla, you revived a dead angel. Camilla looked at Gaisai, who was roasting the angel's head, in shock. Sort of, I just used the flame of the soul to revive the remaining soul within her. As he spoke, Gaisai moved his hand, which was engulfed in the flame of the soul, and the angel instantly died again with a crackle. Hey. Startled, Gaisai hurriedly began to roast again. The angel, resuscitated after drowning and suffocating, looked at Gaisai in confusion, though its head was just a half neck, and it couldn't say anything. Phew, it's okay now. Camilla. Gaisai looked at Camilla with a tone of inquiry. This matter is serious. Everyone please bear with me. At the appropriate moment, I will answer everyone's questions. Camilla wrapped her arm around Gaisai and walked out with Clara and Odette. Come back, bitch. He doesn't belong to you alone. Not far behind Wirewhite, and Rosie also approached. Pushing Gaisai aside, Camilla met Wirewhite's gaze again, while Rosie held Jasai's shoulder. Seeing the angel's head looking at her, Rosie revealed a polite smile tempted. Angel ladies, instead of arguing, why not clarify what's going on? Rosie gestured for Wirewhite and Camilla to look at Gaisai. That's right, maybe I should punish a certain bastard. Face to face with Gaisai, Wirewhite said discontentedly. Hey, follow me. Camilla led everyone to an empty room. Gaisai sat in the center while the others circled around him. Looking at the excited angel's head, Gaisai smiled, then put away the flames and placed the head back in his backpack. If you have any questions, please ask. Oh dear, who was your first lover? Theoretically, it should be Larkana. Then what am I? My first mommy. Smiling, Rosie looked at the other two. Wirewhite glanced at Camilla. Between this old antique and me, who do you prefer? Suddenly, Gaisai broke into a cold sweat. I like them both. You can only choose one, bastard. No way. This is a deadly question. I must break the norm. I said, I like them both. Wirewhite looked at the firm Gaisai in disbelief. What's wrong? Is there a problem? You dare to speak to me like that? Yes. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm really awesome. What's wrong? Grabbing Wirewhite, Gaisai executed an 1800-degree spin, then wrapped his arm around Wirewhite's waist. Hey, gorgeous, how about it? You better be able to spin like this when lying in bed too. Pinching Gaisai's face, Wirewhite declared his ownership. Spinning cow. No cow spinning. Oh, Gaisai's pupils dilated as Camilla straightened him. How do you have that kind of ability? The flame of the soul. I obtained this from another world, but after my processing, it has changed a bit, but it's still usable. To be specific, this is the power of a seraph with healing effects. It can also modify vehicles. As for the rest, I don't know. It can also fly. The amount of information was overwhelming, and Camilla was momentarily unsure what to ask next. Dear, how many lovers do you have? There are many who have slept with me. But lovers, there should be two. Larkana is one of them. Who is the other? She is Sela. Mommy. Yes, also mommy. That guy is also mommy. How many mommies do you have? Do you want me to be your daddy? Note the term daddy is merely playful American slang. Wirewhite squeezed Gaisai's finely tuned spiral, making him almost cry out in pain. In that case, where is she? Camilla stepped in to rescue Gaisai and naturally hugged him, looking at Wirewhite. I want to hold a gathering among mommies. Old man. She's in heaven, not here, so she might not be able to come. You even seduced an angel. Haha, when I first went to heaven. I accidentally. Huh. Looking at the smiling yet pained Gaisai, Rosie sighed, then pinched his little face and lifted him up. Ladies, perhaps we should punish this disobedient baby. Oh, come on. I'm ready. Soon Gaisai was taken to his home. Seeing this situation, Tasia quietly turned up the volume on her headphones. Clara and Odette glanced at the iron puppet, and the two exchanged glances with it. Wait a moment. Gaisai broke free from his restraints, jumped down, and placed the alchemical pot down. The legend of the master of poison is online. Water. One set of red mushrooms, and another set of brown mushrooms. Plus one set of dandelions and orchids. Finally, the ingredients. Put some firefly powder in there. Put some redstone powder in there too. And add a few enchanted golden apples and golden carrots. Since I've added everything, let's throw in a golden watermelon as well. Important. And a bit of star of the lower realm. Yay. The ultimate restorative mystery stew is complete. Gaisai finished it in one gulp, instantly feeling filled with courage. Looking at the fluctuating hunger level and that unknown hours of fullness buff. With an air of fearless determination, Gaisai marched towards Wirewhite, Camilla, and Rosie. Let's decide the victor. What's going on? Why is everyone suddenly so spirited? Dear, your meat seems to have some healing effects. Golden watermelon, hi. Did you forget that the last time you ate too much it had a ripening effect? Old antique want to compete. Wirewhite, don't provoke a mother with your childish temper. The two looked at Gaisai. Gaisai, I'm done for. Aw damn. I almost had to resort to desperate measures. Fortunately, the second half saw Wirewhite and Camilla starting to fight. But today I still had to face the hornet's nest. No way. The burning stick hurt a bit, let me rest for a moment. The next morning, quack. The principal of the bull demon caught me and brought me back to school again. Last night Gaisai returned to the previous bull demon Gaisai. Save file. Just as he landed ready to have a heartfelt conversation with a few villagers, he was directly pulled back to school by Notch. Fortunately, there was no college entrance exam. I had to endure the bull demon's re-education. Whatever, let's eat first. Those cafeteria aunties are truly inhumane. In no time I had prepared a 4-dish meal and soup for myself. After finishing, Gaisai sat down at the esports table and started learning how to be a homebuddy with Tasia. Ahee-ha, wow, the feel is amazing. What should I play? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I want blood to flow like a river. Slamming the door, Gaisai walked alone on the path of the foolish as a familiar bus made a 360-degree drift to avoid two groups of demons robbing for wealth and lust heading straight on. The bus may have run, but isn't there still a little one left behind? Boss. That little one doesn't look easy to deal with. Am I so foolish that I can't see that? With so many of us here, why should we fear just one? Let's be swift. Soon a group of sinners surrounded Gaisai. Just when I was itching for a fight, eager to brawl. But with you bunch of fools, I probably won't need to use my full strength. Gaisai took out a pair of rubber gloves from his pocket and slowly put them on. What are you babbling about? Hand over the money. So have you heard of? Twisting the neck to the right. After putting on the gloves, Gaisai assumed a running stance. And just a reminder, a chicken's neck is also a neck. Time was accelerating. In an instant, Gaisai transformed into countless afterimages sliding past the sinners at the speed of light. 3, 2, 1. The wails of despair echoed through the skies as Gaisai directly discarded the gloves from his inventory. He raised his middle finger to the group of sinners with deformed lower bodies and continued forward. I just wanted to take a stroll, but you forced me to take action. Regretting it now. It's too late now. After walking for a while, Gaisai transformed into the Flash and ran his short legs moving rapidly. Soon he returned to the prison he was in before. Let me take a look. After scanning the list of contestants, Gaisai found none that piqued his interest. Forget it, since I'm here, let's watch some entertainment matches. Quickly, Gaisai's figure appeared in the audience for the 5-person entertainment match, while Luca kept shoving popcorn into his mouth. Ting. The match has started. Sitting up from Luca's lap, Gaisai looked towards the arena. The big spinning wheel entertainment match, to be honest, I've seen so many it's lost its appeal. After glancing at the match, Luca continued to focus on Gaisai. Wait, I have a premonition. What kind of premonition? A kind of bad premonition. Bad premonition. Although Luca was puzzled by what Gaisai meant, curiosity compelled her to watch the match alongside him. Soon the match reached the lottery segment, and then a miracle happened. Match type, 5-man brawl. Oh, a 5-man brawl. That's getting interesting. The mass-produced host scanned the audience. Now, let our contestants draw their secret weapons. The 5 spinning wheels facing away from the contestants began to turn, and Gaisai's premonition grew stronger. Wait, oh crap, are all 5 secret weapons bull aphrodisiacs? Gaisai turned to Luca. What do you expect me to do? This is my first time seeing this too. Then how will they compete? Under normal circumstances, drawing this thing would automatically pair you with a bull as an ally, and now the match might just turn into a bullfighting arena. What do you mean? Drawing this thing allows you to choose someone to stay on the back of a bull in heat for 30 seconds, and now they all have to tame bulls. What if they fall off? Luca looked down at Gaisai with a charming smile, revealing a knowing expression. Oh, thank you. Don't eat the sour radish. Loser's bull socket right. Soon the 5 contestants revealed expressions like they had eaten SHD. The match was ready to start. The 5 contestants were already sitting on their respective bulls. The staff began to cheer for the bulls. Soon the spurs of the contestants popped out and the ropes tied to the bulls tightened. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The fence opened and the bulls were struck in their behinds simultaneously, instantly leaping out as the contestants' spurs dug deep into the bulls, provoking their wild rage. One hand raised, the countdown for the match began. However, the 30-second countdown stopped right at 20 seconds. All 5 contestants were neatly thrown off, with number 1 taking a bull's hit and dying on the spot from the back slam. Then the first bull started fighting the third bull, leaving the rest. The 4th and 5th bulls, with red eyes and drooling, looked at contestants 2, 3, 4, and 5. Moo. What the hell? Fortunately, I was clever back then. This is simply shocking. Good news, the bull won. We can watch the show now. Bad news, all the contestants are male. Afterthought, what a feeling it is to dance on a bull. Huh, how about it? Do you want to relive that battle? Relive it. You think I can't handle those bulls now? Then go try. The match just ended and those bulls are about to be shot at. Sent to the cafeteria? Yes. BYD, aren't you a bit worried about drug residues? Signed, Gaisai jumped into the arena. They'll come to liberate you. Saying this, Gaisai directly flipped over a bull. Roll, you little bull. And you, get rolling too. What are you looking at? You're included too. Oh, not only are you not running, but you're charging at me. Gaisai flipped his hand, and the end of the earth candle sword appeared in his grasp, bending down and pressing down. Whoosh, he passed by the charging bull. The bull fell to the ground. Say goodbye to your bull. Putting away the end of the earth candle, Gaisai approached the last third bull. He had easily dealt with the first bull, but now the third bull looked somewhat startled. Don't be afraid. The pain is just a moment. But at that moment, the third bull turned around, exposing its belly to Gaisai. What the A? What do you mean? Seeing Gaisai not moving, the third bull stood up and raised its tail. Suddenly, Gaisai sensed movement behind him. At that moment, the third bull suddenly turned and charged at Gaisai, while behind him the first bull dragged its bloodied body, making one last desperate charge at Gaisai. Moo. Moo. Huh. Gaisai looked to the side at the 2 oxen burning with their last hopes and bonds. He was filled with emotions, wanting to express himself, but words failed him. All he could show was a love for life. Then, time accelerated. With one hand on each ox's head, bang, the 2 oxen were forcefully slammed together. I really don't know what you 2 are burning for. Recklessness and stupidity are equally great. You 2 beasts have truly underestimated me. Just obediently go to the dining hall. With a furious shout, Gaisai sent the dazed oxen flying. As the 2 oxen fell, he noticed that several others he had previously thrown had also stood up. The 4 oxen, along with the heavily injured number 1, began to stomp and toss their horns once more. Looks like they're ready to fight again. Haha, you want to fight? You'd better have the strength for it. By the way, where are my teammates? Gaisai looked towards the staff by the fence, and in an instant a large group of little demons scattered, leaving just one unfortunate fellow with a gun stuck to him. This gun barrel is thinner than my little finger. So it looks like I have to take action myself. He watched the 4 half-heat bullocks charging towards him in a line. Gaisai slowly placed 3 blocks beneath his feet, then crouched down holding a magma bucket. Gurgle. Moo. 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 In no time the bloodthirsty bulls turned into fragrant roasted steaks. And leather too. All taken care of. He stored the magma, and holding onto his spoils Gaisai walked out with a smile. Share some beef with me. Here. Looking at the roasted steak being eaten by Lakana. Suddenly, Gaisai remembered something. Oh no, don't eat it with milk. The beef might contain hormones. Before he could finish, Gaisai was already overshadowed by Lakana's enormous figure. Could we go back inside first? With a swift motion, Lakana scooped up Gaisai and started enjoying herself back home. By the way, don't you want to participate in the competition here? Speak. Lakana kicked Gaisai away. Guarding your food. Huh. Thud. Gaisai received a punch on the head from Lakana, who was laughing in disbelief. Sai, it's nothing really, just feel that the competitors here are too easy for me now. Haha, wait until I bring my girlfriend's team, and I hope you can still stand by then. What? You're a duel. Can't you tell, eh? Lakana showed a dominating gaze then. Looked away and Gaisai followed her gaze. Sigma, no. Not in this lifetime. Oh really, let me see. No. Lakana smiled slightly then reached out and flipped Gaisai over. You won't have a say in this. Damn it. Armored fusion. Suddenly Lakana felt a chill beneath her, and Gaisai pinned down by her was clad in the Hellfire Underworld alloy heavy armor. Come on, if you can tear this armor apart. Let's give it a try. Soon Lakana gave up as she couldn't even make a dent in Gaisai's backside with a power drill. Watching Gaisai clad in armor dance mockingly like a macaque, Lakana picked up a bar of soap and tossed it under his feet. Ding sounded the steel pipe hitting the ground. Ha! Stop laughing, this is just me being careless. If you have the guts, hit me. Lakana directly whipped her clothes. Come on, wanna have a taste? No way. It's a trap. Hey, look over here. Lakana swayed her tail, shaking it. What can I still say? No, dear, I'm coming. Looking at Gaisai, who had taken off his armor, Lakana grinned. Her plan succeeded. In an instant, a hand grabbed Gaisai's ox. Sigma. Ro. Komojinito. Oh no. Okay, I was wrong. I didn't hear that. I was wrong. Standing up, Lakana pulled open the curtains beside her. Come on, my little ones, let's all go together. Not. How much is this? What did you do in prison? What's wrong? In the warden, what's wrong with raising a bunch of little concubines? Little girl, help me get that wine jug. Yes, Lady Laka. Soon Gaisai was surrounded by a horde of demons, left bewildered. However, he noticed a familiar figure approaching him holding something. Thorn rose. Yes, nice to see you again, man. Here, drink this. What's this? Kidney tonic tea. Delta, am I destined to die today? Even if you die, you can be revived. Lakana smiled while taking out a cattle prod. She had even planned that after Gaisai was revived, he would be a block person. 6. Damn it. Atomic Superman mode activated. With a set of TNT in his belly, Gaisai instantly lit up, saying, Come on, today I'll show you what a hell Superman is. This is the supreme god stance that allows me to survive even when 3 mommies team up against me. Is that so? Then let's have a match. After taking a big swig from the jug, Senda opened the wash. Looks like I'm the final winner. Thorn Rose walked over looking at the 2 fallen individuals. Just as she was about to deal with things, a big hand and a small hand grabbed her ankle. There's still one here. Come here to mommy. Oh no. In an instant, Thorn Rose experienced a double attack. Who won this round? I won, don't forget I'm also a woman. Huh. Gaisai transformed into a werewolf. I almost forgot Rosie doesn't like it this way, what about you? Pulling Lakana over, Gaisai looked down at her dazed eyes. Come. Who? On the balcony, a white werewolf with blood-red tear-like patterns around its eyes looked up at the round moon, while smoking emanating an invincible aura from his robust body. I still have the upper hand. Shifting his gaze, Gaisai remembered a beautiful angel. At this height, it seems I'm still a bit lacking. He clenched his fists, activating the Ender Dragon form, and instantly a tall dark purple wolf dragon hybrid appeared. At the same time, a flash of blood appeared in his eyes, red tear lines grew, and soon a terrifying radiance of purple light began to emanate from beneath his massive flesh. This should be my strongest appearance without activating the Withering Storm and Angel form right. To avoid disturbing the surroundings, Gaisai spread his dragon wings and flew into the distance, landing in an open area. Next, as blue flames began to burn, his robust body was reduced to a chilling white skeleton, and the holy power was activated completely for the first time by Gaisai. After moving his wolf dragon skeletal body, Gaisai noticed nothing was different, the unique, terrifying adaptability of the block person. Finally, the eerie white skeleton burned slowly with blue flames. The black twisted power appeared within Gaisai's rib cage, forming a final black-purple black hole. The withering power dyed Gaisai's skeleton with a layer of black-purple decay. It feels a bit eerie. But, armor fusion. The Hellfire Underworld alloy armor automatically changed shape, wrapping around Gaisai. Smiling slightly, Gaisai began to expand his body indefinitely with the power of the Withering Storm. The 4 dragon wing skeletons drooped along his back like a cloak, protecting Gaisai's rear. Feels a bit like an Ampere star. Extending his hand to gather the soul fire with a casual wave, the sun-baked lizards instantly came back to life. A whole heap of animals and insects that had perished under the sun revived. But without the support of the soul fire, they quickly died again. Gaisai silently waved his hand again. Live, died, live, died, live, died. Like a delayed animation. Does this count as earning virtue? The gamer always thought about efficiency. Garcia suddenly remembered something while scrolling. He opened his backpack and saw the angel's severed head lying there silent and still, as if he were the one at fault. Haha. Let's grind merit together with it. As dawn approached, Garcia stowed away the angel's head and shrank his towering form. Then drawing in his soul fire, he reconstituted his physical body. You what the hell, mutated? Mutated my ass. Garcia pinned Larcana against the wall with one hand. Once she'd always been the one pinning him. Now fortune had turned full circle. Hey gorgeous, smile for me. Get lost. Fine, I'm gone. See you next time. With a soft flutter of wings, Garcia bid Larcana farewell and soared into the distance. Back home, he silently dismantled the door and broke through the wall to enter. Damn, it looks like I'm over 3 meters tall now too. WTF. Garcia. Don't jump at shadows. Haven't you gotten used to my changes yet, Tashia? What the hell is this? This presence, it unsettles me. And yet, somehow, it makes me want to laugh. Watching Tashia stare blankly, Garcia shook his head. Sigh, if you can't grasp it, don't strain your brain. Might just crack it. Returning to his original form, Garcia activated the heaven gate and stepped through. Hey, man. He turned, and there stood Adam wearing a rubber ring around his waist. Wait, why are you wearing that? Fuck. Rut, let's go. Yes, sir. Rut shot Garcia a glance before wheeling the heavily bandaged Adam away. What on earth happened? You don't know. Sarah sighed, gazing helplessly at Garcia. All this is because of you. She extended her hand. A luminous white orb shimmered into being, projecting a scene. Inside a hospital, Rut was speaking with a nurse. Doctor, how is Adam? Ma'am, I understand your anxiety, but the patient has already entered acute phase. Only the attending physician knows his current condition. Now if you'll please. Flapped. The emergency room doors burst open. A disheveled angelic physician rushed out. Woof, 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 woof. A frantic canine howl erupted from within the ER. Doctor. The angelic physician grabbed Rut's arm and glared at the nurse. Damn it. This isn't rabies, it's mad dog syndrome. Call a veterinarian, now. Rut. Moments later, a veterinarian arrived. A hulking muscle-bound figure who strode straight into the resuscitation bay. Ugh. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Adam had survived, though with severe side effects, multiple fractures across his body. Oh wow. Honestly, after watching that, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Adam to bill him for medical expenses. Alright, fine, my bad. I shouldn't have let the werewolf bite him in the first place. Garcia scratched the back of his head and grinned. Ugh. Sarah, is Emily even here? Garcia, be serious. No, seriously, I'm worried I'll scare Emily. I found an angel's head in hell. What a... Sarah's expression shifted instantly. She leapt to her feet in shock, then dissolved into blinding white light, vanishing only to reappear moments later, dragging both Adam and Rudd along with her. Oh, what now? Garcia, bring out that head. What a... Adam recoiled, eyes locking onto Garcia. Garcia retrieved the angel's head from his pack. Damn it. So it is that little psycho's head. Adam. A demon-hunting angel died in hell. Sarah stared at Adam, voice trembling with raw emotion. Yes, we've indeed lost a courageous warrior. But right now we must uncover who killed her so justice may be served. You told me. The great extinction never loses a single precious angel. True, but Sarah, war demands sacrifice. No one can guarantee otherwise. Ugh, UGH. Seeing the two about to erupt, Garcia cut in sharply. I didn't come here to watch you two fight. He's right. The priority is identifying her killer, sir. Rut gently calmed Adam down. Both Adam and Sarah turned toward Garcia. Hey kid, where did you find it? Tell us. Adam ripped free from his bandages and soared into the air. Hold on, we're not even on the same wavelength. Garcia snatched up the angel's head. Rut frowned, but then watched stunned as Garcia ignited his soul fire, and the severed head stirred to life. My God. All three stared at Garcia, with sudden blazing intensity. Stop. Is her body intact? It is, Rut. Yes, sir. Under their rapt gaze, Garcia performed a grotesque reattachment, but the demon hunter remained unresponsive. Without soul fire sustaining her, she was utterly, irrevocably dead. Let me think. Ah, got it. Garcia snapped his fingers, removed the helmet from the angel's head, and as she blinked in bewildered confusion, shoved an undying totem deep into her mouth. Now, prepare for a miracle. Garcia extinguished his soul fire. As the undying totem shattered, the slain demon hunter surged back to full breathing life. Cough, cough, cough. Commander Adam. Lieutenant Rudd. Ha ha, glitch exploited. Wait, no, this is mechanics. If even the boundary between life and death could be bridged, reviving a large beast was child's play. You're truly healed. Adam circled the resurrected demon hunter, incredulous, then burst into delighted awe. Reporting for duty, sir. My lapse cost me my life. I swear vengeance next time. Vengeance? What vengeance? You'll do no such thing. Camilla is under my protection. Garcia met the demon hunter's gaze, and instinctively she lowered her head. No one wished to relive the horror of dying, reviving, and dying again. All right, you little lunatic. Welcome back, demon hunter. And keep this quiet for now. Adam clapped her shoulder firmly, then nodded to Rut. Rut gave a silent nod and led her away. Garcia, Do you possess the power to revive the dead? Sarah placed both hands on his shoulders, her gaze intense, searching, tender. It seems tied to my soul fire. But if someone chooses death willingly, revival may be impossible. There's also the undying totem. He produced a small golden figurine, a villager. It grants immunity to one fatal blow and clears all prior status effects. That must be what shielded her from decapitation and erased the severed head condition. A magical boy's magical trinket. He is heaven's perfect candidate, truly human. Adam studied Garcia thoughtfully. Sarah carefully took the figurine from his palm. How many of these do you have? Infinite. Garcia dumped a handful onto the table. Sarah, my undying totem farm yields quite well. Or if needed, I can round up villagers and have them processed by exorcists. This kid is inhuman. Garcia, do you mean to say each one is forged from a living soul? Is a villager's life even a life? Well, if you consider a merchant who sells a loaf of bread for 500,000 emeralds to be human, then yes, technically he is. 500,000 emeralds. Yes, just like that person who once attempted suicide just to confront Jaeger face-to-face. Sarah and Adam fell silent. They understood, fully and grimly. Gaisai, slaughter is wrong. Gaisai turned away from Sarah's gentle face and glanced at Adam. And did you hear that? I'll step out for a moment. I just remembered I left the faucet running at home. With that flimsy excuse, Adam vanished in a blur. Sarah fell quiet, her own deeds flashing before her eyes. Slaughter was wrong. Yet she had orchestrated mass slaughter in hell, all for the sake of heaven. Sorry, I had no choice. Gaisai gently stroked her hair as Sarah clung to him tightly. It's fine. You two only carry out one purge per year, targeting merely a fraction of the guilty population. Though this year's came early. But all your annual efforts combined don't match a single day's work of mine. A certain Hellgate mob farm blazing with speed-boosting torches silently affirmed, indeed. Zombie pigman, damn it, daddy. Somebody save me. Crashes to death, pity. The surplus materials will have to be processed by cacti. Sarah lifted her head, puzzled. Never mind, seeing is believing. Shall I show you? She nodded. In moments, Gaisai appeared at his KF-style burger shop, holding a bucket filled with ender pearls. Come forth, Sarah. As the ender pearls tumbled from the bucket, Sarah materialized abruptly inside the block-built restaurant. This is your world. Yes, my world. Wait, what is this? Oh, them. Gaisai shook his head, watching Sarah stare in awe at the customer processing machine. It's merely an automated recycling unit, an item harvester powered by the customer's pawn mechanic. What purpose does it serve? Harvesting endless supplies of human flesh and organs. Don't worry. Gaisai soared forward, seized Sarah's hand, and led her outside. Instantly, dozens of colossal, ceaselessly operating redstone monstrosities loomed before Sarah's eyes. Did you build all these, eh? Are they also flesh and organ extractors? No. Do I look that idle? One machine suffices. Why build so many? That over there is the villager factory, designed for breeding villagers. The underage ones stay on top, the adults drop down, and straight into the adjacent chamber where they're processed into villager sausages. We could assign them professions if needed, but my villager trading station is already fully operational. I lack for nothing, so I've spared myself the trouble. All are made into sausages and sent to Rosie. Sarah flew closer to inspect a large-nosed, blocky villager tumbling down. Are they unconscious? Exactly. Had they possessed awareness back, then I'd never have resorted to issuing the strengthened command block. Haha. How on earth did that BYD command block even empower me to detonate with such resolve? Indeed, only I could pull that off. At this thought, Gaisai proudly puffed out his chest. And what's that? Sarah pointed toward a glass machine beside the pool. That's my merit generator. Soul sand bubbles propel fish upward until they suffocate. Then pistons shove them back underwater. Back and forth endlessly. So my merit rank stands first while even the Buddha trails second. Then what about that? That inverted pyramid. Oh, so you recognize pyramids. Gaisai flew Sarah atop the inverted pyramid. Look, see what this is, powered rails, designed to accelerate minecarts. A sudden chill gripped Sarah. Gaisai dove down, and soon a green-robed villager sat aboard a minecart at the pyramid's base. Perfect timing. A fool has wandered in. Let me demonstrate. Everyone knows minecarts have speed limits. But here, this limit has been devoured by me. He kicked the villager, and the minecart began spiraling faster and faster. Sarah felt dizzy. See this? Pull the lever. Instinctively, Sarah yanked it down. Whoosh! The foolish villager vanished into the horizon aboard the minecart. No. Haha, no worries. He's certainly dead. But if you're fretting over the cart, fear not. We've got 6 iron farms right behind us. Gaisai sprawled carelessly onto a slime block sofa. Already stunned. Watching Sarah stand frozen, Gaisai prepared to unveil his true masterpieces. Crimsonstone technology. Redstone's ultimate evolution is Crimsonstone technology. After all, every virtue and vice may be traced to one truth. It's fun. As he reached out, Sarah's large hand seized his wrist. Gaisai, please, promise me something. What's wrong? Why so serious? Don't harm the angels of heaven. They're innocent. They're innocent, and ha ha ha. Sarah, what do you take me for? A world-destroying demon lord. I'm a kind soul, though my moral compass leans flexibly toward novelty. Taking Sarah's hand, Gaisai guided her to a high vantage point. Look behind you. Sarah turned, and beheld a vast expanse of cherry blossom trees and bamboo groves. Beneath them strolled a brown panda, a rainbow sheep, and an upside-down mushroom. Huh. Since when did a mushroom appear here? Sarah watched as Gaisai descended with 2 bowls, and reappeared moments later flying back up. Mushroom soup. Mediocre, but drinkable. This comes from the upside-down cow. Gaisai drank his bowl in 1 gulp, then watched Sarah follow suit. Instantly her expression twisted in dismay. Ha ha ha. Next Gaisai milked the mushroom and brewed a mysterious stew, life restoration. Now this is the real treasure. Skeptical Sarah drank it, and felt her strength return. This is truly miraculous. Of course, it's Minecraft. Here I do exactly as I please. Soon Gaisai stood within Sarah's bedroom. Gaisai, let me handle this time, okay? Oh, sure thing. Curious Gaisai lay back on the bed, watching Sarah's movements. Huh, wait, that's not right. Croak. How do you know this technique too? By dawn Gaisai. Zip had been perfectly compiled. Damn, do all of you master this untaught skill instinctively. After chugging 3 bowls of the mysterious stew, saturation, he recovered. No, I need something more filling than a golden carrot. But for now, Gaisai glanced at Sarah beside him, then obediently curled into her embrace. Sleep. Log out. Load a new save. Urgent decree. Generate a world overflowing with food. Open. Alex's world. Huh. This world. Hey, can I possess Ender Dragon? The cheerful Gaisai leaped into Alex's world integration pack. Ha ha ha. Finally found the stone tablet. Damn it. 7 out of 10 stone tablets shattered and Gaisai's mindset exploded, exiting the scene immediately. Aw damn. Who's the good person who made the password so complicated? Am I really afraid of learning it? Alex Cave Module. Gaisai woke up from bed lost in the embrace of Sarah, indulging in a midnight snack. As the clock chimed, Sarah woke up. Stretching, Sarah shook Gaisai beside her. It's daytime, Gaisai, time to get up. Oh. Gaisai sat up, smacking his lips. What's that on your lips? Wiping off the white residue from Gaisai's mouth, Sarah asked curiously. Gaisai hugged Sarah and demonstrated. I'm suffocating. Suffocating. After reminiscing about last night's experience with Sarah, Gaisai sweetly returned home. Ba ba ba. Moo moo moo. Hump hump hump. It seems there are too many animals behind the castle. Tahia, do you want to join a barbecue feast, eh? No, I'm on a diet. Diet? What the hell? I just love eating plump chicken breasts. Thud. A pink cat water cup landed directly on Gaisai's head. Perfect. Gaisai extended the cup towards the nearby Nyo Nyo Jun. Understand. Nyo Nyo Jun mood, and stood up, placing a cup of milk. Gulp. The taste is good. Since you performed well, we want eat beef today. The herd, yay. Nyo Nyo Jun hee. Actually, I'm a bull. Then Gaisai arrived at the pig pen, glanced over, and the pigs silently lined up, aiming to launch truffles at Gaisai. Stop. Enough. I won't eat you anymore. Putting away the truffles, Gaisai took out the ender candle sword and headed straight to the sheep pen. I want roasted lamb. Sheep Jun, huh? Not following the process. Oh. After a sensual scream, Gaisai sat by the barbecue grill, munching on truffles, preparing lamb skewers. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Listening to the battle song of Odyssey, Gaisai felt like the god of roasted lamb skewers. The taste is pretty good. After taking a bite, Gaisai shook his head, his gaze curiously falling on the nearby sheep pen, and he walked over holding a skewer. Come on, have a bite. The little lamb gulped it down, and then in Gaisai's shocked eyes it stood up. Who the hell grilled my dad? Did you grill my dad? Hey no. You. Huh. In Gaisai's shocked gaze, the little lamb directly jumped over the fence and began to taste the barbecue. No, eating your own dad is reassuring, right? It's all salty. Come, let me slaughter my mom, I will roast it myself. Gaisai, bewildered, followed the little lamb's instructions and processed another sheep. Immediately after, the little lamb performed a master-level lamb skewer show for Gaisai. Come, please taste my spicy mom. Chewing. Dum dum dum. 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 Dum dum dum. A little tune from Little Chef. Wow. Your grilling is so creative. It feels like speeding on a sheep's backside, racing across the grassland. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The sheep collapsed. 8. Basaka. The little lamb lay in a pool of blood, bravely lifting its head. It had no great ambitions in life, just wanted to be a wise ghost after death. Damn it. Did this get lamb dung on it? The taste is outrageous. That's not my fault. My mom is originally the smelliest sheep in the flock. Oh right, my second uncle asked me to tell you he doesn't want to stay in the sheep machine anymore. Uffed. And also, my kidneys are the best in the flock, omitting 600 words. The best. They must be roasted to eat. Damn, you've lost 3 tanks of blood. Are you dead? Not yet. Bang 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 bang. Now dead. Looks like it's dead. Let's start roasting. Oh. Holy shit. Holy shit. This kidney. After eating, Gaisai flew straight up, spinning wildly. The little lamb's lifelong virgin power merged into Gaisai's body. Ultimate evolution, pure yang body. And my ding ding dong. I can't take it anymore. There's an impulse to make a mistake. Gaisai turned around and looked at the little lamb's second uncle in the sheep machine beside him, then smiled and rushed over. Fortunately, Tai Gu sensed the bad situation and, to defend Gaisai's reputation, elbowed Gaisai into unconsciousness. Little Lamb's second uncle thanks. Big iron block. Taiga no need to thank. After saying that, the iron puppet walked behind the sheep machine and took out the Little Lamb's second uncle. Little Lamb's second uncle, are you going to save me? Thank you so much. Big iron block. Taiga no need to be polite. By the way, turn around. Little Lamb's second uncle, wait. Why do I have a bad feeling? Seeing this, Taigu aimed the Little Lamb's second uncle's rear at himself. Taiga, the master's gaze tells me he doesn't plan to keep you, so I'm here to help him out. Crack crack. Sound of Taiga loading. Suddenly the Little Lamb's second uncle felt that staying in the sheep machine for life might not be too bad. The impulse sounded like a machine gun firing. Savor it, ba, 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 ba. The domineering Taigu enforced love. Damn, how did I fall asleep? Dizzy from carbon. Lamb skewers aren't carbon, are they? Did this lamb eat too many carbs in its lifetime and grow meat? Did he? Scratching his head, the clueless Gaisai expressed, who cares? Whatever, I'll go vegetarian. Selected pure, 999 pure divine gold. Purely hand ground into particles. Sprinkled on vegetables by a man with soft feminine hands. Sound of eating in my world, burp it still me. This, gold-plated food craftsmanship. So fragrant. Golden pumpkin, golden apple, golden beet, soup, golden. A dazzling, unparalleled restorative soup salad. Holding the salad that radiated golden light, Gaisai suddenly realized one thing, MD. The most important thing right now is to deal with the cave manuscript. Subconsciously looking at the smartest person here. Tahia. Not going. Well, looking at the typing Tahia, Gaisai suddenly realized he could also write everything down and decode it. Oh, I'm just a beat. Watching Gaisai lying on the bed without pressure, Tahia skillfully opened the chapter on insects in people and nature, a food-themed series. Okay, done. Gaisai took the manuscript and synthesized the biome's map. Magnetic field cave. Magnetic field reversal. Suddenly Gaisai's facial expression hardened. Is my life's last piece of the puzzle about to be completed? Is this it? Looking at the boundary lines on the map, Gaisai took a few more steps inside before starting to dig down. Soon Gaisai fell into a dark cave, and he was immediately captivated by the surrounding red and blue ores, as well as a group of flying scanning machine soldiers. Magnetite. Coarse red neodymium. Coarse blue neodymium. Never mind, let's taste it first. Oh, who's there? Who the hell just ambushed me? Holding his rear, Gaisai quickly turned around and spotted the pickaxe in the distance, as well as the magnetic spirit that had just hit him. Damn it, is it impressive to control magnetism? Drawing out his Ender Candle rocket launcher, Gaisai decided to show the magnetic spirit what it feels like to have a painful rear. Just then a scanning machine soldier flew over, and seeing the scanning beam it shot out, Gaisai instinctively raised his head, puffed out his chest, and placed his hands on his hips. 1, 2, 3. As 3 scanning machine soldiers completed their scans, they flew to the slope nearby. Andy pressed down a bit. 3 illusory projections of Gaisai flickered into existence. P.S. The projections of the scanning machine soldiers will attract the hatred of surrounding monsters. As expected of me. Ding 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 ding. What the hell is that noise? Wah. Gaisai Guya. What the heck is that? A compactor. Give me a hammer and turn me into Wu Dalong. Looking up, he saw a bouncing machine soldier reloading above him. Taking a step back, a massive red hammer brushed past him, and with a smile, Gaisai slowly ascended to the side of the bouncing machine soldier. Hello there. The bouncing machine soldier. After a brief interlude, the bouncing machine soldier became Gaisai's jumping soldier and then was refined. This thing. Looking at the dropped items from the bouncing machine soldier, Gaisai pondered. It seems this thing is only useful as a mining machine. I don't need, or so I might as well eat it. He took a bite of the red hammer mixed with coarse red neodymium and coarse blue neodymium, and Gaisai could already feel a mysterious power emerging within him. Ah, the spirit of the trickster is awakening. Slap. Just as Gaisai was sensing the magnetism, a blob of black goo splattered on his face. Huh, rich iron slime. Damn, take this punch. With a slap, the rich iron slime was turned into a gooey ball. Perfect. Taking out the magnetic core that the magnetic spirit had exploded along with the red neodymium ingot and rich iron slime ball, he placed them on the workbench together with the surrounding lead blocks. Lead gauntlet. Synthesis complete. I can feel it. He quickly put the lead gauntlet on his right hand, grinning as he raised his hand. Then snapped his fingers. Wait, this isn't the infinity gauntlet. Turning to look at the distant magnetic spirit, Wang shouting. Come here. The lead gauntlet was activated. Soon Gaisai began to smile. After all, it's hard not to smile at something like this. Catch this. This is my last iron sword. In the small magnetic cave, Gaisai directly wielded the sword with magnetism. All swords returned to the sect. Instantly, countless iron swords formed into a large sword flying straight towards the activated Gundam, the magnetic control soldier. Magnetic control soldier, I am the true magnetic field creature. Kid, you dare to use iron to hit. Ah, baby little man. As the large sword of iron swords flew toward the magnetic control soldier, it suddenly scattered apart. Gaisai emerged from within, performing a maneuver and aiming his rocket launcher at the back of the magnetic control soldier's head, pulling the trigger. Boom. The magnetic control soldier few. The black hand is still the most effective. Looking at the fallen machine iron heart of the magnetic control soldier, Gaisai picked it up and synthesized a damping shield. The introduction says, this thing can attract and repel. Magnetic super brother. Gaisai began testing the damping shield. Damn, it's super strong. This shield strength is explosive. Area damage control blocking. This thing is off the charts in the original version, and here. Hehehe. Holding the damping shield high, Gaisai began to spin it constantly. Ha! Blue and red lightning surged wildly. Finally, the powerful magnetism began to stir the magnetic cave. Bang! The sound of items breaking as their durability ran out. I forgot all about durability. In the next second, Gaisai was overwhelmed by a pile of various blocks, feeling bewildered. Damn, I finally dug it out, and the cave collapsed on itself. Damn it. What's this? A Tesla ball. Let's taste it first, then talk. Hamua. Damn it. Sekongjin opened the big drill, and I was in my bed. Yay. This electricity from the inside out feels so good. Intelligence 10. Current intelligence 1. Soon Gaisai adapted to the electricity. He began to devour the Tesla balls in the cave. Surrounded by a large number of magnetic creatures, Gaisai's whole body was flashing with electricity, and he raised both hands above his head. Magnetic Great Conquest. As everyone knows, magnetism generates electricity, and electricity generates magnetism. I have also mastered the power of the magnetic field. But why do I feel a bit stupid? Did eating the Tesla balls make me shock myself stupid? Forget it, being a bit silly is fine as long as I'm happy. Digging upwards, Gaisai dug into the sea. Fish. Electrifying. Hey. How can I shock myself? Except for the lightning creeper that passively blocked the shock, all the other currents shocked Gaisai himself. Could this be some kind of mechanism? Or a characteristic? It can discharge, but can't defend against electricity. What the hell? Gaisai swam to the surface, glancing around. Great, he was lost again. Kill. Slap. Reborn from the bed, Gaisai slowly pulled out a box from his backpack and took a look. Full of Tesla balls, which he refined from the entire magnetic cave. Grabbing a handful, he swallowed it whole. Gaisai entered an electric surge state. Let's open up the prison. Oh yeah. He took out an iron ingot and synthesized 9 steel coins. Stepping outside, Gaisai flicked his hand, and the steel coins flew up. The electric light dancing on your fingertips is my unwavering faith for life. Imitating a certain electric shocker's electromagnetic cannon, this is Gaisai's smartest strike. So cool. Soon there was only 1 coin left in Gaisai's hand, and at that moment, Gaisai's astonishing wisdom DJ'd again. Oh, I'm tired, the magnetic field trickster is here. He threw the coin into the invisible sky. Gaisai floated in the air, arching his body. His body continuously accumulated electric power. Then the human center position lit up. At that moment, the pure yang power of the little sheep within him also erupted. The current changed from blue and white to golden yellow. Ultimate bladder sword. With the power charged, Gaisai thrust forward. At that moment, the coin also fell. Ding. Accompanied by a mighty force. The golden current wrapped around the coin, soaring into the sky, tearing through the clouds, and slicing through the stars. Bathed in the starlight, Gaisai revealed a qualified trickster smile. Looking in the mirror. So ugly. It seems I'm not suited for the tough guy style. With a sigh, Gaisai walked home. In this world, not a tough guy, how can he be called a trickster? But suddenly Gaisai turned to look at the moon. Why do I feel like my trickster soul has already awakened? Gaisai and Nyo mouth too. Soon under Nyo's command, Gaisai withdrew from Alak's world and returned to the castle. Oh, Tahia. With a swift motion, he scooped Tahia into a side embrace and gave her an intimate, probing look. Gah. My divine ox is born. He cried. The ability bought with a bit of intellect is surprisingly useful. Smiling, Gaisai flew into the 3rd tower, ignoring Valentino and Woxie at his side, and swept Wirewhite into his arms in an epic, overbearing display. Fuck. What are you doing? Hehe. Wirewhite. Right now I feel terrifyingly powerful. So. Gaisai gave a faint smile. Golden light shimmered around him, impossible to hide. W.T.F. Woxie's display twisted into gibberish as he watched that uncanny scene. Want to take me with you? No. I hate inhaling secondhand smoke. A flat refusal. Gaisai turned and carried a bewildered Wirewhite into the room, leaving Valentino supporting a stunned Woxie, who exhaled a plume of red smoke. Woxie, are you all right? I'm fine. It's just, every time I see that bastard, he seems to become more uncanny. Phew, same here. Want to go soak in a bath together? Let's go, Val. Better to keep our distance from that eerie kid. I won. Gaisai had won. After countless efforts, he finally claimed the center spot. How about that? Fusike. Hey, a double reversal. With 2 light sounds, Wirewhite finally yielded to Gaisai's overwhelming presence. Even the darkest complexion could not hide Wirewhite's flushed face. Gaisai's aura shifted. Before long, Gaisai was pleading for mercy, but in a different way. Don't bite. Damn, there's hardly any good flesh left on me. Look at this. This. He pointed at the black lip marks and the teeth marks beneath them, scratching at the sting across his body. Offensive power 0, skin irritation 100. You bastard. What on earth is wrong with you today? Wirewhite kicked Gaisai with a pillow. Today Gaisai was certainly off. And he seemed electric. Well, I have transcended humanity, reaching realms humans cannot touch. Madman. What happened? Everyone's gone magnetic. How can one still be called human? Wait. Shouldn't I be a blocky fellow? In terms of forgetting one's roots. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Gaisai folded himself around Wirewhite and found a comfortable position to lie down. Sigh. I just mastered a tiny bit of magnetic power. Magnetism. That sensation just now. You bastard Gaisai. How dare you shock me when I didn't agree? Sorry. Wrong. Humph. Wire White released his grip in satisfaction. Gaisai clutched his chest and fell to the floor. Night passed, and Gaisai hastily fled the third tower, arriving at the cannibal town. Luoshi. Ha ha, darling. Wait a moment. Seeing Gaisai's purpose at a glance, Luoshi took the last piece of meat from the plate, dipped it in sauce, put it in her mouth, and slowly rose to her feet. Darling, you seem very confident today. Of course. Holding Luoxi's slender waist, Gaisai rested his chin on her belly and looked up into the darkness of her eyes. Luoshi, excited, could not help drooling at the corner of her mouth. Gaisai opened his mouth, hungry for affection. Luoshi practiced, lifted him onto the bed. Darling, don't cry, okay? What if I cry? Ha ha ha, then he'll simply silence you, just like this. What is it? Surprised. No way, that's that thing. A few days ago, the golden watermelon healing power. Ha ha, darling, I have never truly died. Oh. Gaisai looked at the face before him, suffused with boundless confidence. Only then did Gaisai understand the true worth of the most mysterious lord among the sinner lords. Aren't you tired at all? Ha ha ha, not tired. Sleep, darling. Luoshi cradled Gaisai like the Virgin Mary stroking a child, if one ignored the eyes and teeth. Nyonya was out. He tried his best, he tried. After a hearty meal with Luoshi, Gaisai pressed on and arrived at Camilla's place. Sorry, Gaisai, I have some matters now. Could you wait a moment? What matters? Gaisai leaned in and looked at the screen before Camilla. This is my list of sinners. The Great Purge has been moved forward. Oh, I must help them build new shelters. You know, recently far too many sinners have come to hell. Is that all? Gaisai propped himself against the wall and struck that familiar confident pose. The one before you is a true master builder. Done. Sinners won't starve anyway. Gaisai glanced downward at a 4-story stone brick underground prison, scratched at a shelter, whose cold doors stood open waiting for sinners to enter. How is it? All right. Before Camilla could answer, Gaisai led her to the other side. He pressed a hidden button, a concealed door opened. Together they leaped into a pit at the threshold and landed precisely in a pool of water. As long as you fall into this water, you won't take fall damage. How many more surprises do you have for me? Many. A few more steps and Gaisai pulled a lever. An ultra-luxurious court-style sanctuary appeared before Camilla. She ran her hand over a woolen blanket on the quartz table and examined the exquisite decorations around her. Food, drink, it's all here. There's even an automated farm. You may stay as long as you wish. And here, he pressed a button and pulled another lever. A secret passage revealed itself. A spare escape route. The exit is behind the tree in the park over there. Seeing an underground refuge with even an escape tunnel, Camilla smiled with genuine joy. Is that all you wanted? Yes. Camilla sighed and laughed as she untied her hair. Ha, victory again. Back home, Gaisai stepped through a portal into heaven. Hey, Gaisai. Oh, Amelie. Welcome to heaven. Watching Amelie happily circle him, Gaisai produced a bucket with a pink maxillion and pressed it into her arms. You gave this to me. Indeed. Remember not to let it dehydrate too long. I will. After a few interactions with the cubical maxillion in the bucket, Amelie emitted an ecstatic shriek at the sight of the adorable creature. Gaisai, thank you so much. But I must first find it a more spacious place. After sending Amelie away, Gaisai turned to Sila, who smiled back. Anything the matter? What about that angel from before? Yidong investigated thoroughly. She died from angel steel, a material extremely rare in hell. And what do you intend to do? I discussed it with Yidong Lute through the night, and we ultimately decided to proceed with the Great Purge plan. We truly have no other option left. Surveying the 3 realms, roaming every direction, only one word remains. Kill. Sila. To be honest, the exorcist angel's principal duty is to purge the number of sinners, so you normally would not confront those troublesome sin lords. Still, I suggest you begin your culling here. Josiah produced a map and pointed to an alley in Aoman City. Damn it. Every time I pass this place, I feel like I'm entering a den of lust. The scum inside. Oh, they do not even spare damned rats. Hey, whores, looks like we have an uninvited guest. He's a little fellow. Oh, he's shy. The bathing exorcist angels quickly closed in around Josiah. Ha, it's a misunderstanding. He'll leave. See you later. As he tried to fly upwards, several sharp spears thrust forward and forced Josiah back. Oh, no. I really didn't know. Don't let him get away. Hearing the commotion, the exorcist angels pressed in on Josiah. Is this thing for our enjoyment? But isn't he too small? Little one, are you grown? A hand rudely yanked down Josiah's trousers and peeked inside. Wait, sisters, are you really this wild? Oh my goddamn. It's not small at all. Is it, eh? Let me see. Hey, stop. Don't come near. Fuck. Have these whores never seen a man before? Don't tug. I'm down to my underwear. Whores charge. Oh, none of them are rich matrons. Don't chase me. What? You ask if Josiah can handle them with Nyonyo. Of course he can. But upon hearing one sentence, Nyonyo dared not move. Up. Sisters. Cut that thing off him. Yes, those were the words. Suddenly Josiah braked, but the floor was slick. He failed to look cool and slipped out. The exorcist angels laughed. Enough. Josiah rose from the ground as his last shred of modesty fell away. Wow, it's different from ours. Silly girl, he's a man, of course, he's different. So pale and adorable. But it looks like inserting it might be painful. Listening to the filthy chatter around him, Gaisai broke for a moment. When one is utterly speechless, laughter inevitably slips out. He fused with his armor and strode out without looking back. In the sky, he saw Yidong approaching. Damn. You truly are the ultimate. Little lecher. The hook found its mark. Damn. Officer. A fishing pole hooked Yidong in, and Gaisai pointed to his shield. Damn. Does my shield look like your tombstone? A shield strike. Yidong, remembering well, clapped his hands over his head and flapped away. Bastard. That damn well hurts. Couldn't you dodge? And Gaisai beckoned Yidong over, glanced at Lute, and Yidong flew over at once. Gaisai and Yidong crouched to the side. Lute, these seemingly innocent whores, haven't you damn it taught them anything? Teach them. I'm not a tutor. Besides, I'm the first man in the world. The very first seducer. Yes, you are not wrong. Look me in the eye. Are you trying to fall asleep again? Enough of that. Damn it, give me some clothes. 1 golden apple. Deal. Laughter followed. Yidong, I'm taking the early watch. Gazing at the exorcist angel uniform, the briefs and chest cloth, Gaisai was aflame with excitement. In his mind, great ruin. 2 colossal skeletal wings burst through the tent and thrust outward. A titanic skeleton, horned like a dragon, headed like a wolf, bodied like a dragon, rose to its feet. Soul fire enveloped the bones, and a devouring power swelled between its ribs. Pluck a coconut and tuck it under Sybil's arm. Yidong, still planning to run? Take my fist. With a burst of speed, Gaisai caught Yidong, striking with a flapping, rolling blow. Gaisai even used soul fire to heal Yidong afterward. He even dipped his fists in iodine, punching while disinfecting them. Yidong, God. Lute, what can I even say now? She had no means to contend with Gaisai's monstrous form. In the office, Sila stared in stunned silence at Yidong, strapped to a wheelchair and wrapped in bandages. Sila, I need to take leave. All right, no problem.